I had to take one because I was exposed, and
he was flashed.
Well, it was right in the doctor's office, so I wasn't even in charge of how far back that thing went into my nostril.
Oh,
and it was very shallow, so I went into it expecting it to be far worse than it was.
Yeah.
I without any knowledge whatsoever, thought that it was just a straight up blood test, and I was like, well, the last time I did this, it was to test for AIDS against my will, so I don't know.
Yikes.
It wasn't a great experience then, and it was probably not this time, but then thankfully, yeah, the nice lady comes in and just goes, bip, okay. Here, wait 15 minutes.
Oh, my God.
And that's how long. And then it was negative. And then I found out afterward that they're only like 50% accurate, the results. So enjoy that information.
Well, I mean, that's why you got to do more than one.
Yeah, apparently.
Always do more than one.
What are you talking about?
Always be doing more than one. I don't know. I'm just trying to give you advice, man.
Always do. If you're going to do one thing, you might as well do many of them.
I would be remiss if at this point I didn't tell you to go to darkroastcult.com and check out the website.
I mean, I would love to do that.
Yeah, that's the number one spot for all things this podcast.
Yeah.
It's literally the only spot you can go for it.
And it's no matter what, it's the number one spot because
Yeah.
it's also the one spot.
Yeah, so go there, and soon, maybe even like by the time you're hearing this podcast, there might be coffee back up on the website.
Ooh.
So you go check that out and use Dark Drip as a coupon code and get 5% off.
Fuck yeah, 5%.
Oh yeah, 5%.
And then you take that 5% and you spend it on more coffee.
Indeed, and then this concludes the ad portion of
Yeah.
the podcast. Wasn't that quick and painless?
You'll notice that at no point did we mention an inflatable mattress.
No. You're not gonna. This is not gonna be a monthly subscription box yet. I don't think so.
I'm not going to give you advice on why it's so difficult to hire people these days.
And I'm certainly not trying to send you like vegetables and meats through the mail. It's just coffee.
I don't know how to feel about meat through the mail. It's kind of odd. Like sometimes, man.
I did try it once. It's not bad.
No, I don't hear the door all that well every so often.
Oh yeah, you have some rotten meat.
Yeah, that's my concern.
Rotten meat.
Yeah, I'm downstairs doing something else that requires me to leave my apartment, and I notice the box and go, "Oh yeah, I got that 2 days ago."
Yeah.
Then it becomes cat food at that point.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the devil.
What you just heard, because we're recording live in the catatorium, you just heard one of my blind cats meowing at a wall.
Yeah.
She'll figure it out. Don't worry, guys.
You know, it's probably confusing. Oh, why is this in my way?
Yeah,
that I can't see anything.
She'll figure it out.
By the way, at all.
What movie are we doing this week? What did we do?
This week we did, just to refresh your memory, Cabin in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods.
Mm-hmm.
Not even cabin. It's the Cabin in the Woods.
Which is the thing.
I had no idea.
Nope. Not a clue.
This is a real Mandela effect right here.
Yeah, a little bit.
I had always thought it was just Cabin in the Woods. Then I like went on Netflix and it's the Cabin.
You got to pronounce the apparently.
It's a very specific cabin in the woods.
Yeah. I'd said, just Cabin in the Woods with no the. That's about 5 miles downriver.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's a little better, to be honest.
Is it?
Yeah, it's more of a chalet than a cabin.
Chalet in the woods.
Yeah.
Was it Swiss?
Is there a chalet that's not?
There's got to be some.
I have no idea.
Finnish chalets. They got some up there, I bet.
You just like ones that are completed.
Yeah, no, don't. Yeah.
Finished chalets.
Perfect. That way I don't have to do any work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's okay. All right. Well, so can you sum up the plot to the movie in less than 3 sentences?
In less than 3 sentences. Now, last week I believe you wrote that summary. I'll be doing this off the top of my head because I didn't do this at all.
Absolutely.
Scooby-Doo and the gang go into the woods where shit hits the fan for them in order to appease the elder gods.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I mean, there's a lot missing, but that's the gist.
Okay. No, that's good. I didn't write one either. So Honestly, Scooby-Doo and the gang is probably the best way to describe these people.
It fucking is Scooby-Doo. And that's a bit of a double-edged sword here.
Yeah.
Because
it is.
Because you got the Daphne, which is the ditzy broad who's kind of dumb. Mm-hmm. You got the Fred, who is obviously Chris Hemsworth.
Absolutely.
The only thing that he's missing is the ascot.
Oh, yeah. He needs that ascot.
Which I would love to see him in, to be honest. And then
Chris Hemsworth in a fucking ascot.
Yeah. You minus the glasses. The main redhead chick is Velma, obviously, because she's intelligent, but she's not afraid to throw down.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that the only black character is the dog. Whoops. When you cast Jesse Williams and he read the script and was very probably like, hey, this is Scooby-Doo. Why am I the dog?
I'm trying to audibly exhale as loud as I can through my nose. That is the hardest I can sigh.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
That guy doesn't get his due.
But you don't see him hanging out with Shaggy too often in this movie.
No, and you don't see him eating a lot of snacks either, though.
No, and also he does try to bang the redhead.
He does.
Normally Scooby-Doo is not doing that.
No, that's true. That's usually Fred and Daphne when he goes, let's split up, gang, and then they disappear for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And you're left with Shaggy and Scooby, who essentially their whole job is to be frightened until somebody comes along and goes, you don't need to be that scared of this because it's just old man fucking Jenkins.
Oh, my God. Did you ever watch the Scooby-Doo, like, the kids cartoon?
There were a couple,
but it was like
when it was they were kids.
Yeah, it was like Junior Scooby-Doo or something like that. It was.
I'll be honest.
You know the one I'm talking about?
I vaguely remember because did they not have beady little eyes in that one? They might not have. That might have been one of like the later iterations of the series, but I do remember seeing at least a couple episodes of kids Scooby-Doo and being kind of weirded out,
right? Because
like you got to be adults if you're investigating ghosts that turn out to be people who want to just kill you so they can keep the money.
You really do. You really can't be a child and going and like seeing like a real estate fraud.
Like how do you handle that?
Just poking your nose into like some old man who's like trying to spook new buyers off of his land.
Yeah. There's no economy class for when you're 12. That's not in the curriculum and homeroom.
Like when I was 12, I wasn't doing that. I was watching this cartoon.
Yeah.
So
I was far too busy being at home. I wouldn't have been investigating shit.
Yeah, I wasn't likely to wander into like an abandoned building and be like, "Hey, is there anybody doing bad in here?"
Yeah.
I got a dog that in the future is gonna probably want to smoke weed.
Yeah, you know that dog gets high as fuck. That's the only, and you know what? They're all stoned because dogs don't talk.
That's right.
And it might be mostly gibberish, but weed is the only way that you can communicate with a dog effectively.
Weed.
You ever see that old commercial that fucking...
Yeah.
And it's dude, and he's like, let me just finish this joint, and he's talking to his fucking dog and wants to get him to get up off the couch.
The dog's like, hey, man, don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Look at what you've become. What a sad station in life you must be in if your dog's disappointed in you.
There was that one, and then there was the one with like the zigzag guy, and he's like, hey, man, what's going on?
I saw the dog one, and then the one that was like later on where it's like a woman sinking into a couch horrifically.
Yeah, she becomes like she becomes deflated or something like. Oh yeah, that was horrible.
Weed's never done that for me. I got plenty of oxygen in my lungs still.
Yeah. I've never had a weed and then died.
No, so, my bones didn't disappear.
Yeah, I didn't become a puddle immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have felt like it, but
fair enough.
Okay, so Cabin in the Woods. I think he summed up I think he summed it up so well. I don't even need to try and come up with a better summary.
Well, good.
You got it.
I win summary this week.
This movie.
Point J. Game set match.
Oh,
end of game. It's an Office reference.
30 Love.
Yeah, perfect. There we go.
That's a reference to some TV show that came on YTV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was about tennis.
Yeah, and I would turn it off because it was like, oh, Goosebumps is over?
Yeah, I don't care about whatever else is on here.
Or it was either that or it was like, oh, I'm early for Goosebumps? Get out of here.
Either one.
So yeah, the movie opens up. You got the dad from Step Brothers. You got the dickhead from Billy Madison. By the way, still being a dickhead.
Yeah, in a way.
I think he's also the dad from Brooklyn Nine-Nine too. I don't know if you ever watched that one.
While I have seen it, I don't remember there being a father.
Yeah, it's like Jake's dad, like the main. Okay. Adam and Andy Samberg. Yeah. His dad. I'm pretty sure.
Andy, big mouth, lot of teeth. Sandberg.
Yeah. I mean,
he's got a real Steven Tyler mouth.
It's a blessing and a curse.
I mean, I guess you could eat really quickly because you could fit a lot of food in there at once.
You could smile at a lot of people too.
Yeah, at the same time.
Your smile per capita would be much higher.
Per capita. Your gross domestic smile product.
Your 401 teeth.
Your 401 canines, dude.
All right.
Your 401 canines. It was right there in front of you.
First of all, I'm not a dentist. Second of all, I'm not a teeth.
Well, you have some.
Maybe.
Only maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, are we going to sit here and talk about teeth for the next? I got 32 of them, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty average.
Time I counted.
That's a pretty regular number of teeth.
The dentist done took 4 of them. They done took my teeth, but they were growing in sideways anyhow.
Yeah.
So call them wisdom teeth. I think they were dumb as shit.
They didn't even know which way to go.
Right? And they're like, oh, where's out? Must be into the other teeth.
Yeah. That's not what that is. No, not even remotely.
Let's all grow ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I have had the same problem in that I have the 4 teeth that you had removed. I've had 3 of those removed. And the 4th one is, he's dug in there. And he's not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah? Is he at least proper?
It depends on your definition. He's grown a little bit further out of my mouth in order to fill the gap where the other one used to be, which was what the dentist told me was going to happen anyway. But it hasn't happened expeditiously. It's quite a slow process.
Oh yeah, well,
he tried to take that 4th one out, and I bent the instrument he was using with just my mouth.
Oh no!
So he was like, "Well, that's not coming out today."
Interesting, because what they did for me was just bust that tooth.
Yeah.
They just took a chisel and a hammer and busted that fucking tooth up.
So mine is really close to my sinus.
Oh.
So he was like, I would break it out, but I might damage your sinuses.
Fair enough.
Hey, man, leave it in then.
Yeah, you know what? We'll deal with this when it falls out.
I'm not even worried. It's back there doing a great job at chewing things.
It's actually participating.
Yeah, it does. It pipes up every so often to let its voice be heard when there's lettuce.
Interesting. I always thought that wisdom teeth really didn't. They were like curmudgeons. They hung back, and they're just like, I'm not chewing that. Good luck brushing me without gagging. I'm back here.
Well,
I'm in the back of the mouth, motherfucker.
The only time I ever gag is when I brush my tongue.
Okay.
Speaking of tongues, there's a scene in this movie where a young woman is dared to make out with a wolf head.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
And I think out of everything in this movie, that's the grossest thing for me.
That scene went on for too long.
Yeah. There's nothing cool about watching your friend's girlfriend essentially do a striptease by the fireplace, number 1.
Yeah, that was really awkward.
It's uncomfortable. Putting yourself in that situation would be uncomfortable. Because the worst case scenario is you go, I don't want to see that, and then your friend is like, what, you don't think my girlfriend's attractive? What's the which is basically what Chris Hemsworth says in the movie.
Yeah.
Which raises its own set of problems, like, why do you care if I think she's hot? And what, are your feelings hurt? Or you're into it, and that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Because then I just have to sit there and watch you stare at my girlfriend.
Yeah, I feel like other groups of friends have weird jokes. I think that's how it is, because I also thought that was a weird scene, but everybody in the movie was like, haha, this seems like it's fun, so maybe...
Shaggy's the only one that was like moderately upset by it, which...
Shaggy was the one who dared her to do it.
I mean, that's true, but then it became a whole thing.
Also, I think it's probably important to note they had to put powdered sugar up in that wolf's mouth to make it look more dusty, so that she would enjoy it more.
Well, I don't know. I'm not going into that scene like, okay, but I want to like this.
Yeah.
Can you put some sugar or something on the tongue so that I'm down, so I'm into it?
It's yeah. It's like kind of like when you hide a pill in peanut butter for a dog or something like that. Like I got to do it, but let's make it taste good.
But like he saw that cabin, it's gonna be dusty anyway. You put that shit up on the wall, it's dusty in 30 seconds. You're just setting up lights.
Yeah, she didn't even like go.
No.
And just blow the dust off before she put her mouth on it.
No, she dove right into that wolf's
Which
mouth.
is like, it's probably important to know that you shouldn't just be licking things that you find in a cabin.
Especially when they're taxidermied dead animals from years and years ago.
Yeah, if you don't know how old that wolf is, you shouldn't be making out with it.
Tastes like embalming fluid. I'm so happy I did this dare.
Delish.
I can't feel my tongue. It's flesh-eating disease. We can't have 3 movies in a row with flesh-eating disease.
No, we really can't. But I mean, we did have. So like we had we did Cabin Fever.
Yeah.
Then we did refresh my memory. Which one did we do? We did Color
Out of Space. Yeah.
Yeah. And so those ones had something where there was something in the water. We're back to a cabin movie.
Nobody drinks the fucking water though.
Yeah, there's nothing in the water here.
No. And they get all up in that water in the lake. And but I didn't see them drinking any tap water.
No.
I think it was just beer in steins that were made of a material that I've never seen. I think you had a stein like that at one point in your life.
Maybe.
Where it was made of metal. And if not, I've never seen that before.
I don't recall ever having one.
I believe it exists, but you also have to hop in a time machine and go back to fucking Viking era when that was actually a thing.
For real. But yeah, nobody drinks any water. I don't know how we can link this movie to the other movie.
To Cabin Fever and to Color Out of Space?
Yeah, we'll find a link here somewhere. Right?
We're gonna.
It's gonna come in.
It'll probably happen organically as I continue to talk about the plot.
So the movie starts. We got these 2 guys talking, and then they're casually dropping information that becomes very relevant later in the movie. Like they're like, oh yeah, Sweden failed. We got Japan. Japan's still doing their thing. And you don't really find out what that is.
You're a little curious as like, okay, what is it that they failed at?
Yeah. But then you see what Japan's doing, and they're just like locking children in a room with ghosts.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, here's a bunch of 11-year-olds. Clink.
And it's just normal.
Yep. And then it's just nobody's helping these kids, and there's just a ghost like harvesting their souls,
floating and screaming. Yeah. And I'll transfer schools.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye.
Yeah, it's is that on the curriculum? Is this gym?
Yeah.
I didn't understand gym.
Do I have to speak to my guidance counselor? This isn't the business I'm interested in going into.
Oh God.
Bad.
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah. For real though. What comes after that? I think they just cut to the apartment. And you got the girl like talking about her newly blonde hair, which is another important thing you find out later.
And and the fact that the other chick there banged her teacher.
Yeah.
Which is extremely important for a bunch of reasons. This whole movie, there's a thread which makes itself known later on about how each of these college students who go to this cabin represent a certain archetype, which is in horror movies in general. But in order to appease these elder gods, they need to be murdered. Some of them in a specific order. The important one to note is that there always has to be a virgin character or something close enough, because then they talk to the chick at the end, Sigourney Weaver, who's essentially like the director of the whole whatever word I'm trying to find that I can't hear, ritual. Yeah, there it is.
Sure, yeah.
And they very early on established that this girl who's meant to be the virgin, the redhead, is not. They touch on it a couple more times throughout the movie that she's not a virgin and that she has definitely banged. And then Sigourney Weaver looks her straight in the eye and goes, and the virgin, which is like the most disrespectfully judgmental thing to say. Way to judge a book by its pink and lacy cover. And then she's like, I'm not. And then Sigourney Weaver says, we work with what we have. Here's my problem, right? I don't know if that was a throwaway line in order to make up for the fact that it would have been super confusing otherwise for anybody watching it for the first time.
Yeah.
But they talked about Marty, who is also Shaggy. All he's ever done, according to his own self-proclaimed sexual history, is make out. So they had a virgin.
Mm-hmm.
They don't establish that he is that, and they don't really discuss it enough.
Yeah, that is weird.
Because he doesn't seem to have any experience banging.
Yeah.
All he did was make out with a chick who was blonde like once in like freshman year or something like that, and that was it. So y'all had one. And he is supposed to have died like a solid 2/3 of the way through the movie,
I think he was
if not earlier.
He was the first one. No, he
Not
was
the first one. He's the second one. Yeah.
Yeah, the blonde gets her head cut off with, by the way, the most inconvenient saw. It's a 2-person.
That giant tree cutting saw from 1748.
Yeah, the one for cutting down like the national redwood forest.
Yeah. Any tree in the Amazon.
The one you need 3 people to carry, 2 people to use,
and one person to stand well out of the way of.
Yeah,
because you could swing that thing around like a mace and just do all kinds of damage.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you're in the woods. You're trying to be murderers. Bring more utilitous weapons.
For real. But you would think like this government program, they would have done a little more research. What with having all these cameras and like a dude chilling on the roof of their apartment, you think they would have looked more into that and figured out like, oh no, he's the virgin. He's got to die last, if at all. They
have enough capability to do research on these people that they're sacrificing in order to know that information beforehand easily. So I don't know why it was supposed to be such a fucking confusing thing, but it was, and I was annoyed by that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start picking apart. So this movie has very few things in it that I dislike.
Yep.
So this list is going to be quite short.
Absolutely.
But just in terms of things that I found myself annoyed or frustrated by, you ever try to bang in the woods?
I don't think so.
So Chris Hemsworth and his dumb girlfriend decide they're going to go into the woods to bang, despite the fact that they already established that they would just be plowing each other all weekend, like publicly and loudly stated that they're going to be doing that. But now we're gonna go to the woods for a little bit of alone time.
Just need some fresh air.
Yeah, some fresh air.
Some fucking vigorous fresh air
in the. In the musty woods.
There was favorite.
So they show this. They got that whole aspect of they're trying to create environments where the kids at this cabin do the things they're supposed to in order to appease these gods as they're in the process of being murdered over the course of the weekend.
Right.
So they do things like they have pheromones in the vents that they shoot out to make you change your mind.
Yeah.
They got fucking weird subliminal voice chat coming from somewhere to suggest that you might maybe want to go outside where you'll die.
Yeah.
One of the things that they do is they try to set this really hot bang scene in the woods for these two characters. So they manipulate the light levels and they bring all this like steam up on the wettest, dirtiest ground. I don't give a shit how much libido you're injecting into me. I'm not going to find that appealing.
Yeah.
Hey, let's lay down naked on this shit.
Nah, I'm going to run back in and grab a blanket.
Yeah. What's that tickling my asshole? I don't know. It's a mentipede.
Oh, bleh.
Great.
There's a spider and it's crawling into my ass.
Yeah, right in. Is this Black Widow territory?
I mean, honestly, if you're in Southern California, that is Black Widow. That's their stomping
ground.
Just
generally, that's where you're gonna find them.
They're like in your house, and you go, oh, there's one. We just don't go to that corner of the house now.
Ever. It's worth noting that Tim, the guy I work with, informed me that in southwestern Ontario we do indeed have Black Widow spiders.
Oh.
I've never seen one.
Me either.
You'll know immediately if I ever do see one.
Good.
Because you'll never hear from me again. Because I'll be dead by my own hand.
Ah, good.
If I see a Black Widow spider, guess what? It's becoming a Black Widow if it was married to me, because I will kill myself.
Can you at least put a glass over the spider first to contain
I don't want to get that close to that fucking shit. Nah. No. And you know what? I have to exist in this world where they are, So does everybody else. I'm not going to help you
Just
with my dying breath.
Just put a glass just over that and then do what you got to do. And then, I mean, at least when somebody discovers you, be like, Black Widow spider.
Or maybe that would help them know exactly why it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to eliminate all the confusion about my suicide.
Just like put a sheet underneath and just draw a circle.
Yeah. Oh, why would he do that? Oh, I see why.
Yeah. Whoa.
Right away.
Burn the house down. Burn the house down.
Yeah. Don't worry about the remains. It's fine.
I don't know if you noticed as well when for like the things where they're manipulating the teens.
Mm-hmm.
The one, I think it's the redheaded girl. She's got the knife in her hand.
Yeah.
The guy like flips a switch and electrifies the knife, so she drops it.
Shocks the shit out of that knife.
Yeah, I thought that was a little weird, but
they have wireless electrification technology.
Hey, yeah. I mean, get that knife out of her hand, zap.
Wouldn't you be able to do that with like the keys to the RV or something? Then
yeah, you would think.
So that you don't encounter the problem where they're going through the tunnel that was supposed to blow up, it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because Shaggy, the highest person in the movie, happened to find the fucking one hatch that leads to the most important electrical board in the entire region.
Oh, yeah.
He's just down there in a cellar that he's not supposed to find, dicking around with wires.
I think it's also important to note that, I mean, there's a lot of important things to note. But on this note, it's important to note. They made a couple references. They like dropped it throughout the movie where they're like, "Oh man, what? It must be what he's smoking. He's immune to everything."
Yeah.
Oh, what's in his weed? He's smoking weed and it's making him good at the game here.
Yeah. You know what's fucked? The chem lab lady.
Yeah.
In the whatever headquarters there says that they put shit in it to make that not happen. Mm-hmm. And then it just made no difference whatsoever. Your whole job is chemicals.
Yeah.
That influence people in order to prevent the end of the world, literally. Do a better one. Same thing with the fucking electrical. Put those wires somewhere better.
Yeah.
Don't put them underground 20 feet outside the front door of this cabin.
Oh my God.
Don't hide your little webcam in the lamp. If I go to a hotel I've never been to before, I look for those things.
Yeah, I noted down like always check your Airbnb for cameras.
Yep.
It's important because
It sure is. That's how they're
there.
They fucking tried to kill like Nixon that way. It was either Nixon or Reagan or something. There's this old story about him being in a hotel and they were worried that it was bugged. So all the Secret Service agents just talked really loudly about how weird it would be if it was bugged until I think it was the Russians were like, all right, fuck this. They must know.
That's really, I'm gonna start using that in my everyday life.
There better not be wires in this room.
Whenever I go into a bathroom, I hope nobody's ready to hear me shit loudly. I'm going to shit so hard.
That RV that they drive, and I wanted to remember this one for you specifically.
Okay.
It's the same RV that's in The Hills Have Eyes.
I know.
Good, I'm glad you know that.
Ugh.
I saw that one on the old trivia page on the IMDb for this film, and I was like, Matt is going to love that specifically.
Ugh.
Because he loves The Hills Have Eyes. For those of you who haven't listened to the first episode of the podcast where he talks about how much he loves it.
Ugh. I just got a full body. Ugh.
Yeah.
From toes to shoulders. Ugh.
So head wasn't involved.
No
Either one.
The head stayed stationary. The body jiggled.
Good. On the topic of this guy's fucking weed habit, did you happen to look on the table when they're driving up to the cabin?
Oh yeah, he had joints of every size.
He had every conceivable joint.
Yeah, he did.
That coffee bong is awesome.
Yeah, that was like the inconspicuous bong.
Yeah. Huge bong that collapses into a coffee mug.
Ever since I watched this movie the first time, I've been looking for one of those. And then I read on the trivia page, it cost $5,000 to make.
Yeah.
But it's fully functional.
Yeah.
Which is important.
It's almost worth it, man.
It is.
Holy shit.
Just to like telescope it up. What are you, high?
Nah. I'm just really enjoying this caffeine.
Right? I loved the way he like collapsed the mug and like turned to his girlfriend's like, and he like threw that line out there. Was very reminded me of that movie Ferris Bueller. Seemed like something he would say.
I have never seen it.
Oh,
Enjoy that.
oh!
I've deliberately, up to this point, avoided it. In fact,
I wish it was a horror movie. I'd force you to watch it.
the time where it was an appropriate movie for me to watch, I didn't have anybody who knew what it was in my life. And then later on, the only people who talk about it are people who have seen it 13,000 times. And I don't care enough. I don't care enough about the weird lore surrounding his friend character who fucking skips school all the time being in his head.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Potentially not a real person.
I do like me some John Hughes.
Why do I know that name?
Because he directed every movie in the 80s.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. So you love 16 Candles.
I think he did that. I think he did like Home Alone.
You love Statutory Rape the movie.
No, I mean I've never actually seen 16 Candles, but my mom was like, you should watch Ferris Bueller like a long time ago when I was like a kid. I was
So
like,
your mom was on point then.
yeah,
when you were a kid.
like I hate to say this, but I watched it a long time ago, like before most people saw it. You know.
Oh, I see.
You know, I hate to be this guy, but I'm in on the little in track of a movie called Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yeah, I've been watching that for a long time.
You were basically in the theater when it got released.
Yeah, it was only released like 6 or 7 years before I was born, I think. But
You might as well have just gotten the pre-copy.
yeah, for real. I was in on like I might as well have been on set. You know, I just know everything about Ferris and his Buellers.
And he's got plenty of them, enough to fill a day.
I mean, we kind of glossed over probably one of the most important characters in this movie, Mordecai, the Harbinger.
The Harbinger.
It's just first of all, he hangs out at a gas station where I guess he works or owns or something.
Yeah.
Even though it's closed.
It's fully closed.
It's closed.
It's so fucking closed.
That the doors are unlocked.
Yeah.
And you can walk right in there.
You can tell that this movie is a few years old because, once again, to bring up race, a black person is willing to go into a closed store in the middle of nowhere without fearing for his safety.
For real.
In the sticks.
It does date itself that way.
My. Guess what? I see that closed gas station. I go, ha. There's probably nooses in there. See ya.
Oh my
Hard
God.
by. Also, it's closed. Don't stop. Also, you know how far you can drive a fucking Winnebago on a full tank of gas?
I mean,
They should have filled up before they left the city.
They really should have. And like even running on fumes, you can still go for a while.
Yeah, and that's got to be. They knew where they were well enough for Chris Hemsworth to be like, I could dirt bike back from here.
Yeah.
So it's not like they fucking drove 7.5 hours north.
You know what? Like I see Mordecai standing outside a gas station. I say, we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
We'll find that next one, or we'll call AA.
Yeah. The only brown that guy likes is what's in his mouth.
We'll call AAA.
We'll call AAA.
Not. I mean, we could call Alcoholics Anonymous. They're not going to be able to drive to come
It's
get
just
us.
one less A.
Yeah, it's one less A. It's a little cheaper.
I'm not going to be able to drive it to get us.
I liked the line with Thor where he's like, I don't think this thing takes credit. And then you got Shaggy there going, I don't think it knows what money is.
Yeah.
I think this is barter gas.
Shaggy has probably the best lines in the movie.
Oh, the whole time. And he's also like got the conspiracies that nobody wants to listen to.
Yeah, which once again, somebody's telling you that shit. And there it is. There's the Color Out of Space tie-in.
Yep.
If you run into a Tommy Chong,
Exactly.
he knows the information.
He's listening.
And also, like, so few prophets in movies like this end up being so fucking right. Shaggy wasn't even remotely wrong. He was righter than he even knew he was about all of his predictions and everything. The only thing that concerned me a little bit is when he's talking about putting microchips in kids, and I was like, oh no, Shaggy's an anti-vaxxer. Isn't he?
Yeah.
He's
Which is a bummer.
He's got a couple of anti-vaxxer opinions early on.
Yeah, they had the right idea when they were like, "Oh, we're out.
Yeah.
We're gonna go bang in the woods." I also I thought it was funny. I saw in the trivia that in the scene where they're all jumping in the lake, the only guy who didn't jump in the lake was the stoner, and that is because in real life he is more ripped than Thor.
Yeah.
And it would have been fucking weird to see him super muscular in the water next to the guy who's supposed to be the most muscular.
Like in the world. He's the only one who could lift that hammer. That's a heavy-ass hammer then.
Yeah, he's literally Muscles. Muscles the man.
I wrote his name down. I thought, that can't be it, dude. Fran Krantz? I don't know. It's something like that, though.
It's real close.
Interesting. He, on the note of that character, and it makes sense because he's just a weird ass stoner, man.
Yeah.
Who has the motivation to go to the gym when you're smoking out of a coffee bong before you show up to travel?
I wouldn't.
No.
I don't have the motivation to like do most things.
Did you see though the acting training that he went through for the movie?
No, I did not.
He went through apparently 2 hours of joint rolling training from experts.
For that one scene where he holds the joint like this?
Well, there's that, and then, there's a couple scenes where he's sparking one up.
He's literally never seen without a joint the entire movie.
That's true.
Even when the world's about to end, he has one lit already.
Yeah. So they did this as part of his character, and like the props that he had on him.
Yeah.
He was always had between 5 and 7. Just about.
That's good. That's a good amount.
There was always like one that he was either in the process of rolling, getting ready to hit a bong that's right over here, or he'd have one like on an inner pocket or something.
Yeah.
So I like to think that him as an actor, he was like, I want a bunch of joints. And then like periodically throughout scenes without any prompting, you just take one out and be like, yeah, man, character. That's method acting.
Absolutely. That's hilarious. Did you hear about again, Mordecai's like his audition tape. It's him fighting with a vending machine. Yeah,
I'd give him the role.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who's got like, here's my audition tape, and it's you mumbling with a vending machine and like fighting it over $1. Yeah, you're Mordecai for sure.
You're in any movie that I make, I'm putting you in.
You look like you grew up on a farm, so you look like you smell like racisms.
Yeah, and
get in there.
Get dirty. I gotta tell you, anybody who enjoys chewing tobacco is mentally unhinged.
He sprays it like a llama in defense mode. That was so gross. First of all, look, you know what? You meet anybody named Mordecai.
Yeah.
Back the other way.
You're out immediately.
Yeah, go home, because any further you're in Mordecai country, and he could be your guy. He could have been the neighbor. You don't know. He killed one cabin over. Yeah. Oh, it's Mordecai, the llama who spits acid.
Who does that? Calls my girlfriend a whore completely unprovoked.
Oh, yeah.
And then just talks about frightening prophecies with the most like creepy fucking metaphors, so much so that the people who are in charge of running this whole ritual are grossed out by it.
Yeah.
And they just make fun of his ass, because what else can you do then?
I mean, anybody named Mordecai, half the things they're saying are are like out of context, creepy biblical quotes. That's all. That's all he's got to say.
Cleanse the impure, make them regret, rob the demons in the night. And these fucking people are just in button-up shirts and ties like it's an office job that they barely enjoy. We got to start a betting pool, otherwise it's so boring down here controlling the fate of humanity.
For real. That upsetting painting in the room when they first get in, and he like pulls it off.
That painting.
What do you think that's a painting of? What do you think the name of that painting is?
No, I don't know what the name of the painting is, but based on what it appeared to be, I mean, that just looks like old school hunting to me. You're really massacring what looks like a sheep from what I could see, but I don't know how weird it is.
Well, they're like all demented hillbillies with like weird eyes, and then there's
I didn't get that good of a look at it.
There's like a shadow guy in the background watching it happen.
Oh, so it's the goddamn Buckners right in that painting, isn't it?
I think so.
And they just started with the sheep, but that's like, then you have like the whole lamb to the slaughter metaphor, which is also biblical. So it just makes 100% sense.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So yeah, you get that, and you got the creepy like one-way glass to like watch them, like the other person in the other room or whatever.
One of the directors of this movie is Joss Whedon, who you'll know from fucking the Avengers and every other shitheaded superhero movie that I hate. Mm-hmm. But the other one, whose name I can't remember now, it's like fucking Derek Sherwood or some shit like that. This was the first movie he ever directed. Every movie that he's directed after this has had one white glass in a scene.
Oh.
He does it on purpose. It's like Quentin Tarantino with the feet.
Okay.
That's like his trademark.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want a scene where I can see you be naked, but you can't see me be naked.
Right. Well, you got good guy. Good guy. What's his name? He's got a dumb name.
I'm gonna call him Jackson Avery because I don't remember his name,
right,
and he's Jackson Avery in Grey's Anatomy.
Okay, so you got Jackson Avery.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, hey, no, don't get naked. I can see you.
Admirable.
So admirable. Let's switch rooms so you can you feel comfortable. All right. As soon as she closes the door, he's in there, just rips his clothes off before she has time to put the mirror back up. Like,
he wastes no time getting naked the second he knows that she might be able to see it.
Yeah. Oh my God. So he went from being super admirable to just being a weirdo.
Well, voyeurism when you're the subject of it is less creepy than voyeurism when you're the predator.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But even still, it's just like...
He just wanted to make it known that he's super ripped.
Yeah.
How come every guy in this movie is super ripped, even the ones who aren't supposed to be?
Because that's what teen life is like. Did you know that? If you're
just hot, young, and ripped all the time,
it's more of a responsibility than it is. It's a real burden. I hear, and that's why I'm the way I am. You know,
a blob. Because same.
Like
I get it.
I like to think I'm in shape. It's just a rhombus. You know,
I'm a dodecahedron.
I'm watching my figure. It's like
I'm
a car accident.
I'm that fucking hypercube that's just constantly forming and molding.
Fucking love Cube.
Undulating.
Oh, we're gonna watch Cube at some point.
We're gonna have to, because in this movie, this scene where you get to see all of the monsters is a direct reference to the fucking Cube.
The fucking Cube. There's a lot of references in this movie.
This movie is jam-packed.
We'll go through them in a sec here.
There's too many. Almost every item and scene
really
in this movie is a reference to another one.
So we got right after that deer or the wolf makeout scene. There's like a hatch to the basement blows open.
Yeah. So I wrote that down on my sheet as by number one. As in the number one, the first reason in the movie to make me go by.
So the first reason wasn't Mordecai.
No, because I would have been very unsettled by that man. But I get to be like, see you later. I'm going to the cabin now. Not great considering he knew exactly what fucking cabin they were going to.
Yeah.
It's woods back there and nothing else. And I assume plenty of cabins.
You would think.
And then he goes, oh, you're going to the Buckner place, aren't you? So I'd be like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, no, we're going to a different cabin.
Yeah, it's definitely not the No, we're going to the Butler cabin.
It's a fancy cabin.
It's across the river, like 30 miles. You probably don't even know where it is. All right, see ya. And so I could see myself making it past that guy.
Okay.
No amount of wind is going to blow that fucking basement door open.
No.
That door is heavier than my grandmother.
That was very much Evil Dead.
Yeah.
The evil spirits just blasting that door open.
Yeah. Yep. And that was my first buy right there.
Okay.
And then they start to increase in frequency from that point on at a rapid rate.
Okay.
You go down into that fucking basement, and there's all these trinkets, and the ones that you touch are the ones that make bad shit happen to you. Just off the top of my head right away, music box, old film reels.
Yes.
Puzzle box. All three of those, I'm getting in the RV and leaving.
Yeah.
Because I know, as much as I love Rubik's, it doesn't look like that fucking weird orb.
Yup.
If there's old film in a basement, I guarantee you there's murders on it. I'll promise you that. I'll put money down.
Oh my God.
And nothing good ever comes from music boxes. The best that you get is a ghost in the box. The worst that you get is it's the fucking some old lady's creepy piece of memorabilia that's the only thing keeping her sane, and the fact that you touched it means that she's going to take your penis off and like bury it or something.
At least you're gonna get like a chilling tune in your head for the rest of your life.
Yeah, which I don't want when I'm in
a night sweats. Oh, the music box.
Forever.
All right. Well, okay. So say you do go down in this.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the one item you would touch?
Out of all the shit in there,
if out of what you can remember, or like what would be something you would touch had you seen it in the basement?
There were a lot of, and you know what? I begrudgingly, knowing me, would probably touch the film reels, despite the fact that I just said I would hate them so bad to leave. That it's something I would recognize immediately, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, you know, there's something terrible on this, but I want to see it." Also, watching a movie that has a bunch of old murders on it beats the shit out of playing Truth or Dare with 4 people in a room.
Oh, it certainly does. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah,
Truth or Dare is the dumbest fucking game ever. And Chris Hemsworth kind of nails it. And it's like, okay, well, if you have any like prudish or trepidatious people, they're going to go dare. And then you're going to say something they don't want to do. And they're going to go truth. And then on the spot, how many good truth questions can you come up with that don't like damage your friendship irreparably because of how intimate they are?
Yeah, Truth or Dare is just it's not a fun game.
Ever had an STD? And then like, what?
I mean, no.
Good.
Yeah. You could just
that was fun.
Yeah, great. Cool.
Next round? No thanks.
I dare you to put your dick somewhere dirty.
I don't really want it.
It is important that I watch for the dare.
I have to prove. I got to make sure that you're doing it.
Yeah, I wrote down puzzle ball or old
I'm not
film
touching
reels.
that fucking ball. I don't care.
I would be checking to see if it's porn, because that's what I figure. What do you keep in a cabin in the basement somewhere far away? Old weirdo porn.
You know?
Like 70s porno, like weird stuff.
It's full bush.
Yeah.
You're right. I'll be honest. I would probably think porn before murder. If you were also there and you're like, there's porn on those, you wouldn't even have to try and convince me. I'd be like, yeah, probably.
So there's I think it's Friday the 13th 3 or 4. They're mucking around and they find old film reels, and it ends up being like a bachelor film, I think they call it, but it's like a 70s porno, and it's on the old reels like that.
The reason why I went straight to murders is because Sinister.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's the first thing I think of now whenever, because he finds him in a fucking attic, and he's like, oh, what's on these? And then, like his family gets murdered.
Yep, I remember that movie.
What the fuck do you expect?
Okay, so in the opposite line of questioning, what would be the item that would summon you if people were to touch it? And what kind of monster would you be?
You promptly go first, because I imagine you've thought about this, and I have to actually put thought into it.
It would like, I would want it to be something cool, but it's gonna end up being like something that looks like something, but it's stupid. It's like a stupid pipe. And it just,
a stupid pipe.
You just like pick it like, oh, it's a fucking pipe.
Yeah, and Shaggy's stoked.
And then I'm just like, guys. Shh.
You're not even a monster. You're just a squatter down there. Leave it alone.
I'm shitting.
You really don't want anybody to know when you're shitting.
Well, I figured that would get them out of there,
Yeah. I want to say I would be some kind of swamp monster, just because the spread on my ability to move around here. You got woods, and you got old dirty creek water, swamps.
Yep.
And I want, these Buckners are unnaturally moist.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know what that's about, because they come out of the fucking cold dirt, and they've been decomposing for quite some time. Do you get wet as that happens?
I think so. I think whatever juices you have, or like if rainwater seeps down into the earth, like it gets kind of muddy, maybe.
But they've been there for they've been there for decades, potentially.
You would expect them to be dry, but I feel like still, like the further you dig down, earth is still pretty moist. I don't know.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of plant life around there, so that makes sense.
And like technically they were kept in like a glass box. Maybe
that is true.
Maybe they got sweaty. You know?
They were. I didn't really think about the glass. If anything, yeah. Well, just about every monster in those boxes is wet, so I guess you're right. I also would go swamp monster because it's not really represented by what's at least on the betting board there.
Yeah.
The best that you have is merman, and as much as I liked that thing, really ineffective.
Yeah.
You could outrun that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Right away.
That's something that gets you while you're sleeping, and you'd have to be sleeping near a pond.
Yeah.
Because it's going to dry out.
And like really heavy too, because it's slapping like a dead fish as it walks toward you.
Yeah. The second he fell on the ground and you heard like flop,
Yeah.
flop, I'm like, oh, here it comes.
That's a fucking merman, isn't it?
Here
Right
it
there.
comes.
I knew it.
I mean, we can't just not gloss over the phrase husband's bulge.
No, we can't.
That's my new favorite thing to say is this guy's got a husband's bulge. That's like the best line to like, what they were trying to like, it was when the redheaded girl and the other guy were like getting together and then,
yeah.
Like I should learn names when I watch movies, but it's
Jackson Avery and redhead.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he walks by, he's like, oh, he's got a husband's bulge. Immediately kills every mood that would ever be made for the next hour.
Oh no. He sensed that vibe out right away, and his one goal walking through that room was to crush it.
Yup.
And he succeeded so good. I meant to, the husband's bulge I have written down because it's the Buckners, and you know, Judah, fucking shocker. I remember that, and made me think of fucking Judah Friedlander, who you might not know him by name, but he's like a comedy actor who is very greasy. He's got curly hair and glasses, and he's got some kind of number one trucker hat all the time. He's in a lot of like Adam Sandler or Steve Carell movies.
Okay, I would probably know him if I saw him.
Yeah, he's got a very unique look, and it's bad.
Okay,
He kind of looks like fucking Judah Buckner, to be honest, but fat. Do they still get hard even after they're zombies?
Well,
because is he gonna have a husband's bulge while he's inflicting all this pain on his living victims?
as in life, so is in death. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I
or
feel
is
like
it just rigor mortis at that point?
yeah, it might always be hard at that point if it hasn't fallen off.
Yeah, which I imagine. Yeah, it could have.
It could have very well fallen off.
The little girl there, the main Buckner zombie chick with the missing arm, is the daughter in Silent Hill.
Oh, hey.
So everybody enjoyed that information. I don't care how much makeup you put on that face, I'm going to recognize it because it's weirdly shaped.
She also gets clotheslined by Thor.
That was
like NFL tackle to the ground, feet up over the head, clotheslined just on her head.
Even if that were in a football game, that's a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah.
He was trying to take her head right off.
Yeah, like, I hope that was not like a 14-year-old girl, and that was like a young adult male to take that hit.
It's actually Chris Hemsworth like, I'm going to run through this bitch.
Oh my God, you better get that stretcher ready.
That's what that guy whose name I'll never remember, but the football player, that's what he's talking about when he says run through a motherfucker's face.
Oh my God. For real though, he blasts her. That I had to pause and laugh.
Yeah, dude.
Feet like up over his arm.
It was a full backflip.
Folded her the wrong way.
It was magical.
And then he's like immediately, we got to stay together. And then that's when they bring
and
up
then
the
pheromones. He smells the smelling salts out of the HVAC.
And it's like, oh wait, never mind, guys. We should probably split up.
Here's my problem. Okay, and it was defeated a little bit by the fact that once they split up, the purpose of getting them to split up was so that they could be locked in each room individually.
Yeah, and
that way taken care of one at a time. But the idea to split up when you're in a cabin, it's not that big of a deal. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm 10 feet away from everybody at any time here.
Yeah, there's not really many places to go.
Fuck it, let's split up. I'll see you in 2 seconds when I turn my head.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. For real, though.
You know what? As a matter of fact, I wrote down, these idiots clearly have never seen Evil Dead because of that fucking basement hatch.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, my God.
How do you not know?
There's definitely a witch down there.
At least.
There's for sure a witch.
Mm-hmm.
That's where witches
you're going to be dead by dawn. which they were, as it turns out.
Oh, for real, they were.
Regardless of how the movie ends, who survives and who doesn't, everybody was dead by dawn in this movie.
I really enjoyed the bong being used as not only a bong but a weapon.
Yeah.
Just when it came, I guess like
it's a cudgel at that point.
Yeah, they thought the stoner was dead, and then he comes back with the like using his bong as a two-handed mace.
I don't know if it's because of how much weed he smoked, and there's some sort of a correlation between that and the amount of blood you can have in your body at once. But he gets pulled over a ridge, and then you see a fountain of blood explode out.
Yeah.
By all intents and purposes, it's like, okay, well, he died because that's a lot of blood to lose.
It was quite the scream to give out too.
Yep, and somehow, and it's not super explained, he doesn't die.
No, yeah, he just comes back.
The zombie that tries to kill him gets dismembered by him, which is impressive given the fact that Sigourney Weaver, a 58-year-old grandmother, beat the shit out of him at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
She trucked him hard in the face. And you can't be both. You gotta be dismembering zombies or getting your dick kicked by an old lady. One or the other.
Oh my God. When he dismembered the zombie, like that was like one of my favorite lines. He's like, yeah, I dismembered him with a trowel. How's your day?
Yeah. He's got the best ones. I hear they're bringing the railroad through here. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Streets paved with actual street.
With actual street.
Dude, it's so fucking funny, the whole movie.
Oh, I forgot. Also, so there's like that force field that prevents them from leaving. That's the whole thing. And Kurt goes to jump.
Yeah. Thor
goes to jump his little dirt bike.
Kurt, you got his name.
Yeah. That's the only one I can remember because I wrote it down here.
Yeah.
And he hits that wall with his dirt bike. And then it reminded me of in the Titanic when that guy like falls off the top of the boat and cartwheels down and just bong hits his head off the blade.
Oh.
He did that off the wall
over and over.
Oh my God.
I don't know what weird gravitational pull that wall had. If you're bouncing off that, you're not going to keep smacking it with your head and feet ass over tea kettle down into a cavernous abyss that has no visible bottom. Also, where are they? What cabin in what fucking woods?
Appalachia.
Yeah,
judging by Mordecai, very far in the mountains where cousins kiss cousins and ain't nobody saying nothing.
You look straight down and you see that. Also, about that force field. At the very beginning of this movie, they go through the tunnel. Yeah. And you see a bird fly into that force field and get decimated immediately. How many dead animals are at the bottom of that ravine?
Oh, it's probably a bird graveyard down there.
It's been decades of this.
Yeah.
They've had the same location for years and years. You don't see that driving in? Oh, hey, look, a pile of millions of birds at least.
Yeah, for real. Like, what's that smell?
Everywhere.
Smells like flocks of birds in a pit.
Not to mention the animals, like other ones. There must be tons of them. You should have just fucking gone down there and found food. I bet you there's just a smorgasbord.
I think the only person who questioned like where this cabin even originated from what was the stoner guy, because he was the only one when they went down there's like, where did your cousin buy this cabin from?
Yeah.
And then at the end, like, I don't even think he has a cousin.
No.
It's just like, where did they get the idea to even go to this cabin?
Well, they were there early enough to put weird chemicals in the girl's hair dye to make her stupid.
Yeah.
They must have also just put in Kurt's head, hey, you want a cabin?
I know where there's a cabin, boy.
He's just in bed sleeping and buy the cabin. Buy it.
At least go there with nobody's permission, apparently. Well, they're just like, is there a cabin? I heard there's a cabin. Fuck it.
Just check it out, man.
Let's see if the door's unlocked. Let's just go.
What are you doing this spring break?
So we got the betting board. The whole time, all of the employees at this facility who are orchestrating the ritual have a betting board.
In order to keep things, like I said, I assumed more entertaining than just sitting at a bunch of, like, a huge switchboard watching 19-year-olds fuck.
I wish that wasn't a large part of their job, by the way.
A huge part, arguably one of the most important parts of their job. And people, as a matter of fact, in this whole headquarters will stop doing what they're doing to watch it.
Yeah, well,
all in a group together, standing there in front of a big screen.
I thought that was very, probably not workplace appropriate.
No. I put like a little sensor bar or something.
Put up a screensaver.
So here's, the betting board. They, in order to keep it somewhat entertaining, they all bet on, and this is where I wasn't 100% sure, because later on in the movie, there's a shitload more monsters than even are on this board.
Yes, there are.
So I was wondering, or at least the headcanon that I created, was that these monsters are on rotation. We do this every year, and every year there's a different set of monsters that you can bet on. Because, like, they have the monsters on the board, and then the betting and who bet on what is in a different font entirely.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe that the board itself and the monsters on it were created beforehand.
See, what I was thinking was that those are the monsters that were bet on out of the entire pool of monsters. But, yeah, you're right, they are written in different markers.
I don't hate that explanation either, but that means that somewhere there's a full list.
Yeah.
And everybody at this head HQ has access to the full list.
Which would be badass.
Also, that whole list then, and that fucking intern chooses one that maintenance chose already. Mm-hmm. Why?
Yeah.
You have so many choices.
You know what? You're right. And then, yeah, even like the one person was like, hey, I chose zombies too. It was like, oh, these are different zombies.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
have a different set of zombies.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, most zombies are fucking the exact same. But
for the most part,
you got to be able to categorize. So, like, there's zombie redneck torture family, right?
Yeah.
They're not out to eat human flesh.
No, they're out to bring in the most inconvenient handsaw you have.
Yeah.
And slowly cut off somebody's head.
And also a bear trap for, like, the abominable snowman. For fuck's sake, that trap was huge.
Yeah, it, like, clamped onto the skin on her back, and
massive bear trap.
That would feel horrible.
What's her name there? The redhead doesn't double tap that fucking zombie in the black room, by the way, when it's hanging down, and that's why it comes back. Just want to point that out.
Oh yeah, she really oughta.
Nah, you just try. You stab him in the eye once, it doesn't take. So you just hit him in the chest a couple times, and then that's it. Nah, take that head right off.
For real though, always double tap.
Important to note here that there are, for those of you who do care about the fact that there's multiple iterations of zombies, you got the redneck torture family zombies. You have just straight up zombies. You have deadites, which are the zombies from Evil Dead.
Yes, they are.
And you have the reanimated, which is another way of saying fucking zombies.
I was thinking the film reels might be the reanimated, whatever they are. Maybe I don't know.
The film reels.
Because
I know what the film reels is, actually.
Oh, what are they?
It's fucking Kevin.
Okay.
It's Kevin's films.
Oh.
I'm like 90% sure.
Okay.
And so on this board, you have many very interesting options. Personally, I was interested in the what I thought was the angry molesting tree.
You know what? The more I look at it, it does look like that's...
I swear to God, it's molesting.
It might be. Honestly, it could be, but if for like the PG version, it could be molesting.
Molesting. Now, how does one molest?
Like mole sting. Like, I just figured that was a type of tree, a molesting tree. I don't know.
You know what I hate? That sounds like a fucking type of tree.
Yeah, see, I didn't want it to be the angry molesting tree.
Yeah.
I mean, but here we are.
I got news for you, though. That's the first time I've ever heard anybody say molesting.
Okay, well, look. You got the dude from Billy Madison. He's in charge of that board. I wouldn't put it past him to write angry molesting tree. It's already angry.
Yeah, he's got the attitude of somebody who would have voted for that.
Yeah, as does the other guy who just was screaming "fuck you" at those 14 girls.
Yeah, those poor girls are just trying their best not to become possessed by a horrible ghost, and he just takes full offense to that. He takes it super personally. So I was interested for sure in angry molesting tree. Mm-hmm. Giant snake.
Giant snake sounds good.
You got
anaconda.
Yeah, you got witches, and then sexy witches.
Now, see that. I'd like to see what object you have to touch for that one. And then are we talking like anime witches? Is that what's?
It's a sticky broom.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that
it's
at
a
all.
sticky broom handle.
I mean, we just go through the whole list here: werewolf, alien, beast, mutants.
Yeah.
What mutants might have been cool?
So the more I thought about it after I said it to you earlier, the things in there that are throwing up green shit all over the guy when you see like the CCTV footage, those might be mutants.
There you go.
Because they're humanoid, but they're not. I mean, what are you throwing up?
Yeah.
Mutant goo?
Acid, maybe.
That makes sense.
You got some wraiths.
Yeah.
You got a couple different like ghosts in here. Then there's zombies. And then you have Reptilius, which is basically Godzilla.
I wanted to know what the fuck that was, because it's not a reptilian, as in the things that take over Obama when he becomes president.
Exactly. No,
it's Reptilius,
and
that's a single name for a thing.
It's a giant lizard monster, and you see its foot step into frame.
Oh, that's what that giant foot is?
Yeah,
okay,
that's Reptilius.
Before you go any further, you tell me to my face, how the fuck do you fight a wraith? That is ethereal air.
Yeah, it screams.
It does.
You just plug your ears and just run away.
But it obviously takes the form of like hands and face.
Yeah,
so it can probably grab.
It most likely would grab.
And it's not bound by gravity. That fucking thing's coming to you, picking you up and dropping you 100 feet high.
And the whole time screaming and wailing.
Dude, screaming so loud that I'm annoyed too.
Mm-hmm. That's wraiths for you though. They're always screaming about some
super
shit.
Disrespectful. They always have something dumb to say.
Yeah. Then you got clowns, which would have been fun.
The clown, the iteration of the clown in the end scene there, I found myself rather a little bit disappointed by.
Okay.
Because it was just a clown who's impervious to bullets.
Yeah.
So he's just walking at you and he's mad. I don't have a fear of clowns.
No, not me either.
I know a lot of people who do, and I don't understand. My only assumption being you just had a really bad birthday party when you were 5.
I've seen a lot of awful children's like porcelain clown dolls.
Yeah,
and like that's upsetting in itself, but it doesn't make clowns scary.
No, you can have a non-scary clown.
Those dolls should be facing the other way or in a box. They're not for decoration. My
coworker Tim has a story about when he lived at home. He had an older sister who collected a lot of porcelain dolls, relatively life-sized ones. So he's got this, and they had those eyes that like move independently.
I hate it.
Not automated, but like based on which way you're tilting them or whatever.
Yeah.
Almost like they have a counterweight inside.
I think that's how they work.
So he lived in the basement when he lived at home, and he's got this story about her keeping her fucking porcelain dolls in storage. Ugh. And he looks over one day, and one of them, its eyes moved to meet his, and he stuffed that fucking thing back in the box, and he never looked in that direction again, and he's fine today.
Oh, that's good.
So that's how you deal with that when you see that.
Okay.
But fuck that for sure.
Yeah. That's a room you just don't go into.
Or you burn the doll. There's plenty of options, really.
Yeah. Honestly, if you have a clown dolls, you put those in a room, and that's the room you don't.
That's the clown doll room now.
Yeah. That's what happens if
you're not careful. I'm going to put you in the clown doll room.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's some parenting right there.
Yeah. And then I, as a child, would probably be like, you know what? Just give me up into the foster system.
Yeah.
That's a better option.
For real.
I don't want to be here either.
So you got clowns, you got witches, you got sexy witches.
Yeah.
Demons, Hell Lord.
Like, is it just witches with their titties out? I want to know.
Again, I think it's anime witches.
Or are we talking like sirens? You know,
yeah,
not the mermaid ones, but like the other kind.
Yeah,
they just lure you in with a nice song, and then the next thing you know, you're inside out.
Or they're just witches in bikinis.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that going to get in the way of your spellcasting abilities?
Yeah, witches can be men too.
Those are warlocks.
Sexy warlocks.
Nice. Just dick out.
At the angry mole sting tree.
It just makes me think of a Moleskine book.
Yeah.
Every time you say that.
Me too. Giant snake.
You went right past Hell Lord.
I mentioned Hell
Oh,
Lord.
you got Hell Lord in there?
I got Hell Lord in there.
You gotta say who Hell Lord is because you know.
Well, no,
I'm the same guy.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's the same guy?
I am.
Okay, so the golden sphere.
Yeah, the puzzle orb
that I said I would grab, which now knowing what I know, would never touch that puzzle.
No,
that puzzle summons a character, and it's the character who is obviously standing in that box next to them. With the saw blades
and the blacked out eyes.
Yeah,
and he doesn't blink.
Yeah,
and he's just holding that, and he's got a couple friends behind him.
He certainly does. In the credits of the movie, that man is credited for playing a character called Fornicus, the Lord of Bondage. Fornicus. And you see him at one point in one of the CCTV monitors doing his thing with like a dude bound up hanging from the ceiling.
And he's kind of just standing there dealing.
Yeah.
And now this is a clear reference for me anyway to Hellraiser.
And I think so as well.
These are the goddamn Cenobites and Pinhead himself.
Yeah, but
except it's saw blades instead of pins.
I'd still watch the Fornicus movie.
Yeah, Fornicus probably there's a lot. So that was the whole thing with like the first Hellraisers anyway, is that he's giving you indescribable pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
He's going to give you a fucking 3-month-long orgasm, but then he's just going to keep ripping your eyes out of your sockets over and over again for another 3 months until they balance out.
I'm just not going to touch the puzzle.
Yeah, that's for the best.
I feel like I could do one of those myself without having to do the other one.
Yeah.
And I'd be a lot more comfortable than a dude doing it to me with a pin head kind of deal.
Just watching you enjoy or hate, depending.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hate no matter what. I don't want you in the room with me. That's a long-ass time to come, dude.
It is.
I'm gonna dehydrate and die.
For sure. I'm going to need some Gatorades on tap.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got the giant snake, the Deadites, and then you got Kevin. Mm-hmm. Just Kevin, not Kevin from The Office, I don't think. But
no,
Kevin.
I will say this: with the whole list of monsters here, like some of them are, seem innocuous and then turn out not to be. Some of them are a little confusing. There was something unnaturally upsetting to me about just a guy named Kevin on this list.
Yes.
Kevin is the worst out of all of these to me.
It's the most intriguing. I would like to see the Kevin movie.
I'm terrified of Kevin.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter what he does. He just goes by Kevin and he shares like a lunchroom with the rest of these. Mm-hmm. He can hold his own in that.
Yep.
Cool, man. Fuck you, Kevin.
It's just
Kevin scares the shit out of me.
He's just a fucking guy. Yeah, he's... When you think about it like that, he really is the most terrifying.
It's fucking Elijah Wood from Sin City.
It is. So then you got Mummy, which by the way, I would have been upset by because
I just grab you and pull. It's like toilet paper.
Oh no, I would have been just like, really, a mummy in the forest?
Yeah.
This mummy's not in it. Why is Mummy even on the board? But you just unravel it and it's just bones.
It's the easiest thing to fucking defeat ever. What does it even do? Just grab you real tight? I literally wipe my ass with your clothing.
It's gonna give you like probably some sort of disease from touching a dead body.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. That's the worst part of the Mummy. You get a fucking 35 AD plague, and that's it.
After the Mummy comes the Bride.
Yeah,
which is probably another ghost, kind of like a wraith, but with a bride.
I'm not 100% sure we get to see that one. So some of these are in the movie and background scenes during like the whole explosion of all the monsters out of the elevators and whatnot.
Which, by the way, you see all of the special infected from Left 4 Dead in there.
Yes.
You see the witch, the boomer, the tank for sure.
Yeah, and the smoker is also there. Now, I don't know if the bride is visible outside of that whole, like when they're in the elevators all together.
Yeah.
Because afterward, when they all come out, there's a couple that you see that are on this list that aren't on the list as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch.
That fucking scorpion robot, which I would have voted for without question.
Yeah, absolutely. How is that just not the thing they choose every time? Because that would just get the job done.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. How are you protecting yourself against that? It's probably 700 pounds of steel and anger.
Yeah.
And it's just 30 arms and it's buzzsaws on them.
And you're hiding in wood.
Yeah, you're fucked.
It's
getting right in, and it's not coming out until it's finished.
You can't lock the door against that. Knock, knock. It's buzzsaws through your face.
Yeah, not even knocks.
So, yeah, I don't know what that one was in this list.
It's not. I don't believe that one is in this betting list.
No, but hopefully it's in like the big old list.
Yeah.
So you got scarecrow folk who just pull your guts out.
Yeah.
And replace them with fucking...
You do get to see them do a very good job at their job.
There's a snowman.
Although, again, really easy. Just like the mummy again.
Yeah, light them on fire.
You have a lighter, you win.
Yeah.
That's it.
Unless they get your guts and they replace it with straw. Then you're kind of boned.
Don't get your guts near them.
That's true.
They have an arm's reach.
And, I mean, like how... I guess if they have scythes, maybe they're cutting you open, but like usually a hay is not
yeah,
very...
that's quite... You're going to get prickled.
Yeah.
You go, I don't like that feeling.
You got snowman...
I would have enjoyed seeing an abominable snowman, I'll be honest.
Well, not even. It's just snowman, because down later we have Yeti.
Okay, so a Yeti is an Arctic Bigfoot. It's not the same as a snowman that comes to life.
I'm thinking like Jack Frost.
Yeah. Okay. When I said abominable snowman, that's what I meant. But probably an abominable snowman is the Yeti.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dragon bat, vampires.
Dragon bat you get to see plenty of.
Yeah.
And he's pretty sick.
They don't hide the dragon bat.
No.
But I think you also get to see this is the one I wanted to see was the dismemberment goblins.
I was very curious about the dismemberment goblins myself.
Yeah.
I believe they're in the background somewhere, one of the hallway CCTV scenes.
I believe they are doing their dismembering as well. I think I saw them in there. And then you got Sugar Plum Fairy, which is terrifying.
Yeah, misleading name. Should have just called her the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
Because that's what her face is.
Yeah.
Not too many, like not everybody's going to know off the hop. Oh, the Sugar Plum Fairy, that gross thing with 18 sets of teeth in its mouth?
Yeah, well, was there one of the ballerina? No,
yeah,
maybe not.
They're
maybe it was
the
Sugar
same.
Plum Fairy. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. You got Merman, which of course, fucking, you get to see, and then it shoots blood out of its blowhole hilariously.
I forgot about this until just now. Earlier, you asked
Lay it on me.
what the thing you're going for in the basement the most is.
Oh, right, yes.
And I got to be honest, when I saw that conch, I was like, I'm blowing that shit.
Yeah.
So I would have brought the merman to life because I would have played music on that fucking conch probably.
Oh, dude.
In order to at least lighten the atmosphere in the basement a little.
And I'm not gonna lie, seeing you do it, I'd be like, can I please try? that looks like
man.
fun.
Go right ahead.
Oh, dude, I would.
We'd get mermanned, but we'd probably be fine.
Yeah, I feel like as long as we keep moving, we're gonna be moving faster than that thing.
Walk at a brisk pace and don't go swimming.
What's that movie? It Follows.
Yeah,
it's that.
Yeah, which I mean that sucks. At least this way, it's like it's just a weekend. The It Follows thing, I'm gonna forget.
Oh yeah.
15 months go by, something like that. I have like a week off from doing things. I'm gonna forget to travel.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to wake up being fucked by my own mom because it takes the form of things that it's already consumed or things that you're familiar with.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, so we got the Reanimated, which I thought was going to be the movie reel, but yeah, who knows? Who really knows?
I'm pretty sure it says it's Kevin. Anyway.
Okay. We got a unicorn, which fucking drills a guy at the end of the movie. And
that unicorn didn't give a unicare.
Oh, fuck. They got the Huron, which was like a Native American man standing.
Here's my problem with this, right? This is like the most racist shit in a way.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because you have this list of horrifying beasts and monsters and Kevin. Then you have the Huron, which, as far as anybody, I looked this up online afterward, everybody's best estimate is that it's like a cannibal. Like Cannibal Holocaust or that other fucking movie with the Green Inferno.
Okay.
In which case, it's just a person, or it's like an old like Native American who's quite formidable. In which case, it's just a person with dark skin. You get those are your options for that, and like. And it's not even that they're going into Native American lore with that one, because little bit down, Wendigo.
Yeah, which they grouped in with Sasquatch and Yeti, which
They're
is
not
also,
the same thing. A skinwalker is not the same as these other two things.
No, but I appreciate the fact that it's on the list.
So they're aware of the supernatural as far as Native American legends, and they still go with spear chucker. Just say that.
Yikes.
That's what it is.
But I mean, I don't know. No, you're not. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, no, Jay, I'm not going to do that. You are quite correct.
For fuck's sake. Even if it is a cannibal from the woods, a civilization that's untouched by Western culture. Oh, so it's just a guy?
Yeah.
That's just a guy, man.
We'll see. At least they didn't grab that one then.
No, they didn't.
That would have been.
They would have had a fine time.
They
probably would have just been like, "Oh, it's Tommy Chong."
It's like, oh, there's a dude in the woods. You just want to get out of here?
I mean,
I do. Let's go find
him.
him.
It makes sense. Look at him. But yep,
I'd leave. So yeah, then you got the Sasquatch, Wendigo, Yeti. It could have been either of the three or all three, or they just don't know what to call it.
Now, out of those three, which one would you find the most frightening?
Probably the Wendigo.
I would have to agree, because as far as my understanding, that thing knows how to like shapeshift.
Yeah, and it calls you out into the woods.
It does, and it uses like this weird voice that's not quite a human voice, but it's damn close, and that's creepy as fuck. As far as intimidation, I would have to go Yeti, because I think they're much larger.
Probably, yeah. And I mean, they're apparently. I mean, I watched that whole. Not Man versus Wild, Survivor Man. I watched all the Survivor Man Bigfoot stuff.
Les Stroud going off the rails mentally because he's been out in the woods for too long.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, I heard a rock. That must have been a big feat right there."
Yeah.
But yeah, they're pretty aggressive according to what I watched on that.
I'd be down to see a Yeti.
I would. I'd be down to see the dolls too, which were the next one down. But I feel like that's the strangers.
Yeah, that was a
strangers,
group of murderers. You see the clip? They're pouring gasoline on a bunch of people they have tied up.
Yeah, maybe just don't get tied up.
Yeah,
be one of the people who escaped.
How fucking hard is that?
The doctors seemed pretty creepy. They were like wearing faces or cutting faces off or something.
I don't know if that was a face he was wearing or if that was just his face. Either way, horrible.
Yeah. Then you got the zombie redneck torture family. You got jack-o'-lantern.
Little bit curious about that as well.
Absolutely.
How do you make that frightening?
And then you got something called giant. And then
that's it.
Twins.
Now, the giant, I'm going to assume, was the tank that you saw.
Probably.
The Left 4 Dead tank.
Probably.
Because obviously you can't, unless it's something that's existed for a very long time without any like copyright. So like you could say unicorn because it's an animal.
Yeah.
But you can't really say tank from Left 4 Dead right on the board.
How fucking mad would you be if you picked up like the Left 4 Dead boomer thing, or was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Just like a trinket from the fucking.
Yeah, and then you end up playing Left 4 Dead in real life.
Well, that's fine. I already know to stay the fuck away from the witch.
Yeah.
Do they all come out at once? That's the other thing.
Right.
Do you get the boomer and the witch and the tank?
Well,
because you're fucked.
If you get the tank, there's no.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. No real life situation is gonna prepare you for a big mutant shoulder man running through you and throwing you.
He could probably just demolish that house by walking through it.
Oh yeah. Fuck. And then I guess we get I wrote down all the failed rituals because they mentioned those, and apparently they're supposed to be references to other horror movies.
Yeah. Now the twins, which are also on the betting board, I think it was the last one on the betting board.
Yes.
You get to see them in that elevator montage scene.
Do you?
Yeah. It's just the two chicks from The Shining.
Oh.
It's just the chicks that the kid sees. Which cool, sick.
Yeah. Neat. Good stuff. Not too scary, but.
No,
don't come.
They don't really do much in The Shining, do they? They kind of just block a hallway and he's trying to tricycle down. They're just like really bad traffic guards.
Yeah, they're really just in the way.
Yeah, and they just want to play forever and ever. Which I mean, at that age, that probably sounds interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah. So we got the Japan ritual. Is supposed to be the ring, I guess, which was those girls. They lock the children in the room and they end up like.
They essentially commit an act of child abuse for a full day.
but the children win.
Yeah, they do. By turning Japanese ghost girl into a frog.
Yup.
You can't tell me that that's enjoy. I would be so pissed off if I go to all the trouble of manifesting and trying to possess children and I get turned into a frog, man, guess what? I'm putting the cloak up. I don't care anymore. That's a shitty outcome for me.
That is. You got Buenos Aires. It's clearly just a big dead King Kong with horns.
Yeah.
You got that there. Stockholm was supposed to be the thing, but it's just like a blown up building. I don't know if that's how that movie ends. I think it is.
It is. And you don't really I'm going from memory right now, so it's not going to be 100%, but the whole thing gets torched, the Arctic outpost that the scientists are at, and then I believe the alien takes off.
Okay.
I don't remember how, whether it's like part of a leg or something that just like sort of escapes, but I believe it survives.
I think the new one and the old one end differently.
Yeah, the new one I believe is a prequel, but I could be wrong on that. I don't think it's a straight remake. I was always very confused by the beginning of that scene because I never actually saw they're chasing a husky in a helicopter, right?
Yeah.
And then the husky shows up and jumps on the guy, and then the guy gets fucking killed because he's infected, and then guess what? The thing happens. But I missed the scene where the dog showed up. So I just saw them chasing a dog with a helicopter.
That's how it starts.
And then suddenly the thing in an outpost.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember like how any of it happened.
That's literally how it starts.
So
it's a helicopter shooting at a dog.
Yeah. So I thought at the time that was like the end of the movie, and they just showed it at the beginning. You know how fucking people like to do that.
Yeah.
And that was the thing escaping inside the dog. But it turns out that, like, you know what, you watch the movie and actually pay attention. That's not the case.
It would be a very different film a little bit.
Yeah, it would.
And then you got Madrid, and that's supposed to be Dracula, but it's just like a building on fire. So I don't know about
Is
that.
Spain close to Transylvania?
It mightn't just be. It mightn't just. I have no idea.
I don't know
Geography,
shit about that area of the world.
I'm a blank on that one. I'm a blank.
They're talking about the fucking the Japanese ring ritual there, and somebody has a line where they just shit on Japanese work ethic super bad.
Oh yeah.
One of them's like, they're Japanese. You think they take a day off? Some shit like that.
I think that was the dad from Step Brothers or something like that.
Like, okay, just be tacitly racist for a sec. That's cool.
I wrote down the scene where like the Virgin is getting like tossed around, and it's just like unfitting music in a celebration.
Yeah,
that's like my favorite thing.
The fact that they're the non-diegesis there where it doesn't fit.
I love juxtaposition.
Yeah, that's better.
It's my favorite thing.
They're just having a great time. Meanwhile, this poor girl's getting tuned up on a dock. By the way, fuck. They go swimming. You wouldn't catch me on that fucking dock.
I was gonna ask you, would you jump into a random pond?
First of all, yes, I would. I wouldn't, though, at the time, pretend like jumping 30 centimeters into a body of water is fun. That's jumping into water. Yeah. I could do that in a fucking swimming pool.
For real.
It's not that high of a dock. Secondly, it wouldn't be off that dock. You know why? Fucking dock spiders, dude. Get away from me.
Dock spiders.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
You don't know what dock spiders are.
I mean, I think I have an idea of what dock spiders are, but...
Tell me what you think dock spiders are.
Well, I mean, they're spiders that have, like... They're out there on the dock who just feed on the bugs, right?
You're right, but whatever you're picturing in your head, multiply it in size by about 10 or 12, and they're under the dock.
That's not good.
They hang out underneath there.
Oh.
And if you find yourself ever with your face real close... You might get a leg in the eye because they'll just poke up. Yeah, it's fucked.
Oh, I hate it.
So do I.
Oh, I'm never going on a dock again.
My friend had a story about one time camping in the fucking whatever, the woods, and coming up underneath the dock, without realizing because they were underwater at first.
Yeah.
And looking up, and it's just, hey, spiders.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the worst place because there are so many bugs by the water.
Yeah, tons.
Oh,
they're getting big and fat on those bugs.
Yeah, they are. Oh my god, burn every dock you see.
Yeah, burn them all. Don't be on there. Bring vinegar.
Yeah, I don't. Was there any more monsters? I know you had like that list. Were there any memorable ones that we didn't see in the movie that you thought?
Memorable ones that we didn't see in the movie. The most memorable one for me was the fucking robot scorpion, because what is that?
Yeah,
who came up with that?
How does that come into the story organically?
It can't.
I can picture a lot of these.
What are you grabbing in the basement for that thing?
Yeah. Oh, and then like somewhere on a construction site, somewhere a logging machine just like comes to life and goes wild. That's
the legend.
It doesn't seem like an organic story, but I love it.
I realize weirdly that it does look like one of the more new fashioned like log cutters.
Yeah,
the actual whole machine with individual arms and shit. I don't know. Scarecrow folk until I saw them was very intriguing for me. Right now. There's one that's just ogre.
Ogre, okay.
And a lot of these are like somebody will have found a picture in the behind the scenes or something of a makeup effect or like a silicone head or something.
Okay.
And so it was like something as an option. What they ended up doing for this movie was making over 100, I would say, monsters, and then seemingly choosing through them the most interesting ones. So there's one that's just a pirate.
Okay.
There's one called the Exterminator, which I really hope that he just like shows up with a fucking backpack of pesticide like Men in Black and just gasses you to death. That's hilarious.
See, I was thinking like Terminator, and he's just a robot dude from the future.
Oh. Well, it's Exterminator. Anyway.
Yeah.
He used to be a Terminator, but he quit.
Exactly, yeah.
And then you have things like this, all right? Man with steaming pipes in his chest. Wonder what that one looks like.
Ooh.
Dog with an alligator head.
I'm in. I like it.
Exploding shard babies.
Yes. What? Yes.
You like this list better.
This is the movie I want to see.
Or what? Get ready.
Okay.
Snake pubic hair woman.
It's reverse Medusa.
You see her and your dick turns to stone. Woman with a toothed vagina.
Well, that's it.
We all know that one.
That's a movie we're gonna see eventually.
Mm-hmm. Slimy horned cloak creature.
Okay.
Puffy tentacle creature, which you actually see in that montage scene. He's in a box.
Okay. Okay.
Man in transparent tarp. That's it. That's it.
Oh no.
Japanese floaty girl. She's already in there. She's just in Japan.
Yeah. Japanese floaty girl. Technical terms.
Yeah. Flock of killer birds.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm still down.
I'll see that movie.
Bullhead phantom, balding menace. I mean, if what terrifies you the most is aging.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's hair in the shower. It's so. Ugh.
Yeah, or a jellyfish. See, look at that. Right back to Color Out of Space.
There we go.
We made it. Firemouth woman, like, and then like so specific. Four-eyed creature with a mouth like a sea creature's. You're not painting a detailed enough picture for me.
No, not at all.
Sea creature's got a bunch of different mouths. Are we talking about a gulper eel? Are we talking about like a fish tank fish? Because that's not that scary. Unless you get the one, like a really big one that's like that brain fish.
Yeah.
Because those things are gross.
I'm thinking like angler maybe with like just 4 eyes, but that's just an angler with 4 eyes.
Yeah. And also like, how's that killing you?
Maybe
they throw it out of the fucking elevator box and it just flops on the ground. It dies right away.
Yeah, for real.
Well, then I'm disappointed.
Here's your fish.
Point being here, plenty of fucking pterodactyls. Plenty of opportunity for there to be more than one of these movies.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't absolutely hate a sequel, even if it was. I wouldn't hate it if they were like, here's what happened to Japan. Here's the Japan sequel.
Yeah.
Show me
Cabin in the Woods too.
Classroom
in the City.
There you go. Sex in the classroom.
And then there's, now I'm going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 giant versions of regular things.
Oh, good.
Alligator, cat, crow.
There was supposed to be a giant kitten somewhere in that shot with all the boxes.
Toad.
I'm in.
That's the one I want to see the most.
Oh, that reminds me.
Scratch that. Ferrets.
Ew, that stinks, man.
I'm reading a list. This isn't off the top of my head here.
That giant toad it reminds me of like my 6th birthday party. My mom put on the Power Rangers, and it was this episode where a giant frog monster was slowly eating the Power Rangers, and that scared the fucking shit out of me.
You're traumatized by the idea of being devoured super slowly.
Yeah, ugh. So that's what that makes me think of. But yeah, I honestly, there's a lot of options for more stuff. That would have been great.
There's like 5-6 more movies in there.
Yeah.
Even if you were to cull through the stupid shit.
Yeah.
I want to see that pubic hair woman. Get on it, Lionsgate. I know you guys are the only ones wanting to buy this movie in the first place.
All right. Well, out of 10, what are you giving it?
Cabin in the Woods for me gets a 7.
7? Okay.
It gets a 7 because what did I do for Color Out of Space? 7.5?
Something like that.
It's not as good as Color Out of Space.
Nice.
But I still like it. I very much just very funny. Mm-hmm. And it's it's just a fun romp.
It really was a fun romp.
There's for sure some silliness.
Oh, that was like one of the big parts for me.
Yeah.
It didn't take itself too seriously.
No. And it gets graphic when it wants to.
It does.
There's some decent murders.
I mean, it's a typical horror movie. You get like there's a little sex scene in there, and then as soon as the sex scene happens,
the murders amp right up.
Yep, you get boom, sex scene, murder town.
And then funnily enough, I had to laugh at when the fucking zombie dude shows up with the chick's head.
Yes,
and football hucks it.
Yes.
And she catches it well.
Yes, she does. And then just disrespectfully, and like
and then throws it right on the ground like so much garbage.
Yeah, like
it wasn't your friend like 5 minutes ago.
Oh my god, yeah, that was just like special delivery.
Yeah.
For Lunette the clown.
I'm a little
just a severed fucking head and a whole different TV show.
I'm a little bit surprised that Kurt didn't intercept that with all of his football training.
Yeah, for real. Myself.
And then do that the same way. So disrespectfully toss that head down once he realizes that he's grabbed it.
Just fucking
like
spikes it at the
and then a touchdown
line.
dance.
Yeah.
And then that fucking leg opening one. Yeah.
I'm gonna give it. You know what? So, what I didn't like was the fact that they went with like a zombie family.
Yeah. You wish that, given the roster, they had chosen something a little bit more creative.
I feel like this movie came out in a time where we were overwhelmed with zombie movies. There was a zombie.
What is this? 2006?
I'm honestly not sure
because you could be right. It's either 6 or 16. I don't know.
2011.
11, right in between my two guesses. Perfect.
So, like, there was just like a lot of zombie movies on the market.
2011. I think you're like fucking 28 Days and Weeks Later came out shortly before that. You had a really crappy Day of the Dead. There were a couple other ones too.
Yeah, and I feel like they could have gone with something else, but I still enjoyed it because I got to see all those other monsters doing their thing. So it was kind of like you get a horror movie and a half. So I would totally give it a solid 7.5.
Okay.
7.5.
We've been relatively on the same page about these so far, which is interesting.
I was gonna go lower, but like you at least see that mole sting tree reach out of the elevator, like grab somebody and
grab a whole man and just begin to touch, which really lends credence to my point.
Absolutely. So at this point, I mean, it's up to you now, the audience. What is it? Is it the mole sting or is it the molesting? Which one is it?
Which one? Please tell me. And there's one correct answer here.
I would say you could email us at grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com. Send us your suggestions for movies you want us to review, and I mean, if you got some input, some information you want to send our way,
if you got a fun fact that you think in your movie suggestion that most people wouldn't know, I mean, we'll probably read it if it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll compile maybe a little list for when we can't think of one. We'll like grab the list. So yeah, email us if you want to. If you don't want to, that's also fine. Whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna sit here and like jam your hands on the keyboard,
Yeah.
type it
I'm not
now.
gonna twist your dick about it.
But I figure there's probably a lot of people who got a lot of suggestions for movies. Which then I guess leads us to this. It's my turn to choose a movie.
It sure is. And you said very early this week that you already knew which one.
I did. It came to me
In a dream.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I woke up and I was just like, oh, maybe this movie. It's a movie I've never seen before, but I have seen the sequel to it. I'm pretty sure. It's an old one.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it having. It's not super old. It's within our time. I remember having a lot of hype.
We're both super old at this point.
It's true, but it is within our time.
Yeah.
I remember it not being as good as the hype, but I think for next week we're gonna have to watch Jeepers Creepers.
All right, man. I'm down for Jeepers Creepers. It's been a minute.
It has been a solid minute. I remember seeing the second one because I think it takes place on like a school bus or something.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's the one I saw, and I remember being like, "This is what everybody in my grade 8 class is talking about."
I'll tell you, the second one's not nearly as good as the first.
Okay, well maybe I missed out on something. Not
You
seeing
may
the first
have.
one.
You may have.
All right, so mark it down on your calendars. Next week we're doing Jeepers Creepers. So get your peepers ready
Yeah.
and your listeners.
You better get your peepers ready and hold on to them tightly because he likes them.
Yeah, is there a reason he collects them? Is that something I should just wait to find out?
Yes, because it becomes very apparent.
Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait. All right. So I guess that's the podcast. You listen. 142 minutes of us describing monsters.
Is it 142 minutes or an hour and 42 minutes?
Yeah, I just read numbers. Sorry.
Two of those different things.
Yeah, much shorter. Sorry, we took up so much of your time.
Next podcast is going to be 142 minutes.
Thanks for listening. I hope you guys
2.5
hours. Jay, do you have any final words for everybody?
It's your turn to make fun. I've been doing it the whole time.
I know, that's the thing. I'm gonna mention as a postscript that in this movie, the nerdy guy character, he wears glasses, but then anytime he's doing something brave, he takes them off, and he's just not wearing glasses when he's like driving the car like an action hero.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like the one thing you said you hated in movies in our first episode.
When characters switch up and suddenly they're amazing at something?
Yeah, like when you take out your hair out of the ponytail and all of a sudden you're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime he's doing something brave, he wasn't wearing glasses, but any other time in the movie, he was, and I noted that because he looks really weird in glasses.
Yeah, they don't fit his face.
No.
I didn't notice, and I wish I had because it would have pissed me right off.
Right?
Fuck. Kurt's got the dirt bike and you never see him use it until he dies on it.
Yeah. And also, I guess I guess the final word of the podcast is never read Latin. I don't care if you can read it.
Yeah, don't.
Just if it's Latin, don't read it.
That was the other reason I wrote down they've never seen Evil Dead.
Yeah.
You don't read incantations from a book in a basement.
God, we need to write a survival guide here.
Yeah.
Just never touch those things. All right. Do you got any words to end the podcast this time? Cat sound.
Drinking Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid Club.
Poison. Right in there.
Well, it's like it's kind of like we got coffee though.
Yeah. Well, that is a form of poison.
So it's a different kind of club than, what was it, the Gate Star Keepers?
Heaven's Gate?
Heaven's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven's Gate and their UFO.
Behind Jupiter. Or something.
It was like the Hey Bob comedy.
Yeah. The Hey Bob comet.
That's what it's called, right?
That's what it's. Hail Bob.
Hey Bob. Look at that comet.
We're gonna go with Hey Bob because that's a way better name.
Oh yeah. No, for sure.
You're greeting the comet as it speeds towards Earth.
That's what I thought it was, though. It's like, oh, hey, Bob. Comet.
Some astrological scientist or whichever astronaut. What? Yeah, because astrology is that's the zodiac signs, isn't it? I get them mixed up all the time.
I don't know. It's hard.
It's
there's
astronomy and astrology, and astronomy I think is actual space studies.
Yeah, there's space, and then there's like the newspaper clippings next to the comic section that you. It's like in between the comics and.
And no matter which horoscope you read, it's fucking. You're gonna have a good day.
Your lucky numbers are 4, 5, and 6. If you find a penny, leave a penny.
Yeah, pick it up, leave one.
If it's heads down, don't touch it. That's bad luck.
Fucking remember pennies?
I do. I do remember pennies, and being in retail, a lot of the time, we still things still come out to pennies and change.
Really?
And I look at people and I go, I don't have any pennies. And they go...
Just tell them honestly, look, round up to 5 if you want this change.
Look, yeah, that's sure. Round up to 5 or just give them some dimes.
Mm-hmm.
People go, oh, thanks for the dimes.
Yeah. And my mom believes that dimes have a spiritual connection. Every time she finds one, she thinks it's the universe telling her she's in the right place.
Okay, so I've heard something like that, but it's like spirits drop coins.
Yeah, like you're being watched over. She thinks it's her dead mom a lot of the time. I was like, that's sort of a morbid thing to say to me over breakfast.
That's something I never really understood because, like, just because your parents died doesn't mean they get, like, Jesus powers, you know?
No.
They're, and it's not like they're looking out for you in heaven. It's like I think they're just up there, like, watching bad shit happen. Like, oh, no.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, I wish I could do something about that.
Hey, gee whiz, are you going to do something about that? And he's just like, I'm chilling.
So this is a podcast.
Mm-hmm. Been a minute.
Yeah, it's been some. If you're new to us podcasting, then this is brand new to you, and you just have to just relax.
Let it wash over you like a calm wave of shit.
If you listened to one of our podcasts before, that's good. You've got a foot in the door. You know what to expect.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're calling it Grindhaus Movie Club.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a horror movie aficionado,
yeah,
just turn it off. You're not gonna like this.
No,
I don't think.
We're not fucking Siskel and Ebert here.
We're not film buffs.
Yeah,
we're like film tarnishes.
For that, yeah. We're film copper damage.
So I guess the whole thing is we're gonna like pick a movie every week, and then it's your job, the listener, to go and watch it before we make a podcast about it and ruin it for you. Yeah. We're gonna give you as long as it takes us to make the next podcast to sit down and watch whatever movie we pick.
Yeah. Before immediately 30 seconds into the podcast, the entire film is spoiled.
Yeah, that's one thing. I don't really care to disclose, but I mean, hey, this whole thing's gonna be a spoiler alert.
It sure is.
And I'm gonna have to ask you to not listen if that's gonna bother you.
Assume that, because saying spoiler alert 5 times in an hour is gonna suck.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So right off the bat, just spoiler alert, the whole thing.
Yeah, every second of this.
Yeah, I thought this might be a good idea because we did that podcast a long time ago where you had recommended a movie to me and I watched it and it sucked crap.
I don't remember what movie that was though.
It was The Killing of a Sacred Deer.
Oh fuck you! That movie's great.
That movie.
That's such a good movie.
The movie, first of all, confusing.
Yeah.
Dumb. Stupid.
You don't like it because it doesn't follow the laws of the reality in which you live.
What? No, I don't like it because
that's the whole point.
I don't like it because the whole time I'm like, well, what's happening? What? Well, why?
Colin Farrell's getting his shit fucked up by a student.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You're like, oh, what's happening? Oh, is he a psychic baby? What's going on?
A little bit he is in a way. I think the best way to describe it is that he's like an eldritch god. He's like an old god with powers.
I see.
But you transgress against him, and that's a no-no.
But you don't see the powers. You just see You just see like it was like a ginger kid, and he's like, "Oh, me mommy wants to date you, Colin. Yeah, cha 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 chi." And he's like, "Oh no, I am but a teacher, and you are the learner."
Yeah.
And
then I'm gonna make your kid sick then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make your kid so sick.
But you don't see the magic happen, which is then you're just like, well, what's happening?
It's supposed to be a tense, slow, immersive experience.
No, I want Marvel's The Avengers. I want to see magic shooting out of fingers.
This is what
and I want to see babies getting poisoned.
There's going to be a whole lot of horror movies throughout this that you're going to watch and you're going to have that opinion.
Well, see,
because most of the ones I recommend are going to be like that, as it turns out. I'll try to stay away from the art house for a while.
No, hey man, look, I think that's going to make this worth listening to. Because if we just sit here and we're like, yeah, it was a good movie, sure. Yeah, like we're going to lose half our followers in the first 30 seconds.
There has to be some conflict.
There has to, yeah, and honestly, that movie was trash, and you know it. I think what we need is a rating system.
A rating system.
So we can keep track of the worst movies.
That's tough, because then you're truncating something into, and you're assigning a numerical value to something that's, different. It might not fit. But I understand. If we do that, then there has to be a hard, high limit. And so if you're talking about, 4 fluffy dicks out of 10 or something, nothing can ever be 10 then. There can't be a perfect movie.
Nothing can be a perfect movie, huh?
No.
You don't think there's going to be a perfect movie out there?
There isn't.
No?
Pick one.
Let's see. I don't know. Dark Skies? That was a good one.
Dark Skies is a perfect movie. You know, like the fake breaking glass when she's bashing her head off of the rear window or the screen door when she's showing the house.
I mean, did you really want to...
It's going to be shit like that.
Did you want to see that lady get hurt?
How come aliens in movies are always very smooth?
That's a good question. My problem is how come aliens in movies are always like goopy glob monsters that have no appendages or anything? Like, how are you building this spaceship? I don't. Have you picked up
With their minds? That's how they travel through space in the first place.
I mean, in Independence Day, they had spaceships, and they were just tentacles with a knob on the end.
I mean, yeah, you're true.
But it's
right.
You don't even have thumbs. How did you turn a knob to get that thing tight? What's going on?
Well, there aren't any knobs. They do it with lasers, I think.
So what you're telling me is that things are different on other planets?
Oh, 100% they are. Look at it. Do we have a weird-ass tentacly monster that's not an octopus on Earth? They got different rules out there.
That's fair. All right. Well, look.
Their bone structure's not going to be the same because the atmosphere is going to be different. They intake oxygen differently.
Well, then, going back to your comment, that's why they're so smooth, man.
That's why they're smooth?
Everything is slick in space.
It's aerodynamic on purpose.
Slick, space. I need another S word. That's not sex. Don't you say that word to me. Sewage. Yeah, there you go. just a bunch of slick space sewage zipping through space.
Well, Elon Musk, then, he's not going to fit up there. He should just give that dream up right now. Because while he might be sweaty, which is an S word, I don't think he's smooth enough.
Today's podcast has been brought to you by the letter S and the word slick.
Big Bird got his vaccine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone was pretty upset about.
I don't know why.
About Big Bird giving medical advice.
You're upset about a fictional character getting vaccinated. Change your priorities around. Just groceries to buy. I'm
upset that people are listening to the guy who used to cheer on people eating testicles.
What?
Joe Rogan?
Oh.
That guy used to encourage people to eat testicles, and now he's encouraging them to not get vaccinated. How does that work?
Listen, I heard some shit about the whole Neil Young thing and the Spotify deal, but I didn't know what side of the fucking argument he was on until recently. And I guess it makes sense because, when you're drinking $30 green juices every day.
I like the description of that juice, it's green juice.
It's green juice.
It's just a green juice?
Yeah.
What's in it? Green.
Who knows? When you can afford a fucking hyperbaric chamber to sleep in, suspended in air like fucking Lance Armstrong, I can understand how the idea of the government putting chemicals into your body isn't going to be all that appealing. Because you're going to be of the opinion that, I could just fix it myself at home when I sleep in the water.
Yeah.
Hallucinate dogs licking me or something.
Yeah, I don't know how he does that, because I would get major swimmer's ear.
100%. How do you not get that? I can't even go like 3 feet under the water without. Oh, whoops! I can't hear now for 5 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. My head never goes underwater, even in the shower these days.
It sucks because I like swimming. It's fun, but I can't have too much fun because then I get a fucking inner ear infection for a week.
I could picture you like a dolphin, just like I'm doing the hand motion from that music video.
Yeah, you got to make that noise too, otherwise it doesn't work.
Sorry, I'm picturing it further in depth. It's fantastic.
Do I have one of those shower caps on, those swimmer's caps?
No, actually, I was picturing just the hat you got on.
Am I fully shaven like a baby?
Let me picture that for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Your mistake is trying to picture a grown man fully shaven.
I know, and I
got it all over Brazilian.
All I can picture is just cave monsters, just cave dwelling,
like
milky
from The Descent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just those. A shaved person looks like that to me.
Eaten and fucking indiscriminately. That's the dream.
Yeah, just was a big. I only remember there's just a big pool of blood.
Yeah.
And that's the whole movie. It takes place in that pool of blood. And
it's surrounded by like bones of animals. And the chick loses her mind and she hides in the blood like a warrior.
Yep.
And this is what to expect with this podcast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just a lot of, we were talking about something and
it goes to movies. Eventually it's going to get to movies.
That's why it's the movie club.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're calling it that.
Join it. We're not Crystalia. We're not calling it a cult.
No.
Get that right out. We already talked about how it's not Heaven's Gate.
No.
It's not the Jim Jones picnic.
It's not. No, it's not.
It's a club. You had to think about it for a second?
Yeah, I had to think, but club is a pretty, it's a nice word. It doesn't invoke ideas of people in cloaks leading you down a dark stairway made of stone.
Odd candlelit hallways and weird torch fires.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a little bit too KKK allegorical at this point.
I was thinking like martyrs, but
Yeah. Well, that's part of it.
Yeah. Well, is it?
Mm. Well, not this one, but most.
I just remember at the end she gets flayed like a fish, and then and it's just guts.
There are in The Descent, you mean?
No, in Martyrs. I'm talking about Martyrs. What are you talking about The Descent still?
Holy shit, Martyrs! I forgot about that movie. They remade it.
They shouldn't have.
In not French, and it's bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad. They'd made some changes, and I'm a little foggy on it. But they made some changes to how it ends and how it progresses, and you lose the whole metaphor that the original movie has. And that's a thing that happens a lot in American remakes.
Mm-hmm.
Especially of, like, Japanese and Korean movies, because it's all, like, subtle storytelling over there. And they jam-pack, like, subtext into things all the time. But I assume American studios think that, like, the American audience is just retards. So they're like, don't bother, because they're not going to get it anyway.
Yeah, I do feel like the I guess the moviegoers here on our half of the planet sometimes they don't want to work for the story.
They just want to be entertained.
Yeah. And then sometimes...
Go to the circus.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that movie involves a boy who just poisons some family and you're like, what's going on the whole time?
There's a reason, though. There's always a reason.
I know, it's because he wouldn't bang his mom.
Isn't that unacceptable?
This kid's just trying to get his mom laid.
Yeah. Somebody's got to clean the cobwebs out of her plumbing. And we want Colin Farrell to do that because he's got a nice chiseled jaw. He doesn't have any gray hair as far as I could tell.
Classically handsome.
He's a little bit ageless.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a Nicolas Cage or Keanu Reeves type.
Yeah.
It was a good pick. But apparently not. It's unacceptable behavior.
They just should have not made the movie.
I think, doesn't he actually bang her though? And that's the whole thing? It's like, because he's married. So it's like adultery, and that's the problem.
He might have. To be honest, I didn't get that far into it. I'm not gonna lie. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I was streaming the movie illegally, and it kept buffering, and I said, "Oh, fuck it."
Yeah,
I don't like it up to this point. No. I'm not gonna like it any further.
We're both in our 30s. There's no time for buffering.
There really isn't. At this point, if the internet's not going to let me watch the movie as fast as I want to watch it, these movies aren't going to get watched.
No. So we got to find a dedicated streaming site that actually works.
And if anybody wants to sponsor this podcast...
Netflix, we're looking at you.
Just drop a bill our way and let us know what you want us to watch.
I'll be happy to talk about Netflix for the first 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely.
And how it doesn't at all piss me off that there's only one Jackass movie on it and not the rest.
Do they not? They got them all in there.
Do they now? Because last time I checked, they only had one. Like the first one.
I've been watching 3 and 3.5.
Okay. And then they describe it as Johnny Knoxville's like band of zany guys go to Japan.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an earnest film.
Yeah, no, you cut to Steve-O with a bottle rocket up his butthole.
Yeah.
Woo, how zany. What a wacky bunch of fellas.
That's the most important part of the Jackass movie is that they're in Japan when they're fucking dressed in panda suits and breaking storefronts.
Yeah. For real, though. Ugh. So getting back on track here, we should probably have just like some kind of rating system. Be it 1 to 10.
Okay.
Stars, feet, dead bugs.
Just dead bugs.
I feel like we should overall just give it like a rank, and then that way, like eventually there will be like a 1 or a 0.
A 0 would be no movie.
No movie?
A 0 is not a movie.
0 is not a movie.
Yeah, and 10 is a fucking like an immaculate masterpiece that transcends time and space. So you can't have that.
Can't have that? Okay.
The purpose of like 0 to 10 is to have everything be 1 to 9.
1 to 9? All right. But like, I'm going to go into the halves here. We're going to split some hairs.
We're going to go into halves?
I'm probably going to go into halves.
Oh my. My. That's a lot. Now you've doubled the amount of possibilities here for ratings.
I know. And that's, I think we're going to have a nice sliding scale of...
5 is average.
5 will be average.
And then slightly below and slightly above average. And then straight up below and above average. And then good. Mediocre. Great. Poor. Excellent. Shit garbage. Probably. Yeah. This is a shit garbage out of 10. I'm trying to think of a movie that would fit into that.
Okay.
It's not The Killing of a Sacred Deer, god damn it, though.
Don't worry, that movie's not even scary. I wouldn't consider that a horror movie anyway.
Well, it's a horror movie in the sense that the idea of having your family be murdered slowly and you could do nothing would be scary for some. But there's no like witch coming out of a closet and tickling your dick at night.
See, I guess it's a horror movie in the way that there's like a redheaded kid in it.
Oh, that's frightening for you?
Sometimes. I mean, Children of the Corn, boom. That's true. Instant spook.
Yeah, Malachi.
Also,
the scariest thing about him was how big his mouth was.
Yes. That child had a huge mouth.
Giant, you get a real Aerosmith, Steve Tyler mouth on him.
Wouldn't be surprised if they were related somehow. Honestly.
Was Steve Tyler ginger before he became too old to have color in his hair?
I don't know. I couldn't understand the word he was saying. I mean, I guess we're even like a debate on whether or not these movies are going to be considered horror movies. Because like, is a thriller a horror movie?
That's, in a way.
Would you call Panic Room a horror movie?
As somebody who's terrified of home invasion, 100% I would, yes.
Okay.
Because I don't have a panic room.
That's fair.
I don't have hot Jodie Foster from before everybody thought she was a lesbian to chill in a closet with. I was going to say Kristen Stewart, but I'm pretty sure she's like 14 in that movie, so we're going to leave that one alone.
Oh, yeah, she is in that movie.
Yeah, and she got asthma and she looks like a boy.
Yeah, and
so much so, in fact, that when I saw it for the first time, I thought that was a boy.
Interesting. Well, I mean, now it doesn't even matter.
No, it sure doesn't. You can be whatever you want any hour of the day. I'm a dog today.
I'm zipping around space. I'm an alien.
Whoa.
Did you see me catch that coffee?
I sure did.
Oh, yeah. That's good coffee.
That's how you know that you're seasoned at Spillings.
For those of you who are sitting there in your car on the way to work,
confused as to what we're talking about.
Like, what is happening? I moved slightly. My coffee splashed up out of my cup, and then I just went, whoop, no, get back in that cup. And just like
Well,
caught
that's good material there. We can't lose that.
And now you have the visual. You can think about that.
Instead of the guy who just cut you off.
I forgot what we were talking about before that.
Kristen Stewart, and then before that, Jodie Foster, and then the difference between a horror and a thriller.
That's right. Yeah. So like,
regardless, I would say it would be worth it to incorporate thrillers into this.
Okay. All right. So we're not. There's no line in the sand.
Well, it opens the door.
Okay.
Right? There's more options that way.
So then, yeah, that's true. But at what point do we draw the line where it's like between thriller and action then? Because like
action.
Would you say Taken is a horror movie then? Or a thriller, rather?
I would call that a straight up action movie. Liam Neeson is neck chopping dudes in the neck.
Fair enough, okay.
Okay, if Liam Neeson is neck chopping people, that's not a horror movie.
Okay.
Although, if Nicolas Cage is chainsawing people in the woods, that is.
My next point was, what if Nicolas Cage is screaming "not the bees"? Are we watching a horror movie?
Not that one. That's a movie that would qualify as shit garbage. There it is.
So Wicker Man, we're starting.
Oh, fuck that movie.
Wicker
sucks.
Man, shit garbage.
Oh, that movie sucks so bad that I love it.
I've never watched it. I just know, please, not the bees. That's the only
sure. What's the name? Kathy Bates? I think she's in it.
Oh, my God.
Kathy Bates alike, anyway. And she's like the mother hen of this whole cult that he's gone to in order to try and find his daughter, I think, or wife, either one. Anyway, it's at one point when he realizes that the jig is up for him, he just gets fed up and punches her square in the face.
I remember
and knocks her
that.
The fuck out.
Yes, that scene is in that like famous Nicolas Cage freaking out compilation on YouTube.
That's one of the best punches ever. And I feel like that's something that he would have been like, I want to punch that bitch in the face in this scene. Like it wasn't written into the script at all.
Nicholas, no, it's gonna.
I'm punching her in the face.
I will become producer of this film.
Oh!
You did the whole face too. That was what did it for.
I got the face, man. I got it down. I want to be him so bad.
So
he's got the ultimate freedom as an actor.
He really does.
He's solidified as somebody who he doesn't have to try. When he does, he can make a really good movie, but there's no demand for that. I don't care.
No, you're not wrong there. To be honest, what I want to see is Nicolas Cage covered in blood.
Yeah.
And just screaming his head off. That's all I want. I want Mandy.
Dinner plates.
Give me Color Out of Space.
Mom and Dad.
I've never seen that one.
That one I would highly recommend.
Okay.
It's him and Selma Blair, and it's like a radio frequency that makes you want to kill your kids. It's like a terrorist attack.
Way. I've heard of it.
It's so fucking good.
Okay.
It was produced by the same people who produced Crank. So...
fucking Crank.
Like the action scenes in it. And that's a tough one too. I wouldn't call that one a horror movie.
No.
It's close. But
that's where he like gets the adrenaline shot or whatever, or if his adrenaline goes down he dies or something.
That's Crank, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Mom and Dad I wouldn't call a horror movie either, really.
Okay.
It's more, I would say, it's like a situational thriller. It mostly takes place in a house, and it's just like him and Selma Blair chasing the kids around for the most part.
Okay.
But like a lot of it, like there's a part where he trips over a fucking like a couch-side table, and they shot it in the same way they shot like Jason Statham kicking the TV in at the beginning of Crank, so it's fucking super like action and close-ups, but it's like super effective as well. Like it looks it legitimately hurts when he falls.
I'm interested in this.
It's really good. I would watch it for sure.
Shit. All right.
Dude, and this is the problem. I have a whole mental bank of this shit. It never goes anywhere.
Now it goes in there.
And yeah.
And it goes over there.
And I have not had a film outlet in like years. Well, so it's just itching.
So you just open the tap and I'll just agitate the water out of it.
You'll just flick right underneath the nozzle.
Sacred Deer is a terrible movie.
And I'm just gonna snap. I have a feeling I'm gonna snap a couple of times here.
And that's what we want. You got a lot of room to storm around up here.
With your fucking opinions that I'm not gonna like. I know I'm not gonna like some of your opinions. My
favorite thing is like, so the way we're gonna do it is we're each gonna pick a movie each time.
Mm-hmm.
When I pick my movie,
there
are gonna be movies you're gonna fucking hate.
Oh, 100%.
It's gonna be so good.
And same. I'm gonna deliberately choose shit that Matt's gonna think this is terrible. It's gonna be real easy for me too.
All right. Well,
anything you got to think real hard about? So that Parasite, the South Korean movie.
Oh, dude,
and I don't know if that's a horror movie either. It's just like about loss of family, but.
See, I was hoping that it was about a parasite.
You wanted the anime.
Well, I mean, the anime would have been cool.
Yeah.
Just like a parasite. Just an alien parasite fucking shit up.
I started watching Don't Look Up, which is about similar to Hey Bob.
Mm-hmm.
It's about it's either a comet or an asteroid that's like going to impact Earth, and it's got Jennifer Lawrence and Leonardo DiCaprio in it, and it's a very weird vibe the whole time. I don't know who made it, but it's certainly like off the beaten path tonally. So I was interested, but I had a kid screaming in my ear at the time, so I wasn't really paying 100% attention.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's on Netflix, right?
I believe, yeah.
Okay.
So I have to finish it. But I was more interested than I thought. I was like, I'm going to fucking hate this dumb shit because I don't like Jennifer Lawrence very much. Mm. But, yeah, she's got a real dykish haircut. So that's good.
Yeah.
If you're looking for political correctness as well, for those who've never listened to a single podcast or piece of content from us ever, you're not going to get that. You're really not going to get that.
So Jonah Hill's in that movie too, right?
Yeah, he is for like half a second, and he's a fat little shit.
Okay.
He's like the president's son, who's also the chief of staff, and he's got such a shitty, entitled attitude. I hated him the second he showed up on screen. Mm. Right away, I hated him. And then there's a lady who I think is like the person you get when you can't get Meryl Streep.
Okay.
Because she looks like if Meryl Streep didn't take a bath for a week.
I love that there's actors like that. You're like, oh, well, we can't get Michael Cera. I don't know, who's that guy from Kick-Ass? Bring him in.
Yeah, that kid whose name I don't know at all.
Oh, yeah. What's the other one? There's that guy from the movie. He's in Game Night with Jason Bateman. He's the piece of shit who keeps Jesse Pinkman in the hole in Breaking Bad. I don't know. He looks like chubby Brad Pitt. He's got Brad Pitt's face, or not Brad Pitt. Sorry. Who am I thinking of? Matt Damon. Chubby Matt Damon. Yeah, he's got Matt Damon's
funny.
face.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about. But
yeah, it's so weird.
Remember his god awful name now.
But like if you needed Matt Damon, like he would be a stand-in. But he's got like he looks like somebody mushed Matt Damon. Somebody mushed him.
Somebody was frustrated with him at a bus stop.
Yeah, they just
pushed his face inward.
Yeah, they just grabbed him by the face and just went, "No, Matt. How do you like them apples?"
Patrice O'Neal has a fucking joke about that, where he's like, "I could never do that to a woman because with my luck, she'd fall back and hit her head off the concrete. Now I'm a murderer."
Oh God. So I tweeted and I got some questions. I figure we'll answer people's.
Sick? We're already half an hour in, so this is easy.
Yeah. Honestly, it's gonna, for a first podcast, we're not doing too bad here.
No. And I was a little concerned. So, both of us picking a movie is a good idea, I think. I had the thought about, because, what's his name there? Fucking YMS Adam. Your movie sucks. Mm. He does one where they watch the movie in real time. Right. And they sort of comment on it at the same time. But the problem is, there's a lot of just dead air there. There is. Because you're just watching it. Yeah. Or there's nothing to talk about for like 10 minutes of the movie. So to watch them beforehand and actually like write down points, way better idea. Yeah. And like, then you avoid the weird copyright stuff. Which is always a concern as well, for sure. I mean, I'd be down to like do one where we do sit down and like try and watch a movie in real time, but like, I don't know how we would. I'm gonna want to get drunk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna want to ruin my mind with different things too. Yeah. So, is there a movie trope that you're tired of seeing that we're gonna get? We're gonna love to listen to you bitch about. So here's the problem, right? Because I had one a few days ago without reading these questions beforehand, and it's just in my head, and it's long gone. Oh yeah. So you go, and I'm gonna try and. Okay. Well, in my case. I guess I'm getting just real sick of like
I don't know. There was I had a good example too, and now I can't. But in like a Paranormal Activity 3 or 4, where it's like, oh, cool, ghosts. Nah, it's actually demons. Sorry. Actually, it's got everything to do with witches now.
Yeah.
It's just like, what happened to the ghosts?
Yeah. No, it was never ghosts.
No, it was never ghosts. It was a demon that was plaguing a family.
Apparently.
Yeah, no.
And then, 3 is where they do the go back in time things when they're like young kids. And so like the two main chicks, the one that was in the first one, and then her sister.
Right, it's the 80s one.
And then, they go back to their childhood, and that's the witch coven bullshit one.
That's the one we saw in theaters, and then with all the high school students.
Oh my God.
And just one goes like, I believe!
Yeah. I fucking forgot all about that.
I shout that all the time. Believe. Any horror movie, I'll be like, I believe!
Yeah, and I did, I fucking totally forgot where that was from, and I've been saying it still. Shit, it was Paranormal Activity fucking 3.
Yeah.
That, and I don't know if I was with you, but I saw My Bloody Valentine in 3D in the theater.
Okay.
And there's a scene in that fucking movie where the main character, or Jensen Ackles, either way, I believe, is like the mine collapses, and so all these rescue miners come in. So like the main killer is dressed in mining outfit the whole time.
Right.
And that's sort of the only mining outfit that you see throughout the majority of the movie, like the full body with the gas mask and everything. And then at the end, the rescue miners come in, and so there's like more of them, and somebody in the fucking front row, and this is like right after the climax, this is an important part, goes, oh no, now there's 4 of them.
Oh my God.
Ruined it.
Dumb.
Half the theater burst out laughing, ruined the whole tone. And I can't even watch that fucking movie now because I just think about that whenever I get to that scene.
That's brilliant. I love it.
Worst. Dickhead. I hate people who do that. You could spoil a movie for me by telling me the ending, and I'm still going to watch it and enjoy it. I would much rather watch a movie at home than at the theater. 100%.
That kind of shit happens. As well, I went and saw A Quiet Place in theater because... what's his name? Jim from
John Krasinski.
He was like, oh yeah,
that boot-licking motherfucker.
You gotta see it in theaters. It's so good. Movie's so quiet. I can hear Fast and the Furious next to me. I can hear cars burning out in gunfire, and it's just like quietly tiptoeing through the woods. It's supposed to be the quietest. And then it's just like family. We're doing it for family. Just like the next door over. The fuck is that?
That's the worst thing. Fuck that movie, by the way. I hate that movie.
Yeah.
I could talk about that movie for fucking 25 minutes. I hate it so bad.
Did you see the second one?
No. Okay. And I'll tell you why I didn't see the second one. I saw a trailer for it, and like things changed. As far as I could tell in the trailer. So I was like, nah, I'll peace. And then Bird Box came out right after, and that movie sucks.
They came out like same time.
Yeah.
Bird Box.
They schedule that shit on purpose. I know they do.
Like, I don't know how you get 2 movies that are so damn similar and just like accident, like some guy must have written 2 screenplays and like, I don't know, I'm gonna sell them both, see what happens.
That could have been the case. Or what also happens sometimes is somebody comes up with an idea, say for A Quiet Place, and they're like, well, we have this script on the back burner for like 3 years that somebody brought in. This would be the time to make it. Because you got John Krasinski and his dumb wife, Emily Blunt, with her weird frog eyes.
I don't know what she looks like.
That's a draw. So now this movie that we thought would never get any buzz, appropriately, because it's got fucking Machine Gun Kelly in it, and I'll snap. We have a reason to release it because people would be like, well, it's got to be like A Quiet Place. That movie got way too much hype for what it was. It didn't make any fucking sense. We have to be super quiet, or else these alien monsters get us. Let's move into a farmhouse surrounded by corn, the loudest vegetable to step on.
Oh my God, even a breeze just...
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
Dry
noise
leaves.
All over the place constantly? Rad.
Oh, yeah. What was the other
What
movie?
A good time to have a fucking baby. I want to be pregnant I want to do the loudest thing that a human being does, which is give birth in this atmosphere.
Right.
Why didn't you just hook that out of you? There was no way around. You could have got like one of those abortion pill kits or whatever from the store. You wouldn't even have to pay for it. I know they're expensive.
They did go to that pharmacy a lot.
Yeah, they did. What?
They went to that pharmacy quite often.
Yeah. Couldn't have got some Plan B though, John?
Well, maybe that was written in the script, and then just like they were just like, nah, that might not play well with the theater. That might not play well with the theater of people watching Emily Blunt have an abortion. I don't think having an abortion is gonna make this movie with Jim from The Office. I don't think Jim from... And then he just looks to the camera like, can you believe what I've got to deal with?
Yeah, he makes that face. This situation.
I'm surprised the whole family just didn't look into the camera and just...
Abortion's happening.
What was the other movie that came out a long time ago?
Get it out.
Was it Cloverfield? No, it wasn't Cloverfield, but it was like the monsters. They can hear you or they can see you if you move. And it was a lot of like staying still.
Predator?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, that one too. But I swear to God, there's another movie I can't think of right now. It's got the same like, if you do something, the monsters are going to be able to know you're there with their eyes or their ears, or they're going to feel the vibrations or something ridiculous like that.
Tremors?
That movie was fantastic.
See, there's a lot.
Tremors, there's 6 or 7 of them.
That's too many.
There's a TV show. Yeah, God damn it.
Is Kevin Bacon in it?
He's not. He's in
why bother?
He's in like the first one.
Yeah, and that's the good one, obviously. Also, that's okay.
They're pretty. There's some of them that are, come on now.
It's Tremors. You remember Screamers? Did you ever watch that shit? It's Tremors, but they have giant saw blades on them, basically.
No, but that sounds interesting.
It's like the exact same premise. It's military instead.
Okay.
And they're like stationed in the desert or some shit.
You know what? I think I might have seen this.
When they move, it's the same. They move the same as fucking Tremors, but they got these like, I don't even know. They just yell, or like it's their teeth or something. But it's like just blades spinning and they cut you up.
Screaming Teeth?
Yeah, that's what it's called actually. Screaming Teeth.
Screaming Teeth.
That was the working title. The trope that I was thinking about, because I watched Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark again, I think last weekend.
That's a good one.
And I hate, and it's not really in it because the kids are young, but this is the nerdy chick and she's super ugly because she's got these huge glasses and her hair's up. And then she takes off the glasses and puts the hair down, and suddenly it's goddamn Celine Dion.
That's...
I couldn't think of anyone else.
You couldn't think of anybody else.
No.
Anybody who's got hair.
Not in that moment, I couldn't. I was thinking of somebody like moderately attractive suddenly.
And you went with Celine Dion.
Yeah, I don't know.
You went with Celine Dion.
Isn't that Beyonce's sister? There, I'll do that. Suddenly it's Beyonce.
Oh, there you go.
They just become hot because of a hairstyle change.
I do enjoy when people take off their glasses and seem to not be phased at all. Like they can still see.
They have a perfectly fine time seeing without them.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's something else I can't. Like, her glasses are broken. Let me drive though, guys. Hold up.
I got it.
I know my license says I need glasses, but vroom.
We're good. Who's gonna call?
Y'all must really need a ride.
Fuck's sake. So yeah, that one sucks.
I'm getting, like, as much as I love The Purge, I'm getting sick of strangers breaking into houses and murdering people.
There's just so many. And it's my worst nightmare.
I'm also getting sick of Scream. The last one I saw was 4. And not to spoil that one, but if you haven't seen it, the killer is like the sister to the lady, and she's doing it just because she wants to get YouTube famous.
Was that 4?
That was 4, because I went... I don't know. I said fucking.
I said fucking. Is that the one with the Culkin?
I mean...
Or is that 5?
I don't know. Culkins get in there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know it's a Culkin. You're just like, who's
Rory Culkin?
Who's that sick boy?
And that's another example of you can't get Macaulay. Well, what are his brothers doing? Well, get them out of the shopping cart they're living in under the bridge.
You don't always need Macaulay. That's the thing. Sometimes you just need an ill-looking man-child.
A gaunt heroin addict.
Yeah. And then, he was great in Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, he was in that, wasn't he? Yeah, shit. Or was that the other one?
They all look the same. That family's not doing.
They're
not doing too healthy.
They all operate on like various levels of put together.
Yeah.
But it's always not very.
Yeah.
It's the best it gets.
Very disheveled.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna come up with other tropes. Eventually, we're gonna see a movie and we're gonna be like, "This is the fucking trope."
Yeah.
This is
the one
shit.
that sucks ass.
Which era of movies would be your favorite?
For horror movies especially, I'm gonna go 90s, just
90s?
because
Okay.
we're not yet at practical effects, but we're doing relatively high budget shit. And like that's what Friday the 13th was the best. That's when Nightmare on Elm Street was the best. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, like even you could go as far back as like mid 80s.
Well, Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's 82.
Yeah, that's even better. Good.
Is it 82?
I want to say 86, but
Yeah, you know what? I think Friday the 13th came out maybe one or two, maybe three of them came out before.
81, I think, was the first Friday the 13th.
Yeah. So yeah, it's in the 80s somewhere. But I got to agree. I like the 80s because like things hadn't been done yet, and they're being done, and now at this point they've been done 100 million times.
Yeah, and this is I was trying to narrow it down a little bit. Whatever year House of a Thousand Corpses came out, which I think was probably like 2006, that was that time period.
Yeah, you mean
86 to 2006.
Texas Chainsaw knockoff? Yeah, I like that one too.
Fucking, it's so good though. Oh, it's good.
It's got the exact same ending as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
With a car?
Yeah, she's like running away from the people and a car pulls up and she gets in and she's gone.
And that's it.
And the whole time she's being dragged through a house of nightmares.
It was an homage.
It better have been.
It sure was.
If it wasn't, I'm going to get a lawyer involved.
It's one house in the middle of nowhere. They have some kind of car trouble, so they take it there, and then, oh, whoops, you're fucked.
Yeah, but instead of a man who wears faces, it's a clown or something, right? Is it a clown?
Well, there's a couple.
There's a couple.
They wear faces. Number one, they wear faces.
That's not great.
They for sure wear faces.
Okay, so.
And in the sequel, The Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
Which I think was 2010.
I think I watched part of that and then fell asleep.
God, that movie's good. I just watched it again. But that was so no CG in that movie at all. There's some fucking practical effects out the ass. And it's the costume design. And that was when you could spend $50,000 and make a movie like that. And it's decent.
Okay.
Like visually, there was a lot of stuff in there that was fucking weird as I'll get out. That was rad.
I miss like the movies from the 80s that were just like gross and weird for no reason.
Toxic Avenger.
Brain Damage. Yeah. I watched that one based on Adam's recommendation.
I'm not sure I've seen it.
I mean, there's never going to be a movie like that again.
I'm positive I need to.
I tried to watch Eraserhead.
Mm-hmm.
I did not understand what was happening the entire film. I was drunk.
Yeah.
That had a lot to do with it, I'm sure.
Sure, yeah.
But that movie, I don't even know if that's a horror movie, because I don't know what was happening.
I wouldn't call it that. It's like the weird, unnerving David Lynch. He doesn't fit into a genre.
Oh, no, he does not.
I can't stand Twin Peaks.
Let's see now. I want to watch it because I liked X-Files.
It's not the same. Not even remotely the same.
But, like, it's weird.
It is. It is that.
That's what I like.
And that's where, like, a lot of the humor comes from in the series, is the weirdness of the people in the town that they're in. As opposed to X-Files weirdness just being the whatever monster they're experiencing that week.
The fucking leech monster in the sewer?
Ugh. The fucking thing gave me nightmares. I still remember the first time I saw that. I was like 3 years old and I was at my mom's house. And I woke up and she was watching it. She's like, yeah, come watch X-Files. And he got like a hose in the porta-john and it's just being sucked in or whatever.
Oh my god, yeah. And this is
the water treatment facility or wherever the fuck it is.
This is where Jay was born. This was your awakening.
I was never the same after that.
After the man got sucked into the toilet.
For better or very likely worse.
Everything was different.
He's just got a big suck mouth. I don't like that.
All right. Is there a movie you won't watch? I mean, you don't have to answer that because that is obviously going to be
the one that you pick and make me fucking watch.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to watch it.
A movie I won't watch. I'm sure, yeah. Any rape revenge. I don't care.
Boom.
I don't give a shit.
Boom.
I spit on your grave? Nah. I don't fucking... The house at the end of the street?
That one? The
Last House on the Left, whichever.
That one is really?
Yeah.
The Wes Craven movie?
Not the If it's Last House on the Left, if that's Wes Craven, then yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's his first movie.
A chick gets plowed by a group of, I don't even remember what they are. I think they're just bank robbers in the woods. And then they go to this chick's parents' place. Yeah, this one. And then they get tortured to death.
Wow, all right.
And fuck that movie for a couple reasons. But that genre, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't need to watch 10 minutes of a chick getting railed against her will.
Yeah.
You don't need to have it in there.
All right, that's cool, because if we come across those movies, like, I don't want to watch that shit either.
Yeah.
That's I don't want. Look, I do not want to watch The Hills Have Eyes. I do not want to watch that fucking hillbilly suck that tit. I do not want to see that ever again. I did not finish the movie. I saw the tit getting sucked.
Did the hillbilly tit suck?
Yeah, I said, huh. And I left the room.
That was it for you.
I didn't even turn it off. I'm like, phew. Tell me when it's over.
I traumatized a friend of mine in high school with that movie. With the crispy guy. He gets all burnt up.
To be honest, it came after the tit suck. I didn't see it.
Probably did. I think they stick him on a crucifix and they light him on fire.
Okay.
But yeah, my friend now can't watch anything with burn injuries in it because of that movie. That's fucked her up.
I mean, that's fair, but the tit suck should have set her up for.
How about the gross birth?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't see the gross birth?
No, they took that lady's baby and sucked her tit, and I'm like, oh. The whole movie could have been called The Hills Have Tits, and I would have ended right there.
Now, is this in the remake or the original?
It would have been
with that dome-headed fuck who doesn't have any eyebrows.
Yeah, it would have been the remake because I watched it when it was new.
Okay, yeah, I remember seeing it around the same time I saw The Descent, and much preferring The Descent anyway. So don't worry about it.
Yes.
Hills Have Eyes is off the table because I have zero interest in it whatsoever at this point.
Boom. And then unless we're just gonna do one where we just shit all over that movie.
And that's fine. We could.
If we have a slow week, we might do The Hills Have Eyes.
Maybe we'll do The Hills Have Eyes then, yeah.
But I'm not, obviously the girl with the dragon tattoo is like a thriller, but I'm not watching that.
That movie is fantastic except for that part. I'll fast forward right through it.
There's two parts. There's two of those parts in that movie.
What's the other one? There's another one?
I mean, she gets her revenge at the end of the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And she has something to be revenged.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh boy, does she get her revenge.
There's a lot more going on than just that.
Oh, yeah.
That's part of why I hate Last House on the Left, for example, because it's just that. Chick gets raped, and then they die. And they die in stupid fucking ways. In the new one, they stick the dude's head in the microwave, and they have it programmed to, with the door open, it still runs, and his head explodes. That's not what the fuck happens.
No.
It's not even remotely. You just get warm. Also, microwaves don't really do that to people.
I mean, yeah, they might, muck your brain up a little bit, but, your head's not gonna...
Yeah.
It's not, what's that movie? Scanners.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna scan.
It's not like that fucking news anchor just having a whole blowout.
See, that's what I want to watch, too.
Yeah. Also, again, 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I think 1990 literally or one.
As a child, I thought that there was a horror movie called Max Headroom. And I recently learned what that was and why he looks so disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I was a friend of mine as a kid. He had his mom had it on VHS or some shit, and it was like a movie, but it was also a TV show.
Yeah, so he would do bumpers.
Yeah.
In between things, and then they had the fucking cartoon version. But I think that was originally his role was as a film show host.
Yeah, it was music videos, and then they made some movie about it, and I was like, oh, this guy looks so creepy. This has got to be a horror movie. I'm never watching this shit. Oh, and then oh no, he just talks about music videos. He's a rude computer generated quote guy.
I thought maybe you saw the network hack.
No, but I saw that and I got confused. I'm like, they just put the VHS that my friend had on in the basement on TV? What's the deal?
Nah, it's just a guy. I guess you could just get those masks back in the day.
Oh.
I wish you could still, because I'd probably wear it for Halloween, scare the shit out of children. But yeah, he just fucking whatever hacked a TV network and said some gibberish.
As you do.
That was my first, because I think was too young to have seen him that character on television when it was on television.
Yeah, I think that it might have even been like a British thing too.
Yeah, so. Pretty sure it was. So that was like my only knowledge of what Max Headroom actually was that whole TV hack thing. Piracy. Illegality. Crime. What's this question here?
Does a horror movie with bad acting make it better?
It depends on the nature of the movie. Like if it's a high production and like very serious and emotional and you've cast fucking Vin Diesel in it, that's a problem. That sucks.
Yep.
But if you're self-aware, like every Nick Cage movie that's bad is great.
That was my point. I was going to be like, we already discussed Nick Cage being screaming in the woods covered in blood.
Because he knows what the fuck he's doing. That's the whole... He's so self-aware about it that he could do whatever he wants in a movie. It's like, you know what you're getting, potentially, anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he'll be like, listen, I'm just going to fuck around this whole time. I want a fish in my mouth for half of it.
Sure, Nick. Yeah, you got the money.
And I'm going to yell at your mom, and we're going to film it.
Oh, good Lord.
So, yeah, that's a good example. Venom, although, I mean, it has a horror tone, but I don't know if I would consider it a horror movie as much as it's just like an anti-hero movie.
I've got my problems with Venom.
But that's another thing. Like, Tom Hardy is a really good actor, and I think he sensed the tone of the character he was playing right away. And that's why he jumped into the fucking lobster tank and started eating lobsters and shit. And that's why he does like these weird twitches and he talks to himself all creepily as he's walking down the street and shit. Because it fit the tone of the movie. It wasn't a fucking super serious movie.
Yeah, no, for the whole movie, I felt like he was just like riding the cusp of trying to act and then also just trying to be a goofball.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm not sure.
I found it to be a good balance. I was kind of mad about the way that, like, the fucking... I can't remember the name of what Venom is.
Symbiote.
Yeah. Like, he's like a down and out, like, I got bullied in my home planet.
Yeah.
I'm like the butt of the joke. I'm Marmaduke from the comics. Because he's creepy. Like, I want him to be frightening and intimidating and aggressive. And it's just like he's some weird clown. Okay.
Yeah. And then, like, if he's the bum on his planet, what's who's the popular guy?
Yeah.
Fucking Carnage.
Yeah, apparently Carnage.
Fucking Woody Harrelson looking like with ginger hair. That was weird.
What has happened to Woody Harrelson as well?
You know what? I think Woody Harrelson's just he's living his life. He did Zombieland 2.
Yeah.
He's just like rolling on that. He's doing whatever he wants.
But he looks like he's shriveling into himself slowly.
He certainly does, and that is called time.
He looks like he needs some water.
He does.
All the time.
Somebody please water Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, you look thirsty, man.
Oh, poor Woody.
Move out of Arizona. I don't know if he lives in Arizona.
He might.
It's quite dry there, though. I understand.
I could see him. I could see him walking around with maybe cowboy boots on in Arizona.
Yeah. Oh, cowboy boots 100%. And that hat. Yeah. He just wears a Zombieland hat all day. Like, he just loves his character so much.
Well, he wants people to know.
He's like Daniel Day-Lewis.
Hey, double tap.
Yeah, better double tap that guy. It's like a street fight. He shows up in a Lamborghini. Double tap.
Yeah. Hey, here's my knife. Double tap. Yeah, you know what? I'm getting back up. Stab the man!
Woody Harrelson out here. Facilitating murders.
All right. And the last question here. Worst horror movie and why?
Worst horror movie.
Actually, second last.
Worst horror movie. You go first because I have a couple and I'm trying to narrow them down in my head.
I honestly, I don't know because I was already thinking like not Last House on Love, but Little Hills Have Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking
you're already there.
I was like, that's pretty much the shittiest horror movie I've seen.
Paranormal Activity, I think 4.
Okay.
Is going to be on there because the Xbox Kinect can sense the demon.
Yeah. I mean that.
Ooh, boy.
That's like a thing with ghost hunting. Apparently, you get like the laser grid.
I'll kill myself.
But the thing is, I'm wondering if that came from this movie. If there were people like, they're like, yeah, sure, let's get laser grids. Let's see.
Zach Baggins saw that and he's like, there's something to this.
Let's see.
So that's one for sure. I bought one. So we have stores here for those who don't. I don't know if it's in America or not, but I assume it is. It's called Cinema One.
Right.
And so they sell a lot of high-profile DVDs, but then they also sell a lot of like indie films that nobody's ever heard of that were like made by a family.
Oh, good lord!
And
I had no idea.
I got one once called Five Across the Eyes.
I've heard of it.
Based on it's been sitting on my DVD shelf forever.
That's probably why I've heard of it.
I'm sure at some point during a party I might have put it on because of how it's just horrible. It's all shot basically on like a fucking digital handy cam. Like one of those ones that comes with a strap that clicks against the side and you can hear it in the mic all the time.
Oh yeah, classic.
And the fucking the gore effects, it's like somebody just put ketchup on bubble wrap and stuffed it under their shirt, and so that when they get stabbed, like a roll of bubble wrap with ketchup falls out. Or some shit like that. This woman shows up and kidnaps these chicks who are going across the country on a road trip or something, and she threatens them with an axe and keeps them in a room, and it's all very muddy and doesn't make any fucking sense for a second. But the one thing I remember most is that the axe was fake. It was like one of those dollar store rubber fucking axes.
No!
And they didn't even try.
No!
They didn't try even remotely to make anything about it look real. It was like somebody's bad high school project.
Oh, no.
And that's like unironically bad in the way that it's not a watchable movie even for the fun of it. It sucks. And there's that, and then there's Wiggles the Clown, and it was like a vacuum hose, same thing, covered in ketchup. I've seen so many movies that are like this shit.
Wiggles the Clown.
Just trying to find good stuff. Yeah, dude, that's just from like '98. It's so bad.
Oh shit! Like I don't know. I used to get a lot of horror movies from you. Just like sit on a hard drive. Mm-hmm. And I bet there's a lot on there that are real bummers like that.
I still do it. I got 800 gigs on a terabyte.
That's not good.
Probably. Of mostly horror movies.
The FBI is kicking your door in right now.
Oh, I acquired them completely legally. I promise.
I mean, it's not...
I didn't.
It's not illegal to download. It's only illegal to upload.
That fucking shithead disc.
Shithead disc.
It was like a CDRW. And somebody had written Five Across the Eyes on it. Like, there was no actual cover.
Oh,
that's how bad it was. Like, somebody walked in with it and just stuck it on the shelf with a price tag and was like, shh. And then ran away.
That's a bummer because the name is very intriguing.
Yeah. I feel like I have a haunted DVD. Like, it's cursed or something.
It's probably the only copy in existence.
Yeah. It's like an NFT now. It's going to be super valuable.
Good Christ.
I'm going to sell it back. I bet that shit cost me like $26 too. Like, it was so expensive. I was like, well, it must be good. Nah.
Yeah, no, and I guess it doesn't work like that with a lot of things. Like with weed, yeah, if it's expensive, it's probably going to be all right.
Chances are.
But if you're spending a lot of money on a horror movie, you should probably at least watch the trailer first.
Yeah. I liked it because there was something thrilling about it. Like, have you ever done that with like CDs?
I used to
go in and you're like, oh, I've never heard of this before. Maybe it's something.
Not so much CDs, but like I've definitely done that with movies. I used to go to like the Sears outlet.
Yeah.
And I'd sign up for their credit card so I get like 10 free bucks, and then I'd
check out the bargain bin.
Yeah, and then I'd just cancel the credit card.
$5 DVDs. What do we got in here?
Exactly. Free movies.
Our Gang.
I think I got
some Richard Pryor joint from fucking 1968.
Little People Big World Season 1 for $1? Yeah, I'll take that. I don't even think I took the wrapper off of it. I got that now. I can watch it anytime I want.
I forgot about that show.
Yeah.
What was the trash TV I was watching? I was in Toronto in a hotel getting a tattoo done. And we saw shit.
Was it 90 Day Fiancé?
Okay, so it wasn't. But I did at the same time find out that there is a follow-up series to 90 Day Fiancé.
Dude.
And it's all the single people whose relationships didn't work out.
I've been watching it.
I'm so excited for No Neck.
I gotta tell you, there's 9 or 10. Oh, there's 9 or 10 spin-offs of 90 Day Fiancé.
Holy fuck.
But yeah, no, you're gonna want to watch 90 Day The Single Life because it's if you like
just
Ed.
Sad.
I've just learned about this guy, and I like him. This guy's a pile of garbage.
I think he's awesome.
He's such a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And they just put him on TV and they're like, all right, Ed, say this horrible thing to this 23-year-old lady.
Just say what's on your mind, probably.
Just tell her all the things you don't like about her on national television.
Yeah. They go to all the trouble of flying him out to fucking visit his fiancée in her place, and all he does is just shit all over the way that she's lived for her entire life.
Yeah.
You live in this hut? Why is there water? I can't sleep without my back pillow. And it's like, you realize that you're in fucking, like, Vietnam right now.
A
spider is going to come through a hole in the ceiling in 2 seconds.
My favorite part is the rat when he's trying to shower, and, like, the dad's like, I'm going to shower with you, boy. And it's just some rat just, like, looking. Like, just like, when's my turn to bath?
Now, to be fair, I wouldn't like that either.
Yeah, no,
But know what you're getting into.
I might come at it a little differently than hiding around a corner and be like, is that a rat?
How could you possibly have expected it to be fucking first world United States over there?
Yeah, the second you saw the bucket of water, you should have known.
Yup.
You should have known that was for bathing.
Oh, that's my bathwater right there. Hey, I'm not really looking for this right now. Bye.
Yeah.
Just.
But
right
no, he takes her to a nice hotel and is like, will you please brush your fucking teeth? And he tries to come at it so gingerly. He's like, look, I noticed, like, last night your legs are kind of hairy like mine.
Yeah.
Will you fucking take care of that?
Will you clean yourself up, please?
Yeah, what the fuck? You stink, first of all, and you're hairy. Look at me.
It's me saying this. I don't use product in my hair. This is natural grease.
Oh my god, that guy is slick. He is always wet like a dog. I don't understand.
It's like he just fucking rubs bacon on himself.
Oh, dude, you're gonna love The Single Life because there's a bit where his like mom like does his hair and she's like, "You want the samurai look?" And he's like, "Yeah, give me the samurai look." And she just goes, and she pulls his hair so tight to his skull, and like his skin goes back like this,
no.
and you almost see a neck come out for a second.
Oh, there's one hiding in there somewhere.
No, I'm just joshing you.
We got a hyperextended spine a little bit.
Oh
man, that's beautiful. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting into trash TV a little bit because like hoarders, man.
Oh, dude, look.
And I bet you there's tons of shit that I haven't seen that's just as good.
Hoarders is my favorite thing because they're like, it's like you get to look around your place, but it ain't that bad.
Yeah, no,
it hasn't gotten that bad yet.
I haven't done laundry in 2 weeks, and I have a couple boxes, but at least I'm not shitting in a bag.
Yeah, at least I'm not fucking shitting into it.
Just a container and keeping it.
Yeah, sometimes they're just shitting into a toilet that doesn't work too.
Yeah,
and they're like,
and it's just a mound, it's like an anthill.
They gotta stand on garbage to shit into a toilet. Look,
that's my worst nightmare, dude.
Stay tuned for the spin-off where we just watch shit trash TV like that.
It's gonna be called Have Working Plumbing.
Please, where do I poop? Where's the guest bathroom?
We're just gonna go into hoarders' places, and that's the first. Okay, so where do I poop?
Just anywhere?
We're here.
I noticed the animals have been going anywhere. Yeah. So am I to just right here?
This week we're here with Agnes. She's got 13 cats, and one of them's dead. The rest haven't gotten around to eating it yet because there's plenty of food scattered all over the floor. And we're gonna ask her, where do I poop?
Coming up next, first one to find that dead cat gets the prime pooping spot.
Yeah, it's under the cat.
It's the only place poop hasn't been yet.
Because there's dead cat on it. Oh man. So no, it was like one of those like blind dating shows. And then at the same time, they would routinely cut away to two people in a relationship talking about how badly it's going.
Love it.
And I imagine they were people who were on the previous season because some of them could barely speak to each other because of the language difference.
Oh my god.
It was like this black guy and his like Thai bride, and she barely knew English. So they had to subtitle her, but they wouldn't subtitle him because he spoke it perfectly.
And they were like watching like on the couch?
Yeah.
I hate that shit. I hate that TLC does that, but yeah.
That's so bad. You're just taking shit from YouTube at this point.
Yeah, like
this is Kids React.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And if you don't know what you're watching going into it, you're like, well, who are these people?
What the fuck is any of this?
Why am I watching people watch this?
Where's my backstory?
Shit, my favorite Cheaters, for sure. Best trash TV show that's ever been invented.
That's a throwback, too.
If you want to watch...
When he just clocks her in the face.
Not only does he clock her in the face, he kicks her car... But not her car. Just a stranger's car window who's trying to, like, drive her home. They're, like, in a fight, and some guy's like, here, I'll drive you. And the guy just boots the guy's car window in, and then punches her in the face. And then he gets arrested, gets up and runs, cuffs on.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's...
How do you not know that you're on TV?
That is...
Like, how are you not aware of that and augment your behavior?
Alcohol. Alcohol will do
Fair
that
enough.
to you.
Yep, you're right.
So yeah, anyways, stay tuned for Where Can I Poop or Where's the Guest Bathroom coming to wherever you listen to crap.
How many dead pets do you got? This is a gold mine here, really.
Yeah, no, for sure.
We're gonna start with horror movies. We're gonna end by surveying dead pets. First horror movie we watch: Pet Sematary.
So, where can I poop?
Right here in the cemetery. I'll come back to life.
Right here on the Indian burial ground?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Wow.
Yeah.
Real ass skeletons in that fucking pool in that scene in Poltergeist. I always, for some reason, I think about Pet Sematary, and I think about that. And also in Pet Sematary, they drugged a child. I'm like 90% sure, because at the end, when the kid is dying again, right, and he's walking down the hallway, he stumbles and falls and cracks his head against the door frame.
Oh, shit.
So I don't know what they just waited until he was sleepy and then said, go walk and we're going to film it.
Maybe they had a wire.
Or they just like gave him an Ambien or something. I don't know.
It's like, it reminds me of Homeward Bound when the dog jumps over the kid out of the car and just cracks the kid's skull off the car door. That movie loses its whole tone the second that happens.
That at the fucking big reuniting scene, and he's running across the field and just trips in a hole and just blasts his face across the ground. They left that in, and then they put a cat in a box and sent it down a waterfall. That's another reason why I prefer the 90s, especially for horror, because you could get away with so much shit back then. Yeah, that movie, by the way, is a Disney movie. That's weird too. Yeah, it is. It's like that old Uncle Remus song of the South, though. Yeah, Disney. It's like the second most racist thing they ever produced. Second most? Holy shit. Yeah, no, there's worse. I know, like, Donald Duck had he killed Hitler or something in one, but... They had that, and then they had, it was like a super beautiful flowing white unicorn, and then behind it was a little black horse. Oh, no. That was dressed, like, with the fucking several bows, like the racist African portrayal. Yeah. And its job was to carry the white unicorn's tail. Or something like that, yeah. Oh, come on now. Different time periods. Walter. It's a bad time period. Yeah. Bad, not different, bad time period. But it needs to be remembered. It's Black History Month. It is, but, like, there's other things to remember than just, like... Those are the things I want to remember, though. All right, last question. These are all from people on Twitter, by the way. So if you want to get at us on Twitter, what's your Twitter handle? It's the J-Pocalypse. I realized that I'd been fucking up many years ago because whereas most people would just change their header name, I would straight up change my handle and think it's the same thing, and it made me impossible to contact. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So we're sticking with the J-Pocalypse forever. I don't really like it that much, but I don't want to change it at this point. I mean, that's fair. It's hard to stay on brand when you're always changing your shit. Yeah. Then you can get me in Matt124. Yeah, the easiest one ever. Yeah. It's gonna be Matt124 for the rest of your life. So, which for you? Yeah. Which horror movie stands out and is the most memorable? Most memorable, like in a positive way or a negative way? Give me the first example that comes to mind. Thanksgiving. And this is, I said this before we started, but Thanksgiving. It's about a turkey that has an old Indian curse put on it. And this is what's that fucking company? The Toxic Avenger Company, right? Is it? Trauma? I don't know. I think it is Trauma. It might be. So this turkey is immortal, and it's like a gang of kids. They're not kids, but whatever. They're supposed to be teenagers, but they're clearly adults. It's one of those. And they do some kind of weird campfire ritual, and they reignite the curse with this turkey. Now, there are several important things to note about this movie that make it the most memorable and actually one of the best. They gave this turkey those classic old 80s taglines every time he murders. Weird puns. Like you're looking at the front poster right now and it says, "Gobble, gobble, motherfucker" on it. It also says, "Warning, boobs in the first second." Yeah. So if that's one thing to look forward to in that movie, boobs in the first second. The intro scene is Pilgrim era, and it's a chick being chased through the woods, and she's got no shirt on. And then when the turkey catches up to her, right before, I'm pretty sure he tomahawks her. It's so racist.
Oh,
and he says, "Nice tits, bitch." And
this
also,
isn't even a trauma movie. This is just a bad movie.
Yeah. The intro scene to setting up the character of the sheriff is he's drinking coffee that his wife made for him in the morning, and he drinks it and he goes, what did you put in this shit? And she goes, "As a matter of fact, I did." Plops a coffee pot with a huge shit in it in front of him and goes, "I want a fucking divorce."
No!
Yes.
All right.
And the turkey is the worst rubber hand puppet
I'm looking at a picture of it
ever
right now.
see. It doesn't even have like a hole in his throat. You can see the back of the puppet's mouth when it opens it. It's so good. He does weird shit, like he fucking jumping up on people. Like, they just throw the puppet at actors as if it's attacking them. It's honestly one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Oh,
it's
Jesus.
a last fucking riot. That, and in a similar vein, there's a movie called Poultrygeist.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
It's something like poison chicken at a fried chicken restaurant that turns people into zombie chickens. And it's half a musical, and it's just a half shit B-movie puppetry. It's amazing. I'm all about this shit.
I'm trying to remember mine. I don't remember what it's called, but I'll give you the fucking...
Comedy horror, we're Googling comedy horror 1998 fetus.
All right, so look, I don't remember what this movie's called.
We got... It's
not any of these.
I think I want you to know, though, that somebody has made an IMDb list of monstrous births in horror movies.
Oh, no, they have.
They sure have.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, maybe if you... All pregnancy horror movies. Describe what happens with this fetus.
Okay, so the whole movie, I'm pretty sure it revolves around this society of people who collect fetuses.
Okay.
They collect, I think is this it right here? No. They collect these deformed fetuses, and these fetuses come to life, and they fuck shit up.
What?
This movie, the reason I'm going to remember it forever, forever I will remember this movie. It's the exact same reason I'll forever remember The Hills Have Eyes. Because I was watching it, it was like, we were, I don't know, 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old, somewhere in there. Friend's birthday party, sleepover, we go rent a horror movie. We pull up this movie. It looks horrifying. It's gross shit on the cover. Cool. Put it in. It's about these fetuses. All right. Fetuses are in a jar.
I'm sold.
Fetuses get out of the jar. Fetuses are doing all kinds of shit. And at some point, a lady falls down.
Mm-hmm.
And you see from the fetus's perspective, it crawls up her skirt. And it's going like through her clothes. And I'm just like, guys, it's going to suck that tit. And it goes right for it, and I remember the one kid was like, his parents were like super Christian. He's like, oh! And he went and he sat underneath like the foosball table, and he wouldn't watch it. And I was just like, I am psychic.
My fucking God. Guys,
so
it's gonna suck that tit. That's a brand new sentence.
So
Nobody's ever said that.
I've been like searching fetus horror movie my whole life. And it's
not The Unborn, although that's a pretty good movie.
It's not. It's called like Little Rascals or little Silly Billies.
Well, I can tell you, it's not Little Rascals.
And it's not dumplings. I swear to God.
You think it's dumplings every time, don't you?
No, but that's a name for a movie about fetuses.
Okay,
for sure.
So put in fucking skirt crawler like tit suck. In the Google search here.
I don't want to put that in there.
Yeah, you're going to be put on a list for the rest of your life.
Horror movie about killer.
Yeah, here we go. Fetuses.
And then I'm going to throw the word tit suck in there.
That's funny because Devil's Due shows up, and I actually know that one. I think I was annoyed by it, but it wasn't bad. How about It's Alive?
No.
It's not that right there? with the fetus.
No, that sorry, that's a baby right there.
Oh,
I'm talking
yeah, okay,
like
they're actual.
Yeah, like
Okay. Where do they get them from? I wonder.
Tit suck.
Yeah,
I'm throwing it in there. I'm just throwing the word tit in there. Suck. Sucks right next to it.
The suckling?
It better not. It's not the suckling.
Are you sure though?
Look, if you're sitting at home right now, I just know that this movie exists. It is very real, and it's from like 1998.
Oh man,
I
need to know as well.
It's black and white.
Oh, it's not Eraserhead.
It's not Devil's Due.
No, it's not. That's about a woman who's pregnant with Satan, I believe, Antichrist.
Horror movie.
It wasn't bad.
Fetus collector.
Collectibles. Collage. I love these suggestions.
I know.
Fetus collection for
Baby
sale.
Oopsie.
Well, that's from 2021, so there's no way.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
It's not Demon Seed?
No. You know what?
We're
honestly,
gonna find it though.
It's gonna come to me. I'm gonna be laying in bed tonight, and I'm just gonna sit up and be like, "Fucking titty baby movie."
And that's what it's gonna be. It's probably called Titty Baby Movie.
Inseminoid. Oh my God! There are some
horror movies.
That's
some genre. Womb horror movies.
Oh,
The
that. Stranger Within. Oh no! These are all movies about fetuses in your belly doing things.
Yeah, doing things you don't want them to do. Doing everything but just dating.
Oh boy. Anyway, I mean, have some fun at home. Google up fetus horror movie and see if you can figure out what it is. And tweet at me if you figure it out. Because,
yeah, we need to know. Hopefully, by the next time we record one of these, we have it.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, what movie should we do then for the next episode?
That's a great question. Well, what do you have in mind? We'll break it down into subgenres.
Okay. I don't know. I was thinking just like a movie we both like would be a good start, but I mean, I'm always down to watch Dark Skies or.
My recommendation earlier was Cabin Fever.
Cabin Fever.
The original.
Yeah,
from I believe 2001.
Okay,
Eli Roth. Because there's a lot to sort of unpack. There's a lot of weird shit in that movie. And it's creepy as fuck.
Okay. You know what? Let's do it then.
Sick.
So if you're listening right now, add Cabin Fever to your watch list and
not the one from fuck, I don't even remember now. It's like 2018 or something like that. Not that one.
No, I
was consulted on it, so it's very similar, but it's not as good by any means.
Is it a remake or is it called Cabin Fever 2?
There is a Cabin Fever 2. I don't think Eli Roth is involved with it at all.
Okay.
But the newer one is a remake.
Okay.
Now, it's not bad, but it doesn't capture the same magic as the original. And that's, again, with the fucking whole CGI thing. The practical effects in the original Cabin Fever are fucked. They're awesome.
So we're talking about the 2002 Cabin Fever. The poster for it's red. There's a cabin, and you can obviously see there's a skull shape in the background.
Bad things happen in the woods.
Absolutely, they do. That's why you never go there.
It's got the guy from Detroit Rock City in it, who is also in. What the fuck is that? It was in. They made fun of it in Scary Movie.
I don't know.
It's got fuck. I'll never remember his name, but it's the Ray fucked me scene. The dude, where's my car? Where they both get back tattoos and they're reading them back and forth to each other.
Yeah.
So he's also in Scary Movie.
Okay.
And a couple other things too. And he's pretty funny. He's got a weird voice. It's raspy.
So Cabin Fever it is then. Cabin Fever it is.
And I've seen this movie about 15 times, and I'm going to watch it again with bells on.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, let's do that then.
Yup.
Is there anything else? You got any final words for the podcast?
Almost never. Not too fucking missed the button. Oh, no. We're
might hear periodically the sound of gurgling.
Oh wait, is that fan still plugged in? There better not be any gurgling.
Yeah,
What?
because it's fucking monsoon season outside, and the wind is making plumbing a problem.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that the
Yeah.
weather's sucking the pee out of my traps.
Yeah, it's called siphonage.
Did you guys know that in plumbing that there's things that trap your pee?
They sure do. Well, that's
they-
why there's a whole flush function.
Yeah, they trap your pee and
Yeah.
then
You don't wanna
they do
leave it
God
in
knows
there.
what with it.
That's why I get pissed, and I tell everybody not to leave urine, because, some people do the yellow mellow thing.
Oh yeah, yellow mellow, brown mellow.
Oh, just all mellow?
Yeah, mellow until the toilet dissolves.
Yeah, because that's what it gets all like, it hardens on the inside.
Hard pee.
And then, you just got bad drainage. Have you ever taken apart, and you haven't, but if you've ever taken apart an old urinal, it's one of the most abrasive smells you will ever have an experience with in your life.
You know what? From time to time, I do tinker with my toilet. I like to go right in there, elbow deep,
Rootin'.
get my wrist caught in the traps there. But I need to go back in there for my pee. So
You need to have it out of there.
Yeah, I don't want the government collecting it for whatever reason.
And plus, like, flushing is wasteful.
It is.
You got to recycle everything these days.
Absolutely. And that brings us to my next point. Welcome to the Grindhouse Movie Club. We got movies. We got movies and we got opinions.
I got movies coming out of my asshole.
I hope you don't.
I sure do.
Well, I hope they're at least on, like, I don't know, thumb drives and not like DVDs or
Laser
VHS
disc.
tapes. Oh, those are for those of you who are too young.
Yeah.
That's like a record you could watch movies on.
Yeah, they're huge.
And for those of you who are too young, they were like $100 every time. And for those of you who are too young, $100 used to be a lot of money. That used to be a great deal of money.
You'd get $100 somehow and be like, sick, I'm set for quite some time.
Yeah, it's either you got to watch like Back to the Future at home, or you made a car payment.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big deal.
I
don't know.
I never had them. I was a VHS kid, so I don't.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure. I remember distinctly being a VHS kid and like going to my mom and with the remote and being like, "What's FF stand for?" And she said firefighter. So I never fast forwarded a movie ever. It's like, I'm not. Why would they have a button on there to call the fire department?
Your mom just ruined your entire VHS watching experience.
But I never spoiled a movie for myself. So
Well, that's true. But then you could also like, there's no way you just got to sit there and endure parts of movies that you hate.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a rape scene, you just got to sit there and be white knuckle through that like a roller coaster.
Well, I was like 6, so I was watching like The Lion King and The Mask.
Yeah.
So I don't believe those movies have that kind of.
I'm trying to think of anything worth fast forwarding through in either one of those.
Yeah, maybe like a weird sex scene.
The Be Prepared song in The Lion King pisses me right off, so I'd probably have to.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, see, I thought you were thinking of like anything worth fast forwarding through in general.
Oh, plenty. There's plenty of that.
Oh yeah. I was okay. See it. Yeah, I went to the dumpster, and you were just like Disney movies still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's really good that Netflix doesn't have trackers like VHS tapes, because I would have worn them shits right down by now.
Mm-hmm.
Rewinding punchlines from Family Guy.
Oh yeah. There would be parts in those digital files that would be like weird.
Yeah.
Just because you've just ruined the tape.
There's a Law and Order episode. Oh my god, dude, we're going way back in time.
Okay.
That I saw when I was a kid, and I'll never forget it. They're trying to catch this guy who murders women, and he's got like a thing for the meat on their hips.
Oh.
And like so all these women like show up mutilated or something, and they're all missing their hip meat and whatnot. And so they're trying to like find it because they suspect that it's him, but they don't have any evidence.
Okay.
Fucking Vincent D'Onofrio, that legend, pops in a VHS tape that he finds lying around the guy's house, and he can see like the little mark of static where he's paused it over and over on some chick's hip meat in a movie.
Oh.
And he's like, we got him.
Oh my god. All right. Well, Thank God you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
forensic science right there, man. You're not going to get that just anywhere.
I would watch that episode of Forensic Files like I watch every other episode of Forensic Files, just like pants off and like head full attention.
Oh yeah, tons. Who's getting brained with the golf club in a convenience store today?
I love catching it on TV because I can pretty much tell you who done it.
Right away.
Because it's on Netflix. I've seen every episode.
Yeah.
So like an episode comes out, I'm like, well, yeah, I remember. He burned down the house with kitty litter. He put the kitty litter next to the dryer, and then he pulled the vent off because he thought that was going to do it. But then they're like, well, why would the kitty litter be on fire? And it's like, oh, the Scoutmaster. It's a Scoutmaster's trick, to like start fires. He was a Scoutmaster. We got him.
I believe I may have heard that is a way to start a fire before.
Yeah.
But who's coming across just kitty litter in the woods?
Well, it's not in the woods. You bring it. You
probably bring it with you. Okay.
Yeah, like Scoutmasters are already questionable people, so
yeah.
Of course they got kitty litter on the go.
They know a lot of things that would make them a prime suspect in a disappearance.
Yeah, they're a key witness.
Yeah,
they're always a key witness.
Every time. Hang on, I'm gonna take my sweater off here.
You take that sweater off. Well,
piping hot.
What? I'll ask. What did you do this week? And while you take your sweater off, I'll answer. Nothing. Oh, just had a regular old week. Yesterday, I had to call off work though because I had I thought I had an ear infection. So I went to a walk-in clinic and it ended up being like a call-in clinic. I got there and they're like, no, you got to call. Yeah. And doctor's just going to talk to you over the phone.
Yeah.
Apparently you've never had to see a doctor in person before in your whole life. And every condition can be diagnosed over the phone. Did you know that?
Yeah. Well, most doctors essentially are house. So they don't even have to look at you.
Right.
They just know. You go, I don't know, the back of my neck's a little itchy. Yeah, well, that sounds like osteoporosis.
Yeah, grab your balls and cough into the mic.
I want to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it ain't lupus. That's for sure. For one thing I know for sure.
Yeah.
Ruling out lupus.
So you don't have to worry about lupus.
Oh yeah, well I wasn't really worried about it until we started talking about lupus.
Yeah.
Lupus is still that could be.
I don't know a great deal about what it is.
Well, I don't know. My ears were clogged, so I don't think it was lupus.
You need one of those the papers that you make a cone and you light it on fire.
See, okay, so here's the thing. With those cones.
Yeah.
With those because it's like a candle, right?
I think, yeah. And it's like wrapped in paper. It goes in your ear.
And then you like bust it open and it's like full of gross earwax.
Yeah. It's mostly candle wax, but there is some ear in there.
How do you know that ain't already in there?
Oh, I think it's a different color.
Yeah, but they could have just like put some yellow wax in the
saying.
middle of it just to make it gross because like your ear's only so deep. It can't, I don't know. I just went to Rexall and I picked up some drops and I just put them in there and it made everything worse. So now I got to like put
You gave yourself swimmer's ear trying to cure another condition.
I did. That's exactly what happened. So now I got to do olive oil in the ear.
Oh, that's slimy. I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
Well, I got avocado oil because I hate olives. So
yeah. Well, it doesn't really taste like olives. I don't know how much olive oil you've had in the past.
To be honest, I have no idea. I go olives. Ugh.
If you've ever eaten an Italian meal, chances are there was olive oil right in that. They love that shit there.
Okay, well, I've had many Italian meals, but I'm usually making them at home.
Yeah.
And it's ragu.
And you're omitting the olive oil right away.
Oh, yeah, because I'm not an Italian, but I do know olives. Ugh.
See, I like them. I get black olives on pizza all the time.
Okay.
The problem is, because I believe they're a very cheap ingredient, they put way too many fucking olives on the pizza. It's 50% olives.
Yeah, that's
like the only thing there's more of is crust.
Yeah, first of all, ew. They're just trying to get rid of olives because nobody ever gets them. Like, this guy ordered the olives. All right, get the bucket.
They do it with that, and they do it with
shovel.
The shovel, yeah. Get the fucking garden hoe. They do that with olives and spinach, just because. Yeah, well, let's load it up with the thing I bought for 30 cents at an Asian convenience store.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, there's nothing worse than there are many worse things. Spinach on pizza.
Oh, I'm down.
It's a fun thought, but like spinach isn't isn't something you can bite and then
That's true.
easily have half of it left on the pizza, like a piece of pepperoni.
Yeah,
maybe?
it comes right off.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you've got a mouthful of cud
Yeah.
with your pizza.
Which is totally what it comes out like cud.
Yes.
You don't even have to chew it. It already is, man. That's what we should be feeding cows. Cut out the middleman. Cud out the middleman.
Oh, yeah, let's pre-cud this.
Yeah. This is pre-cutted cow feed.
So how was your week?
It was one, man. I don't know. I've been sleeping like shit for just ever. I'm in plumbing school right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I've found that as I've aged, group work really gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
So I had my first like shop class with one of the worst teachers in the college, and it really makes me happy that I paid real money out of my own pocket in order to attend it because he's useless. But
school's great.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty fucking hungover, and the last thing I wanted to do was dig in a bunch of old dirty rocks. But that's what I did all goddamn day.
God damn it.
For like 5 hours.
With some other people?
Yeah.
What kind of group project is that?
In a 9x9, basically a simulated underground
you looking for dinosaur bones?
Plumbing. Well, we have to run all this pipe and shit. We had to like demonstrate that we know how to connect things together and whatnot.
Pipes are like house bones, so
they are.
It's like
they very
Jurassic
much
Park.
Are.
It's kind of like Jurassic Park. What you're describing is Jurassic Park.
And if I were to have dug up something more interesting than plastic pipe, I probably would have enjoyed my time much more. But I just dug up, more rocks for digging up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just sweating out half a box of wine, and and I'm surrounded by 3 other guys who anybody wants to talk about seemingly is the goddamn trucker convoy.
Oh yeah.
Still.
Oh yeah.
And sports, and I don't care about either.
Boy, there is nothing worse. Sorry, we just cleared our throats at the same time. I didn't want it to be a weird thing.
Yeah.
But we are, that's something.
Well, it was emphasis that there is indeed nothing worse. You're finding the bar and you're continuing to lower it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Then small talk.
Yeah.
I keep saying there's nothing worse, but there are many worse things than small talk in this situation.
That
small
one's
talk
down
is
there
the
though.
devil.
That's down there for sure.
Yeah, I'd rather just be silent. Just dig.
Yeah.
Just
so how long have you been plumbing? Do you really care? Do you care? Or are you trying to destroy the silence?
He's trying to be the guy who's been the plumber the longest.
Yeah.
He's trying to get plumber's clout.
I could tell you never are. There's always a guy in the class who's like, I've been doing this for 15 years and I want to die tomorrow.
That's plumber's clout right there.
Yeah. That's when you're entitled to die whenever you say you want to. That's how you know.
That's plumber's clout.
You've been in construction for long enough.
Plumber's clout.
When you wake up in the morning and your knees go, no.
My knees often do that, and I've never plumbed a day in my life.
Well, you must live as though you have.
Live like a plumber, die like a plumber.
Yeah.
I just have
in a hole.
I just never wear a belt. My ass hangs out quite a bit.
Oh fuck yeah, it does.
That's what the fuck does that mean?
No, I mean when you don't wear I have the same problem.
Oh shit.
I wasn't like, yeah, dude. I see your whole ass constantly.
That's what it felt like.
Fuck.
Oh man, so we did getting
back on topic
Creepers.
here.
Jeepers Creepers this week.
Yeah, we did.
A movie that came out when I was a child and everybody hyped it up. And I mean, I get it. I definitely get why they hyped it up, but it's pretty okay. I liked it.
My first memory, and I didn't see it for an extremely long time, was again with VHS tapes, just seeing the cover and it's like skin sewn together with an eye.
Absolutely.
And even as a kid, because it's a pretty old movie, I don't remember the year, but it says right there, doesn't it? 2001.
Yeah.
So like even as a 10-year-old, I was like, that's going to be a scary fucking movie, isn't it? And didn't watch it promptly for so long, but I'm very happy that I did many times after that.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't watch it. Just people just kept being like, "Oh, it's great."
I didn't hear shit
it's just
about
a dude running around doing I don't know. I don't know what I thought it was, but I just remember people were like real hyped. It was real scary. I'm like, maybe I don't want to watch it. Maybe it is going to be super scary. I mean, Justin Long's in it, so how scary can it be?
Yeah, but then he's also in fucking Tusk. And that movie, now, while it's not
Tusk.
scary,
It's upsetting.
It's scary how, uncomfortable it is seeing a man walrus.
Yeah, it's as upsetting as the Human Centipede.
I would, there's a lot less.
It's on level with that movie.
There's less human shit eating, but
Which is wicked, but there's more Justin Long's face on a skin sack.
Yeah, screaming into the night.
Yeah. So we got Jeepers Creepers. For if you haven't seen it, I'm gonna go ahead and just spoil it for you in 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Justin Long's road trip gets ruined when the Birdman wants his suck. And that Birdman gets his suck.
He sure does, doesn't he?
Oh, he gets it.
Something about consuming people in order to assimilate their body parts.
Yes.
That's unsettling in itself.
It is.
And also, like, what a good reason not to take the long way home ever.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to be outside of a building that you don't call home for any reason longer than you need to be.
Yeah. Who's enjoying that? Passing through this area where one of the first things that is Justin Long bringing his sister back from college after her boyfriend, I guess, probably beat the shit out of her, given how quietly she responded when he asked about it.
And also when the license plate just said beating you, and he was like, beating you. And she went real quiet and looked at him. And
so she never says yes, but she says yes with her eyes.
Yeah.
Which is, how you get charged with rape.
Oh boy. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, apparently
That's not, eyes aren't consent, unfortunately, is my point.
I don't think it happened in this movie, but it probably should have.
Yeah.
Given that was really implied by that license plate, and then that license plate never really comes into significance ever again, other than it's just a funny license plate.
Well, it's important. So that they're playing a license plate game and they see this truck that almost runs them off the road.
Yeah.
And its license plate is beating you, apparently. But it's actually, what is it? BE4TNGU, I think.
Something like that.
I play the fucking license plate game on every road trip. It's the best seeing vanity plates. My Tinder profile has a picture of a car that I saw in Burlington, and the license plate was hentai.
That is when that car rolls up, it's either get out of the way or get in.
Yeah. That guy really knows what he likes, and he's happy to announce it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Given the way in which this horrifying bird monster who lives in an old underground church devours his prey and then somehow regenerates with the parts that he's eaten based on what parts he eats, the license plate is actually be eating you.
Ha!
That's a double pun, goddammit.
I love it. I didn't even consider that.
No, there's like a throwaway line that the psychic they meet says, like, think about the license plate just over the phone.
Right. Right.
And hit ya.
Okay. Right away, they're driving it opens up, cars driving down the road. They pull up on a camper van, which like pulls off into nothing. I don't know why. If you notice, it just kind of like, when it's behind them, it just turns and
does it?
It just like drives off the road into nothing.
I didn't see. I was just thinking about how fucking weird it was that you had the nuts to run up beside somebody else on a highway and just stare into their soul like that.
Yeah.
Because they like linger driving at the same speed as this camper van so that they can see the people inside.
Being a passenger in a car, I'm always looking into other people's cars.
Oh, what the fuck else are you going to do?
Exactly. That camper van, though, I mean, right there, Cabin in the Woods had a camper van, so we've
nice.
We've linked those together.
There's a Color Out of Space in here, too.
Okay.
I could tie that together as well.
Okay. Everything about, like, the intro to this movie is everything I hate about, like, driving. It's what I hate the idea of driving. You got bad radio.
Yeah.
You got bad drivers. Justin
Long fucking loves religious radio.
Oh, I bet he does.
They skip over it, but he's in more. I wrote out this whole 6 degrees of separation between Justin Long and religious.
Okay.
Zealots.
All right.
And so Justin Long's in this movie. He's also in Tusk, which is directed by Kevin Smith, who also directed a movie called Red State, which is about a cult of people who are so religious that they murder young people for fucking.
Well,
And then
there
the
you go.
rapture happens, and John Goodman is in it.
Ooh.
But it's like John Goodman when he started to lose the weight. So he
Oh.
has that thing where like the skin.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Is
That's still
baggy.
That's good, John Goodman though. That's when you want John Goodman.
It is.
That's Cloverfield John Goodman.
Yeah. But it's like he already had like a jowly face.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he deflated himself, he looks like a blow up doll that has a hole in it.
Yeah.
More than it's supposed to have.
Shit.
Yeah, that license plate on the camper van though is either sexy forever or gay fever.
I like to think of it as gay fever.
Gay fever is the best one. I've seen so few license plates that I would just fucking die laughing. Hentai is one. Gay fever. Also, that's like a reach though because it's forever. Like it's obviously forever.
Yeah.
But fever is funnier.
Also, people having their feet up on the dash. Hate that.
You don't like that.
Put your feet down.
What if they keep their shoes on?
Eh.
Still not.
You
It's
see-
it's something weirdly disrespectful about that.
Yeah, you're putting scuffs where there ain't. You don't need scuffs. Also, if you don't have your shoes on, your foot right in the vent. Good. Stink up the entire car.
The AC is getting filtered through your old sock on this road trip.
Yeah. All right, so you're driving down the road and you see a dude throwing things down a tube covered in blood.
Yeah.
Do you stop? Do you stop?
Well, that depends. Am I a retard?
Well, no, you're just you.
Yeah. My point being, I would have to be one in order to stop.
I just didn't want to. Just want to assume you weren't one.
I don't give a shit how bodily that bag looks. Anybody throwing something down a huge pipe, I don't want anything to do with that. And also, I mean, it's on his property. He can really do what he wants.
I mean, during the daytime, especially if he's got the balls to be doing that during the daytime, like
This
there's
clearly visible bloody sheet, and he's got no problem with that.
he even like looks and makes eye contact, like you saw what I did. I'm coming. I'm out.
When they sort of see him for the first time after he gets or after he tries to run them off the road with the truck in order to scare them because he can smell fear, and that's how he decides what parts of your body he wants.
Which is, weird, but I like the idea.
Yeah, you can see him when he notices them see him disposing of a corpse illegally. He stares at them and he does a little sniff of the air.
Does he?
It's very small and it's
Okay.
hard to tell because they're driving past, obviously, but it's like there's a tiny thing like, oh, so this makes sense now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's fair.
The fucking foreshadowing in this movie. They're talking about serial killers. And I asked, like, oh, that's a serial killer's truck? Oh, yeah, you fucking bet it is. That should have been your first indication. And they're on a road where first she fucking chose to take the long road home. And it just happens to be the same road where somebody was decapitated. And you have the confidence to investigate what you think might be bodies.
Right? Yeah, for real. Like, it's, first of all, the dude's dressed like the Undertaker.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's probably undertaken.
He's dressed like the fucking director from Colorado Space.
He's literally doing his job.
Yeah.
That's
It's his favorite thing to do, also.
Oh, absolutely. You got a tube for bodies to go in? This guy's like, put your body in my tube.
Call me up. I charge $200 for just an inspection.
What are you inspecting, the tube or the bodies?
The tube, mostly. I want to make sure. So I drew an entire diagram trying to figure out practically how the fuck this pipe works. Because it's sticking out of the ground on such an insane angle.
Yes, it is.
And it drains, technically, into the basement of this bombed out church.
I guess it drains, or does it receive water to fill the church basement up?
So that's technically it's HVAC because it's mostly a vent.
Oh, sure.
And sometimes things find their way into vents. So, dead rats, a bird that's struggling, human corpses this time apparently.
Yeah, well, they didn't really find their way. They were more so shown the way.
That's true.
By way of just being hucked in there like a ain't no thing.
So this fucking, and I was trying to figure out whether or not it would classify as a drain or a vent, because given its angle, if it's a drain, if it's meant to be a drain, which blood would go down it, so technically it's draining.
Fair enough.
That violates so many fucking plumbing codes.
Oh no.
So many. So right away, I'm calling this fucking whatever township that they're in, and I'm getting a ministry guy out there.
It's in Florida somewhere.
It is in Florida somewhere.
So would they even care? Is my question. You might get given the finger through the phone.
Yeah. And so strongly that I could tell too. You're fucking on the phone like, you're giving me the finger right now, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Hear that?
Sounds like a knuckle on a middle finger. What?
Specifically the middle one.
Okay, so here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you look in that pipe? You looking in that pipe?
Now, so...
Sorry. Are you looking in that vent, that HVAC?
Yeah.
You looking down that tubular system?
There you go. I've explored a lot of abandoned buildings.
Okay.
I've wanted to explore many abandoned buildings. One of the things that would put me off from doing that is if I saw a heroin addict out front of it, I'd be like, well, that's his home. I'm not going in. So given what they saw before looking in the pipe.
Yeah.
Fuck no, I'm not going near that thing.
Absolutely.
If it was just a pipe and I happened to be driving past, maybe I'd take a peek.
You know what? Given the amount of crows around the pipe.
Shitloads of crows, too.
Like crows, first of all, never a good idea if they're around to go where crows are. Because,
they're such dicks. They just sound like they're laughing at you constantly.
And there's like that many of them, they're considered a murder. So you're just asking, you're literally asking for it go there to see what's in that pipe when there's that many crows.
Yeah.
Bad sign right there. But no, they stroll past the crows, stroll past the abandoned church or whatever, go look in this impossible tube, which, by the way, is like the most slantiest and unslantiest thing I've ever seen. It's at such a wicked angle.
It is.
And then when they dangle Justin Long down the tube, it's like a child slide.
Yeah, it seemed like a fun ride until he hit the ground when he fell in.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's so steep. But those rats have no problem just chilling right there.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
Those rats seem to be climbing upwards with ease.
Yeah, and yet, so that's got to be a slimy ass. Justin Long decides for some dumb reason for a dumb reason that I know, which is that he hears a voice yelling for some kind of help, I assume. I'm not going in there, though. I'm
not going to risk the absolute obvious tetanus you're about to get around that pipe. I'm sorry.
They immediately notice how bad it smells. I'm not going in that. There are so many reasons to not go in that are better than the reason to go, which is to try and save a life.
Absolutely.
Which likely, I don't know if his fucking eyesight sucks. It can't, because he was driving the car before, so he must be able to see.
Yeah, he's not got contact lenses. He got LASIK for sure.
But he's got to stick his whole ass in there with a flashlight to try and see the bottom of this shit. And then when he falls in, his sister has no problem seeing him at the bottom.
Right.
None. Are you okay? Like, I can see you moving around.
And like when he like just threw that corpse in there, the corpse was like 10 feet away.
Yeah.
It was like,
I assume it rolled.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So when I'm chucked away down in a hole, what I want to do is I want to roll away from help, and then call help into the hole. Absolutely.
Yeah. I want to make this help I need really mysterious for anybody available.
Yeah. I really want to make people inquisitive about the help that they're going to be providing me, and then wonder if they should be providing the help.
That's really going to help my case.
Yeah, and instead of being somewhere where they could just heave me a rope, I'm gonna, roll a good distance away into this crevice.
Into the pitch black darkness.
Yeah. You know how I don't have any guts either?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't bother saving me. No, yeah. Really,
you're not gonna. By the time you get down here, it's over.
It's not gonna be a good life for me with no guts.
What a terrible sister, by the way. He fucking shakes his feet like a little bit, and she's just like, peace then. All right. You want in there so bad.
You're gonna make it this difficult for me?
Yeah.
I ain't holding on to these smelly ass feet.
No, fuck it. They're smellier than the pipe, probably.
Oh my god. That like top down shot when, first of all, Justin Long slides down this pipe, lands in that big, open, well lit area.
Yeah.
So well lit.
With no problem seeing the ground around him.
Yeah. he full on lands on his back. And you know how I know that Justin Long was 22 in this film? He got right up.
Yeah,
he wasn't like, give me a minute, I'm winded.
Mm-hmm.
That knocked the wind out of me. Hold on.
He didn't have to take like medication out to help.
Yeah, he
with
didn't.
that problem because if I'm landing, it was like a 10-foot drop. If I land on my back from 10 feet, I'm probably not getting up.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He didn't even like roll over. He sat straight up and was like, "All right, where's the body?"
Yeah, I'll slip a disc getting out of my chair at home.
Whew, I'm having trouble getting a breath in because I'm just having the wind knocked out of me, reliving that moment for him.
That fucking shot is one of the best shots in the whole movie. And I was struggling trying to figure out how they did it because I assume that you don't see his feet as he's falling. So I assume he's just standing and they brought like a background up to him and sort of hit him with it because he bounces really convincingly off of it.
Yeah.
But it's like, how would you replicate that? Unless he was like, yeah, fuck it. I'll jump.
I bet they just off of the camera, like where you don't see it, people had him by the arms and legs and they just dropped him like this far.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm doing like maybe 3 inches with my fingers for those of you at home.
Yeah, but he also he bounced
he
pretty
did.
Hard.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was like a gym mat or something soft where you would bounce.
That makes sense.
Or like a trampoline.
That makes more sense.
But yeah, that shot is really unnerving because it's like he's standing there. He's not looking around. He's just like looking up the pipe like, hey, what's going on? Look around.
Look around right away.
Something is coming.
Probably.
And you got to move.
Even if something isn't coming, I'd want to know if it is or isn't before I'm just like staring off at my sister pissed for dropping me.
Hey, sis.
I wanted to know so bad and now suddenly I'm in here and I don't give a shit enough to look.
Yeah. God
for a while.
That
the first thing I'm seeing when I fall in there is that fucking body.
I almost shouted like hey, you got please. Just a quick scan.
It's like the longest, most painful shit waiting for him to find what he's finding.
And he's just like pulling his jeans up like, I don't really.
Yeah, thanks for that, bitch sister.
Where's my shoe? I wouldn't even have noticed my shoe was gone. I'd be like, I'm in this hole. I need out of this hole.
Yeah, there's more pressing issues
Where's
than the footwear.
Where's the exit to the hole? Yeah. Obviously, there's got to be one.
Immediately, I'm looking for that.
Yeah. And then, there's just I love the obvious mannequins all over the ceiling, like the mausoleum.
The horrible body tapestry.
Yeah.
I wrote down something here to the tune of what hardware store in this small town is selling that guy so much twine without being like, there might be a problem here. What do you need all this knitting material for?
This guy with this terrible skin condition has got so many newspapers to bundle.
Yeah.
Or so much hay to bail up, I guess.
Something, yeah. Fuck.
He's living on Little House on the Prairie with all this twine.
And he's not saying, well, I'm knitting a sweater.
Yeah, oh yeah, no.
He's not explaining himself to anyone.
I'm making burlap.
From scratch, yeah. I have a potato farm.
The stitching of the people together reminded me of the Simpsons episode, The Treehouse of Horror, where Bart's got the conjoined twin, and he's trying to stitch them back together.
Yeah.
That's all I could think of when I was seeing all those people stitched together on the ceiling.
That would never fucking work.
Oh yeah, no, you would be gross.
There's a picture of a guy, like a body mod guy, who put a dog face on his face.
Ooh.
He had that
like a filter, right? On Instagram?
No, it was sewn on. Because that's how much he's just fucking loves dogs. Long story short, he died shortly after. And so if he's obviously embalming these corpses so that they stick around. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. That's just evidence. And as soon as he gets even a whiff with his fucking amazing scent glands that he might be in trouble, he torches the whole church. Why would you leave that lying around in the first place then?
Right.
Think ahead a week.
Yeah, take pictures and make an album. Like a regular psychopath. Why?
Something a little bit more portable than the entire basement of this church being lined with bodies.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not taking that with you.
No, yeah. yeah. You gotta spend that. You gotta fucking spend that shit. But then the sister goes and to look for help. Mm-hmm. And she's just sitting on the car.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Waiting. She's really trying hard.
First sign of trouble, she was instructed to yell, "Hey, Justin."
Yeah.
Trouble. Fucking gets in the car, tries to leave immediately.
Yeah, she sure does.
Oh my god.
You really get the sense she doesn't give a shit about her brother.
Oh yeah, no.
That's her car, and she can't drive manual for shit. All she does is fucking grind those gears the whole movie.
I think she just liked the way it looked.
How the fuck have you been driving around your college campus at all if every time you try to start the car you stall it?
Right, and this car is like a 1950s.
Yeah, it's a Chevrolet of some kind.
It was like when cars started being real long.
Yeah,
like they
big
thought
and
they were
annoying.
like spaceships in the 50s.
There's one, it's from like 1960 or something. This was like the height of American decadence. I can't remember what the name of it is. I think Oldsmobile made it. But it's so big that, and it's sort of in that same shape as the car she drives. It's a little bit like Volvo looking almost, but it's so big that you have to press the brake pedal with both feet to stop it.
That's scary.
Why the fuck is that? How is that practical at all?
That should be on the water.
Yeah.
With the rest of the parts. That's
they don't make it
horrifying.
anymore because goddamn it, they never should have made it in the first place.
That's like the three-wheeler. They should never have made that. that tips over as soon as you turn the wheel.
What the fuck is that thing called? A Polaris or something like that? I don't remember.
Oh, where they reversed it. When you reverse it, you put the two wheels in front, you're golden.
Yeah, you're fine.
You put that one wheel in the front, you turn over as soon as you turn the wheel.
Yeah, and there's Top Gear.
Exactly.
The guy tries so hard to drive that thing, and he just flips it like 3 fucking times.
I love that. That's another classic YouTube clip you should look up. It's like a 3-wheeled car on Top Gear. And, and it's just like a nice montage of him driving around. But whenever he turns the wheel too sharply, which is every time, the car rolls over violently.
You like and it's not even like he was trying. He was not cranking the wheel. He's just trying to like do like a shallow roundabout.
Yeah, and he just
eats it.
And then there's, I think he does it in front of like a news crew, and they run to help him. He's like, "No, it's just me, just doing Top Gear here."
I'm just like the most famous face in Britain. My job is to talk about and drive vehicles. I'm this good at it.
Speaking of driving, when they're getting away from the dude, my favorite thing in horror movies is where they try and fill like silences of like driving, and we're like, "Come on, you got to drive, you got to go."
Yeah.
As if he's not aware of the situation and doing his best already. You're just like putting pressure on him to like drive.
Really appreciate the backseat driving in this scenario.
Oh yeah, they're
huge fan. I get pissed off if somebody tells me a light's red in front of me. Let alone, please let's escape this killer. Just in case you didn't want to badly already.
You know,
I want you to know that I'd like to go.
I think I'm gonna pull over actually. Right here. Did you want to drive?
You know what?
I'll let him catch up.
You can hitchhike if you wanted. It's all good. I want to change the tire real quick.
I love that the vehicle that the creeper Mr. Jeepers drives there. I love that the angry Hornet has.
It's louder than a semi.
Yeah.
It's the most aggressive horn.
I just wrote angry horn. It's the angriest horn I've ever heard.
Justin Long, as they're being chased away because the truck is having no problem catching up to them. It's like he must have it souped up or something. Yeah? Look at the grill of that thing.
It's missing parts. It's missing visible parts that are integral to the vehicle.
Yeah.
And he's got that NOS though.
He's got
Tokyo Drift.
He's hitting the boost, bruh.
He just they look in and it's Vin Diesel. He's just cranking the wheel and shifting gears.
I care about family.
Which is great because they're brother and sister.
Yeah. He just wants them to know that he cares about it's the most important thing. It's all about family.
And they're on the way to see their mom, so it would warm his heart. I don't think he'd eat them.
No, well, you got important things to do. You got to go see Mama.
The whole road trip's for family and to get Justin Long's laundry done.
Yeah, fuck her, by the way, for being so judgmental of him for being like, yeah, my mom does my laundry still.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
She's just mad she didn't think about bringing her own laundry.
Yeah, she should have.
Thing.
She probably got fucking blood stains and semen all over it. With her fucking
Christ.
with her horrible boyfriend. As somebody who hates I have a laundry machine in my apartment unit, not in the building, in my specific unit, and that was a deal breaker when finding the place because I'll be god damned if I go to a laundromat ever. Dude, fuck that shit.
Yeah, no.
I'm already concerned enough, like with the in-building laundry, like you have to stand by your shit the whole time because you don't know who's taking things out and smelling them like this creeper.
And they do.
They probably do. There's stories of like, I have friends with stories of like their panties being stolen. I don't like any of that shit.
No.
But at a laundromat, oh, it's the Wild West.
Oh yeah, anybody can come in.
That can just happen. And like a guy, he might not even have laundry. He's just in there to be angry.
And I'll be taking this. Grabs like a thing of jeans. These are my jeans.
Yeah, I need pants. Thanks. So I'm taking, if I didn't have the laundry, I'd be taking my laundry to my fucking mom's place too.
Absolutely. And also I love that, speaking of laundry, I love the scene where like they're in that diner and whatever's happening, they're talking, and then in the background you see like everybody go to the window, and then like, oh, what's going on up there? Some dude's going through their car and like sniffing their fucking laundry. Nobody said anything.
Until it was already way over.
Yeah, nobody threw like a bottle like, hey, get away from there. Those ain't yours.
Hey guys, somebody's sniffing your bra here.
Yeah.
Right
yeah,
away.
just know like, yeah, he was out here sniffing that. Looked like he really liked it. And you didn't spray him with the hose or something?
You didn't say or do a thing?
You didn't flick the lights on and off outside? like getting rid of a raccoon in a trash can?
I'm pretty sure they could like ring that gas bell from inside the fucking gas station.
Hey, you put those back. Mm-hmm. But that really peeved me off, like, because that'd be the first thing I'd do. Like, I'd go inside, hey, that ain't yours. What are you doing? The
dude who runs the gas station by my place gets on the intercom if I take too long putting the fucking pump into my car.
Oh, for sure.
I guarantee you he would be nicer about that situation, in that if I'm in there paying, he goes, hey, look right there at this horribly intrusive thing that's happening to you.
Yeah, hey, your laundry's getting frumped. Look, if you take away anything from this podcast, it's that if you see a frumper, stop a frumper.
Stop a frumper.
Stop frumping.
I don't know how they do it with the public bicycles in Norway, because people will just come up and just fucking huff those.
If you're in Norway, wipe your seat down after you're done.
Yeah. I think at this point, everybody's wiping literally everything they touch down.
Good.
Yeah. God bless them for it.
It sucks to be a frumper in a tidy gym, right?
Yeah. And there's not that many people, so like the seats are barely even graced by a sweet ass.
And then all the frumpers are just out in the rain, just like where what am I supposed to sniff?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a frumper and you're like, hey, I feel attacked, consensual frumping, my friend.
Yeah.
Look
How about just don't do it.
Dictionary.com consensual frumping.
It might be on Urban Dictionary.
I
hope it's not in the fucking Merriam-Webster dictionary. Consensual frumping.
Somebody had to explain it to those old people, and they're like, I guess that's a word. Sure. Whatever, man.
Well, they got all kinds of fucked up words in there now anyway, so fuck it. They're really losing their integrity over at the dictionary place with the way they're adding shitty slang from TikTok.
Yeah, they are. So say you receive a random call in a diner, and it's somebody who clearly knows you, and they're giving you like some solid advice. Do you tell them to fuck off? Do you yell fuck off into the phone?
Here's my thing, right? The least unbelievable thing about the experience that they had that whole day is that a woman called you who says she's psychic and is warning you about dangers.
Oh, yeah. And so...
especially after, and this is after the point that they run them over a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
They run them over.
That's like the first time we've seen, not even like a double tap, but like there was like a 4 or 5, almost 5.
Yeah.
No, it was 5.
And
because he stops her and then they do another one as they drive off.
I don't know why it didn't work, because that's way more than 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets dismembered, and then he tries to fly away with his hideous giant bat wing.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to be skeptical of the psychic over the phone.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Go fuck yourself, psychic. Thank you very much.
10 minutes away from that horrible thing.
Yeah.
And okay, now we're in normal town, so it should be fine. Stephen King hasn't even heard of this place.
Oh, yeah. Nah, yeah, we're good. Nah, no, psychic.
No, I believe you immediately after I see that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm very willing to hear what you have to say.
Did you see the cats yet? Guess what? I'm looking for cats all day.
Yeah, I'm gonna be avoiding cats. By the way, the scene where she hits him with the car is very real because the speedometer on the car they were driving was broken. So she hit that stuntman going way faster than she should have.
Oh my god.
And it almost was like the end of that dude's directing career.
So like because he does the thing where he is apparently from the Matrix and he's Agent Smith and jumps over the car a bunch of times while they're trying to hit him. And then he gets trucked, and I was super confused because I was like, so he can do that, and then he just chose not to suddenly. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take this one to the head.
I thought that was a little funny, but no, she like smoked him going way faster than she was supposed to be going.
So he got hit for very real.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right.
So that dude went to the hospital, and the director was like, that's the end.
We can't continue. Alec Baldwin's going to jail probably.
I hope so. I mean,
for those of you who are unaware, Alec Baldwin shot and killed a person by accident because he didn't. And you get trained with guns before you use them in scenes, especially when you're an actor for that long. You don't go, oh, thanks for the revolver. Let me look directly in it to see if there's bullets.
Yeah, even then, I would even like pull the bullets out and be like, are these blanks? These don't look like blanks.
I don't know about those.
Or I'd be like, hey, pop, shoot a bird. All right, we're gonna need some blanks.
The first rule of, and so they published this whole statement about like safety on set and the rules when you're handling firearms while shooting a film and stuff. And one of them was don't aim it at people unless it's in the scene. Yeah, that makes sense. Nobody needs to be told that. The first fucking rule of gun safety is don't point it at anything you don't intend to kill. That's right there. That is. You get a little book when you have a gun, and that's like the first page in probably huge letters.
Yeah, it is. I think it's that, and then it's like the next 3 pages are just the same thing, just in different languages.
How fucking disrespectful is Alec Baldwin? Just like, hey, whoops.
What a guy.
I didn't care about human life for 5 seconds just now. My bad.
Alec, if you're watching, please come on the podcast and just break things. No, not you, Alec. Jay's breaking things.
I'm dropping shit. Listen, 30 Rock wasn't that funny. Sorry, man.
I can't believe you'd say that.
I was. This is a huge derail, but
okay. Right.
I put out a series of tweets this week targeting actors because I've been seeing a lot of people, and it's because my friend posted a tweet saying, just a reminder that my manager at Sephora, you'll notice I used the name of the fucking store, basically told me to stop being sad because it was affecting my work 2 weeks after my dad passed away.
Oof.
And so, but she put like asterisks in the name Sephora. And I was like, and then I started seeing it more. And I assume it's because these people don't want to be tracked by whatever company or person they're talking about.
Okay.
Anyway, I was like, fuck that. And I started shitting on Chris Hemsworth and Benedict Cumberbatch and Walmart. Spanish people love Benedict Cumberbatch.
I'm really confused with where you're going here.
I got more hate for that tweet than I've gotten for rape jokes in the past. Somebody told me I was Western Cancer.
Wow.
And so I had to Google it. I had to do Google Translate on it, but damn, son. All right. It was because I said that his eyes look like they're trying to escape his nose. You really upped the ante there, Carlos. Holy fuck.
It's probably Benedict himself. Just like, I'll show this guy.
He's got sock puppet accounts just for every region.
Oh, yeah. He's got tabs upon tabs.
Also, somebody with a Bill Hader fan account told me that making fun of Benedict Cumberbatch is so 2015. So I said the only thing funny about Bill Hader is what his teeth look like when he smiles.
Oof.
If you're going to come to the defense of an actor, don't have your favorite actor be a horribly ugly actor.
That's some spicy words, my friend. Those are
if
some
I get
spicy
famous,
words.
if I get clout from these actors for this and it's negative, I win anyway. Love it.
This podcast is taking a turn.
Dude, I'll make fun of any actor, especially comedians, because get a sense of humor.
You know what? I wish I had an actor to crap on myself, but I can't think of one because I'm just so off guard. You caught me.
Nicolas Cage has bird hair.
Yeah, but he needs
he owns it also, so it's like
he needs it.
It's not even a roast because he'd probably be like, "Fuck yeah, I do. It's great."
Give you all.
There you go. See, you did it. It went great.
So do you think that this movie was really good for like the song Jeepers Creepers? Do you think that brought that back for a little bit?
I'm curious as to whether or not they just like chose a public domain song and wrote the movie around it. Nah.
They didn't.
Well, here's the thing. There are at least 2 versions of that song in this movie.
There are. And I liked the remix, like the club. The club
like
version.
fucking Britney Spears song. I wondered like how hard it would be to find a song famous enough to have that many versions and make a movie about it.
Right.
So I wrote, where is it? I wrote some funnier. First of all, so many opportunities to make like shitty horror movie slasher puns. He rips a guy's heart out in the police station, and I was like, oh, looks like his heart's no longer in this fight.
Ooh.
Oh, man, I felt good about myself for that. I shouldn't have. It was such a dad joke. Yeah, I wrote down triple tap for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first time we ever get to see it, and I don't think we're going to see it again until we watch Zombie Land.
Yeah. I also wrote down the names of the actors so I wouldn't forget this time.
Are you ready for the original title to this movie?
Yeah.
Here Comes the Boogeyman. Here Comes the Boogeyman was the original title. And then I bet they just heard that song and like, wait a minute. Hold up. Hear me out. What if? You know how this guy really likes sucking peepers?
Yeah. Huge fan.
What if Jeepers Creepers?
What if those peepers make you go, Jeepers? Yeah, so that song, and he's taken Justin Long's eyes out.
Yep.
That song is about eyes. Does that mean that? And so Giselle the psychic, when she's on the phone with him, is like, watch out for that fucking song, because apparently it's about you now. Does that mean that he's got a song that he likes to play for every part that he takes out?
I would be interested to hear some of the other ones.
Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On.
There you go. And he's just fucking like squeezing it like, ah!
Yeah.
I really enjoyed like that song. Like, 'cause that's just like a jaunty tune to just, just to like suck body parts out of skulls with.
And now,
yeah,
you've said in the past that you enjoy juxtaposition.
Yeah.
So here we are.
That was a good example, I think.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the episode of the X-Files where there's like a dude who comes out every 40 years or whatever, or every 7 years to eat people's livers.
Just the livers.
Yeah, and
he's got a bad drinking problem.
It's got something to do with like being able to sleep. Like he like hibernates for years because whatever, like the proteins and the iron in the livers helps him. But like he's also,
now we're getting into science now, and I know nothing.
It's the dude who can like crawl through vents because he contorts his body and stuff.
Yeah. I do remember him. I remember reading a list of like the most effective monsters from the whole series, and Tapeworm Mouth, and then that guy was also on it.
Yeah, that guy really creeped me the fuck out.
And like the cannibal family or the incest family, the hillbillies there.
Yeah.
Really happy that there's no hillbillies in this movie.
Oh yeah, even though it was filmed in Florida, we avoided I don't know how they avoided the hillbillies so nicely, but
it was fantastic.
Something to note, I read, I think they mention it once, and they should have made it like a bigger part of the movie, but he like comes out every 23 years.
Yeah.
So 2 divided by 3 is 0.666 forever.
0.666, all right.
Repeating forever.
Forever and ever.
Because he keeps coming back.
Yeah, he sure does, despite everybody's fucking best efforts, honestly.
Which is it's also funny, the guy who owns that dude's car, like the creeper car, he like saved that, and they're like, just in case you want to do number 3, I got this.
I got bad news for you. It wasn't worth it.
No, that
fucking movie sucks so bad.
Oh, there is a number 3.
Yeah, there is. You know why you've never heard of it? Because it's fucking horrible.
Okay, all right. I figured it was just in his garage still, like, and he's like, I gotta park my car there.
It was something like they weren't gonna, and then suddenly there was some interest. So they really just slapped together a movie.
Was it called Jeepers Creepers Reborn? Because I saw that come up when I Googled this movie.
Maybe.
To get to the IMDb.
Unless that's an even newer one, in which case,
it came out last year.
It's older than that. So there is a newer one.
Oh, so there's like 4 of these.
Yeah.
That's not great. They should. I mean, they probably don't need to have hype behind them, but kind of like Cabin Fever, how it had like the number 2 and 3, and then like a remake. But
Cabin Fever
Who remembers
3.
that?
Cabin Fever fucking, I can't remember if it's called Spring Fever. It's either 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Either way, like the opening scene is a kid in a high school pissing in a stall, and he rips his own dick off because he's got flesh-eating disease.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah,
I hate
you
that.
should.
Speaking of pee, it's really important to note this was confirmed by Ryan Long, or not Ryan Long, Justin Long.
Ryan Long.
This was-
Shout out to Ryan Long, dude. You're doing well for yourself, and I'm impressed.
This was confirmed by Justin Long. In the scene where they like pull over to pee, that's his real piss.
It's real pee right
That's his
there?
real piss.
Fuck yeah, it is.
So real piss right there on camera.
I got news for you. If I almost get run off the road by a truck, there'd be no need to stop for piss. It would already have happened.
Oh, this is. Wait, is it before? No, it's after.
I think it's
yeah.
right after, but it's before they see him at the church.
I feel like I would really have to piss, so I'd be like, either pass me a jar and avert your eyes, or we're pulling over.
He goes, I gotta pee. We better stop. And I just go, I did.
I'm sorry about your classic car.
Let's wait until we're like at least an hour away from this guy that almost tried to murder us, literally.
So this dude comes out every 23 years to eat body parts to regenerate.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody has seen this giant flying bird.
No,
Nobody's seen this big flappy motherfucker zipping around.
because he's been doing it forever. And so I wondered if it was like, there's a...
He's doing it during the day.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about who sees him fly
Like
at all.
it can't wait till nighttime. He's got to get these bodies down the tube
Yeah.
during the day.
Even worse in the second one where he just straight up starts attacking a school bus full of children and it's like noon.
Right?
There's a movie called Willy's Wonderland
Yes, there is.
that is a Nicolas Cage movie. It's essentially Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's 10 times better than that game.
I feel like it was Five Nights at Freddy's, and they're like, we're not going to call it that now.
No,
Halfway through, they
I
just...
appreciate that he didn't spend the entire movie in a security room
Yeah, absolutely.
looking at cameras.
That would have been a rough start to a series of many, many movies to come.
But the fucking, so I wondered if there was like some sort of, in that movie, they talked to the local cops about why there's a Chuck E. Cheese that people keep going into and disappearing. And it turns out that the cops have this like understanding with the supernatural force of these dead serial killers. Yeah, man. Where they trade people coming into the town for, in exchange, they don't fuck around with anybody in it. So I was wondering if like the police here, because it's generations of these cops who've had these missing posters that are filling the walls of their precinct. And they really were interested in solving this problem in-house, which was bizarre to me because half these cops are fucking 18 years old. I wondered if they had some kind of silent agreement with this guy where it's like,
Fair enough.
you can kill the people driving in here if
Fair
you want,
enough.
but like, stop fucking around with us. But then you get to the scene where he's in the precinct eating, cops. So
Yeah.
my idea got shut right down.
But maybe, no, well, I mean, yeah, he's eating the cops, but I mean, he had a choice he couldn't refuse, It's like, look at that tasty heart and
That's
stuff.
the tastiest heart I've ever smelled in my life.
So with the cat lady, there was that scene with that cat lady, by the way. Why is it always deranged old people living in the middle of nowhere?
Because nobody wants them anywhere else.
They're always out of their mind,
Yeah.
looming in the darkness, wild hair, tons of cats.
So worried about her cats being taken away.
Yeah. And like she wasted no time. Like, what's that? A scarecrow? That ain't my scarecrow. Where's my gun?
That scarecrow its head was cat shaped.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch that.
You don't really get to see it all that well because it's obviously nighttime, but I read it on the IMDb trivia.
Yeah, she just fucking blasted that thing. Like, what is that? Get that out of here.
Let me tell you.
That's my kind of old lady right there. No nonsense.
This creeper is fucking Deadpool because he gets annihilated by that shotgun. He blows the fuck right up.
Yes, he does.
And he's like, fine.
Well, yeah, he just I got some body parts to munch.
Yeah, it might take me a second, but I'll be good. He's
Yeah.
fucking Deadpool.
Oh yeah, he gets blasted with the gun. He gets run over a bunch.
Yeah.
And then he just like grows a leg because he eats one. Just chows that leg down.
He grows yet another dusty as fuck leg. Why is this guy so dusty all the time?
Right? You think like
He's getting new parts. There's moisture still. There's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he just stands still either. Like, you know how hard it is to collect dust?
Yeah.
You really got to not move.
You got to do nothing for a while.
Yeah, you got to do nothing like those books on my shelf. You got to sit there going untouched for multiple years.
You don't even look at them because it might disturb the patina.
Yeah, I would hate to look at them and then have my eyes absorb some of the color that the sun is depleting off the pages.
Yeah. Really stops being scary for a second after he shows up at the precinct there with his no leg and hobbles like a homeless man hilariously.
Well, so here's the thing. I know like he's supposed to be a creepy guy who's scary. When I look at him, I see a Power Rangers villain. I see a.
You're seeing Ivan Ooze.
I'm seeing one of those dudes who hangs out with that queen evil lady.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we'll get those Power Rangers next time. And that's the dude. I see him, and then he puts the Undertaker hat and coat on, and it's just, who is this guy? He's just seen two things in his life, and one was wrestling, and the other was just an episode of the Power Rangers.
This guy, so he's covered in bandages also, so he's basically the Mummy. So once again, you can just unravel that bitch.
Yeah, really.
Just stay away from his wide open tooth mouth.
Yeah, I thought that was badass how his head opened up.
Yeah, that was fucking sick.
Going back to the cat lady when he so yeah, the dude goes into her house. He's like, what did you bring into my house? She goes in there.
Don't blame me for that bitch. He's hanging out in your cornfield.
Right? You hear a couple shotgun blams, and then she's just like loitering in the darkness again, like obviously run away from that.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything good.
She didn't come right out and go, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got him.
She went into that house with a certain energy, and she came out with a much different one.
Yeah.
Something's amiss.
And in that scene reminded me very much of Independence Day. Remember the scene where they're all in the lab? It's like it's supposed to be Area 51 or whatever. It's underground.
Fuck.
And the aliens, like, they're all experimenting on it, and they're like, there's like a glass wall. And then
It's been so long since I've seen that shit. And
the alien's still alive, and he grabs the dude by the throat and like holds him up to the glass, and they're like, "Oh, he's okay." And then they realize, like, no, this alien's got him by the throat, and he's like using him as a voice box.
Yeah, I remember a scene like that, but I don't think it was from Independence Day. Like, there's a couple examples of that being a thing.
That was just really creepy.
I want to say it was like a Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street where there's just like a victim's head. And they're like talking behind. It's dead silence. That's what it was. That fucking old woman puppet movie.
Yes, I remember that.
Because she talks through the dolls, right?
Yeah.
So you see the dolls, but then she's like behind it. It's just fucking. I thought of that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The old man in the basement is specifically. Yeah.
Also, that scene with the old lady was the creeper had Mr. Jeepers. I don't know what to call him.
Yeah,
he's got many names.
I think by the like lore of the movie, it's just called the creeper. I don't know.
Sure, that was his one line in the movie, and they cut it out. But like his mouth still moves. If you look, they just cut out the audio of him using his one line.
I'll tell you, I much prefer him never to talk.
Right. But then he just like heaves that dead lady like a bag of trash. Just like a dirty tissue. He's blown his nose and he just fluff. And she goes. Just like, fuck this old bitch. She ain't got no parts I need.
That was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever. She's still kind of alive.
Yeah.
And he chucks her like a fucking bag of rice, man.
Just an old bag of hankies, just heaving it. And then that still makes me think of, oh my God, was it Cabin Fever where he just like closed? No, it's Cabin in the Woods where he clotheslines that old zombie or the young zombie. Just
also, that's not.
Ass.
This creeper has such a track record of treating parts disrespectfully. He just chucks a cop's head onto the road.
Yeah. Oh
like,
my God,
fuck
does
it.
he ever?
I don't want that.
And then
after he takes the guy's tongue out.
Oh yeah, first of all, I'm like, is he making out with that head?
That's what I thought at first as well.
And then it's like, well, first of all, he's gonna suck the eyes out because Jeepers Creepers he has his eyes.
Now he wants the tongue this time.
Yeah, and then he doesn't say anything.
Little tonsil hockey.
He could have been like,
yeah, you could have.
Just come at you with some Freddy Krueger tongue.
I would have absolutely loved that.
Simmons shit.
In that scene where he's ripping out the longest tongue I've ever seen on a human being, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a billboard in the background.
I haven't. No, I didn't. Don't notice that.
It's for a meat factory.
Okay.
And the slogan fucking says, "It just tastes so darn good." So you see the silhouette of him pulling a tongue out of a mouth, and then that's right behind him.
Oh my God, I did not notice that.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point of bringing that one up to you because I really wanted you to see it.
That's fucking beautiful. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out.
Yeah. That old lady, by the way, is my favorite character in this movie.
The cat lady?
Yeah, because she doesn't fuck around for a second.
No,
like
she
you said,
doesn't.
Something's weird. I'm getting my gun.
Zero nonsense. Like you think she's
none.
First of all, I was like, oh, she's going back inside. Smart old lady. And then she reappears with a shotgun. I'm like, brilliant lady.
That she clearly knows how to wield. Because
she does.
She's got the butt up against her shoulder and everything. She's practicing proper gun handling technique.
She's clearly took it in her gun safety course for sure.
Van Helsing.
Van Helsing.
That's who you went Undertaker. Creeper looks like fucking Van Helsing to me. And it's mostly the hat and coat.
It's absolutely the hat and coat. I'm with you. Who else wears a hat and coat like that unless they're cosplaying as one of those two characters?
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else.
We're a long way from fucking Florida Anime Con.
Oh yeah, we are. And even then, like, you don't want to go because it's Florida. If you live in Florida, you know.
I'm sorry for you.
I know I didn't offend anybody with that sentence. Everybody's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, get it.
Sure. I think it's important to note, because I really appreciated this. Mm-hmm. They were written as brother and sister, so that there would be no sexual tension. And it's just a scary monster movie.
Make that choice every time, please.
You got a good movie there. Also, their brother and sister, glad there was no sexual tension.
Yeah, that would have,
But they had a weird, like, brother-sister thing where they had, like, she was, like, making up rules all the time.
No, but they did the same, and this is the color out of space thing. The banter between them, which I learned via the trivia was mostly improv, is fucking spot on if you have a sibling that you grew up with. That whole calling each other the worst names we can think of back and forth thing, it's not the first time. Like, I've heard people do that before with their siblings. But also, like, explains they have really good on-screen chemistry pretty much the whole movie, except for the scene where they fight for seemingly no reason physically in the police station.
On the other side of the glass, he, like, grabs her arm, and then it cuts to them on the other side of the glass, and they're just not saying anything. They're just pulling on each other. Yeah. I felt really uneasy.
It was confusing. There was no context because obviously it's soundproof glass, but, like, stick a line in there. Why are they arguing with each other?
Yeah. Even when we get to see what they're doing, it's still a weird, like, what's going on here? Why are you pulling on each other? There was inspiration behind the film. Did you read about that?
The inspiration, the murderer?
Yeah, who was dumping a body behind a schoolhouse, and then, like, he drove a car down a street, like, disrespectfully.
Yeah, that's the loosest inspiration for a movie like this,
right?
Let's turn that guy into a horrible human-eating monster.
It was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, so
it fucking sure was, wasn't it?
So he's probably sitting at home just scratching and like, oh, Unsolved Mysteries is on. You know what? Let's make that a film. Let's make that a film with no sexual tension.
Yeah, and really emphasize that.
And let's get that Undertaker hat. Mm-hmm. Honey, dig out the old Undertaker hat.
You just have one. It's fucking Johnny Depp's attic from Secret Window.
That fucking movie. Jesus Christ.
We can't escape Nicolas Cage.
No, can we not? Are you sure?
This movie was directed by Victor Salva. And this is something that I brought up, but didn't complete the thought when we watched, Cabin Fever, I want to say. Now, I'm not 100% on that, but, Francis Ford Coppola, which is the name that I used before, is Victor Salva's mentor. August Coppola is Francis Ford Coppola's brother, and Nicolas Cage's fucking father.
Jesus.
Again with the 6 degrees. Nicolas Cage has just infected all aspects of media at this point.
He's worse than Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's the everywhere. New Kevin Bacon, for sure.
He gets a pass because fucking The Godfather was so good
I will never watch it. I'm sorry.
because it insists upon itself.
It insists upon itself.
They smeared tuna on the screen of that cat lady's fucking window in order to get the cats to start jumping on it.
I mean, cats are pretty easy.
Yeah, they sure
You
are.
put tuna somewhere and they're all interested.
It doesn't matter. What's that, a camera? I don't care. Where's the tuna I smell?
And acting.
That's it. That's pure method acting right there. They really get into character.
I liked the ending part. So like the ending scene, obviously, Justin Long gets yanked away.
Yeah.
And then like the Jeepers Creepers, Mr. Creep flapping his bird arms, taking him away. And you see her just like looking. And then like there's another scene where she's like looking at a bird.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so every time you see a bird, now you're just going to remember your dead brother.
Oh, you fuck yeah.
You can't take this lady to the beach or like a Walmart parking lot.
No,
Anywhere
nowhere.
where seagulls congregate, she's going to be just depressed.
Her
the whole
least
time.
favorite place is Woodstock, Ontario. I don't know if you know about Woodstock, Ontario, Matt.
Must be a dump there.
Here's the thing, right? You'd think it would have to do with the dump. They're everywhere. The city has one of the largest human to crow ratios in Ontario.
That's not good.
There was an article from like 2014 or 15.
That's a reason to move.
That it's like, we have 30,000 crows in this city.
Something needs to be done.
And they don't. So there was a guy who, in an effort to sort of disperse them constantly, would drive around in his truck and shoot a gun into the air. And it was like, it would shoot those like screaming air bombs.
Okay.
So if he saw like a bunch of crows in the sky, he's like, fuck these things. This is my job now.
I love it. He's like a crow vigilante.
Yeah. I think that's what they call him in the article.
The vigilante crowman. I guess what I liked about this movie is it didn't, like, because I like to keep track of bad lines. Every time a movie's got a bad line, I jot it down. I didn't have a bad line in this movie.
No, it's really fucking tight and well made. There's one instance of CGI in the whole movie, and it's because they had made the animatronic wings, but they were too heavy for the guy to wear. So they were like, fuck it, we'll fix it in post. But they don't fix anything the fuck else in post at all.
No.
That movie, what you see is what you get. Apparently, it was really difficult, that head scene that you like so much when his head opens up.
Yeah.
Because those little feelers kept malfunctioning robotically, so they would just go all over the place. Which I kind of hope that they they left in the fucking movie.
That'd be even better.
Yeah.
I think so far, Cabin Fever has been the king of the worst lines in any movie.
100%.
Favorite one being like after they light that guy on fire for just being sick. They're like, no, hey,
Quite the overreaction.
Don't worry. He deserved it. That poor man had it coming. We lit his ass on fire for coughing.
This chick that you just now kissed for the first time, despite having a crush on her for the entirety of your high school and college, depending on the age of the characters, is having a mental breakdown because she committed murder.
Nah, don't worry about it.
He was going to die anyway.
Oh my God.
The best grievance counselor on the planet, that kid.
You should have taken it into your own hands. You put him out of his misery. He had a cough.
He was a little bloody in the woods where everybody is.
And then I mean, the ending scene, you got this fucking guy hobbying away, making his taxidermy.
Yeah. Really
that's the most upsetting part too, is like that he's got a hobby. And his hobby is really bad taxidermy.
Some people collect stamps.
This guy, first of all, eats guts and then preserves the bodies.
It's like his favorite thing to do, like I said. So I guess apparently there's a fucking arm that he eats at some point, and then later on, because he uses it to regenerate, you get to see a tattoo that the arm had on it on him.
Yes, in the prison scene.
We couldn't see it. No, I believe it's there.
It's probably there. It was probably meant to be there.
But when the creeper has removed Justin Long's eyes and turned him into essentially a large flap of skin.
Yes.
He looks through the eye holes, and you can see the creeper's eyes, and they're Justin Long colored. Yeah. Which was a nice addition, I thought.
Well, that's funny because that's just Justin Long in the costume.
It was perfect.
That whole ending scene of him like hobbling away is that's just Justin Long in the costume.
Love it. It was like a fucking, like a little, we're going to do it this way. Also, bonus.
Yeah.
An Easter egg.
Yeah, little Easter egg. I mean, he did basically. I turned him into a skin flap, so I assume he consumed every part of him.
He must have smelled so fucking good, dude.
Yeah, so why wouldn't it be Justin Long in a little skin suit?
I imagine 20-year-old college student underwear is very strong aromatically, so he probably got a lot off of that underwear that he smelled.
Just frumping, just hard frumping. Well, I mean, so at a 10, what are you gonna give it?
This one, see, I thought about it, and I, as a matter of fact, wrote it down because I couldn't remember what I gave Cabin Fever.
I'm sure somebody's keeping track somewhere.
Well, I mean, there's a log of it. I gave this one an 8.
An 8?
A solid 8. Not too much to be disappointed with at all.
No, yeah. Honestly, just start to finish, didn't seem. I like to get the psychic lady. I could have maybe done without her, but I get why she was in there, or else you wouldn't have put together that the song is what you got to run away from.
On the topic of bad lines, trying to convince somebody that they're going to die, not the best way to do that by just singing a song at them. You might want to pick something a little bit more convincing.
Fair enough.
And she keeps singing it too. She doesn't stop. Everybody's trying to get her to, like the fucking sheriff, the corporal general of the police station is like, shut the fuck up, man.
Oh, right.
And she just keeps singing it.
Also, okay, on the topic of bad lines, yeah, she keeps singing it, but also, like, when they go into the police station, they're bringing in, like, a guy, and they're like, what are you in for? And he's like, he basically tells the sheriff that he's gonna have to fuck him in the butt to figure it out. It's just like, can't you just be polite?
No, to your arresting officer?
Yeah, like, you've clearly done something.
You'd think you'd build up a rapport with these guys, given how often you're seeing them for grand theft.
Oh my god. But yeah, but no, the psychic lady, I guess I could have done without her because she didn't really come into play any other time other than to just like confirm everybody's like, oh yeah, it's Mr. Creepers.
Yeah.
And
he also the most useful thing that she did, aside from the phone call, which I would guess you could have just kept her character at that. She also illustrated that the Creeper's choosy with what he eats because he smells her up and down and then goes, I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's racist because she's black or if he's watching his cholesterol because she's not a small woman.
I think he was just more like, give me some of this fresher meat.
Yeah.
This meat's been sitting around for a while.
Like a few decades.
This meat has records, so that says a lot. They keep records around, and it's my theme song. Nah, I'm gonna need somebody to warn people that I'm coming in the future.
Yeah, because it gets them scared, and that helps me smell.
Yeah. Also, I mean, at the very end, look, I keep saying that there's. So this movie, it's you watch it, and the whole time you're going in one direction, and then the psychic lady lies to you in your face, and then the movie takes a U-turn.
It sure fucking does. And she had every opportunity to warn him which of the two of them was going to be taken, and she just says nothing.
No, she lies. She implies that it's going to be the lady. Looks to her, and at the end she has glasses, and it's like, oh, that's why he didn't want her. Her eyes, she had bum eyes.
She can't see worth a shit.
Right. Well, I guess with that being said, I you know what? I give this movie a 7.5.
7.5. All right.
I think 8's a little too high. It is a little older, so it didn't have the complexity of horror movies that you get these days.
So that's the exact reason I went to 8 with it.
Okay.
Because it's straightforward. You can wrap your head around everything that's happening, and there's some fucking good gore.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
The creeper eats like a pelican.
I could have used a little, like a smidge, just a smidge like backstory on this guy. So I'm wondering if in maybe number 2 or 3 we get that. Unfortunately,
so there are some scenes in that were shot for this movie that had to be cut down because there was such a low budget. Yeah,
I heard that there was like a whole ending that we kind of miss out on.
Yeah, there is in Jeepers Creepers 2. There's sort of a psychic vision scene where you see Justin Long in a cornfield, and he explains everything.
How convenient.
Exactly.
Wowee.
It's just expositional dialogue for no reason other than for people who never saw the first one or were annoyed for the same reason that you were.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna bump it up to an 8 then. I only just did that just because it's like I could have used a little more movie, to be honest with you.
Right.
I just wanted a smidge more.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate.
It's not a long one from what I remember either.
I don't think so.
Just a regular 90 minutes or something.
Yeah. But I could have used a smidge more movie.
Mm-hmm.
But you mean doing what you get? 8. Mark me down as an 8 on this one.
Marked promptly.
All right. So that's my movie.
Yeah.
What do you got for movies?
So I don't know if I said it on the podcast last week, but my plan here was to do ghosts.
Okay.
Now, for the purposes of this, demons are going to be counting as ghosts.
Oh, I hate you so much, but let's go.
We're I told Matt earlier that I kind of want to make him watch Paranormal Activity 4 because I know it's going to piss him off because it's just so bad. But changed my mind. I'll go a little lighter on you. And I believe you're going to thank me for this if you haven't seen this movie.
Okay.
We're doing Drag Me to Hell next week.
Okay. All right.
I believe it's on Netflix, so it should be easy to watch. Some of these movies I've had to obtain completely legally.
We're gonna try and pick movies that are easy to find.
Yeah, so I don't have to keep redistributing pirated content.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, we do want to get some of those weird ones you're never gonna find.
Yeah. Well, I have an abundance of those anyway. It's not even a concern.
I think a lot of the ones I'm going to be thinking of are going to be a little difficult to find.
I'm going to start going through. I have an entire cupboard of DVDs that, like your books, collect dust and nothing else. And I'm going to just start going through them and seeing which ones I fucking got from a bargain bin.
I cannot wait to watch some really bad movies.
Eventually, we are going to watch one called Clown House. Which is also directed by the same person who did Jeepers Creepers.
Okay.
And I watched that fucking movie when I was quite young. And, it's bad.
Oh, good. I cannot wait. Was it before Jeepers Creepers or after Jeepers Creepers?
What was Jeepers Creepers 2001? Yes. I think Clown House was 98.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm not going to spoil it for you, though. I might spoil every movie that we watch for every single person who listens to this podcast because there's no choice.
But for me.
Yeah, for you. You get the special treatment. So Drag Me to Hell next week.
I'm in. I'm gonna start making a list of just movies that I think would be good to watch.
Yeah, I have one started a little bit.
I might start throwing a dart at some paper and just be like, "That's the one."
I love it. That's awesome.
I guess a little update. I did some Googling and I found that movie, that alien tit sucking movie.
We found Alien Tit Suck. The years of searching.
Oh my god,
for the holy fucking grail here.
The holiest of grails. Because first of all, it was all about how I worded my search.
Yeah, you put tit suck in there. I bet you no synopsis has that part.
Oh my god, no. Well, that was tit suck was in there. Tit suck was a big part of it. I cannot remember. I think I sent it to you on Twitter.
You did.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the exact wording.
But then you bombarded me with fucking TikToks. So
look, if you're not gonna get TikTok, I have to send you the good ones. That's just how it works.
You sent me some pretty horrible shit this last round. Oh my god,
that's what TikTok's all about these days, buddy. All right, here it is, right here. So what I searched, guys, to find this movie was 1998 horror comedy about fetuses tit suck.
You did put tit suck in there.
Then, first of all, it came up. It looks like there aren't any great matches for your search.
No, there aren't any great matches for that search ever.
The next thing, a link to the exact thing I'm looking for. So much so that I'd previously found it and clicked on it because it's purple.
I think the problem is Google really didn't want you to look at that.
Yeah, well, guess what, Google? I beat your algorithm. The movie's called Hideous with an exclamation point at the end.
And that's the most 70s, 80s shit.
Yep.
You could go all the way back to the Blob on adding exclamation points to your movie title.
For real. And we're gonna watch that at some point.
You're gonna make me watch this horrible movie?
It's gotta happen at some point.
Oh
it's been a long time coming. It's been years of searching for titty sucking fetuses movies, and getting put on so many lists. I'm so sick of it.
I'm sure you're on them. I'm sure you're on.
People showing up to my door like, have you been on Google today?
Yeah, you can never go to the airport.
Please stay here. We're going to your computer now. But yeah, okay. So we got that. I would be remiss if I didn't tell people to go to darkroastcult.com.
Yeah, God forbid.
I'm working on some new enamel pins to put out.
Yeah, we're going to be doing drawings. It's going to be sick.
Coffee pre-orders are going to open up. I'm going to start doing a pre-order every month where I just want one. If you got I think it's going to be like the 15th of the month, let's say. Order before then, you're going to get some fresh coffee. You're going to get coffee roasted for you.
Love it.
Order after that, you're going to get some coffee that I've already roasted.
Personalized for a little bit.
Yeah, if you order it before 15th, fresh. If you order it after 15th, increasingly less fresh. That's the way we're gonna do it.
Don't be scared though. There'll be no hairs in it.
There shan't be any hairs. And if there are hairs, they ain't mine because I don't touch the coffee.
Okay, well, good. There's 3 cats around here. I just wanted to indicate that there will not be hairs in the coffee, despite the abundance of hair in the house it's gonna pass through.
I do not open the coffee. I bring it up to the catatorium, and then I pass it into a. You might get some cat hair in the envelope, which is cool.
Yeah,
that's for you. It's
a
treat.
Yeah, it's an extra. It's like throwing a sticker in.
Yeah. So yeah, you could go to darkroastcult.com, click podcasts, and you got some options to choose from. Listen to Dark Roast Cult podcast. Listen to this podcast. I don't care.
Listen to them all.
Yeah, there's
binge them.
Use Dark Drip. Get 5% off whatever you're gonna order.
Woo!
Absolutely. I mean, that's all I gotta say. Do you have anything you want to say to end the podcast?
Drag Me to Hell next week. You're gonna love how much throwing up is in. That's probably so gross.
I think they probably just got a whiff of every mouth sound you've ever.
We're doing ASMR from now on.
Well, yeah. Welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club ASMR.
You're just gonna listen to me eat a wet sandwich.
And I'm gonna talk about movies like this. That was all mustache, by the way. I didn't say anything. So if you heard words,
the peppery scratches of your upper lip.
Yeah. That's all on you. That's all on you.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Were you just gonna crack a beer?
Yeah.
Oh. And spill.
All over. I can't begin to describe how all over. Good thing there's just stray paper towel on the floor here.
I mean, don't use that. Don't use that. I use that to clean up some bong water. I'm telling you, you don't want that.
Well, now it's got both substances on it. That's good for you.
At least I was here to witness that go down because now I know for sure and I can vouch for you. Like, this guy did not piss his pants just now. That's all Sapporo.
Additionally, my wiener is so far to the right, if that's the case, that I have a medical condition.
That Sapporo was a bad poro.
Yeah. It was a sub-paro.
Ooh.
See? Oh, I'm clever. Okay.
So, all right. Well, welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club, where we talk about movies and don't have a tagline for our podcast.
They're overrated.
They are. They really are. This week we watched Cabin Fever.
2002. And
2002.
You'll notice that some people will say 2003, but that's because Lionsgate bought it and released it a year later.
Oh, you know what? I see. Like a whole time I was like, I thought it was 2002.
It is on the IMDb page.
And then and then when you provided me with that digital download, it did say 2003.
See? Yep. Here we are. That completely legal digital download.
Yes. Thank you to the internet, where, to my understanding, it is not illegal to download things.
No,
but it is illegal to upload them.
It's the Wild West. I don't understand how anything works anymore. Yeah. I just do what I want until the FBI kicks my door down.
And kick they will.
I'm sure.
Kick they will.
Yeah.
Yes. 2002. I was 12. I was 12 when this movie came out, and that's like the first thing I like to think about is like, how old was I when this horror movie came out, and was this appropriate for me to be like watching alone in the basement?
Well, I would have been 10, and I'm not sure I saw it until high school.
Okay, well, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, no is a good answer.
Not
There's
appropriate.
a lot of shit going on in that movie that, yeah.
Mainly the fingering.
The fingering?
The fingering is the only thing I remember, and the fingering will be the only thing I remember. I only know about this, obviously because I'm an adult and I can watch whatever I want, but like as a kid, I had that friend who he had an older brother, and his older brother would see a movie with tits in it, and he'd be like, hey, check out these tits. And then that kid would come to school and be like, guys, everybody's convening at my place after school. I got something to show you.
Mm-hmm. And it's never anything good?
Yeah. It's always the boobs in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, great.
Fast forward through the whole movie to see the boobs.
To see the boobs during the rape scene. During basically the rape scene.
And see, when you fast forward the movie, you don't know that's what that scene is. You just see the boobs.
Unless you're pausing directly on the boobs, you could suss out the context of that scene within 10 seconds.
He was pausing directly on the boobs. Yeah, it was like a fast forward, and then he'd be like, pause, boobs.
That's how you circumvent the knowledge that you're showing children something horrible.
I never watched that movie, and I never will.
I'll tell you.
But I've seen every tit in that movie.
It's not a bad movie.
Somebody gets clubbed to death with a giant penis.
Yeah, that does happen.
It's not even clubbed. It like rocks, and he like pushes it, and it like tips over and bonks him on the head or something weird like that. I'm not even sure that's the worst thing that happens in that movie. There are worse things that happen, but it's not a bad film. It's very artistic. Art house.
When you look past all the horrifying things that occur.
So anyway, that kid was like, "Hey, fingering in this movie. Check it out."
The worst kind of fingering.
Yeah,
by far.
Oh yeah, it's.
And I gotta tell you, I don't care. These are supposed to be high school students, I assume, or like just graduated high school students.
Something like that.
So you're talking about 18 or 19, fine. And this chick is telling all these stories about all the banging that she's done and crazy drugs and shit, or whatever, drinking. But you're going to tell me that guy is not well-versed enough in fingering to tell the difference between the hole that you want and a dirty, bloody, infected hole right to the side of it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you may not know where the vagina is, but you know it's not on the thigh.
Yeah, and you're going to know the difference in feeling as well. When he pulled his hand out, there was so much muck on there.
Yeah.
That's not even what a period looks like.
I'm beginning to think, like...
Unless you have a medical condition.
I'm wondering if this is the first, like, this should not be the first part of the movie we discuss, but like
we got to get it out of the way. It's important.
I'm wondering if there was a hole there, or if he like Play-Doh just kind of like
he created it,
and it was like, oh, that feels about right, sure.
Well, that's even worse
because it did look like just two fingers jabbed into like a pie.
I couldn't tell. There was so much blood everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There was a lot of blood.
Okay. Also, how do you not? You're getting woken up by somebody tickling your uppers and your lowers, and you don't go, "Hey, there's something going on down there. You might not want to be a part of."
Yeah, that's fair warning. But also, like, you should know, I think, when it feels like somebody's digging into your flesh.
Yeah, you should be like, hey,
getting all up in your literal guts.
I don't think this is the activity we should be participating in at the moment.
Ow, why is the bed so wet?
Get me a Band-Aid.
Ow. Ow, the bed. The bed's so wet.
I didn't know my first time was supposed to hurt like this.
Anyway, so that's there in that movie. That's the weird. And for 6 minutes we just talked about that.
Yep. I'm trying to think of what the most noteworthy part of that movie is, and that definitely is one. But I think the campfire story about the bowling alley murderer.
Yes,
which is a true story. I learned.
Oh, yeah.
I was fucking around in the trivia section on this IMDb page for this film, and I found some interesting information.
Okay.
Apparently, that guy got 4 life sentences for that crime.
Nice.
Which is the appropriate number of life sentences for what you did.
It is, but also at the same time, it's like, Nobody. What are you gonna like half electrocute him 4 times? Like just say he's there till he's dead. You know?
Yeah. No, it's then you're reincarnated as like a screwdriver, and you go back to jail.
Yeah. There's somewhere there's just like a toolbox that's just jail for bad screwdrivers.
Yeah, it's the one in the garage at your grandparents' place that you've never seen open once.
Yeah, and it's got screwdrivers that have like little ends on them to like things you've never seen before.
Yeah, like 2 prongs, and it's under a stack of tires. That's screwdriver jail.
Screwdriver jail.
Yeah.
So okay, that actually happened.
Yes, that was a real thing. The head in the ball return, I think, didn't happen.
Oh, that's weird because like you go that far, why wouldn't you just put that in there?
Yeah,
or at least use the ball polisher on it for fun.
Because his head's bald. How could you not? Right. That is Eli Roth's brother, by the way.
Yes, I did see that in the credits. Adam Roth.
Isn't that weird? Also, his other brher is one of the FBI agents at the end, or the whatever agents that come and kill everybody.
Is he okay? I thought the bod at the end. So I mean, obviously,
we warned you.
Right at the end of the movie, there's a dead body in the water, and the kids are collecting that jug.
Yeah,
that guy kind of looked like Eli Roth a little bit too.
He's one of the 3 that show up like in the like suits and hats, and they all have the same uniform to the lemonade stand. That old guy, and then his 2 whatever compadres.
But the guy in the water, he just wasn't like another brother.
That's the fucking main character from the movie.
Is it?
Yeah, he gets dumped there by the deputy.
When?
Yeah.
At what part? I must have been like writing something.
They do
or
that.
I looked away because like I couldn't figure out who that guy was. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Just like a dead body in the water.
They do the weird hospital scene with the hallucinatory rabbit. And then they're talking at the front desk, and he's like, I'll take care of it. And then it cuts to the scene where the deputy's got the bandage on his head. That fucking idiot deputy, the worst police officer.
W. Olin.
Oh my God.
Look,
first of all, his name's Olson.
Is it?
Winston Olson. And it's important to note that
W. Olson ain't a cop. Look at him. That's what I wrote the second I saw like that ain't no cop.
How come the police in the backwoods are always scum?
I didn't like how many times he used the word pussy.
That and party.
Oh yeah, big party guy. You get some pussy.
Yeah. Pussy at the party or the party pussy.
And if you're not gonna watch the movie, this kid looks like he's like 17, and he's got like a mustache.
The first mustache you grow once you realize you're able to grow one.
Oh yeah, it's and then there's like a scene where the booze party he was
with
at
underage kids.
Like he's like giving a 40 to like a 10-year-old.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And really encouraging her to drink more than she's comfortable drinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
2002 is a different time.
It was.
And in the backwoods, it's 2002 forever, if not earlier.
Look, I'm gonna just say, there's many reasons to not go in the woods.
Yeah.
And this cop being like in charge of things is a good reason.
That's not the face you want to see when your friends are dying of flesh-eating disease. So his last name is Olson, and that's a double joke because one of the characters, Bert, the guy that shoots squirrels because they're gay, which is my favorite line.
This movie has a lot of very good dialogue. I took a lot of note.
Most of it is from Bert.
It is. Some of it's from
that blonde guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They have the best lines in the film.
Yes, they do.
Anyway, Bert's got a shirt on that says, what does it say? Let's look it up for a sec because I wrote it down because I knew I was going to forget the date. Ripe on 6/13/04. That is the date that the Olsen twins turned 18.
Oh. No.
And this movie came out 2 years before that.
Oh. That's dirty.
The countdown had already begun. Little did you know, Bert was well versed in 4chan, which I should not have been on 4chan at that age.
Oh my God.
Because that's where I learned about the fucking Olsen twin turn 18 countdown. And I was like, I'm like 13 at the time. And I'm like, this is shady behavior.
Yeah. I'm picturing you at like I don't know why, like a library, like a public library. Like, what's going on? You just kind of like, it reminds me of the scene from that movie. It's like you, me, and some other guy. And it's like the 2 kids are sitting at the computer and they're like doing like a sexy talk, and it ends up being like some old lady, and the guy's like, I want to poop in your butt.
Yeah,
And I
and
want
we
you to
just we poop back and forth forever.
Yeah, I
can't remember.
I
the
picture
name of that.
you on 4chan like that with like an older brother or an older guy, and like it's like, look at this.
Check this out. They turn 18 in June.
And you know what that means, right? You don't? Oh.
Well, they're ready.
Well, hold on. Let me click a little further. This guy explains it.
Buh. I feel like if you went on 4chan at a public library, you get put on a watch list.
Yeah.
Right away.
Absolutely. I think you get your computer time taken away. You get put. The list you get put on is the do not allow to be on the computer list.
So yeah, it's a fucking guy. I don't know why Eli Roth had a weird obsession with the last name Olsen at the time.
Yeah.
But he peppered it through his movie pretty effectively.
He sure did. Can we talk about Dennis?
Dennis
the fucking menace?
Oh, Pancake Man kid?
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Just taking bites out of people?
Yep. My favorite thing to do is bite hands.
And also low-key just know all the karate.
First of all, you go to a convenience store, which is essentially what it is. Mm-hmm. And how the fuck are you supposed to know not to sit beside him on the swing?
Oh, yeah.
His dad comes out like it's just common knowledge. We don't sit on the swing with Dennis.
Yeah, because Dennis is going to bite you.
I would avoid that kid primarily because of his haircut. I don't want to be seen near that.
Honestly, it was a bowl cut and a mullet put together.
At the same time. The two worst haircuts in human history.
It was party at the front and just stay away from that guy at the front.
A terrorist attack at the back.
Oh my God. But so like as I was writing notes, I was writing like, oh man, that old cashier man. I was like, yeah. I wrote right here, I want to be the old cashier man. And then he said something that made me immediately write, do not, and with several arrows pointed upwards. And I had to go, wow.
Yeah. We gotta draw the line somewhere on this podcast, so the word won't be said.
Thank you very much for not saying it.
But it starts with an N.
Yeah, and I mean, you just go watch the movie. It's within the first like 10 minutes of that movie.
Oh, one of the better comedic turns in a horror movie, though.
Yeah,
I would say,
for real.
Because then black people show up, and he's quite friendly to them.
Yeah,
and they reciprocate that friendliness.
I think there was like fist bumps or something.
There were fist bumps and complex handshakes.
But like, holy moly! I was like, what a friendly.
Yeah.
He's like, don't drop that jar of fox piss. Now you have every fox in the community. You have friends you didn't know you had.
Knock the whole darn thing over.
And then he just
drops it like it's hot.
Yeah. The whole floor falls out from underneath you there in that sentence, and you go, I'm not sure what to grab onto here.
I'm like really happy that, because I understand that Eli Roth had some difficulty selling the script because of that line. Which makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But
absolutely.
Really happy that he stuck his foot down on that and was like, I'm not taking that out. I don't care how long it takes me to make this movie. That's got to be in there because that's so good.
It's like definitely a shock.
Absolute last thing you would expect from a kindly old convenience store owner.
Right. It's just blatant racism, but then
but it's not.
It gets weirdly turned around at the end. The end of the movie, the last 7 minutes of this movie, I wrote in the biggest capital letters, I did not see the last 7 minutes of this movie coming. Because everything you didn't expect. Yeah. There it is. The last thing you expected for the whole movie was right there in front of you.
And that's I enjoy every second of that movie. I forgot, actually, and I remember I texted my friend this. I forgot how good it was fully, and I enjoyed every second. I still do.
You know what? Having this be my first time actually watching it.
Didn't know that.
Very good.
I love it.
I only saw the fingering part, and I went, that's not fingering. Yeah. What's this? Mm-hmm. And immediately.
Well, the rest of the movie makes the gross fingering all worth it. First fucking 5 minutes of that movie, I could have told you 20 feet away that dog was dead.
Yeah, you know what?
Sure as shit don't need to go all the way up and lift his fucking arm up to see his exposed cavities.
I wrote, never seen a dead dog, but that's a dead dog.
Yeah, I know what a dead dog looks like.
Yeah.
I don't have to explore further.
That dog was liquid.
Yeah.
He was liquid in the middle.
It was goo, and then somehow it exploded all over dude's face.
Yeah. And he's just waving the meat in front of the dog like, come on now. Come on. I got meat. Dog's not moving, and he's not concerned.
If you get close enough to a dog to dangle meat in front of its face enticingly, you're going to be able to tell whether it's dead or not.
The tail's going to wag, whether or not it's like it's trying to play it cool, like the tail moves.
Yeah, and it could be asleep, and that's still going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so dead dog for sure.
Yep. I have it written as idiot woods homeless.
And so that's the guy who like comes, he gets shot, right, by what's his name with the F? Bert. Mm-hmm. Never gonna forget that name.
Love that FU hat.
Me too.
Love that fucking Ripe On shirt.
Yeah. But so that's the guy, right? He gets sprayed in the face, and then so then Bert's like, no, stay right there. Well, no, the dude like falls into a hole and Bert runs. But before that, he's like, I'm gonna get you water. Hold up. Yeah. Stay there. Then it's like what?
Time passes.
It's like 8 hours later, and the guy finally is like,
"Time for sure passes."
Hey, I'm here. And he like finally like wanders up to the house.
There's no way it took him that long to get to the cabin.
Like, he clearly, if it took him that long, like, did he even want the help? Was he even like? He's like, finally, all right, let's go. Where's the help?
I've been waiting on this water for what seems like a long time. I'll tell you though, somebody shoots me because that's how badly they want to be away from me. I'm not going to their cabin.
Yeah, no,
I don't care how much fucking help I need.
Yeah.
Oh, that's their cabin? I'm going to walk in the opposite direction.
That's the cabin of a dick.
Yes. A real dickhead staying there.
I'd even like write a sign like a dickhead sleeps here. So everybody in the community knows if you're sick. Yeah. This guy's going to put a bullet in the ground before he gets you a cup of water.
Yeah. It's the same as a no trespassing sign, except I'm doing it for your benefit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, the dude with the soul patch. I forget his name. It was like Gitter. Grim.
Yeah.
That's Goober. I have a cat named Grim. She's sleeping on the bed.
Well, we're keeping, the cabin fever dream alive with the cat named Grim. What was his actual name though? Was Justin.
You better off with Grim. If your name's Justin,
stick to
you
Grim.
were a problem child. You made the teacher's life hell, and you probably have freckles.
That's so fucking accurate. I went to school with a kid named Justin, and I just described the Justin I went to school with. He started smoking in 10th grade, and he taught himself how to play slap bass like Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That's Justin right there.
That's all I remember. Also, he used to get way into Bloody Knuckles. For those of you who don't know what Bloody Knuckles is, you take your hand and you make a fist. You put your fist down on a table, and then somebody else fires a quarter at your knuckles.
And then the prize for the winner?
The bloodiest knuckles. You get to be like, hey, look, these are my bloody knuckles now.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that cool? In grade 10, in the hallway right before class.
It's good to make your knuckles bloody with one of the dirtiest things on the planet. Something that's probably fallen between a stripper's tits at some point. Yeah, you should probably make a wound on your body with that.
Yeah, and subsequently handled by teenagers.
Yes, absolutely.
Who are just learning what showers are.
Nasty.
Yep. Stick that in my body, though.
The last time I ever saw the Justin I went to school with, he was buying scratch tickets and just scratching the code to scan.
Yep.
And he was just standing there at the counter like, scan this one.
So I watched this interview with Danny Trejo where he talks about what it was like being in prison. And I don't remember what his sentence was. He got I think it was 10 years for something anyway.
For sure he did.
He was talking about how they make wine. And it's by fermenting fruit in the toilet in your cell. Mm-hmm. And it has a name, but I can't remember the name of it. But he says in the interview, if you're drinking this shit, you're an alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's there. Period. Enough. There's no two ways about it. If you're buying lottery tickets and scratching the code at the counter instead of enjoying the fun of a crossword, you're a gambling addict.
Absolutely, you are.
You don't have a choice. That's what you are.
And he was 18.
Oh, great! He got it in early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did.
Jeez.
Fucking.
At least do the jumble. What?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Go in your low riding hatchback and do the jumble, and then come back in. You don't have to go home,
No.
but you can't stand at the counter. I'm sorry.
No, because then you're holding me up.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many times I've been stuck behind, and usually they're older than 18, for God's sakes. But behind some, and there's one downtown at this Max that I go to who's Irish. And he's in there, I would say 3 out of the 5 times that I've been in there, just buying lottery tickets and then going over to the scanner and scanning them and bringing them back.
Yeah.
Like 10 at a time.
Yeah.
What are you doing to yourself?
That's the exact same behavior.
And it's like 7 in the morning. Sleep in if this is your whole day.
That's a whole other set of life problems. That guy's trying to solve problems with problems.
Yeah. He's creating problems to solve other ones. That's worse.
Yeah.
He's incurring debt.
To get out of debt. It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Like remortgaging your house to pay your mortgage.
Oh my God. So the Soul Patch guy, I want to say he had maybe one of the best lines in the entire film.
Which one?
What was his name? His name was like Dr.
Was Dog?
Dr. Dog or something.
Dr. Mambo.
Dr. Mambo. And then
Beautiful name
the
for a
girl's
dog.
like, he's a doctor, like a physician or a professor, and he goes, yeah, he's a doctor, he's a professor of being a dog.
Ooh, face.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What a weirdo coming out of the woods.
Right.
You could tell he wasn't like, what was he doing? He said he had $4,000 worth of equipment outside his tent.
Yeah.
What was he doing there?
I don't know.
With a dog and a pound of weed.
Right. That was a big bag.
It was.
And who the fuck is smoking a stranger's weed? Who in this day and age is going to smoke a stranger's weed?
I mean, chances are you got your own.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You're right, because you don't know what he put in that.
Exactly. And he just came out of the woods.
Yeah.
Had a soul patch and he said the words, yeah, he's the professor of being a dog. Ooh, face.
As if that was the heaviest insult ever iterated.
He also looked like he was in The Offspring.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
or Sum 41.
Sum 41. You know what? I'll even go as far as maybe Blink 182.
Yeah.
Like a Blink 182 cover band.
Blink 183. Definitely from that era. I like that Eli Roth puts himself into his own movies. He does it a lot.
Yeah, he does.
And I think it's pretty cool. Like, fuck it. Get it in while you can.
Yeah. He's a real Stan Lee.
And, like, you're living the dream. Cabin Fever was one of the highest grossing horror movies that Lionsgate had released up to that point. And it was beaten by Saw, which makes sense given the time period.
Fair enough.
But that shit was made for like $1 million.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it was like you couldn't tell.
No.
There wasn't much to do, right? Like cabin, woods.
Yeah. Gore.
Yeah, I don't know how much fake blood you can buy for like $1 million, but like they did it. They did it well.
Yeah.
The effects they got, like
that's a crazy low amount of money for like a larger budget film. And it's like, it's weirdly in this limbo between, because it doesn't feel like a B movie at all, but it doesn't feel like a Hollywood blockbuster. Like there's some more authenticity there. And I think a lot of that has to do with the practical effects, which I'll always argue is better than CG. I don't give a shit.
I do appreciate them. They're a lot grosser.
Yes.
They're a lot grosser.
And they require effort and thought.
Yeah.
Whereas, it's not the same as, we'll fix that in post. And then hiring 5 Asian people to make it look good. Yeah,
and it just it always looks shiny. I don't know.
It does.
I don't know what about CG, like why things need to be shiny to be CG. But everything looks is just like
no idea.
Did they just polish that monster? He looks very shiny.
They gave him the old spit shine before this take.
For real, they did.
So that's why, and CG, like heavy CGI, it looks good if you're doing a film about water.
Yep.
Because everything's already wet.
Absolutely.
Fine. Bad choice for Boba Fett, where you're on a desert planet. Because I can tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
As can everyone else. Although I guess with Star Wars, that's not the first thing I'm thinking of is like, I want it to be realistic.
Yeah, because then you get like dudes in like big foam costumes and they're like...
Yeah.
And then you're just like, this is Jim Henson's The Muppets. And
that poor man got sick and died.
Yes, he did. But I mean, he could have not died. He could have had medicine.
Yeah, he was like, That's the first anti-vaxxer ever.
Yeah, Jim
first
Henson
anti-vaxxer
could have had medicine, and Kermit would still sound good today.
Yeah, it would. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't sound like weird sounding Muppets. Family Guy joke.
Oh shit! I noted how they were like, "Fuck this guy with the soul patch" until he had the weed.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, cool, let's hear him out. He's got weed."
Yeah.
And then he pulls out the
tiniest pipe,
little metal crack-esque pipe.
Yeah.
And they're like,
sure did resemble a crack pipe. Definitely
Sure thing.
Did. We'll just share our saliva on this.
The most crackiest of pipes.
Thank you, woodsman.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing us this.
The main character is the weirdest guy in the world for a bunch of reasons.
Okay.
So it's very obvious from the beginning he's trying to bang this blonde chick. So she rests her head on his shoulder while they're driving to the cabin, and then Bert does the same thing, and he doesn't flinch at all. So he's got her on one shoulder and Bert on his other shoulder, and it took like what I thought was like something somewhat romantic and made it just a group activity for friends.
Yeah.
But it didn't affect him, despite the fact that he's trying to get his dick in with this chick.
Yeah, for real. He's he's a player. That's the game.
Yeah.
Man.
So if one of my guy friends rested their head on my shoulder, that's hilarious. Just fine with me. Not when I got a soft chub because I'm being touched by the love of my life.
Yeah.
That'd bring up a lot of confusing feelings for me. Also, Bert in that truck had a Game Boy Advance. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did not notice that.
It was in his lap, and it was only for like 2 seconds you get to see it.
This Bert character, he seems like
he's the best guy.
He seems like an all right guy, but then he becomes he gets worse and worse over the movie, like how he didn't tell anybody about the dying guy in the woods.
He shot him.
Yeah, but he was also like a sick dude, and his face was melting, and he didn't mention it at all. He was just like normal day in the woods.
Fair enough. You'd think even if you were to omit the fact that you shot the guy. Hey, there's the sickest man I've ever seen over by the creek.
You guys want to see something fucked up? Go down to the creek, but don't get too close.
Yeah, please God, don't get too close. Or like,
I saw a monster man in the woods. I saw a goopy face monster man.
Yeah.
Let's leave.
And then they go, oh, you've been listening to that Supernatural podcast too much.
Oh, good Lord. Down in the woods. You just watch too many horror movies, man.
Also with the main character. Now, this is the thing about sensing tone. And I understand that people don't necessarily know how to do that all the time. And it doesn't make you autistic, but that's a group of people who can't sense tone. I get to a cabin after a long drive with groceries, and I'm there with my girlfriend and a bunch of my friends. My girlfriend and I go directly into the bedroom. We don't fuck around with the groceries or anything. We just go straight in there. If one of my friends came in and like burst the door open without knocking and was like, "Who's up for a dip?" That's not going to be met well.
Yeah, no, probably not.
How do you not know what's happening behind that door?
Yeah, real.
They beelined for that room.
Yeah, and like they didn't say anything. They were very discreet about it. But it's like
peace out.
Oh, they're either changing or they're doing the horizontal mommy daddy wrestling match. Mommy daddy horizontal time.
And then so awkward trying to explain to this girl that he likes her. And like nothing about this guy, this character was easy socially. It was all painful and difficult. Even talking to the fucking deputy for the first time, that was like the most casual that he was. And it was still awkward. It was like he was ignoring things that he didn't want to hear from the deputy's mouth. He didn't say fuck all about partying for the most part. I don't know what to say about that. That's just a weird guy to have around.
Yeah. This is the same guy who when they were doing it, she reversed him, right?
What?
Well, he was on top of her, and then all of a sudden.
Oh!
All of a sudden it was the other way around.
And then he got it in the...
If you catch my drift.
And then he got it in the old...
That's the same scene you're talking about, right? Same guy?
That's the Who's Up for a Dip, but I'm talking about Paul, the kid with the brown hair.
Right. Yeah, that was a really awkward scene where like, he's a cop. Behind him, truck covered in blood.
Yeah, no. Hey, man, you guys have really been partying.
Yeah, red flag right there that he didn't even... I don't even... If he looked at the truck... If he cared about the truck.
He did eventually look at it.
Yeah,
and that was it was like the most casual response ever to a truck mangled and covered in blood.
Yeah, oh, you got a dinger there. A little fender bender, huh?
Now, there is a chance that because they're out in the country, he would have assumed it was just like animal blood or something. Like they're hunters and they hit an animal.
Not like that, though.
Yeah, it would be
and it's on the inside, too.
It would be a stretch, for sure.
Yeah, that sick dude, just like... Bleh.
Mm-hmm. Just throw out blood everywhere.
Yeah, that's,
burn that truck. That truck gets burnt.
Absolutely.
I'm not going in that truck. I don't care how much you spray it down.
Yeah.
You get hit it with Lysol for 3 hours. Oh, what's that little speck right there? You ever seen crime scene footage? They run that black light over top of something. You could have washed the sheets 15 times.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
There's still semen there.
They're gonna find a fiber or they're gonna find a sperm cell or something.
Yeah. Fingerprints.
Oh my God. God help you if it's a spermy fingerprint too.
I wish they had luminol.
But they didn't need luminol here. The crime scene was very much in play.
It was still an active crime scene.
Yeah. There was still crime to be had still. Like the cops got brought in early, and frankly, I think the crime could have commenced further had the cop not shown up. But I agree. It was that whole thing, like he just wasn't listening to what he was like.
No.
Oh yeah, that girl over there.
Yeah, he was concerned with somebody else fucking.
And like he wasn't even like, hey, don't look at her, or like, hey, that's my gal.
No mention. Yeah,
the guy's just like, oh, so you really party? There's one girl. Shit. And
you just go, yeah, I don't know. We hit the truck with a bat.
We had to scare him off with a bat. Oh yeah, so you hit him? No, we just scared him off. The blood, though, we scared him.
We scared him good.
We scared the blood right out of him. Holy shit.
Yeah. What? Yeah. I'm just going through my notes here and trying not to be dead silent.
Well, I like so like when the sick guy showed up, I thought their reaction to the sick guy was like still very 2020. Like chasing him with the bat, like, get out of here, you sick son of a bitch.
That's what the fuck I was gonna say. Like, it's weird how you find like accurate depictions of COVID era long before COVID.
Right.
If I saw somebody who clearly had COVID, I would be pointing a rifle at them as well.
For real.
I'd have no problem with, you're coughing up a storm and I could tell it's one of those wet coughs and you go, I can't taste.
Yeah.
I might threaten you with a bat if you're trying to get into my cabin.
For real.
I just might.
Have some decency if you're sick. Just
stay away.
Like, social
stay properly
distancing,
away.
man.
I don't care how much help you need.
I'm
going to be cold and cruel in this situation. I got grandparents.
I really enjoyed the scene where they like make their friend sleep out in the shed.
Yeah.
And they were like, Karen, I'm sorry. We just don't want to get it.
Yeah.
And then like the other guy's like, Karen, please.
Yeah.
And then they come back and she's like smoking a cigarette and she's like, close the door. I don't want to get anyone sick.
Yeah.
It's very relatable in 2020.
Yeah, that's a very realistic depiction. My friend Joe got COVID last week, and conversely, they still asked me if I wanted to come over on Friday, and I was like, oh, you're just getting out of quarantine? I'll give it a bit.
There you go. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for real, though. I had, there's like some lady came into my work, and she was like, yeah, I'm quarantining tomorrow, and Will's kind of like took a big old step back and sanitized our bodies.
Yeah. Like, my coworker has a story about his wife's work where a guy came in who was sick. He had taken a test that he got from that place of work, which means, and it tested positive. But in the meantime, he was concerned about it enough to actually pick up a test from work. But before that, he came in, put his lunch in the fridge, and mingled. because she saw him have to go to the fridge to take his lunch out when he left after it came back positive. Why wouldn't you care more right away?
People don't understand how illness works, I guess.
No.
You don't get ill when you're ready to be ill.
That's exactly. Oh, I'm not actually sick until the positive test.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. That's what actually taking the test is what made it positive in the first place.
It's Schindler's test. No, it's so shit. I mean,
Now, Schindler and Schrodinger are two very different people.
Yeah, they had a different set of skills, I think. It's Schrodinger's test, not a dead cat in a box. No,
you could be positive and negative at the same time until you look.
Right, right, yeah, exactly. You're not sick until you actually enter quarantine.
Oh my god,
that's
that's where we're at.
So
I don't care all that much.
Yeah, people are brilliant. I like this whole this trucker thing that's going on. Mm-hmm. We got like slow rolling trucks rolling through.
Borders are blocked right off.
I think my favorite thing I gotta show you was I saw on Twitter. It was like people were just tearing people apart on the news, and I retweeted it because it was good. It was just good stuff
on the news.
Yeah.
Oh, you got how do magnets work right there? I see that.
Yeah, like that's like how do magnets work? That's like old school stuff. I don't think people actually understand that reference. So this guy was on the news and he says the only thing police need to worry about is God's judgment. But this man is wearing 2 sweaters with hoods on, and on top of those hoods he's got a hat. So it's like the only thing police need to worry about is God's judgment. Man who doesn't understand how hat works. But he's got a hat on top of 2 sweater hoods.
And here's my thing, right? They choose who to interview.
Oh yeah,
which means they saw him probably from across the street and were like, "This will be good."
Oh yeah, that guy. He looks ignorant. Let's get him on TV.
Exactly.
And then there's this other quote from a guy. He's like, "I'm going to jail forever if it means freedom." Oopsies. It's an oopsies.
You might want to look up the dictionary definition of freedom.
Yeah, for real.
Because it ain't jail. I like it. Well, good. I'm glad that they're getting theirs on a website that they don't even probably know how to use.
Yeah. So my point is times are changing.
Mm-hmm.
The times, they are a-changing. That wasn't my point, but I just wanted to make it anyway.
That's fine. What are you, Bob Dylan now?
For real. These times, they are a-changing. I noted here at about 40 minutes...
You got time codes down?
Yeah, 47 minutes into the movie, almost exactly, is the fingering.
Right at 40.
Right at 47 minutes in.
47. Okay.
Is the fingering.
So you could do 46:59.
Yep.
And then, if you don't want to be traumatized for the remainder of your existence,
go
right ahead to
minute.
48:59.
Yeah, there you go. And then you'll be like, "Oh, well, why is she so upset? What's wrong?"
Yeah, I don't understand why people talk about this movie like it's so gross.
For real.
Weird.
And NBD, you get the 47-minute cut where they just cut that minute out of the movie.
Yeah. They use a physical roadmap to find a cabin. I don't think if you put a map in my hand, I would know what the fuck to do with it.
There's a lot of things on a map.
There are tons. There's topography half the time.
Yeah, for real. There's like topography. Sometimes there's like rural routes, and those are just roads that go. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, and a lot of them are mostly dirt, and you can't tell where it begins and ends.
It's like, am I on a driveway?
Yeah.
Is this a highway?
I'm driving down a hiking trail right now.
I haven't seen a car in years. It's just dust and coyotes.
I kind of wish that see, my problem is I wouldn't know where to place myself if you gave me a map. Mm-hmm. You give me a map in my area, chances are if I need a map, I don't know where the fuck I am. So giving me a map that doesn't have like a mall map that you are here, little red dot, I'm not going to have any idea.
Yeah, but the problem with that is like you would need a lot of maps.
Tons.
Yeah.
All kinds.
You need a book full of maps to like take a step, flip the page. Oh, I'm here. Okay.
When was the last time you saw like a map of a region?
The last one I can picture was being pulled down on like one of those things
fucking geography class in 10th grade.
Yeah, you like snap it and then it stays down, and then when you pull on it, it goes and then fucking rings around 100 times, and the teacher's like, "What? Now I gotta fix that shit."
Yeah,
you idiot kids, you broke it. I said be gentle. But yeah, I'm picturing a map like that. Other than like on my phone where I'm like, I don't know how to get here.
So I had at one point a book that was essentially the region of Ontario.
Okay.
And it was as thick as a dictionary.
How close are these pictures getting?
It depends. You turn to one page and it would be like a zoomed in version, but the roads are the same. So I don't really know how helpful they are. You have to have a starting point. You have to know where you are at the beginning. And then you have to trace yourself like the worst game of GeoGuessr ever in order to get to your destination.
Is this a coffee table book, or is this like a helpful book for getting places?
It was supposed to be a helpful book for getting places.
It sounds like a coffee table book.
I wouldn't. So it was almost like a pamphlet.
Oh.
So it was book in size, and then it folded out. And like all these individual pages. Go back to 1968. That's where you get it.
But like, how do you even get trees that size?
It's
what the fuck? How are you getting a tree to make a page that big?
Redwoods. That's why the Amazon rainforest is fucked.
That's because we had to keep printing maps of Southern Ontario.
We're still recovering from the great map production of 1980.
Boy, the guy who invented the map
is a fucking asshole.
He's probably real pissed knowing that we just got that shit on our phones now.
His carbon footprint is the size of Bigfoot's footprint.
Oh, for real. What a dick. How did you feel about the Listerine aftercare for like when he raw dogs the girl? Do you think that's good for aftercare?
If you have 99% alcohol Listerine, I bet you might as well just use isopropyl and light it on fire. Yeah. Also, that's going in your pee hole. Hence why it's so painful. It's going right in there.
You might as well just stick your dick in Tiger Balm.
Yep. Also, it's called flesh-eating bacteria because it eats the flesh, not the skin on top of that. It's already in you.
And if like Listerine could kill like this kind of bacteria, don't you think we would just be bathing in it?
Yeah. I would take a Listerine bath and deal with a little bit of stinging if it meant I wasn't going to get fucking necrotizing fasciitis for the rest of my life.
The thing is, I wasn't even considering that. I was just thinking he like raw dogged her, and he's like, "Well, I don't want herpes," and just like just Listerine on the dick.
About disease.
Yeah, I was thinking like STDs. I wasn't even.
I don't think for STDs Listerine is an effective.
I think it's for bad breath, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to pour it onto your genitals in any...
No, you use it for that.
There's no context.
And maybe to disinfect your electric razor after you shave your asshole. Maybe.
But you should be pouring it onto your razor and not dipping it in. I think that's...
Oh, no dip.
Yeah, no dip. Unless you got like a barber side thing.
Yeah, fine.
At this point, get a new razor. They come in packs of 3, or... just like wax your ass.
Wax it.
Wax your ass. I'm going to say that right now. I'm going to stand by it.
If you care about having a hairless ass, wax it.
Yeah. Especially if you got this disease, because there's a whole scene where she's shaving her legs and she flays the skin right off.
Rips her own leg wide open.
3 times.
That's worse to me than the fingering scene, and I meant to say that earlier.
You know what? I was like, oh my god, the whole time.
Yeah, that fingering, that's like a one-time oopsie. She goes back for more twice.
Yeah, how do you not notice the first time when like a strip of skin comes off?
And she must not have. I thought, because she's crying during, and so I thought that maybe she was traumatized and trying to find like some semblance of normalcy, even though she was, dying slowly and she knew it. Mm-hmm. But nah, she freaks right out the second she sees her leg.
Yeah.
So you didn't look down while you're shaving?
You didn't feel like a piece of fish come off your leg and plop into the water. Ugh.
Also, the noise it must have made when it plopped into the water.
Yeah.
That's not the sound of shaving cream.
She could just easily just like put that back on though. That's what skin grafts are.
That's how it works. Yeah. It's just that and Gorilla Glue.
It really is. That's the medical science. That's my understanding.
I think it's important to note that guy Listerined his dick off, but then he wasn't worried enough about getting sick to try and climb up a rickety ass ladder in the reservoir just to poke a dead body in the water.
Oh, yeah.
There's no reason for him to need to poke that dead body.
That fucking scene.
And that idiot.
That scene was too much for me.
Gets halfway down the ladder and pokes a dead ass body for just cuz.
Yeah, like what's he gonna do? Identify the corpse? Like,
exactly.
That's what I thought he was like. Is he gonna flip it over to see if it's a guy?
I need to see who it is.
It's the guy. Look at him.
Look at his
he's
head.
He's a burned corpse in the water. It's the guy.
It's for sure the guy. Why are you probing? Hey, that's the guy. Oh, what? All of my friends are getting sick for seemingly no reason. I don't really know what we did. Oh, we drank the water?
Yeah.
We drank the water right in the cabin. And where am I? I'm at the water treatment facility where we get the water from.
You know what's funny? The whole time I've been watching this, like from the start of the movie, like, so how are they going to get sick? First, I'm like, oh, Dennis bit that guy. That's how they get it.
You think that's it?
Oh, he's spraying blood all over the place. That's how he gets it.
That's a good example, and yes.
But they totally were drinking that water. They were drinking the water
the whole time. You didn't notice that it was getting zoomed, like the glasses full of water getting zoomed in on?
I didn't. You know what? I did notice the one like knife. There was like a knife sitting on a counter and she picked it up and they made an effort of her going like stink as she picked it up and I was like, okay, well, what's the knife for?
There was that. When the Karen gets sick, he gets her a glass of water and it's got like a lump of something floating in it.
I don't think I'm not going to lie. I got a little high before I watched this movie. I don't think I noticed that, but that I should have noticed that. Looking back on it now.
So one of the things that, like, when the first time I watched it and I was quite young, that I was confused by was I couldn't figure out, like, what made specifically that main character sick. In hindsight, it's, well, he banged sick chick raw. That's number one. He gets all watery in that reservoir. That's number. How do you not drink that? You for sure are.
Yeah,
he's like half drowning.
He went in. It's up your nose and your ears.
His mouth was wide the fuck open.
Water goes everywhere you don't want it to go.
Pick a hole. Water's going in that when you're in water.
Yeah. Good luck keeping your butthole that tight.
And they drank the water at the cabin. And they made a point of like, so there were plenty of times in my age, I didn't notice. So I made a point of like really paying attention to the possibilities. And so like, yeah, she's fucking, everybody takes a shower. The only person who didn't, and let me tell you, I'm going to go off on a tangent for a second. It wouldn't take a flesh-eating disease for me to have a bet where I drink nothing but beer for an entire week at a cabin. I would do that shit in a heartbeat. Ask me nicely.
That's what cabins are for.
You didn't even have to put money up. I dare you to drink beer for the rest of this trip. Okay?
Absolutely.
Well, we were driving to Tobermory and I was just drinking wine in the passenger seat of the car. I don't give a shit.
Yikes.
There's that, and then also worth noting, the only person who survives is the one who put a mask on his fucking face and social distanced in a cave.
Yes, he did.
That's again with the COVID.
Right? He was the only one, and he had the fucking thing on his face the whole time.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Just a thick rag. Better than nothing.
I think I also want to note, any like rural area with like running water, it's like well known that water's dirty.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just bring a case of water?
That's a great question. Think ahead a little bit.
Right?
I wouldn't want to drink dirty cabin water.
No.
I had a hard enough time. I was at a cottage up north in the town, and I didn't want to drink that water either. I did after I, got thirsty. But damn, son, that cabin barely has anything. I was shocked that it had lights.
I would have laughed if you would have had to spend everything by candlelight the whole time.
The entire movie is just shot by candlelight and fireplace.
Oh, yeah.
All of the scenes take place in front of the fireplace because of the light levels.
Everybody getting close to the fire.
Don't be a dick to Bert for making a giant ring of fire in the woods. That's amazing. How do you not do that when you're camping?
Right.
Just light things on fire. You're there.
Yes, yeah.
You don't need more of an argument than that.
I liked how the main character became like an angel of death about halfway through the movie, just like putting people out of their misery. Like,
Yeah, he
like,
did.
with a shovel.
Yeah.
And then he like smokes the deer, and he's like, "All right, I know what to do here." Just beats the deer to death. And then there was another one.
He blasts Karen for sure when he sees her fucking no lip face.
Yeah, and she's like still breathing. And it's not even just one shovel. It's like clunk, clunk.
Yeah,
clunk,
a lot of them.
Clunk.
He bats Winston in the head.
Yeah, he does.
For not being super attentive to the fact that he's covered in blood.
Oh fuck! Also, I forgot all about the dude with the harmonica. There's in the scene where with the party, the beer drinking party, where that no good creepy cop is plying alcohol on children.
Piece of shit cop.
There's a dude playing the harmonica, and as he's there's like a thing on the radio, and the dude covered in blood is like, "Oh,
shoot him on sight."
So like, "Oh fuck!"
Well, I better shoot him on sight.
Yeah. The one guy takes a swing with his guitar.
Yeah,
and the dude ducks. And he ends up hitting the guy playing the harmonica, which lodges the harmonica down his throat, like horizontally.
When have you ever seen that in a movie?
Cartoons.
Exactly.
And then it's just him wheezing, and like you can see the harmonica in his esophagus.
It's very melodic, his wheezing.
Yeah, it is. And then he makes like a point of like falling over as right at the end there.
Yeah, and he's still choking on harmonica.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that when that fight begins, the dude with the guitar stands up because he's got a weapon. The guy with the harmonica stands up and begins playing the harmonica menacingly like it's fucking West Side Story. He's just inching forward with the harmonica like, "Oh, you're in trouble now."
Vum. Yeah, he totally
Why
does.
would you have a harmonica? You're the most effeminate person in that band because of that.
Yeah.
It's either that or you've been to prison, but he's a small white child, so there's no way that's the
I was
case.
gonna say, the only time a harmonica is even menacing is in a prison, but it's almost never. It's always like very solemn and like,
Yeah.
I got the blues. Wah, 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 wah.
It's menacing if it's the last thing you hear as you're walking to the electric chair, like in the Green Mile.
Yeah, there you go.
Then you're like, "Oh, that's the devil's music."
Ooh, that sets the tone for the next 5 minutes of this film.
AKA the remainder of my life in it.
Oh my god. Yeah. I wrote here that dude falling off the old ladder into dead man soup.
Yeah, dead man soup. Why are you getting anywhere near that? You put your friend who you wanted to bang super bad in a shed because you didn't want to deal with her shit.
Yeah.
But I'm going to get within 5 feet of this body just out of curiosity.
Also, it's 2002, I guess.
Yeah. Which is,
Who's using a wooden ladder? There hasn't been a wooden ladder made in 100 years. Why would you get on that ladder?
That's exactly why it fell apart, because it was that old.
Exactly. Like, if it sure, I could understand if that's like a little metal like ladder climbing down. I get it. All right, you got to take a look.
Yeah, and then maybe like the bolt falls out or something. That's a legitimate mistake that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, but you climbed down Jesus's ladder for his bunk bed, and you fell it and go, "Oh fuck!" No, you should have been like, "Well,
how could this have happened to me?
I've made my mistakes," and into the dead man soup.
You immediately accept it and don't panic because it's your own goddamn fault.
One thing that bothered me though, when because the fucking what's his name, Bert, he goes out to get help, and it wasn't Bert. No, it was the main character. He's the guy who goes to get help, and then Dennis does that crazy karate.
Yeah.
And then
it was Bert in that scene. Because he was driving with the truck, and then they go into the chase scene with the guns.
What was in that box that one guy was carrying?
I have no idea.
What if they had the antidote, because it's like an illness that comes around all the time, and it's like they're just trying to help, but they blew that dude's head off because he was sitting there with a gun. The guy goes to open the box too, but then he gets shot, and he doesn't ever open it.
What fucking scene is this, and why don't I remember it?
So they're chasing Bert through the woods.
Yeah.
And they get to the cabin, they open the door, and Bert's just sitting there in the chair with the gun, and he goes to shoot him.
Yeah.
And they blow his head clean off.
And he's just got a box.
And so there's two guys. They both have guns, and then there's a bigger guy.
Oh,
and he's just carrying a box, like a wooden box.
Oh, yes.
What was in that box?
That's a fantastic.
They never show the box after that. They never. The box wasn't in any of the other scenes that I can remember.
Okay, first of all, just to quell your concern, there's no way that they had the antidote because they weren't there to be helpful.
Yeah, well, that much was clear, but like I was just like, what else would be in the box? Like a bunch of needles for
dude. Maybe it's like his like a fetus or something.
Like
they're backwoods hillbillies. He's keeping his little brother alive or something. I don't know.
It seemed like in like was it Pulp Fiction? No,
with the briefcase.
Yeah,
because there is that.
Fiction?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's like kind of like that. Like what was in that box?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing like with Pulp Fiction in that case is that they open it and it's something shiny.
Yeah. Right,
but it defeats the purpose if you never actually see it opened. I don't know what could possibly extra shells. I don't know.
Yeah.
That guy doesn't really say much. He's got like 2 words. He's just holding the secret to eternity. That's Pandora's box in there. You don't want to open that shit.
Honestly, it could have been. You would never know.
I don't think you ever do see.
Oh man. I saw I was really baked and I saw like some parallels between a couple other movies in this one. And the only one I can remember is just like the scene where they're like checking each other over for like the illness. It kind of reminded me of The Thing.
Yeah. Where they do the scene with the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was another scene and I cannot.
I know what you're thinking about.
I just can't.
It's the same damn thing though.
It's the ending of the movie where the guy comes out and he's like, I lived, and they shoot him up. Isn't that how the first like Dawn of the Dead ends? Like the guy like runs out and then people shoot him because they think he's a zombie, but he was like the last.
You mean the one from like the 70s?
Yeah, the very first one.
Shit.
I'm certain that's how that one ends as well.
I remember did they not get in a helicopter on the roof of the mall? There
is no mall in this one.
In Dawn, it is in a mall.
Okay, then this is the black and white one that
that's Night of the Living.
They did the oopsie where they didn't copyright it, so now it's like public domain. That's the one I'm thinking of.
That's probably Night of the Living Dead, which would be public domain anyway at this point because it's from the 60s, and public domain you got like a 50-year span if you don't re-up the license.
I thought it was after the person dies. It's 50 years after that.
That could be true. That could also be true.
But I think he like the name of the movie was slightly different from what he like copyrighted, so it's technically public domain now.
I'm not even that. Yeah,
but
that'd be the first I heard of that. But I believe you.
I feel like that's how that movie ends as well.
There are a couple movies where the last surviving person gets shot up because of fear.
Yeah.
I think it might also happen in Day of the Dead, but that's
I wouldn't be
much
surprised.
later. Now I'm trying to think of examples and I can't. Also, the Czech scene is from like a zombie movie as well. Which I think, funnily enough, is also from Dawn of the Dead, but the remake, the Zack Snyder one from 2006, where they're checking for bites.
With Ty Burrell?
Yeah, with fucking Ty Burrell. Back when I liked him.
That was really weird because I definitely saw that movie when I was a kid, and then now I had no idea, but yeah, he's like some douchebag, and then you watch him on Modern Family, and he's like a gentle dad.
Fucking the nicest bumbling idiot dad ever.
But then you see him with hookers. And
and he goes, I run a tight ship. And it's just nudes around him. And he's banging the chick in the mall, and he turns the cameras all on so you can see himself in about 15 screens.
That's right. That was him, too.
Yeah.
Oh.
He also, in that movie, predicts his own death.
Does he?
Yeah. He says, do me a favor to the main chick. If I ever turn into one of those, do me a favor and blow my fucking head off. And that's exactly what she does later.
Yes. Yes, she does.
Yeah. And then square in the forehead.
And then they steal his boat.
I found out that the sound mixer for Cabin Fever actually had necrotizing fasciitis.
Oh.
And it took 13 days of constant intensive care to save his life.
Well, that's ironic.
So he's real close to the source material.
They could really consult him for any questions or quells they might have had.
I hope they probed his brain on the realism. Speaking of the looking for help scenes, I don't understand. If I'm looking for help because my friends are sick, and I go to a farmhouse, and the first thing that I see is a woman in goggles beating the shit out of a dead pig, guess what? I don't need your help.
Yeah.
I'll find help elsewhere.
First, that pig wasn't dead.
I do. It
That was
by the end.
That was a very much live squealing pig.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'll be like, sorry, wrong house.
Yeah, definitely wrong house. I would definitely not go in that house. I don't care how much help I need. And then also, and I don't know if this is like a time period thing. It might be. But they just walk into somebody else's empty house.
Yeah.
And they fucking look around. And dude grabs beef jerky and eats it.
I did not understand that. And like the weird part, she like walked in and there was already like her friends there like,
yeah.
Oh, fancy seeing you in strangers' houses. Great.
And now I'm pretty sure that's the same dumb bitch who goes for a scenic canoe ride after the shit hits the fan, which is so. But I don't know. When was it acceptable to walk into someone's home and like it's cool because you yell hello?
Everybody saw it on that Michael Moore documentary.
That was it.
They saw like, oh, in Canada, doors are open.
So that must just be cool to do everywhere.
Yeah, hello, we're filming a movie.
And also, you're in the same area where you just watch somebody butcher a pig out in the open. And then you go, it'll probably be fine if I just walk into this person's house in the same area. I won't get shot or murdered at all.
The other going for help scene I did enjoy was when...
I already know.
It's like it's dark. He's just walking up to the house. He looks in the window. There's like a naked chick laying on the bed.
It's like, oh shit,
and then
tits?
Immediately to his left is an old man with a shotgun. Like, was he waiting there for a peeping tom to? He's just lying in wait like a vigilante.
This is part of the games they play. All right, you get naked out in front of the window. I'll be outside with a shotgun waiting for a stranger to show up.
Oh my god, for real though.
That's what gets them off.
For real, it was like 0 to 60.
Yeah, reactions to voyeurism. I could only get hard if I threatened somebody for looking at you.
Hurry up, Vivian! Let's go!
You're not yanking yet!
I fired the gun! We've got 5 minutes! There was a scene where he gets dropped off at the hospital.
Yeah.
And he just kind of like, they kind of flop him onto the pavement. There's a dude in a wheelchair rolling up, and he sees the dude covered in blood, and he does an immediate just 180 and just starts rolling away.
That's the fastest I've ever seen somebody in a wheelchair physically change their mind.
Yeah, I laughed so hard. Just nope.
My situation's pretty bad, but it ain't that bad.
Yikes! And then 7 of the most confusing minutes ever made into a movie.
Until he wakes up, what I got from that is that because he was unconscious when he showed up, he was having some like Nightmare on Elm Street hallucinatory dream sequence. Because there's no way there's an actual person in a bunny suit performing surgery in this hospital. I don't care how far deep into Montana you are.
Yeah. No, it's
he was asleep. And he was if he was awake, he was having a fever dream.
We're at a PBE. We got this rabbit costume from the guy who comes in like helps the kids on Easter.
Yeah.
We want to throw that on?
Yeah. Put that rabbit hat on and then blow out this candle. Oh, you can't. Perfect. It's fine. It's basically an N95.
Oh my god, yeah. That and then it's like and then the cops show up at that convenience store and you're just like, what's going on? What the? And then that's that.
It's lemonade time.
It's lemonade time.
That lemonade is apparently mighty fine. You couldn't taste the blood from that guy in that lemonade?
That guy like 8 feet down the river.
Yeah.
You mean
it wasn't far down the river, man.
It was not
now
far.
Now they do a fade. But it ain't that far, so I don't care.
And also, like, blood, water, they're 2 different colors.
They are.
You're gonna see that, and
they don't really mix all that much.
Not really. And when they do, they turn the water a murky maroon color. But like, if I knew that what I was drinking came from a creek, I would not be paying money for it.
No,
it seemed like they had a lemonade stand set up there for business. They weren't just giving it out.
You just do you have some sort of paperwork as to the source of your product, your material? Where do you order from?
Is this is crick to table? Crick to table.
We're trying to make the vegans happy.
Yeah.
No, I don't care how much citric acid is in that. I wouldn't drink that.
No.
I might as well just put my fucking face in that water and drink it. It's the same damn thing.
Makes me think of that show, The Monsters Inside Me, where it's just parasites for like you're just gonna look. If you think you're gonna live your life and not get a parasite, it's gonna happen.
It is eventually.
They're literally everywhere.
If you own a cat, chances are you already have one.
I got 3, so I'm good.
Yeah.
My odds are great.
Yeah. I just want to make note also of the fact that in a place where there's flesh-eating bacteria, there's definitely going to be parasites in that creek. I don't even care if there's flesh-eating bacteria in that creek. There's something else.
Oh, for sure. There's like a fish disease or there's like
those little parasite things, the fucking bugs that eat the fish's tongue and then become the tongue so that they can eat forever.
The fucking bay.
That's a real fucking animal that does that, and it's disgusting.
Yes, it is. Oh.
That's gross. All of our friends are getting sick and the skin is coming off of them. Let's make chili.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense. Why would you choose chili as the food in this situation?
Well, because like you run out of fillings for the chili. Like, oh well, why don't we just scrape a little off her back?
Good.
Because it looks the fucking same.
Yeah, it'll have the same texture as the mushrooms once they're cooked.
Ugh.
Mushrooms get spongy, man.
They do.
I imagine skin does the same thing.
Well, I hope we never find out, but I do hope we do find out at the same time.
Ew.
Yeah.
It's funny, we wrote down very similar things. I got Winston Olsen's name right there. Leg hole finger in all caps.
Yup.
Ripping her skin off with the fucking razor.
Yup. There's
I have a problem, and this is a personal problem. If you go to a place and the bathroom fixtures are old and rusty, chances are the water coming out of them isn't going to be great to drink. I don't even have to be a plumber to tell you that.
Yeah.
But as a plumber, I can tell you that.
Yeah, if the water is going to touch the same thing that's rusting, I'm probably not going to drink it.
And now, it's not the worst thing that you can put in your body, but it's not great.
No. It's probably a pretty easy way to get tetanus.
Not a bad one, I would imagine. Although I think it has to enter your bloodstream, but it's not too far off. You're shaving with it.
Yeah, for real.
Just a point of note, if you open a tap in a cabin and the water comes out brown at first, boil that shit.
Let that run. Even just let it run for like 10 minutes.
Let it run and then boil it anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the same pipes that the water's coming out of that you're drinking. It starts like that.
Yeah. And
I saw that in a school once and I was like, oh, these kids are fucked.
The education system's really letting them down. Yeah, the brown stuff's all fluoride. That's like it's good.
It's just you're in Ingersoll. You live in Ingersoll, basically.
Yeah, there's a lot of fluoride in Ingersoll.
They have so much fluoride in their water in Ingersoll that they can't drink it out of the tap.
The dentists are out of business, eh?
Oh fucking forget it! It's the whitest teeth in the country.
Bulletproof gums.
Yeah, we're good.
So cabin fever.
Yeah.
Out of 10, what are we giving it?
For me, 8.
8. Okay.
I would easily put it in my top 10 horror movies of all time.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know where I would put it, but it's one that definitely comes to mind when I'm considering that.
Absolutely. Okay. I think I got to give it a solid 7.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it, having this been my first watch through.
That is above average.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad movie.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a great movie. Did have its moments.
I have a very soft spot for semi-low budget but well-made horror movies, especially from, as I said on the last one, that era of time. The late 80s to early 2000s. Most horror movies that had some kind of studio backing eventually are pretty sick. This is one.
Hell yeah. It was not bad. It's just, it wasn't really the kind of horror movie I would be like, hell yeah, that's a horror movie. But it was, it was a horror movie.
I would call it a body horror movie.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. I normally tend to go for like dudes running through the woods and like trying to lop your head off.
I mean, well, that did a little bit happen.
It did. There, and like anytime you can fit hillbillies in,
Yeah.
and the hillbillies are upset,
And there's not a horrible rape.
you know what?
That's important to say that in this movie, there's plenty of weird hillbillies that do weird shit, but none of them rape.
And that's what I really like.
Yeah.
That's what I really like about this movie. It's what I hated about Straw Dogs.
Yeah, fuck Straw Dogs.
I was really upset that came highly recommended. So I was like, well, if Tim Deegan is recommending it to me, I'm going to grab that on Blu-ray. I popped it into my PlayStation, fired it up. You know, movie's like, okay, so all right, we've got some hillbillies here. Hope they don't do what they're going to do.
I hope they don't do what they're going to do.
Oh, husband's leaving the wife at home? Oh, hillbillies are coming. Oh, they're probably just gonna talk. No,
they don't just talk.
you can't leave hillbillies alone in a room. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. You just can't. You can't leave one alone in a room. You can't leave a dozen alone in a room.
Every rape revenge movie is just Boys Don't Cry with a different soundtrack.
It's just not.
No, it's Hilary Swank getting bent over a pool table.
And it doesn't need to be in a movie.
No, it doesn't.
That's my 2 cents. If it's in a movie, I'll turn your movie off.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I've been saying for a while, which is you can achieve the same effect from alluding to or implying a rape scene than actually showing it for 15 minutes of your total runtime.
Yeah, you know what? If your movie if you're dead set on that being a part of your movie,
you're in the writer's room and you're like, it needs it.
If for whatever reason you're justifying that for your movie, for sure. Like we don't need to see it, but like, okay, imply it.
You can have just the sounds of sobbing and a guy looking menacing, and I'll feel the same.
Yeah,
I'll feel the exact same.
Somebody follows somebody into a room and a door slams closed.
Yeah,
and
then this is like a slow zoom on the closed door, and then to black.
Yep.
I know what happened behind that door. I don't need to see it.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I don't.
It's the same as listening to somebody have diarrhea.
You're not like.
I'm well aware of what it sounds like, and I know already.
Yeah, we get it.
There are plenty of other indicators.
Yeah, they're really, really. You're just spoon feeding it to the audience, and the audience can get a fork and knife and cut their own steak up.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Good.
So, I mean, I'm just I'm happy that didn't happen in this movie.
Yeah, it just proves my point that there doesn't need to be that. You don't have to have. Like, not all hillbillies are going to rape.
No, not all of them.
Now, some are.
That is a fact. They, from what I've seen in the movie Deliverance, honestly, unfortunately for the southern states, Deliverance has really set the tone for what I think of when I think of the southern states. And I don't want that to be. I don't want hillbillies hiding in the woods, squealing like pigs.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be what I think about.
I don't want to be worried about taking a wrong turn off of I-95 when I'm going to Florida.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm in for.
So, I guess what I'm saying is, like, we need something. America needs to do something. let's see a movie
about these
where
depictions of hillbillies.
Yeah, let's see a big budget movie where hillbillies are like the heroes.
Mm-hmm. You got Lawless, but that's about Prohibition era alcohol running, but it's not dissimilar.
It's not really a horror movie.
I'm pretty sure there's no rape in that one. I'm pretty sure. Like 99% sure.
I'm probably not going to watch it anyway.
It's got Shia LaBeouf and Tom Hardy in it. I would recommend it.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to watch that because Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. He's good in it.
He's good in everything.
And Tom Hardy is amazing. I don't care what anybody says. Huge fan.
I've only seen Venom. I don't know.
I really appreciate that he's overcome his lip structure.
Yes.
And become a celebrity.
God bless him. God bless him. Yeah. So that was the movie. Do you have anything else? Like, do you have any more points to make?
We got to pick one for next week.
Yeah, we do have to pick one.
Or next podcast, but probably next week.
Look, I mean, if it's gonna be my turn,
it is.
As much as I was just saying, like, dude running through the woods, cutting people up, I can't pick one. I'm kind of excited about the new Texas Chainsaw by Netflix. I don't know if that's going to be out. when that
Right.
does come out. So I'm gonna pick.
Well, backburn that one, and then after this, look
Absolutely.
up the release date.
Yes, we should probably be able to watch it.
Yeah, it's an integral part of this.
Going with something on Netflix though, because I feel like a lot of people are going to be able to access it easily, and it's a great movie that you probably haven't watched yet.
You raise a good point because I did have to provide you with a link to Cabin Fever for you to watch it.
And like, look, I've got a Fire Stick with 2 programs that scrub the internet for links to movies. Not one for Cabin Fever.
I think it's too old.
There's Cabin Fever 2, Cabin Fever 3. There's
Spring Fever.
Spring Fever, and then there's another one I don't know, and then there's the remake. Could not find the original.
I'll tell you about Spring Fever. I think in the first 10 minutes of that movie, a kid's dick falls off in a toilet.
Sounds like Planet Terror.
It's got a very similar vibe.
I figured those movies were low budget and had nothing to do
Not
with Eli
a thing.
Roth at all.
Not a thing.
That's what I imagined.
It's
They were
the exact same as Hostel for him.
Bummer.
He did Hostel 1. I think he had a little bit of involvement in the second one, and then everybody shit the bed,
Oh boy.
and the rest sucks.
Well, I mean, we'll do at least the first one at some point.
Yeah.
But this next one, I'm going with Color Out of Space.
Okay, because I haven't seen it.
You
You should see, guy, for those listening at
So
home,
good.
the face that Matt is making at me right now.
Oh my God.
It's disappointment, excitement, and surprise all at once.
To be honest, I'm surprised I haven't forced you to watch it yet. It's that good.
You and my friend Joe, both.
Okay.
And we were approaching on territory where I hear so much about a movie I no longer want to see it.
This isn't one of those kinds of movies.
No, because it's Nicolas Cage.
It is Nicolas Cage.
I've made it very clear my feelings on Nicolas Cage.
Absolutely.
And they're nothing but positive.
Well, and this is one of those movies where Nicolas Cage does Nicolas Cage 100%.
I'm just going to make that noise every time he gets brought up.
I fucking love it. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's I can see the fucking face.
It's the same.
It's
His
not
upper
even-
teeth are more visible than his lower teeth.
It's not even his face. It's
his eyes are wide
it's
as
the
fuck.
drawing.
Yeah.
The drawing is what I fucking see.
Yeah, which is from, I believe, Vampire's Kiss.
I think it is.
Which is a movie where he angrily recites the alphabet.
He
The
does.
whole alphabet.
And
I never misfiled anything. Not once. Not one time.
he's also ripping his clothes off, isn't he?
Yeah, he does that. He believes he's becoming a vampire, and he just... I think he knew that the movie was going to be shit, so he was like, well, this is what I'm doing.
And like every once in a while, a hero comes along and he
real
takes a
hero.
bad movie and he goes, I'm a Nicolas Cage this.
Yeah.
And just
You get
the
an hour and a
bees.
half of that. Yeah. Just the bees, not the bees,
the
man.
fucking bees.
Whew. A real human being and a real hero.
So watch Color Out of Space before
that's
you
gonna
listen to
happen.
the next podcast. Or don't. And be totally out of touch with everything we're talking about.
Not understand the more subtle points that get written down. And have the entire movie spoiled for you if you're somebody who dislikes that.
Yeah, absolutely. You could get at us on Twitter. I'm at MattG124.
At the J-Pocalypse. Forever.
And
Not forever's not in the handle. It's just that's
oh.
going to be my name forever.
Okay, good. Yeah. Because honestly, when you change it, it's
No, it sucks. I know.
yeah. You know what? I learned how to I learned how to spell apocalypse because I was sick of having to Google it to figure out how to tweet at you. That's how I learned how to spell it.
Well,
I was real fucking sick of it.
I'm really happy that I could provide some education for you.
Hey, man.
It doesn't have a Y in it, though.
Yeah, I learned that. That's how I learned that.
Yeah. I just had crazy deja vu about that part of the conversation, so that's weird. But here we are.
Whenever I have deja vu, I always get the sense something bad's about to happen. So
That's you living in the Matrix.
yeah,
That's what that is. You see the same cat over and over, and you're like, somebody's coming in with guns.
I saw something on the internet. It was like, you know how you live in the Matrix? You've never seen your neighbors taking the groceries. And I was like, yeah, you're right.
It's accurate. Yeah. I've never seen anybody brush their teeth either.
That's fucking weird, man.
Isn't it?
I hope your friends have dental plans.
Yeah, in the Matrix.
Don't forget to check out darkroastcult.com, where I'm sure you'll be able to listen to this podcast and buy some enamel pins and
high quality. It's worth noting enamel pins. I'm not shilling. I have one on my hat at the moment by choice, and I wear that shit to work, and it's still intact.
Bless you.
And I work very hard.
I wear them on my head, and I don't work very hard, and they're just fine for people who don't work hard too.
Yeah.
You can check it out. Use Dark Drip to get I think it's 5% off or something like that. It'll say it on the website.
Dark Drip.
Dark Drip is the coupon code to use.
That sounds like a disease in your penis.
It does, but also it's coffee. You know, it reminds me of coffee. And
I don't want a
penises.
disease in your penis to remind you of coffee.
Like when we do Planet Terror,
I got the Dark Drip.
when we do Planet Terror, this is going to be most of the conversation.
Yeah, it's just dripping and grossness, bubbles, undulating things.
Ugh.
Yeah. So you seem so stoked to watch it already. So I'm happy that you brought that up.
So there's a lot
as like a for sure we're watching that.
Oh, dude, we can't not do both of those movies. And
That's
then,
true.
And then
Given
call
the
this
name
podcast
of the podcast, yeah.
Grindhouse. It just doesn't. By the way, I was hoping they were going to do more. I was hoping there was going to be like 2 more Grindhouse movies coming out by 2 different directors. I was hoping that was just going to be a thing because that was really good.
Well, what ended up happening was they made Machete.
Yeah, that wasn't so good.
No.
I didn't care for that.
No, it wasn't.
I also don't care for that being tied into the Spy Kids universe.
I don't know how to feel about any of that shit, and I didn't know about it, to be honest.
In the Spy Kids, he's their fucking uncle.
It's Machete, though?
And his name is Machete.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Which one of those came out first is the question.
Spy Kids came out way, way, way before Machete did.
Oh, so they just took that and ran with it.
Same director.
As if the Spy Kids, like, they stopped being Spy Kids, and then Machete just goes on a kill bender.
For real, though.
All right. I mean, at least it's not the other way around, like it's 12-year-old kids hanging out with a fucking murderer.
Actually, you know what? I think it is, because I think he gets like a job, like an agent job or something at the end of Machete or something. He like works for the government. Isn't that something? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out, as well as that fucking fetus titty sucking movie.
Yeah, for the love of God, where is that?
I don't know. I'm gonna have it for the next podcast.
I need to know.
I'm gonna figure it out.
I combed people's brains about that shit. I spoke to 2 different people about it, which is a lot for me. And they had no idea.
Well, I've been Googling it, and I think Google's getting concerned because I'm not even getting the same results anymore. I'm going to turn my filter all the way off, and I'm just going to go for it, I think.
Just not a bad idea. You're going to get a lot of hell.
It's like I've found it before. I've found it before, but the name just slipped me. I could picture the cover. Of it.
Maybe you'll just have to describe the cover on Google.
It's 2 dudes being like, oh.
They're startled by the fetuses.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of which sucks a tit.
Yeah, it does. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's the only part of the movie I can recall. Other than I think this guy stops on the side of the road to have a piss while he's transporting these jars, and then he comes back and the jars are broken and the fetuses are gone or something like that. There's one crawling down the road or something.
Oh my God. I hate it.
Yeah, it's.
I'll watch the shit out of it, but I hate it.
When I find out what it is, oh boy. Anyway, so thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Do you have any last words for the podcast?
Gotta pee. Bad. That's a weird, because I'm looking at the sound wave, so I can tell that the latter half of that odd grunt that I made, that's how this podcast begins.
Welcome to a very grunty Grindhouse Movie Club, where we examine movies and drink coffee and grunt like grown men who have to bend down to pick things up.
Or sit in a really deep chair.
Yeah, that is a really deep chair. It's hard to get out of. That's how it's been described.
Yeah, this couch that I'm sitting on is quite soft and comfortable, but I feel like I'm sinking into it.
It's also 2 inches too short to be comfortable to lay in for me. If it was a little longer, my legs could at least hook over the edge comfortably. It's a love seat. You're not supposed to lay on it. It's not for the act of love. That's not why they call it that.
Well, it's the same time, though, because it's so short, you have no choice but to love if you have another person on it with you.
Right. And that's why you should never sit on a love seat unless you're,
It's with somebody you trust.
Yeah, for real. Like if you're visiting your lady's parents and they have a love seat, well, you don't want to sit on that with like the dad.
No.
That's
inviting way too many arm over the shoulder opportunities of like with heart to hearts where he asks just an uncomfortably intimate question about what about his daughter you know already.
Oof. Well, welcome to the podcast. I'm gonna remind you right off the bat because I've forgotten twice now. Go to darkroastcult.com to listen to the podcast.
That's where you go to listen to it at this juncture.
We're going to have some like fresh coffee and stuff on there to check out. Lots of pins. Sorry, I thought I heard my cat mucking about in the toilet.
It's not the toilet, it's a bowl.
Yeah, it's her water bowl. So she's mucking about in her water.
Yeah, which is, I guess, acceptable.
Yeah.
She really gets it. I think she's splashing as much as she's actually consuming.
To be honest, she might not even be consuming. I think she's just trying to get water out of the bowl.
She doesn't like when there's water in that bowl?
Apparently not. Well...
It's a great noise. Oh my
it's
God.
Still happening.
I love this.
I heard that the other day and I'm like, oh, what is that sound? And then I like looked and the bathroom floor was soaked.
Yeah, well, that's literally happening right now as we speak.
Yeah.
She got right in there.
Oh boy, hold on. I'm gonna
no
put
two
a
ways
stop
about
to this.
that.
I'm gonna put a stop to this.
She just comes out shaking her one wet paw everywhere. Hey, you want some fucking water? Yeah.
I know what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna fill it up anyway.
I feel like this is a vicious circle.
It is. At least she didn't walk through the litter because she'll do that.
Oh yeah.
And then she'll leave like cat footprints, and it's like Blue's Clues. Walking around, did the blind cat walk into the water and then the mud? She did. Where is she? Let's find her.
We don't need a lassie here. The tracks are clearly evident.
Oh my God, are they ever? So darkroastcult.com or .ca, it don't matter. It's the same website.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Good, you got both of them.
Go there, check it out. Use Dark Drip for a code if you're gonna check out a purchase. Or
Dark Drip sounds like an STD.
It does. It really does.
I got the Dark Drip.
I got it. And look, there's no end. There's no end.
No, you put a cream on once every 3 months for that.
You know, or a little bit of sugar too, if you want. We got a dark roast, and it'll be on the website soon. So
I'm bringing it back to the fact that it's coffee. I didn't even realize I made a pun, so I'm glad that you pointed it out.
That's what I'm here for. So this week we watched Color Out of Space.
Mm-hmm.
You had not seen it.
I hadn't.
What did you think?
Well, I watched it again. So if that answers your question.
Honestly, there's nothing to not love about it.
No, that's true. I had a couple of gripes with some CG, but they more than made up for it with the actual practical effects anyway, so I wasn't too upset.
Right, you can't practical effect everything.
No, as much as I wish you could. There are some things that like color.
Yeah, sorry.
You can't just you need a computer for that.
I mean, they could have done like a mist machine and done like a spotlight on it, but that would look very hokey. In
it sure would.
Theater, public school production.
Yeah, you're turning it into a 1980s B movie at that point.
Movie super. It's like 100 years old now almost. The story it was like written.
Oh yeah. Ago. H.P. Lovecraft story originally.
Yeah,
and that guy was writing between the late 1800s and the early 1900s. Now he only lived to be about 40 years old, and I'm not 100%, but I believe he was gay, and people didn't like that. And he was quite upset.
And
also, I mean, if you read any of his books or see any of the movies they're based off of, you could tell that there was something going on under the hood with that man.
Well, I heard he had a fear of the ocean.
That makes sense.
That would make a lot of sense.
The second I see a jellyfish in my fucking shower, I'm like, I get it.
Speaking of, okay, so right off the bat, water jellyfish.
Yeah.
You see that. Do you pick it up?
No.
Do you pick it up or do you shuffle it with your foot?
Do you ever pick up a jellyfish?
I mean...
Unless the purpose is to be stung by a jellyfish that day.
Well, look, okay, so here's the thing. If I know I'm in a place where there's going to be jellyfish, I'm not going to touch them.
No.
very curious about a jellyfish where there's not supposed to be a jellyfish. How did you get there? What's your story?
He felt dirty. I don't know, because he's in the shower. I certainly wouldn't be hazarding the chance that the jellyfish will wrap its tentacles around my whole ass hand.
Yeah, no.
That's horrifying. That's horrifying when you're naked in the shower.
Yeah, you don't want something like that happening to you while you're naked.
No, there's a very long list of things that you don't need when you don't have any clothes on. One of them is definitely a jellyfish.
Oh my god. All right. So I think something we didn't do in the last podcast was like give like a brief summary of the plot of the movie.
Right.
I think that might be important for people who want to listen but don't want to watch the movie.
Okay.
So what I did was I tried to summarize the movie in like 3 sentences or less.
Yep.
I think I got it. Hold on. Let me find it because it's good. It's I thought I did all right. When I find it here.
We're gonna get you working for IMDb writing plot synopses after this if it's that good.
Oh, dude. Okay, so some stuff comes from outer space to change things up. Nicolas Cage doesn't handle it very well. That's the movie. That's the whole film right there.
Now, it's important to note that it's not like these things come from outer space and just do nothing.
Yeah, they're there to change it up.
Yeah.
They're switching it up on you.
The things that Nicolas Cage doesn't handle well in the movie are things that nobody would.
Well, but he does it with his own special, hey, I'm Nick Cage and I'm not handling this very well.
So I found out, I was looking up information about the movie, some of the things, trivia, whatnot, and found out that Richard Stanley, who is the director of the film,
absolutely,
and we've talked about Vampire's Kiss before.
Yes.
And it's very good. It's quite old now. I think it's late 70s. But it's one of those fucking Nicolas Cage movies.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So, apparently, that's Richard Stanley's favorite Nicolas Cage movie. And so, as the director, once they started shooting, Richard Stanley was like, hey, do that.
Yes.
And
it comes out.
There's a couple times really early on, like when he's talking to his wife out front and he does his impression of his dad being like, I'll get the fuck out of my face. And he does the hand thing.
Yeah.
That is the Vampire's Kiss hand thing for sure. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also in The Wicker Man. But like 2/3, when shit really starts to hit the fan for him, he's got that weird, gross skin.
Yeah.
Which it just looks like a wet fish.
It looks like reptile.
Yeah. Yes. That's where the Vampire's Kiss really starts to kick into high gear.
Yeah, he starts talking funny.
Yeah.
Not normal.
He does this accent, and I don't know what kind of accent it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I did pick up on that. I was like, oh, maybe that's like, oh, he's kind of like possessed by the color, I guess. But he's just fucking weird.
Yeah.
He just when he gets mad, he gets weird.
Exactly. That's his angry accent. It's like some weird combination of like British and New York.
Yeah. It's I read that. I also read that both Richard Stanley and Nicolas Cage have gone on a quest to find the Holy Grail. Not together, but like they've gone.
Separately, they both tried real hard to find that Grail.
So that's just a weird little fact.
That's bizarre. And then I don't know if you've seen what Richard Stanley looks like.
I have not.
But he looks like somebody you'd want on a quest to find the Holy Grail.
Oh, okay.
He dresses like an adventurer into the dark side of existence. He's got this like black, I don't even know how to describe what kind of hat it is because it's not a cowboy hat, but it's got a very wide brim.
Are we talking like the Undertaker?
Yeah, a little bit like the Undertaker's hat.
Okay.
The one picture that I saw, the first picture that I saw of him, he had like a giant walking stick and a black cloak. Like he's the Grim Reaper.
He sounds like if Chris Angel was Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate?
I would say so. I mean, I don't know how much magic he's doing. I don't know how many kids he's fooling into thinking he's walking on water. But if I saw him walking on water, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. There was some weird stuff in the the trivia page.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it was like references. Like this movie's just jam packed full of references.
And it's got plenty. Just fucking kids playing Universe Sandbox on his computer in one scene, which I own that game, so that was funny for me.
Yeah.
Fucking Francis Ford Coppola. This is Francis Ford Coppola or Coppola. I don't really know how to pronounce it. He is a filmmaker from quite some time ago. He made like the fucking Godfather and Apocalypse Now. What else do I have written down here? The 1992 Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman. That's like widely regarded as the only good Dracula movie.
I haven't seen that one, but I will. Maybe it'll be on a list.
Neither have I. I understand it's probably pretty slow because it's from the 90s, but I've heard good things. Yeah. And yeah, he doesn't move fast.
No,
he's a decomposing vampire. You can't.
Yeah. Sunlight is not his friend, so
no,
he doesn't have that vitamin D in his system to really give him that pep in his step.
Interesting correlation there. Sunlight's not the friend of these fucking monsters when they start turning into monsters either in this movie.
No.
They don't like the light at all.
Which is weird because like it's just light.
It's made of light. There's plenty of light.
Well, they're gray. They're very gray. So it's probably cooking them.
Yeah.
It's like that's too much light to handle.
Like I don't know what. Ew.
Mm-hmm.
That's gross.
Absolutely, it is.
A couple weird things happen with regard to the fucking Nicolas Cage's wife turns into a horrible monster, resorbing her own son slowly.
That's like that was the high point of that movie.
Absolutely.
Just seeing that and then having that just be in the house, and then
why would you bring that into the house?
And then it gets worse. Too.
It does.
That like, and that's how that honestly the worst, like my least, like my favorite part, but my least favorite part was
that slimy creature.
Was the slimy creature, and then Nicolas Cage like dragging his daughter up the stairs, like you gotta feed mom. We're all in this together, and
we're
then
a family.
He just, like, locks her in the room.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's just in there like. It's like it only says her name.
Yeah,
that's all it says, and that's horrifying.
And then, according to the subtitles, it whispers "hungry," but I never heard any of that.
Yeah, and then I don't know if it's trying to eat her, but it goobers on her real good. It like comes at her like The Exorcist going forwards down the stairs, like
plenty of legs. I think it was probably trying to dissolve her like a snake does when it eats.
Yeah, I was kind of getting that, or if it had like it was just like half in her body and like it spat her out when it got its head blown the fuck off.
It sure did. You'll notice how many legs that thing had by the end. At the very beginning of the movie, Nicolas Cage is talking to his wife and he mentions the fact that he's a leg man. I didn't pick that up the first time I saw it, but the second time I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting your wish, Nick.
Something I didn't pick up on, but I literally I just had it on before you got here. So the scene right before they go in and discover that fucking alpaca monster.
Yeah.
It's like 1 hour and 4 minutes in. The camera like pans over Nicolas Cage was just like rubbing that stuff on his. First of all,
he's putting bourbon on his rashy arm.
And fucking cabin fever, he puts Listerine on his dick. No
matter what, you can't escape the horrible sanitary advice that these movies are giving everyone.
Absolutely. And like also it's in the water in both movies.
Yep, it sure is. It's all up in the water, and everybody who drinks it gets some monster.
Get a Brita filter.
Yeah.
That if you're in a horror movie, get a Brita filter, or you know what? If water's coming out of your fridge, that's great.
Because usually there's some kind of charcoal filter already built into that shit. This is what I said last week with cabin fever, and I'll say it again. Don't drink dirty fucking water.
Yeah.
When you're in the woods.
Absolutely.
Number one, that's how you get giardia. You don't have to be a Survivor man to know that. Fucking the water comes out when they're in fucking Tommy Chong's little trailer.
Well, he calls it Adam's Ale.
Yeah.
First of all, that's not a great way to describe your water.
Well, I think it's supposed to be like Adam and Eve, like the original beverage.
I was thinking it was
dark brown, like beer, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
because it was.
And it was like Sam Adams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If your water is a murky brown, don't take that chance. Don't hazard it. And the guy's like, it could just be rust from the pipes. Again.
Yeah, I still don't want to
Once
drink.
again.
I don't want that. No.
You're drinking, you're getting copper poisoning.
Absolutely.
Enjoy that immediately. At the very least, you're getting that. That's like the most treatable effect from drinking dirty ass water all day and night. There's nothing else in that whole house. It's just water and bourbon.
For real. Well, ice. At some point he made some ice.
That's water though.
At some point he turned ice into solids. You don't see it happen, but it happens. But okay, so at 104, the camera like pans over from that to like this like thing. It's like a wood carving on the table.
Yeah.
And it looks very much like a mushed pile of alpacas together.
Yeah. You can't really make out like a body form.
Yeah.
But there's like a neck and a head screaming.
Yeah. And then cut to that. And it was a weird thing I noticed. I was like, oh, fuck. Look at that little statue.
This is a thing that to me makes movies much better. When they add in little, and it wasn't like by any means the way they shot it a little thing, like it was meant to be noticed for sure. But that, and then like not even an immediate, but in this case an immediate callback to it, like really creating a universe where things align with each other, because that helps immersion. It's the same as like that the 180 rule during a conversation, during dialogue with two characters. You have to, when you're shooting it, stay within a radius of 180 degrees. So like if the camera's here to my right and your left, and we're talking, and it's cutting back and forth, it always has to stay on that side. Because if it doesn't, it becomes super confusing for the viewer. Because they can't figure out why the second shot or the third shot looks reversed, but that it's not quite correct.
Hell yeah, that makes sense.
So there's a little film education.
You guys just gleaned a little knowledge off this potty.
Boy, oh boy. I've been sitting here trying not to talk like about deep film analysis or film theory, and more so just about the movies that we're watching, but it's going to come out eventually.
Well, I'll drop this on you. I was in the trivia page. Somebody farted out this little thing. I didn't really think about it, but like the color that they use is magenta.
It is.
Which is not like a natural color.
No,
you don't see magenta unless you make magenta.
Yeah, it's an illusion created by the human eye because of the way that we perceive color. So we, as people, see red, green, and blue. Magenta is an illusory combination of red and blue. It doesn't actually exist on the color spectrum.
Extra spectral, I think is what they call it.
Yeah. So and you'll notice this throughout the movie a little bit. There are very different shades of red, blue, and purple. And they tend to change sometimes. Like Lavinia's hair, depending on the light level, can be very vibrant purple, but then sometimes it'll go to dark blue. And the praying mantis shit and the cat, I think when the headlights hit it, and also just like the color on its own, which is the main threat in the movie, that color touches you, it gets in your shit. And then somehow it's just in there forever. It'll also like change in tone a lot of the time. And like sometimes it'll be like a red. More red than blue. And then vice versa. Which again is something you can't do with practical effects unless you're drawing on the spot.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, the same thing it says, because like red, evil, blue, good.
Right.
Purple, oh.
Somewhere
it came from space.
Somewhere in between.
Yeah, it's got its own little laws it's following. It doesn't know. It's just here doing its thing.
Yeah.
So
its thing happens to be horrible.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's living its life. But it's really making Nicolas Cage just Nicolas Cage's life.
Nicolas Life Cage.
He
lives in a life cage on that farm.
Oh man, if you're anywhere. If you're an hour away from any hospital, horror movie.
Yep.
You live in a horror movie right there.
Real easy.
How did you find yourself an hour away from a hospital? That's no.
What are the chances your car doesn't start one time or another? That could happen literally any day of the week.
In this weather.
And you're relying on these phones, and the fucking color jams up the signal.
Yep. That color's a bitch.
It is. It really doesn't like anything electrical. Which, okay, the first thing that I think, and it's not just this movie, and it's not even like just movies that have to do with aliens of some kind. I don't know if you would call this an alien movie. I would.
I mean, it's sort of an alien movie.
It's a being from outer space with some kind of sentience that comes down and like fucks shit up.
I mean, yeah, it's from space.
Anytime in movies where there's somebody's on the phone or listening to the radio and the shit gets all fucked up, or like cars' headlights suddenly start flashing and shit, my first thought is aliens every time, and I have no idea why that is. What about those things happening? Because like a couple of weeks ago, I lost power in my apartment.
Oh shit!
And I'm pretty sure I heard a transformer explode just down the street. Anyway, it was out for like an hour and a half or something. I don't know. London Hydro's fucked. That's a much more reasonable explanation than it's aliens. But I think aliens right away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, is that the world ending?
Yeah.
Darkness all of a sudden? Like, look out the window, look up. What? I don't...
I fucking like a storm rolls in and it's loud. It's aliens.
Oh, yeah. Well, aliens they're in the cloud, right?
Yeah, they're in the cloud. They control the weather.
Yeah.
It's no Mother Nature. It's alien. Mama.
Alien comma. Is that what you said? I
said mama.
Oh, alien mama.
Yeah. Alien mom's coming to say hi. And she's bringing lightning.
Comma, she's bringing lightning. Boom. Period sentence.
That's a good sentence.
I know. I just wrote it. So at the beginning of the movie, opens up on the daughter. She's doing like some ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And like this is going to be disrespectful a little bit. And I think we're going to lose a couple people who watched it and went like, I know what that is. That's what I
interested. Yeah.
Wiccan or pagan.
Yeah. One of those.
I always find it a little funny when they're like, they give like whatever spirit, like somebody's full ass name.
Yeah.
Like they're
Michael.
Michael Scott, and then they like the dude's gonna flip through yellow pages like, oh yeah, here we go, address, phone number, I got it, I'll just go save that dude, whatever, I got this.
This is exactly how to contact this person.
Yeah, like here's his schedule, he's free on Wednesdays. Go get him, demon, go.
Anytime that I gotta talk about this water surveyor for a second because fucking idiot,
absolutely
an idiot.
Oof.
And now he does very well for himself, despite being a black guy who says, I'll be back right in the movie. In an insane turn in expectations, he survives. He did, like, he committed the two, like, cardinal sins of horror movies, saying I'll be back and being a black person. And he does relatively well. He
does.
Picture yourself as somebody coming to fucking do a survey for the water table. You're testing water and shit. Mm-hmm. You don't really know where you are. You've spoken to the city already, the powers that be in the whatever county township, and you stumble across a woman in the woods doing a ritual. Don't go up and say hi.
Yeah, no, you're in Witch Town.
Yeah, you sure are. Even if she isn't a witch, assume that.
Yeah,
for your own good.
Yeah, you know what? For this, just for everybody, assume everybody's a witch.
Yeah, especially in the woods.
Yeah,
you fucking see stones in a circle. Guess what?
Witches.
You turn around, walk the other way, and the first thing she says is like, "You're on private property." That's like the tamest thing that could have ever. She could have just started saying gibberish, and it would have fit with what she was doing.
Yep. Oh yeah, and waving her hands in a cursy manner.
Yeah,
that would have
pointing up at the fucking sky and the water. You got a triangle in your hair.
Yeah. You probably don't approach people who appear to be witches or some sort of ghoul.
Yeah, you go up to the house and there's like a baby with pieces of metal attached to it or something. Nah, I don't necessarily need to talk to these people. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the river and test the water and just mind my own goddamn business.
Absolutely. Go talk to the squatter. No, thank you. If you see the squatter, tell him where I am, and he can come to me. I'm not going to seek out a man who's squatting in the woods.
Especially when he's described as special by the homeowners.
Yeah, and then you get there, and it's Tommy Chong, and he's handing you something to smoke, and...
that's out of all the people that I've never met who I believe would offer me a drug, I think he would be a more trustworthy face.
Probably. You know what? Probably.
That Tommy Chong, man, has not aged well.
Well, no.
I saw him maybe 6 or 7 years ago in something. I believe it was some sort of comedy interview show or something to that effect. And he looked good for his age then. Living in the woods hasn't done him any favors at all. No. Holy shit. He looked like he was melting into himself. I did not need to see him shirtless.
He's a method actor. He's a method actor.
Are you saying method actor or meth head actor? Because either.
Yeah, I feel like he probably got ripped out of his mind and they're like, go, Tommy.
Yeah.
Just get in there.
It's all good. He's telling the story on this thing, the thing that I saw with him in it, of when he was in prison. He got sentenced for possession. Mm-hmm. And this is a long time ago. Some documentary crew, like A&E or something like that, came and did a special on the prison that he was in, not knowing that he was in it. They found, in some roundabout way, he ended up being interviewed, despite the fact nobody on the crew knew who he was. So he was like, hey, I'm just going to fuck with you this whole time. So they're asking him to describe what it's like to live in this prison. And he's talking about how it feels a little bit like slavery, like you're working for the man for a very small amount of money. I think it's like they get like 20 cents a month or something like that. Like that's a current statistic. And the food's bad and stuff. So he goes on for a bit about that, really selling it. And then he goes, honestly, it made me feel like a black man. And they cut straight away from him right after that. And that's my favorite shit. Because if you're like into comedy or you understand anything about him, like that was obviously a joke.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you nobody in that room knew that was a joke at the time.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Yeah. He's a beautiful man. And really, I think I said this last week or the week before, but those Chong brothers, or Cheech and Chong, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know he was a brother, man.
I figured they were brothers for a very long time and like only recently realized that they weren't. You can take that Cheech and Chong fame and you can do basically one of two things with it. And that's what happened with Cheech and Chong. Tommy Chong became like this very politically minded, informative sort of teacher type in the world of anybody willing to listen to him, a bit of like an intellectual. Cheech Marine does movies like Machete, and I'm pretty sure he's dead now. Those are your two options.
Ah, shit.
With your platform once Cheech and Chong is over.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, there was just opposite ends of the... They got to that fork in the road and like, all right, I'm going to do this, you do that.
Yeah.
See you later.
And somehow Cheech aged better. I don't know how that happens.
Poor Chong. Poor Chong. I think they maybe dirtied him up for the movie.
That could be, yeah. He obviously embraced the role.
Yeah.
He looked like he was having a great time.
Oh, yeah.
Just being a weird hippie in the wood. Always believe those people when they have things to say that are supernatural.
Yeah, at least listen.
Let
me hear you out. I'll keep that in mind in case I see a monster.
Yeah, I got this fucking Memorex recording of what sounds like gibberish and a high-pitched noise that 100% activated what little tinnitus I have for the whole movie.
Yeah.
It creates this like weird, and I don't know if you like, for those of you who don't have tinnitus and you see this film, if it'll do the same thing, but that noise hits and something happens in my ears where like things become muffled and oppressive.
Weird.
And I think that was probably like the goal, but like if that increases in volume, like it sounds like I'm wearing headphones. Like there's something.
That's so weird.
I don't know. Like it covers up like the natural room tone or some shit.
I did not get that effect, but I think if I rewatched it, I'd get what you're talking about.
It was super fucking weird for me. I do have a little bit of tinnitus, so that could be why. I've gone to a lot of metal shows in my life.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Stood right by the fucking speaker like an idiot.
Yeah, you know what? I do regret doing some of that. Just a little bit.
They don't tell you. They don't tell you what's gonna happen afterward.
So Nick Cage, not a believable dad. I'll throw that out there. When he came out and he was trying to be like the good dad, I'm like, what the fuck is this? He looks like he's making fun of Rick Moranis.
Why him?
Because he's got the glasses vest or like the sweater or whatever, and he's like trying to be like come on now, guys, let's go. We're all family together.
Teaching lessons.
And then he just looks, he's got that weird hair now.
Yeah.
Not on purpose,
That's
but
fucking Vampire's Kiss hair. That combed back. That's Vampire's Kiss and National Treasure and that meme picture of him where he looks like a bird.
Yeah, it is. Oh, God. But he's got like that just weird hair and the glasses. It's just like, it looks like he's trying to be Rick Moranis a
You're
little
thinking
bit.
Rick Moranis.
I'm thinking, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Gosh dang it. And he's like, he is like that for like the beginning, and then he goes wild.
Yeah. It's only a matter of time before Nicolas Cage goes wild in just about every movie that he's in.
Yeah.
You're just counting down a clock in your head. How many things until the last straw?
The scene with the tomatoes, I think that was it right there. And I don't think that was in the script. I don't think the part where he starts hucking them into the trash and going slam dunk.
Coming up!
I don't think that was in. And I think there's a part where the mom tries to throw a line in there, like just get it done, and he just continues to huck these old weird looking tomatoes. By the way,
bulbous tomatoes.
They look like there's too much tomato in the tomato.
Yeah, it wants out.
And he's like, oh, peaches.
Stoked on the peaches, by the way. He's so happy in that fucking garden when he's pulling these out, because one of these tomatoes, they're like the size of a dog's head.
Yeah, they're huge. They're like red pumpkins.
Yep.
And he's like, "Oh, this is great." He's not noticing that like the whole time the color is changing.
That mantis is right in there.
Yeah, it's the leaves are turning purple. It's changing everything to like the way it wants it to be. You
Mm-hmm.
know? And he's just fucking. My tomatoes are huge, and by the way, a month early. That's a little suspicious.
It is. What have you put in your fertilizer? There's no way that your alpaca milk is solving that problem.
Oh, those poor alpacas.
I'll tell you. There is nothing appetizing to me about alpaca milk. I don't care how much fennel you put in it.
You know what the most upsetting part of the alpaca milk, that whole bit, was when they're like, the kid's watching it, and he's like, "Oh, that was a good one, Dad." Nice.
He's watching,
good squirt, Dad.
These weird, large, I don't even know what else to compare them to, rugs. Getting milked, and super enthusiastic about it.
She's like, nice one, Dad.
Ugh. It comes out like an ejaculation.
It does, and it seems thick, which is upsetting.
Yeah,
it's thicker than regular milk. I would not drink alpaca milk.
I think cow milk comes out a little bit more watery, in fact. So yeah, I don't know why it was so buttery.
And like fennel, ugh.
Yeah.
Fennel is the taste of black licorice.
It is.
That's why would you want that near your milk?
Don't put that in milk. Don't drink milk from a llama. Don't have a shot of this thing drinking water from the reflection in the dish of water.
Yeah,
and his wide fucking open mouth sucking water in.
I did not understand what I was looking at.
I was quite uncomfortable. I don't know why, but it just grossed me right out.
That and like for better lack of thing, like the mommy melter, the spider mom, like lapping up water. That made me really uncomfortable too, because like that's not something a human thinks to do. Like lap up water out of a bowl of milk or out of a bowl of water.
Yeah, and at that point, it still does look like a human being. It still looks like their mom.
Yeah,
and it's really slowly drinking this water with its tongue right out, like almost sensually.
Yeah, like a dirty dog.
Like a dog with cancer.
Yeah. But like, oof. Yeah, just, mommy melter.
Mommy melter.
That's the only thing I could think of the whole time.
That's what we're going to call it.
Mommy melter, spider mom. I don't know.
Spider mom's good. I understand where you get mommy melter from.
Well, yeah.
Because she did indeed begin to melt.
The youngest son, Jack, whole movie, he just gets shit on.
Well, I'll tell you.
From start to finish, he does not have a good time the entire movie.
No, but I would have thrown that kid in the garbage. Within like day 2, he's whistling at the well, and the well's speaking back. That's end of kid for me.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I feel like they were trying to throw him in the garbage. The first thing you see is him like, they sent me to this well to pull up a bucket of water.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I'm like 8 pounds.
Yeah,
I'm like 8 fucking pounds.
You can't even get the rope untied. You can't even reach the rope to untie it.
So it's like, okay, send your young child to this open pit in the ground.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
We
Good
need somebody
stuff.
to white knuckle through this. Fucking Jack, we'll send him. Fuck you, kid.
And then, oh my God. First of all, Nicolas Cage, some of these lines that he delivers, the way he delivers them when he's like, it's your turn to do the dishes. And they're like, nah.
And he's doing that like head wobble and shit.
It's fucking Jack's turn. And nobody defends poor Jack. And they're like, yeah, I guess it's Jack's turn. Get in there.
What are you going to do? Fight us for it?
And then, there was one more thing that happens to poor Jack, and it's not.
He gets sucked back into his own mom.
Well, I mean,
how about that?
But there's another thing in between there. I don't remember what it is. If he he gets just like the chocolatey end of the popsicle stick the whole movie. That's his deal. Just the raw deal for Jack.
Yeah, the popsicle's eaten already, and he's just got to lick the stick.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that kid. I wouldn't be trusting that kid as far as I could throw him. Which would probably be far, but I still wouldn't trust him. The second that he fucking starts talking to aliens, dude.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh yeah. And any child that starts whistling and just to like, oh, I'm playing with my friends.
Yeah. The friends nobody else can see, and then they speak back.
That child's about to get fucking shook.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Hard.
You gotta explain more than that. You can't just be. What are you talking? By the way, that entire movie, I don't know if you've noticed, that child was drawing the color.
Yeah.
He was drawing like purple, like a purple monster, a specific purple monster over and over again. And at one point, the mom's like, "No, stop that. That's enough."
Yeah. There was one drawing in particular that did look like what the mom turned out looking like.
Yeah.
But it was for a very brief second, so I'm not 100%.
No,
he was drawing like what looked like a human body with like globs.
Yeah, but there was 3 separate drawings.
Yeah,
and they're all like a purple glob with globs coming out of it. And then at one point,
very globular.
It was like after the mom cut her fingers off, where she was like, I don't know, hypnotized. Which, by the way, go get your mom. And Clunk cuts her fingers off. Continues to chop. And he doesn't. Hey, stop, mom. Stop real quick. He's like, oh, I'll get dad.
Yeah, what?
And you can hear her vigorously just chop, 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 chop.
And then she goes, dinner's ready.
Ugh.
For all of Jack's wanting to be a good kid, he gets a face full of his mom's blood.
Yeah,
right away.
And he look. If you haven't seen the movie, he looks like the kid from Stuart Little.
Yeah, he does.
He looks
with
like
the fucking tape on his glasses, basically.
Yeah, for real.
I will say also the middle child there, the Benny, is in a movie called The Guest, which is one of the best movies I've ever seen, and I will recommend it to anybody. It's about fucking, I can't remember his name. No, it's Dan something. Anyway, he's Legion, if you've seen that series at all.
I've heard of it.
And he's in a couple other things. But it's about, he's like a fucking weird militarized sleeper agent that comes and lives with the family of one of the people he went to war with. And shit just hits the fan. It's real good. It's not really a horror movie. It's more of a thriller, but it's quite good.
Okay. Something to check out. Is that the Legion's, that was like on FX, right? Yeah. That series? Okay.
Yeah. The whole trailer, he's like underwater in a pool. I don't know. They're doing like experiments on him trying to unlock his powers or something. I never actually saw it.
It's X-Men related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn something. It's going to piss me off now, but that's fine.
So how about the whole thing when like the meteor comes down and Nicolas Cage is getting intimate with his wife?
Yeah.
And like for a second, he like, for him, it must have been like, wow, I nutted so hard. The whole family felt that.
Well,
like his
first of all,
his son's like drooling at the computer and kids like freaking out in the hallway like, wow, that was a powerful nut.
They never actually get to banging.
They don't.
They got clothes on.
But like,
they got clothes on the whole time. And this is something I noticed because you're not at the point where you're undressing yourself or each other, but a huge purple light comes through your window. Hey man, hold up. What's that?
Well, maybe it's like, hold on, this erection's only going to be here for another 5. We got to pop it.
He did say that it had been 6 months since they banged, and she had some kind of operation, which leads me to believe that it was a miscarriage because he calls it trying again. Either that or he busted her open. It's one of those two options.
Well, at the beginning,
which lends credence to your point that he has very powerful semen.
Yeah, that, and also the daughter was trying to like get cancer out of her mom's body with that ritual at the beginning.
Is that what that was?
That's what that was.
Okay. Because I remember the Help My Mom, I didn't know it was about the cancer.
Yeah, but like when he goes to talk to the cops, he was like, he picked the worst way to introduce the cops to the situation because it started off with
fucking
like
my wife.
Yeah, so I was plugging my wife, and there was a thing, but it had been a while since we had banged.
Yeah,
like he didn't even say like during the situation after the comet hit. During the situation, me and my wife were doing it. There's like, nah, me and my wife, first and foremost.
Let me make it known.
I can get an erection.
Just fine.
I can get an erection. Me and my wife were doing it.
Yeah.
And then there was a comet, but we were doing it.
Now listen, Sheriff and news person. I'm fully capable of satisfying my wife. Let's get that out of the way.
I know you're here, and I know what you're thinking. We both came.
And then the meteor hit, and I'm not sure which was which. And then,
God.
What is she like? Do you drink? Yeah, I like a whiskey. I love a whiskey.
Were you sober? Well, I do love a good bourbon. It's from Texas, which, by the way, I don't think is correct. I'm pretty sure bourbon's from Kentucky. Exclusively.
Kentucky, and even Jack Daniels is technically called Tennessee whiskey because I believe that Kentucky is the only place where you can make bourbon and call it that.
So we just not only that, but there was the part where they keep calling it they keep saying like a meteorite would burn up in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
No, a meteorite hits the earth. It's a meteor that burns up in the atmosphere.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that's
a syntax error.
We're coming for you, Nick.
Oh, Nick, get your science right.
As well, I did when they were like, "Oh, is it kryptonite?" Nicolas Cage was like, "We better fucking mention Superman in this movie." that was something he made happen.
He's got a thing, I believe, where he likes Superman a lot, or something.
Oh,
to that
he was
effect.
supposed to be Superman in the movie they were supposed to make, but they canceled it.
Okay.
So from now on, every movie he makes, he muscles in, he thumbs fucking a Superman reference in there.
Right in your mouth like that, whether you like it or not.
Fucking Nicolas goddamn motherfucking Cage.
I do remember hearing something about him and Superman. Also, and I didn't have any way of confirming this, but I believe that Lavinia, when she's listening to music, is listening to Nick Cage's son's black metal band.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because it sounds like, and there's a picture of them floating around at some kind of red carpet event or something.
Yeah.
Nick Cage and his son is dressed in full corpse paint.
Oh, yes, he is.
He made no illusions about it.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's a good picture to see. If you haven't seen it, it's a good picture to see.
So it sounded like black metal. I'm wondering if it was.
You know what? And I'm just gonna assume it was and live my life, and I'm gonna feel happy about that.
Yeah, because that makes it better for sure.
I enjoyed when like their son was in shock and they were like, "We got to go to the hospital." Like, nah, that's an hour away. And then he like taps the son on the shoulder and he's like, Jack. I don't know. Let's have a bourbon. and it's like, I guess that's what the doctors would have done. You're right. Yeah. Why take him an hour out to the hospital?
Well, that's basically a prescription.
So I'll have a bourbon and just calm down.
His wife gets all up in his grill about it. She's like, your son's sick and this is what you're going to do? And he goes, well, under the circumstances, I don't know what else I could do. Might as well get loaded, guys. Jack's sick. I'm getting loaded.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean...
That's typical dad behavior right there.
Yeah, it's an hour away. I don't think we're going to be driving. Cracks of bourbon.
Yeah. I'm not getting behind the wheel.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, with the child and the whispering, the whistling into that's concerning behavior. I wrote that down.
Yeah, fucking anything in a well, let me tell you, there's not a single thing that's ever come out of a well that's been good.
Yeah, no, real.
First thing that comes to mind, to fuck a chick from The Ring. She comes right out of a well, and then through your television.
Little baby Jessica fell into a well.
Sure.
I mean, it was good she got out, but it's bad as she went in. Wells are bad.
They are.
Judge,
don't have one.
Case closed. Clunk.
Yeah. And obviously the water's gross in that fucking thing.
Oh, it's disgusting.
You got a guy coming to look at the water table in the first place. Naturally assume that your water's bad. That's real guilty until proven innocent shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're here? My water's bad.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
Bring out the filters I can't afford.
Yeah.
Bring out those tests that only you would have.
It reminded me of the fucking oil fracker people. Now, this guy is like very nice, and he was there to be helpful. But they masquerade the same way. Like, we're here to survey your groundwater. And then the next thing you know, there's goddamn oil drilling equipment in your backyard.
Yeah, for real.
And it happens almost overnight. And then, oh, whoops, there's earthquakes. And again, as with that, your water turns into methane gas. If you see somebody like this, assume your water's bad. Either it is now, or it's gonna be by the time he leaves.
Oh my god. And I mean, at this point, just get a Brita. What are you doing?
Yeah, man, they're everywhere. They're quite easy to get. You can get ones that fucking have the little interchangeable filter right in there.
Oh yeah.
And it's fine. Just make sure to change it, or else that water gets bad.
This podcast has been brought to you by Brita filters. Filter out monsters, flesh-eating bacteria, and all other nonsense.
The color magenta.
Get yourself a Brita.
It is quite a nice color. I will say that.
You know what? They did pick any color really. They went with purple. That's a good ass color.
Oh yeah, that was
purple
a
and
great
green,
choice.
They could have gone with either of those two, and I would have been like, "This is an all right movie with me."
Yeah, I've never read the book upon which this movie was based, but I did wonder if at any point H.P. Lovecraft described the color, because one of his things is fear the unknown, scientific development, which makes sense because she's trying to fucking do this whole aquifer thing, and that's sort of the problem. And so I would get the sense that color was chosen afterward because of the wavelength thing. Like, we need a color that's unique and sort of anomalous to prove this point. I think H.P. Lovecraft probably wouldn't have described the color in the book because that leaves it up to your imagination.
Yeah, I feel like he would have went with obviously a color that obviously you can't perceive.
Yeah.
So it'd be like an undescribable, an imperceivable color.
As I was looking this up, I read a thing about mantis shrimp.
Oh yeah.
Like I said before, human beings can only see in red, green, and blue, and combinations of that. Mantis shrimp have like 11 colors on their visual spectrum. Imagine just being inundated with shades constantly.
That'd be wild.
Fucking weirdly overwhelming, I imagine.
Imagine things that exist that are these colors.
Yeah.
That we can't see.
Yeah.
But those shrimp would see them.
They would.
Because they'd be able to see the colors.
So fucking look through a shrimp's eyes for like an hour, and you're like, this is fucked. I didn't know plants looked like this.
I'd like to see, can we get that going? Is there a machine that can make it? I want to look through a shrimp's eyes.
Yeah.
So science.
We got crazy VR technology these days.
Let me be a shrimp.
Yeah. I want to know.
Something else I picked up on. The daughter, she like carves herself up for a protection spell.
She sure does.
And the whole time she's like reading the Necronomicon.
I have that exact Necronomicon, number 1.
Number 2, that's a made up thing by Lovecraft for another book.
It sure is. Additionally, a compilation book I have of his is just called that. And it's just a bunch of his stories put together.
Interesting.
Yeah, I believe he coined the term and what it sort of is, because it's just you're talking to the elder gods in that thing. Mm-hmm. And those guys, if you think a color is bad, wait until the bat-winged tentacle monster comes out of the ocean at you because you wanted to say hi. You just hit him up on the celly, and here he is.
Imagine being so afraid of the water that you come up with that stuff. Just like, oh, water. Well, tentacle monsters and bats down there. That's
the grossest thing imaginable.
Hey, don't go down there. Why not? Tentacle monsters.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll buy it, HP.
And then that's how he's ruined many voyages.
And then he just describes it horribly, and everybody stays on their widow's wharfs forever. And just looks at it and goes,
yeah,
I ain't going anywhere near that shit. Did you hear what that guy said? Fuck that.
I'm not even going to get near the lighthouse.
No.
To hell with that.
Too close.
Oh, my God. I also, Nick Cage, when he's like flipping out on the car and he comes back in and he's like, yeah, the car's not happening. That's about the extent to the knowledge I have of a car. And if he said that to me, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Absolutely.
There's no like, can you please elaborate? Because I wouldn't understand it regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Just be like, yeah, no, not today. Not today,
It
not
must
ever,
be broken.
probably.
Yeah. No, it must be broken forever. Until you tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume that.
We got to go to the car man. Got to go to the car man.
Oh, he's an hour away. That bitch mayor, I'll tell you.
Yeah, for real.
She wants the property so bad that she's going to be horrible at her job. She's like leaving after the meteor, and he goes, hey, is there a doctor nearby? My kid's sick. And she's like, go to Arkham.
Yeah. Welcome to the sticks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Political figure who I'm supposed to trust.
Yeah. Thanks for the help. Thanks for like not even like a number.
No.
Not even like a let me Google that for you.
Can you find me a hospital? Yeah. Leave.
You should have sold me the house, asshole.
Yeah. Now your kid's gonna die. Good.
She probably called the color and like, look, I want this house.
Yeah. Just make sure the house is intact. And the color couldn't even do that. Yeah, I realized the only reason why that water surveyor survived was because the dust from the house crumbling turned him white at the end. He started off as black, and then, well, he had to survive somehow.
That ain't right. That's I don't know if that's an okay thing to say. I did enjoy when Tommy Chong, when they were like talking about his cat G-Spot. The water surveyor was like, hey, where's G-Spot? He's like, I don't know, he's off doing something.
Caterwauling is what he said.
Oh, I don't, that's probably making love or something. That's probably a funny way of saying cat's doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then he's like, oh yeah, I'll let you know if I see him. And he's like, oh, you probably won't recognize him, but he does. he spots that fucking collar in that pile of mutated animals, and he's like, oh, there it is.
That's G-Spot.
G-Spot's mushed up with some other wildlife.
I guess he finally found it.
I don't know if they were like mutated together like the alpacas, if they were just like all burnt up, but like he was already like no hair when he ran out in front of the people. What
water table surveyor knows what radiation poisoning looks like?
You know?
That guy was educated beyond his field.
He clearly went to university.
He must have. He's talking about fucking radiation poisoning.
I didn't go, so I couldn't tell you.
Talking about geology,
water surveying, and then he's like, "Oh, this water is dirty. Don't touch it."
Yeah. Like, I mean, I could have told you that by looking at it, but
like, you know, the whole time he's not like, "What's everything doing being purple? Why is everything different?"
Usually, that's a sign that something's happening.
Yeah. And then like, he was, when he came out, the boy was like, I'm playing with my friends.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Why did you put him in the well? If you know so good, kill that kid.
Yeah. He wants to be in the well so bad. That's why he's there constantly.
Yeah.
Just help him out. He couldn't get the rope down to untie it.
Yeah. And for sure, like, if you ever have a well on your property that draws the attention of children, board it up.
Yeah. Board it directly up.
Save yourself some trouble.
That's a problem. I don't remember at which point they mentioned. I guess it was toward the end. After, it must have been after Benny and Lavinia try to leave on the horse, because Benny hears his dog Sam from that well, and what's his first thought? I better get in that shit.
Look, given the state of the alpacas, maybe don't go after the dog. The alpacas were not pleasant to see. What do you think the dog's going to be like?
And that dog's long gone. It's in the well? Well, guess what? Guess where all your problems have been stemming from. You must have had some kind of suspicion about that.
Yeah. If anything, you're going to pull that dog out, and it's going to be just mercy kill it.
Yeah. It's not going to be worth having gone in to get it.
Yeah. No.
Just consider it dead, and that's fine. If that dog had been missing for days, and it's in the well yelling, the well full of water that it can't get out of, it's not a dog in there anymore, man.
Yeah, no, that's a spider dog. That's a fucking poochie melter. That's a fucking melty pooch down there.
At best.
Also, it's important to note that they were trying to leave on that horse, and then the color, it made the horse freak out.
Yeah.
You like see in its eyes are all purple, and it just prevented them from leaving.
Yeah.
So I think it was hungry for more people.
Yeah,
I think it wanted to try and make more people spiders.
That's a fair assessment. It really liked when the people turned into spiders because it reminded it of home.
Yeah, like, man, I love tears. This is good.
Yeah, it's like putting up like doilies in your house.
Yeah,
You just want it to feel more homey.
Yeah. You put up a picture, you melt your neighbors together into a monster.
Yeah. It's all
Home
part
sweet
of
home.
it's all part of like gentrification.
Yeah. Then that's what's going on. That's what's wrong with the neighborhoods these days. The prices are going up. People are being melted together.
That's not good for your property value.
It's not. You got Nicolas Cage out there kissing his monster wife on the lips.
Really slimy kiss.
Yeah,
Really filthy,
absolutely.
dirty kiss.
Points a gun in her face, and she's like, "No, don't shoot me." And like he's like, "All right, well, I'm gonna kiss you then." And fucking smooches her. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best, baby. I'm gonna do my best.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Yeah.
He goes, "Holy shit, we're gonna take care of this."
and then is that when the daughter's like the alpacas?
Yeah. It's right after that because he decides that he's not going to shoot her anymore. And then, chronologically, either way, it's after the filthiest kiss ever recorded on film.
Slimy.
I don't want to be pulling back. It looks like that fucking soybean shit from like Korea.
Yeah, the fermented beans.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that immediately when you pull that shit out of the container.
Yeah.
Brett fucking had a PTSD flashback.
Yeah, that was probably the worst kiss recorded. Absolutely, I agree. No,
I'm trying to think of a worse kiss.
Honestly, if there's a worse kiss, it's gonna be in one of these movies we watch.
Oh fuck yeah,
They're gonna get bad. They're gonna get disgusting. I'm trying to see if I have anything else like jotted down here that we didn't really talk about, but like
the water surveyor shows up and they interact for the first time, him and Lavinia, and then she goes into the house and her mom's like, "Well, you're dressed like a slut."
I totally had that mom slut shame daughter written down too. I was like, maybe we'll gloss over that. Maybe we don't need to. You noticed that too? Okay.
She's like, "You like him, don't you? You were practically throwing yourself at him. Look at the way you're dressed."
She's dressed like, what does she have, like fishnets and jean shorts?
Yeah, so
like,
she had some short shorts in the summertime.
She's like 17.
That's another thing worth noting. This guy is clearly an adult.
Yeah, he is.
And she's studying for school. So there's no way that she's above the age of 18.
No. Oh, as well, the middle son, Billy or Jim.
Benny.
Has some Bible verse up on his wall.
What is it? No flesh shall be spared.
That and
talk about foreshadowing. Number one.
They live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere, and you couldn't find a better spot to smoke weed.
Right in the stables.
Took her 2 seconds to find them.
It sure did.
2 feet away from your house.
Yeah. Walk 30 minutes if you're trying to hide it.
Oh, not even. Go behind a tree.
Yeah. Just don't do it in the stables where the smell lingers. Exactly. And she's going to be in there to tend to the fucking animals regardless.
Exactly.
She loves that horse. She's dicking around with the horse constantly. Hey, I'm going to hide the fact that I'm smoking weed, which is something that everybody here disapproves of, in the one place they're always.
For real. Just go hang out with Tommy Chong.
Yeah.
He lives right down the path.
He does, and he's awesome.
Yeah.
He's got sage wisdom.
If I had a guy that looked like that lived right down the path, I'd be like, here, you hold on to my weed. I'm gonna smoke it.
I'm gonna go hang out with Ezra because I know from his face that he's got the good kush.
And you open the door and he's listening to Demons in the Ground.
Yeah, right underneath.
Yeah.
The guy tries so hard to be like, oh, it's an electromagnetic field. Read the room. Do you know who you're talking to? Look at him.
You've got Tommy Chong with what was it?
Fucking blue, like he's got his face all painted ritualistically.
Oh, he does.
Crazy dreadlocks and this shit hanging everywhere. Weird shit. Dolls.
He probably did that himself too. I could see that. Like, all right, Tommy, you're just gonna be a squatter. Shows up like that.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
It wasn't even a makeup chair thing. He just showed up to shoot that day. Like, this is what we're doing.
They had like a wardrobe. It was just like tracksuit or whatever.
One of those classic, it's like there's some beads hanging off or something.
Yeah, nah. Nah.
We're doing this.
I'm a squatter. This is what I do.
Yeah. Well, what else do you do when you're a squatter?
I don't know.
You got to fill the time somehow.
Exactly. Also, it's probably worth noting the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like to be in the storm on Fortnite. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, when it finally comes out of the well.
Yeah, that's Fortnite right there.
That's Fortnite.
That's the storm on Fortnite. So, that's why you run. That's why you got to get to the circle.
You got
Bad
the
stuff.
circle. So the basement in the wine cellar, that in this case was the circle. Because that's where hydrologist went. And to be honest with you, dude, I don't care how much my ears hurt. If I think I'm going to die and I find myself in a wine cellar, we pop in bottles, man.
Yeah, at least one.
We pop in so many bottles. I will pour it all over my naked body.
Yeah, I liked your text. You're like, I'm watching it. I saw how much wine he had in the wine cellar, so I'm going to get some.
He made it look so good. It's fucking dinner time, and his wife goes, "Why don't you pick out a good one?" And he fucking puts his finger to his lips, and he thinks real hard, and he goes, "I got just the thing."
Oh, he does.
And it's fucking wine, and he's stoked. And then he can hear them talking about how bad his French stew is.
Yeah.
And he comes up the stairs talking about how he hears conspiracy theories.
By the way, that French stew. Oh, yuck.
Now,
Yuck.
it's called cassoulet, and I would try that. It looks like an amalgam of meats and sauces.
It doesn't look appealing.
No.
That's the problem.
It did look like the meat that his wife turned into.
It very much did. She had boils and
Yeah.
stuff, gray skin. Like it looked.
That's that when the fucking sunlight hits her arm
Yeah.
and it starts to bubble up. That's that white kidney bean
Yeah.
in the cassoulet. There's all this. This is the second time now where you've chosen a dish that doesn't fit the atmosphere that you're in.
No, it does not.
Granted, in this one, they had it first, whereas in Cabin Fever, they watched somebody's skin fall off of their body and then ate chili.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not an appealing choice.
Yum, yum, yum. It's just been a good 2 movies so far. For
Yeah, a lot of
food and things in the water.
A lot of good comparables here.
Yeah, for real.
I noticed that the producers of this movie probably saw The Thing and liked it a lot, hence the monsters. But if you go back a step even further, John Carpenter, I believe, is the creator of The Thing. Either that or Wes Craven. I get them mixed up.
Nah, yeah, it was he did The Thing.
I can almost guarantee you that motherfucker read Color Out of Space and was like, "Oh, monsters."
Yeah, goopy people monsters.
Yeah, we can work with this.
Oh, that's gonna be a movie we do because
Yeah.
I feel like all these movies, I'm like, I just gotta force somebody to watch them.
Yeah.
So all the movies you're gonna be watching are movies that I'm finally getting to force people to watch.
Put it this way, Matt. I've seen that movie about 4 times.
Thank God.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
God.
him. Kurt Russell is hardcore.
Yep.
There's a flamethrower.
Oh yeah.
What is bad about anything I just described?
Maybe the
They're trying to shoot a dog from a helicopter with a sniper in the first 30 seconds.
the weird practical effects. I guess they're upsetting. That dude's chest opening up like a monster mouth and biting the dude's arm.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
Yeah, whole stomach opening. The fucking head separates. It turns into a spider. Again with the spiders,
Yeah.
which I hate spiders.
Oh my God. Yeah, that thing crawling across the floor.
Yep. It was
Ugh.
that fucking bird's eye view angle was a good choice because you got to see the whole shit, but it happened fast enough that you didn't get to dwell on any of it.
Yeah,
That was perfect.
It was like a house centipede scurrying.
I will mention that, what's his damn name here? Richard Stanley?
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Also made the movie Hardware, which
Okay,
fans of The Office will recognize as a film about a scientist who creates a robot out of spare parts that ends
Right.
up killing people.
Right.
And again, very impressive practical effects. It's just like gross wires and weird eyeballs, man.
We gotta check that one out.
That one might be worth checking out. There's 2 versions. I'm not sure which one he made, but one is more popular than the other for sure. I had something else off of what we were talking about, and it's long gone.
Well, I mean, I got a list of like
That kid Jack, you said you got Stuart Little kid.
yeah.
I got Rivers Cuomo.
Okay. Young Rivers.
Yeah, from Weezer.
It's the glasses.
It's totally the thick rimmed glasses and the nerdiness.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I can see that now.
That chick, Lavinia, by the way, is 24 years old. Not in the movie, but in real life.
Oh, Well,
big surprise for me. I thought they got an actual child actor.
Yeah, for real.
She looks 12.
It's probably for the best since she carves herself up and whatever, you know?
And then I have written down here, because she starts to get a little bit disheveled by the end. Chick's supposed to be like 16. Why does she look like she spent 36 years eating nails and smoking reserve cigarettes?
That's what the color does to you.
The color just turns you into a burnt skin graft.
Yeah.
Slowly over time.
I got there was other H.P. Lovecraft references in the movie. The weather lady at the very beginning, she's like talking about weather in other places, and all of the places that she mentions are places from Lovecraft stories.
Yes. Arkham itself, I think, is the town where a lot of his books take place.
The narrator.
Not to talk about how I got ripped off for Batman.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
It totally did.
That's upsetting for me.
The dude who's narrating the movie his name's like Ward Phillips.
Yeah, that's the hydrologist for those
that's
not listening to me say his name at all up to this point.
So Ward Phillips is H.P. Lovecraft's actual name.
Nice.
And he's wearing is it Miskatonic University, which H.P. Lovecraft mentions.
Interesting as well. See, look at all this little, and this is a nice thing, and I don't know whose choice it was, but yeah, really shouting out the person who created the story that you're adapting. That's a good choice when you want your thing to be recognized by people who love that person.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was supposed to be a trilogy with other stories, but that got canceled.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Richard Stanley's in some heat.
Yeah, that motherfucker. What did he do? Did he show his pud to a child?
There was some accusations.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I mean, hey,
just keep your pud to yourself. How much?
Yeah,
is that too much to ask?
When you're making heat like this, keep your pud to yourself.
Yeah, dude.
Calling it a pud is pretty upsetting.
It is. It reminds me, there's a skateboarder named Tori Pudwill.
Yeah.
And the guy that I work with, Tim, now, because he said it, every time I say pud, which is pretty often, to be honest, because that's a horrible word.
It's upsetting.
Yeah, I think of Tori Pudwill. So shout out to Tori Pudwill. I just watched a video this morning of him at the Brooklyn Banks in New York trying to do a trick, falling and breaking his arm so bad that you can hear the bone snap. So that's cool.
That.
I'm going to talk about how stupid Lavinia is for a second.
Absolutely.
I've cleaned off maybe 1,000 bloody knives and never been in danger of throwing up. I don't give a shit whose blood it is. You're doing these weird rituals in the woods. You know how to cut yourself off, so it's not the first time you've done it.
Mm-hmm.
How are you're on a farm with alpacas that you kill for meat eventually. How are you not well versed in what blood is and having it on you?
Yeah, there's no way those alpacas just don't stink either. Like
they must.
That's got to churn your stomach.
They must smell horrible. He's not using them for their fur, their wool, which means they probably go unshorn for a good amount of time.
Oh yeah, and they just stink like sweat and fear.
You're picking up dingleberries, pulling them out of fur like you have bison. Like once a week, probably.
A little blood. I could maybe she was a vegetarian, but she was eating that meat stew like everybody else was.
I mean, she wasn't a fan of it, but okay, she likes McDonald's.
Hell yeah.
No, man.
Hell yeah.
At what point in your life, from childhood to adulthood, was McDonald's just idly and legitimately delicious? It's accolade food when you're a kid. That's a treat that you get. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm getting McDonald's. I'm going to tell all my friends that I have McDonald's and rub it in their fucking face, but not literally because I want to eat it. And then when you're an adult, it's either drunk food or depression food. Those are the two options. Anybody who eats McDonald's over the age of 30 is either having a bad day or wasted.
I had it 3 times last week.
Yeah, you sure did.
For lunch.
And my coworker Tim opened up the passenger door of his. It's not a lunchtime food either.
It is.
It isn't. That's the middle of the day. You want to disappoint yourself already?
Yeah, I do. I'm in a hurry. That's the problem.
Oh, there's so many better options.
There is not.
McDonald's. I don't even think there's food in there, and she knows that, but she still eats it, which I hated. You and Tim, dude.
So
he
good.
opened the fucking passenger door to his RAV on Friday to try and get a compressor out so I could inflate my flat tire, which is still flat, by the way. And it was just bags. McDonald's bags right on the floor.
It's a healthy man. I don't know what to tell you.
It's funny because he's an extremely healthy man. I don't know how the fuck he can juggle both.
It's the McDonald's.
So when she gets nauseous from the blood that she's probably seen like 4 or 5 times that week alone, she goes and throws up in the toilet, pulls her hair back way too late.
Oh yeah, she
You
does.
get to watch that hair go right into the dirty toilet.
Yeah, also vomit right in there too.
Yeah.
Or, whatever she spits up.
Likely remnants of shit. Nicolas Cage looks like he takes big shits.
I will say, however, right before she throws up, the color does do some things.
It does.
It like, I don't know what it does with the time, but the time goes by.
Time bends around it.
And that probably churns some tummies too. You know, it's never happened to me. I've never thrown up, so never thrown up ever. I would never throw up.
I find that, as a matter of fact, know that to be false, but from experience.
I threw up the other day. I threw up 3 times last week. Then
it was the McDonald's. You'll notice the numbers are the same.
There's no correlation here.
I sense one.
McDonald's, like I think McDonald's is great, and I'm gonna continue to eat it. And I'm just gonna feel really good about myself. Thank you. Thank you for attacking my person.
No worries. To each their own. If you're gonna talk about McDonald's with me, I'm gonna make it known that it's gross.
It's not.
It sure is. You got like a Harvey's probably right across the street. You could just go there. You got that fucking Kung Kung Bing hot dog place right down the street at Richmond and fucking cross street that I don't know. And I would like to try it. It's Asian corn dogs. And I realize that the way that I said the name sounds racist, but it is strikingly close to what it's actually called.
Yeah, I just say the hot dog place because I don't want to even try and pronounce it.
Kong Chung corn dog. I swear to God, that's what it is.
It's very close. It's very close to that. This movie inspired me because I was high on I smoked something called Blue Iguana.
Nice.
And it inspired me to write 2 haikus.
No, okay. Now we're talking.
I want you to pick which one's better.
They're really haikus.
They really are. For real. Because I was high while I wrote.
Yeah. Okay. So I was making a pun.
I wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah.
That you did that.
I did.
You did.
I did it deliberately.
Damn.
In order for you to enjoy it.
And I did.
Okay, sick.
All right. Alpacas get milked. Space stuff and the well goes wild. Nick Cage full of rage.
Nice. Haikus don't traditionally rhyme. That's sort of the point. You're telling a story, but you got there.
There's that one. In the dark of night, getting intimate with wife. Nick Cage blasts livestock.
It sounds like they were involved in the act. I think you did that on purpose.
I wrote it the way it felt.
Child actors only work well in extremely limited doses. I was happy with the small amount of Jack we had to deal with.
Yes, they found a way to keep him in the movie while not needing him at all.
The other 2 are not children, and they do a much better job. And this is also worth noting. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to forever be impressed by both of the older siblings for being able to maintain a straight face around Nicolas Cage when he's doing anything at all.
Oh, for real.
I don't know how you can have like what's supposed to be like a father-daughter argument with that, and it's doing what it's doing, and you don't fucking laugh so hard. That's 13 takes for me.
Yeah, for real. I would have to be like, just don't have me on set.
Yeah.
Don't have me on set.
We'll do a pickup shot of me talking to him later because you're going to run out of film.
Put a wig on a volleyball and put that in the shot from the back of my head. I'm going to be chuckling over here.
Yeah.
That's it.
Really the only way to get through a Nick Cage movie for me would be to laugh so much at his lines that I begin to hate him and then funnel that.
There you go. That might have been what happened. that literally might have been what happened. Yeah, because like even when he was doing that, do me a favor and get out of my sight. No, I'll do you a favor and I'll get out of yours.
I'll get the fuck out of yours.
Yeah. That's like that was a perfect impression of what he did right there.
I tried this morning as I was rewatching the film. to at least get a decent impression of that accent down, and it's weirdly difficult. It's nowhere near perfect, but it's like his OUs for some, like it's got a very unique sound. So good on him for just creating a dialect out of nowhere. I don't know how the fuck.
Real. And also, he also knew what a dog smelled like after it had been lit on fire. It was, I don't know. He just, that's how he described the smell.
Yeah, of the meteorite when he's like there.
That's just a very specific thing. You had to already have known what it smelled like.
It gets worse, which is something that I remembered after you mentioned it. The cancer thing with his wife. Mm-hmm. They're in the bedroom and he's describing the smell again.
Yeah,
and the things that he says are, first of all, much worse than a dog on fire. The cancer smell, death, decomposition, disinfectant, and then he goes, "You'd know all about that smell."
Oh, he does.
To his fucking wife.
Yeah, he does say that, doesn't he?
Who's, by all intents and purposes, recovering from cancer. Jeez Louise.
Yep.
They're a pair.
They really are.
We got slut shame mom, and we got just disrespectful dad.
Disrespectful dad. Fucking rub a little whiskey on it. It's just a rash.
Dude, if you're out here rubbing whiskey on rashes, I got some information for you that should be considered basic science. Alcohol is going to dry your skin right the fuck out.
That's the whole time. I was like, how does that not sting?
Yeah. Well, he's got like open sores as well. Ugh. There's no way that he cared. Yeah. But it's going to do the opposite. Get some aloe on that shit.
Yeah, for real, everybody. If you're here and you're just like, I'm just going to rub a little vodka on that or whatever, like a little gin will get it in. No, you gotta use a proper disinfectant.
Something.
Don't even use like rubbing alcohol. That's not.
No, it's just gonna make the rash worse for sure. It's a skin irritant.
Ugh.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And also, I learned, and this is a bit of an offshoot, but as a disinfectant for cuts, it's not a good idea to use rubbing alcohol either, because apparently the acidity burns off the new skin cells. So it'll actually take longer to heal.
Exactly.
So your rash ain't going anywhere, Nick. Also, that's a waste of good bourbon from Texas? What did he say?
Yeah,
from Texas?
Well, I do like a bourbon from Texas all the time.
Yeah, all the time. Every 4 or 5 drinks nightly.
Oh, yeah, and then he's like, I should have grown barley. Right, Dad?
To be honest, I like barley. You make a good soup out of that, so I wouldn't have complained. Sure beats the fuck out of raising alpacas. Who chooses that as a farm animal? And he says they're the future.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
He's preparing for society to collapse.
Yeah.
So he's got milk, meat, and then like stuff to make clothes out of.
Yeah. And Lavinia actually had a good point there, which is that the Mayans were dead, and that's what the fuck he was like. The Mayans knew about these alpacas. Yeah, They also murdered each other and ripped their hearts out.
It actually wasn't the Mayans at all.
Was it not?
No.
Oh, good.
It was like the Incas.
Great.
Yeah.
So he's retarded.
Yeah, he's just being racist.
Oh, they're all the same. Old Browns? Come on.
Oh, my God.
That's why he didn't like fucking Ward when he showed up.
For real.
Why are dogs always murdered for being protective?
That's a good question. Yeah, that dog ran off and started whimpering, and then you don't see the dog ever again, which is probably for the best. I don't think I wanted to see a melty dog.
No, nobody does. But that's like, for some, I don't know what kind of weird thematic punishment that is. All the time, dogs are like, well, I just got to keep my family safe. I'm dead.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with dogs. They always be barking. So
that is true, and it does get annoying.
Say I lived in the middle of nowhere, and all I heard was a dog bark. I'd come out of my well and melt a dog or two.
I'm just trying to get some sleep. It's nighttime.
For real,
I can't be out during the day.
Got to do a lot of color shit. Yeah. Do you want to give it a rating out of 10 then?
Rating out of 10. I'm going to give this one a 7.
7? Okay.
I would consider it to be an above average movie. As much as I like the slow push in, which is like a film way of establishing dread, where they have a shot and they're like slowly advancing toward the characters in it, which is like, okay, something's coming for you. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of the time some shit would happen right after a shot like that. So there's like that whole like thematic shit. I did find it at times in the first 2/3 to be a little bit slow for my liking.
Okay.
I was annoyed by some of the family dynamic, but overall, quite impressed with it.
Okay.
I'm just a hard judge.
Yeah, that's fair. We got Nicolas Cage going wild.
Yeah.
Automatically gives it just a boost in points for me. You got those alpacas being melted together.
Yeah.
And then you got, of course, the mommy monster, the mommy melter. That automatically boosts because like that's what I like. I like the monster. Like that was a person, ain't no more.
Yeah.
Reminds me a lot of oh God. What was that anime about alchemy? You know the one I'm talking about?
Well, there's a couple.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah, with the dog and the daughter.
I thought you were going to go Akira.
No, I've never seen that one.
Oh, well, a lot of similar things happen here.
Okay. Well, this one in particular, it's got the daughter and the dog being melded together.
I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist because, unfortunately, I was probably about 20 when people started caring about it, and that's too old for me to care about Full Metal Alchemist.
That's fair. Just know a dude melts a dog to a daughter, and he calls it a homunculus or something like that.
Ah, a homunculus, which is if you look that up online, you're going to find an image of a naked human being that is representative of how we perceive ourselves based on our own senses.
See, I was thinking it was you were going to see like the dude who like nutted into the egg. And you've not seen that? It's
I know about it, but no, I don't think I have.
It's like a Russian dude, and he like apparently injects a bit of his semen into like some egg, it's like a chicken egg or something, and then like it grows into a thing. But it's
I can't tell you how much I dislike that.
It's
I thought this was a real thing.
Like it looks like it's supposed to be a real thing, but then he's like, next update, here's another update, and it just ends up looking like a bad CGI thing.
Yeah, that was really upsetting to hear about until that.
Yeah. The whole thing's pretty upsetting. And that's the internet for you.
Yeah, it's true.
People will be like, "What's the most upsetting thing? Let's melt fucking alpacas together and then blast them away with a shotgun. Let's do it."
I wish the cat was better.
The cat could use more cat. Yeah.
I was disappointed by the cat. I was disappointed by the praying mantis. And then there was one alpaca shot that was clearly CGI, and I was a little bit upset about it. But as I said at the beginning, the practical effects, I would argue, made up for the lack thereof in other scenes.
Yeah.
Certainly. And I said 7, but I almost want to go 8 just because of Nicolas Cage's performance near the end.
I'm telling you, man.
He does that thing where like the fucking Fortnite tornado's happening and he just gets up and starts wobbling toward Ward Phillips in the weirdest imaginable way.
See, I'm giving it 8.5. It's not
we'll do 0.5s?
Yeah, I'm doing 0.5s.
I'll go 7.5 then.
7.5?
There we go.
I liked the mommy melter. I liked the part where he just like
keep calling it the fucking mommy melter, dude.
He puts the gun to like the head of the son, and it's just like, no,
daddy,
just blast.
Blech.
Though that's not my family, and then he just leaves the room.
It is what happens.
Oh my god, that just like those kinds of things. Like I really liked the thing from that. Just like the spider head and like the body parts coming apart and being other things. Love that. That's terrifying. Disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
First time I saw that, I lost my mind. When they just like pick up and flop the mommy onto the couch, and it's just like
they sure do flop her onto the couch,
like,
don't they?
Why are they making that sound?
Yeah. Look at it.
They're trying to breathe. I don't know. I don't have to tell you.
That's it.
So yeah, but just because of all that, like it hit a lot of spots that I really enjoyed. So I'm 8.5. It's not. Had that color been like a spooky gray alien that looked really smooth, I'd been like 10.
Yeah, right away.
No, JK, 9. But yeah, no, 8.5 for me. Love that movie.
I will say I'll appreciate, because this doesn't happen all that often, but there being that unexplained scary thing that it doesn't have like a description within the realm of reality.
Yes,
because it like lets you sort of create a background for it, or like your own interpretation of it. So there's that, as opposed to just a gray alien, which I've seen plenty of.
Hey man, I don't see those movies. I always see like the vague slimy monster with tentacles.
Yeah. Did I send you the fucking trailer for Jordan Peele's new movie?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I saw that there's a little fist bump in that trailer.
Yeah.
Like a weird little fist bump. I don't know if that's supposed to be a fist bump, but it looked like a fist bump.
There was that. There's a couple like weirdness things in it. But I watched it and my first thought was, Matt's gonna watch this shit.
I am.
Because it's fucking aliens.
I'm gonna love it.
It looks good.
Oh, I'm gonna love that shit.
Yeah. Plus, it got the kid fucking same guy from Get Out in it, and that guy just acts well.
I'm down for movies where, like, I don't mind seeing people I know. Nicolas Cage is a familiar face, love it. But when it's people who are like new that I've not seen in movies 100 times, it's always better.
Yeah. Because there's a familiarity, but it's still like you're learning what they can do, sort of.
Yeah, like, okay, the Shining, you got fucking, you got that guy, what's his name? Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
He's running around with an axe.
Yeah.
That's cool, but I've also seen Jack Nicholson in 100 other movies.
None of which were horror movies.
Yeah.
From memory. Not too many of those.
No.
About Schmidt, he's just a disheveled old man.
Yeah. I can't think of any others that aren't One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So
I mean, that's a good one. There's this, I'm never going to remember the name of it, but a biker movie where he joins a biker gang, and I'm not sure if it's the Hells Angels or what, but regardless, he's a car mechanic at the beginning, and he's pumping gas for someone or something, or checking their oil, and he gets into an argument with them, and he takes the dipstick, and the driver's side door is open, and he grabs the guy by the collar, and he shoves the dipstick into his face and goes, "You're down a quart." And then the guy gets out to try and fight him, and Jack Nicholson just screams in his face so hard and loud that he gets back into his car and leaves. It is like the best altercation ever.
Okay. Jesus. I thought the dipstick was going to like go in his body somehow.
No.
Or something. But
Things like that happen later, but
it's much better that way.
yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want to pick the next movie? It's your turn to pick.
I would like to. And this is something that I've been thinking about since before I showed up today. And I'm having a tough ass time this time. I'm coming up with something. So let me just go through. What the fuck? I'll just drop my phone.
Just whipped his phone at the ground.
Yeah, fuck this phone.
Just like didn't even care.
I don't give a shit about this phone. It's so slow, which is why I hate things.
You going through like a list of movies on there?
I am.
Okay.
And I think I know roughly what I'm interested in watching here. And I would like it to be something on Netflix just so that it's easier for you to actually view. You know what? See, I was going to go Cabin in the Woods, but we already did Cabin Fever. That's tough. Cabin in the Woods is an interesting one because there's a lot to unpack there.
There is. I got a lot to say about that movie too.
You know what? Fuck it. Cabin in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
And the only role where he tries ever. So we'll see.
What?
And also, the black guy is Dr. Avery from Grey's Anatomy.
Well, there you go. All right, Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, man.
Go search it up. Go watch it. Yeah. Do you have anything you want to end the podcast with? You got any last words?
I gotta pee.
It's recording.
Okay. Matt has informed me that I'm supposed to shout out. And yeah, there's two options with this name. It's either Jelena or Jelena. I can never remember which. But on the old Patreon there. So there's your shout out. Enjoy that. fully relaxed now. You're good.
Yeah, I don't know if this chair is actually supposed to tilt back, but when I do tilt back, it's a gamble.
Yeah.
That's
There
I'm a
doesn't
gambler.
seem to be a real, like an end limit there.
Yeah, no, it does keep going. But like, I did put this together. I probably should have been paying attention if it did tilt, but it's cool.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you're not shocked by a video you're watching.
Yeah.
Go,
Yeah,
"Oh,"
exactly.
and just, eat shit backwards. I've done that before. It's not great.
What was the shocking video that you...
I couldn't tell you. It's been a while, but it has
come on
happened.
now.
I have
Tell me
these
all about it.
Speakers underneath my desk. These old speakers. So old that in order to hook them up to a stereo, you would have to actually splice the wires.
That is quite old.
So that they're like box shaped. So I have them as footrests. The problem is if I get surprised, I push off from them.
Yes.
And then I upset my cat by hitting the ground super hard, which is apparently what everybody in my building's favorite thing to do is, especially the person who lives above me.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like they would like come in and upset your cat.
Oh,
That's everybody's favorite thing is to upset my cat.
that's the thing, dude. The upstairs neighbor, he doesn't even have to come into my apartment to upset her. All he has to do is walk around because he's the loudest man. It's like he's carrying other children just constantly.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's up there carrying around people. Like he's just like that's his job. There's people. The people upstairs don't have legs, and he's got to be there to stomp around for them.
What's the name of that? That Highland game thing where you got to lift a series of very heavy spherical stones.
That's like every single that you just described every sport.
There's one where
Throwing
it's like,
and lifting.
it's like 9 of them, and they get progressively larger. And apparently, it's the world's hardest thing to do. You have to lift them up onto barrels.
And they're super round, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like perfect orbs. Anyway, that must be what he's practicing for up there. Is my point.
Yeah.
God, I hate it.
I know there's like the sheep toss or whatever where you heave a bale of hay over 2 telephone wires and stuff.
I don't know that one.
My uncle's got that set up in his backyard because
Of course he does.
he's a strong person.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 telephone poles, and there's like a high jump pole that he can pull up, and it gets higher and higher, and you have to throw a bale of hay over your back shoulder.
Practicing for when you become Amish.
Yeah, and I think they also like throw telephone poles too.
Yeah, that one I do know. I can't remember the name of that. See, I used to know the names of all these shits, and now I have no idea.
Well,
some Scottish, some fucking that's what it's called.
I don't think you've got that quite pronounced correctly, but I do believe you're trying your best.
Well, just pretend that I'm drunk.
Oh.
'Cause that's what they're gonna sound like when they're drunk anyway.
All right. I mean, we're 3 minutes into the podcast. This
I've
seems
already been racist.
Yeah. Well, not racist. I mean, you definitely
You're a
being,
race
you're,
of people.
You're being a bigot.
Oh, okay,
That's what you're being.
I'm an equal opportunity bigot, though. I
Yeah,
hate everybody.
There you go. At least that should count for.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to mention the website.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Darkroastcult.com. Go there, buy some enamel pins. We'll have coffee. I keep saying this every podcast. We're going to have coffee soon.
Oh, just you wait. It's going to be sick.
I'm working on a pin. First I get that pin done, then I'll get the coffee done. Coffee, pin, podcast. Come
Tandem.
Come check out the website.
All 3 at once.
Darkroastcult.com.
It's going to be like Christmas.
Get that coffee. And use Dark Drip to get some percentages off of your.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, that's the plug.
It's the best code because it sounds like an STD, and I'm going to say that every time. Mm-hmm. I got the Dark Drip, guys.
Yeah, and there is no cure in sight.
No.
Also, I guess we'll thank Andrew for making that theme song. You keep hearing it.
Yeah, Andrew.
He made it, and then he sent it over, and I asked him. I was like, "Hey, you want to make this?" And he's like, "Yeah. What do you want?" I asked you what you wanted, and you said you didn't care. So I said, give me like a horror theme. And what he did was much better.
Yeah.
He handed us like basically, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which is my.
I think that was my first thought when I heard it too.
Yeah, second favorite horror show for kids.
Yeah.
First most being Goosebumps.
Would you count Creepshow as being for kids?
No, I would not.
No?
No, I would not.
I guess there's not too many 10-year-olds that are going to be like, where's my cake, Bedelia? And you like understand that.
Yeah, I have not seen Creepshow, so it's
I would recommend
over
it.
my head. Okay.
It's damn good.
Okay. I mean, there's a whole Stephen King universe of things and stuff.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know if he's in control of the whole universe, although I would say he's probably a substantial part of it.
I mean, he's writing it. If people are putting it together in a universe, that's their problem. I saw something on TikTok. I'm sorry, I was taking a stool, so I had something to do.
That's the only acceptable time to be surfing TikTok.
Yeah,
when there's shit nearby.
Yeah, whether you're making it or picking it up.
Yeah,
you need the distraction. So I
plus TikTok being a shit website fits right in with the atmosphere.
Apparently there's like a king. There's like a Crimson King in the Stephen King universe, and apparently people are like, oh, it's Pennywise. Well, this guy had like a theory that Pennywise is actually banging this Crimson King. I that's about as much as I was listening, but I didn't realize there was that much going on. Like the Dark Tower is up in there somewhere.
I knew the second you said Crimson King, I was like, this is probably some Dark Tower shit.
Yeah,
Idris Elba's gonna show up and
I don't know if I've
pretend not to have a British accent for an hour and a half.
Was Dark Tower the first one?
I have no idea.
Okay, I've seen because there's a movie for it. It was on Netflix.
Yeah.
I did see it, but
it's Idris Elba and I believe Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, he's the Matthew McConaughey's the bad guy.
Not true to well. Idris Elba is not very often a bad guy, I suppose. Occasionally he is. He turns into one in fucking Unborn. Okay. But for the most part, he's sort of just like an authoritative figure who has no patience. Like he was in Pacific Rim and he's just an asshole, but that was because he was dying, so it makes sense, I guess.
Fair enough. I haven't seen Pacific Rim either. Damn it.
Oh, that's not for this podcast, but that would be one of your favorite movies ever.
It's got Charlie Day in it too, so
it sure does.
He's that comic relief that we all need.
We do indeed need it. And another person whose name I can't remember, but they're also important. But it's honestly, it's fucking. There's no depth whatsoever. It's right there on the surface. You get in a giant robot and you fight monsters from another dimension.
So it's like
all day you do that.
It's like Evangelion without the mush.
Yeah.
Okay, well I'm in.
Without the last 5 episodes being absolute philosophical trash.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the one monster being a giant diamond shape, and that made me laugh. I was like, haha, that's what it looks like when you're out of ideas right there.
Yes.
I mean, it's a funny idea for sure, but that's because I think that's hilarious.
Somebody's dumb idea. Because it shoots like lasers out or something from memory.
Of course,
it's just like a shitty disco ball diamond.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's just a rave party above the city.
Well, I mean, this isn't a podcast about anime.
No,
but you are correct. You know what? I'm going on. I'm taking that stance too.
Also, I want it to be known that that I wouldn't consider that anime to be for adults.
Oh no.
But the main character does jerk off and come into his own hand over top of an unconscious woman.
Oh wait, sorry. I thought you were saying it was for adults. It was not for children. Yeah, no, this is not a child's anime.
Yeah,
at all.
That's a little bit surprising that they had that in there, given that I don't know a single person over 20 who's like, yeah, I really like Evangelion.
Well, I'm sure you've just angered ones to twos of our listeners.
Yeah. Oh, God forbid, guys.
So yeah, we're not talking about anime, but we are going to talk about a horror movie. Mm-hmm. What horror movie are we doing this week?
Well, we did Drag Me to Hell this week.
We certainly did. And this is going to come off as probably the most gentrophobic podcast to date.
Did you have to look that up before you said it?
I knew the word, but I wanted to make sure it was the word, so I did Google it. Yeah, I Googled it to make sure I was spelling it right, and that it was the word.
Well, I'll say it was excellently used just now.
Thank you. Yeah, the first page or two here is just very. It's gonna come off very gentrophobic, but do know I mean it in the best way possible.
Also, the old lady who is gonna get so much shit over the next hour or so, deserves it.
Oh yeah, she does.
She does everything in her power to deserve it.
Oh yeah, like she's not a nice old lady, but she's also not you would look at her and you go, oh, that poor old lady. But then
you might, and then you interact with her and you realize that she's a nightmare.
The first few minutes of this movie, I would have no problem showing to a child so that they would learn not to steal.
Okay. Go on.
it opens up with the boy, and he's like, I just stole this. Shit's going down. I need help. And then he gets dragged to fucking hell for stealing.
Is it for stealing? All
yeah, because they like...
In my head, I had thought maybe he had done something way worse.
No, he like stole the gold, the necklace or whatever, and they tried to give it back, and they're like, no, we don't want that back.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they like left it out for this child to like see and take.
Well, if the way the rest of the movie progresses is any indication, I would say they laid a curse right on that thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I fucking hope this kid takes this shit.
Absolutely. And then boom, dragged right to hell. So hey, you steal, you're going right to hell. You see that? Look at that. Hands. Right to hell.
Yep, grabbing you.
You steal, right to hell.
There's no middle.
3 days, right to hell.
Yeah.
That's that. I appreciated the opening, given a little backstory. I love the hell out of that. Like there was like a curse, 3 days.
Yeah.
A little bit of like what to expect.
It's like the Ring, but the demons don't really have all that much time.
Yeah, they've got a lot on their plate, so they're really budgeting their time.
We're gonna move it from 7 days down to 3 because a lot of people are sinning, and look.
We just don't have the manpower to be dragging all these people to hell, so we're gonna bump your hell day up.
Yeah,
a couple days.
Your deadline. Oh, I just made the best pun ever.
You did.
Okay,
we're gonna leave it at that too.
We're in business.
Justin Long.
Yeah,
I wrote that right there.
You sure did. I don't know what it is about Justin Long. Everything that I've seen him in that isn't Tusk, he's some kind of fucking dork.
Well, that's Justin Long.
He's like, what does he do in this fucking movie? He's like a mathematician professor.
He's his teacher. He's a teacher, and it's the exact opposite of going to
It's like a fucking nuclear physicist.
No, he teaches like philosophy or something because they go to a psychic and he's like, oh man, hope nobody sees me in here. I'd be such a hypocrite.
My students.
So it's something along those lines, I think.
Immediately starts and this is why if you say in post-secondary that you're majoring in philosophy, everybody thinks you're a dick right away.
Oh yeah.
Because he can't go 30 seconds without having to debate somebody about shit. And like I'm there so my girlfriend can get her fucking palm read, but let's derail all of that so that I can argue with the guy reading and really like give him a positive attitude about the experience by just making it painful to talk to me the whole time.
Absolutely. Nothing wins me over more than just a blatant argument and a stubborn tweed elbowed motherfucker.
Yeah. In my house also.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing you a service here. And that's the energy that you're bringing to me. All right, guess what? That little ottoman, that little whatever you call that thing that Michael Scott has to sleep on in the office because Jan will let him sleep in the bed.
Yeah, that's like a straight up bench.
Yeah, that thing that he made Justin Long sit on is like the most emasculating shit ever.
Oh yeah,
it was got to be on purpose. Nah, sit there, puss.
Poor Justin Long. He just wants to show off his tweed elbow patches. We got Mr. Jax, fucking sexist as hell. He was the boss, and I forget what he said, but he said something totally sexist because that's what I wrote down there.
The whole time he was sexist. He was favoring that fucking Asian employee.
Yes, I didn't really get his name, so
no, I don't. It was like Phil or something to that effect. So the main character here works at a bank, and she's like a loan adjuster.
Yes.
Which is a relatively, I mean, I don't know how to do that.
I couldn't tell you. I don't even know what a loan is.
Yeah. It's something you ask somebody for when you're sad.
I just felt that whoop over my head.
Yeah.
Like a pelican.
So there's another employee, this Asian man with a weird eye to lip ratio, who is getting like taught lessons about his job from this woman, the main character, and then doing everything in his power at the same time to go behind her back and fuck her life up. And the boss at this bank that they work at, up until the end of the movie, does everything to promote that behavior.
Yeah, he definitely tries to pit them against each other to see who's going to win.
That guy, by the way, he's in a movie with Tom Arnold.
He is, and I couldn't figure out. I've seen him before in other movies. And I was gonna look it up to see what movies it was.
He's at least in that, and it's about him and his family essentially being abducted by a bank robber, I believe, who's like on the lam, but then his kids slowly come around to this guy, and by the end of the movie, he's sort of like a fun uncle. And this guy, who's the boss of the bank of this movie, has the only right idea throughout the entire thing, which is get this fucking guy away from me and my kids forever. But he just gets shit on the whole movie for having that opinion.
Love it.
It's kind of funny. That's when I found out that I hated the Ramones because they play that shit-headed Ramones song that everybody knows.
Blitzkrieg Bop?
Yeah, that one.
Wow. I just guessed the one that came to mind.
There's like 2 total.
There are. I mean, sorry, Ramones fans, but I can only think of 2 total.
Yeah, I don't care how moppy your hair is. Your music's bad.
So this other guy who works at the bank.
Yeah.
He. Oh my God, he did the most. It was such a power move when he like tacked. First of all, the boss he's like, "Oh, can you go on your break? Also, grab me a sandwich while you're on your break." And then that guy walks by. He's like, "Oh, you're getting sandwiches? I'll take a sandwich with a certain specification of something on it."
He wanted spicy mayo.
That's right, and it was such a power move. Just and
didn't even give a shit about her opinion about it at all.
Yeah. You're going.
These things are happening now because I said they are.
Yeah. Oh my God. If anybody did that to me, you know.
You're getting a shit sandwich, man.
Why did it take you 5 minutes? Well, I stopped to wipe my ass with your bread, sir. You wanted spicy mayo. Well, yesterday I had regular mayo.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy this time.
Yeah. But this lady, she's a total office Pam. And in looks and like demeanor. She kind of lets people step on her for the first season.
It's funny because she sort of does look like Jenna Fisher. I wrote down, and this was supposed to be the synopsis of the movie. Old ass gypsy woman vomits a curse onto the chick you get when you can't get Kristen Bell or Amy Adams.
Boom. You know what? I totally forgot to do the synopsis this week. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is it's like a poor man's Amy Adams with blonde hair the whole movie.
Basically. Yeah. So she's this loan adjuster, and then a gypsy comes in. First of all, by the way, they call her a gypsy, and
right away do.
That's not cool.
So
it's but that's the word, unfortunately, that comes to mind.
It's also, I don't know if it's necessarily derogatory.
Apparently, they prefer to
those people.
The correct term is supposed to be Roma, I believe.
Roma. Okay, Roma. But I think that's only Romanian gypsies, though. They also exist in places like Russia.
It's true. Well, look, this lady she was quick to curse. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, she went into that bank hoping to put a curse on something.
I don't want to use derogatory terms, but this lady was like, boom, curse.
Yeah.
I got a curse for you, gobbly-goo. Here it is.
That's the curse, too. That's the way you'd have to say that.
So immediately, she's, I don't know, getting kicked out of her house or something. To be honest,
that is what's happening. Yeah.
I can't deal with sob stories. I tuned it out. I would be a bad loan adjuster.
I will agree if she wasn't doing the most fucking disgusting things.
Yes.
The entire time.
Very nasty.
Number one, she starts the whole interaction by impatiently tapping Sonic the Hedgehog for Sega when you stop playing the game, and he just stares at you like, "Where the fuck did you go, idiot?"
Yeah, tapping his toenails, looking at his watch. Yeah, and by the way, get this lady a pedicure.
Yeah.
Ugh. She's been
some hand cream.
She's been scratching her ass and everybody else's ass for the last 40 years, and her fingernails have gone unclipped.
Yeah, she'd be really good at acoustic guitar.
Oh yeah, wouldn't need a pick.
No, I had a ninth grade music teacher who had his thumbnails were they were twice the size of ordinary thumbnails or length, and by design so that he could do that. And it's
it's a bad teacher right away. Fire that man.
If I didn't get to know him as well as I did, I'd be like, "You're putting coke under those nails, aren't you?" Because you could fit so much coke under that nail. That's more than that's more than a bump.
Yeah.
That's a line compacted.
That's like when a crab has that little hook for their brood. That's what coke nails remind me of, like a
brood hook.
Yeah, it's like where they keep all their like eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a backpack.
but it's underneath.
Yeah.
It's an underneath backpack.
It's a forward fanny pack. You know those idiots who wear them in the front? That's what it is.
Well, where do you put your fanny pack? I thought it was a front. I've been seeing people throw it over their shoulder like it's a continental shoulder soldier these days. Well, let me try it one more time. One more time. Retake. I've been seeing people throw it over their shoulder like a continental soldier.
I don't
these
even
days.
know. I don't even know what a continental soldier is.
Well,
As opposed to a regional soldier?
look, it's from a thing a long time ago. There used to be a song about your ears and how they hang low, and the question was, do they wobble to and fro? Could you tie them in a knot? Could you tie them in a bow? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your ears hang low?
They must have been talking about the gun strap. I can't think of anything else.
I don't know.
Also, who the fuck's ears are that long that you can do all that with it?
They didn't have a whole lot to write songs about back in the day.
No. That's somebody who like spaced their earlobes out to like 000 gauge and then lost the spacers.
Yeah.
That's the only person who can do that shit.
I feel like, first of all, I got a story, but I feel like that song is probably like a cautionary tale.
About what?
I don't know. I don't. That's as far as I got in that thought. But like, you know how all old songs had like a, hey, don't go down that path.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the pedophile lives.
Stay
honk,
out
honk.
from under that bridge, please.
That's all you need. Nothing good happens under a bridge.
Never ever, dude.
So there's this guy in my hometown, and he had his ears stretched, but he had them like stretched down to his shoulders, and he put like little padlocks in them.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea.
It is.
They're made of metal.
Yeah.
So
well, there's that. So like, yeah, the weird like corrosion that happens when you have shitty untreated metal in your body.
Oh, even worse.
Oh, it gets worse than that.
Canadian weather, going hot, cold, hot. His ears froze, unfroze, froze, snapped.
Oh.
And now he has 4 earlobes.
Oh.
And a swastika tattoo, which I don't feel so bad about those earlobes anymore.
No.
No.
That's like, it's probably not the worst thing that should happen to him.
Yeah, I think like if your ears are like that, like a swastika tattoo is a step down still. So like that's not
You
gonna
can
make
explain the ears away. Oh, I'm sorry, I was an idiot when I was 23.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work with the swastika tattoo. I
No.
can't even say the word apparently. So
Well, hey, it's early in the morning.
it's like 1:30.
We're rising to the streets.
I saw a woman downtown once who had like the same issue. I think the problem was she had too many piercings in her ear when she was younger. So she looked to be in her maybe 50s or 60s, but her earlobes looked like the outro to Goosebumps.
Yeah.
And she's just hanging out front of a Starbucks like that was normal. And really not. And it's like having like a one glass eye.
Yeah.
Or a goiter on your neck. Or like an extra hand somewhere. Like, if you don't call attention to that when I see you and you're talking to me, you can go fuck yourself because I'm just going to be staring at it and feel disrespectful, but that's your fault.
That's a fun way to spin that, Jay.
Hey man, how's it going? Just so you know, this is a weird ass fucking thing and I know you see it. That's all that's all it has to be.
Yeah.
And then we can move on.
Oh,
But-
this my deformity.
Yeah.
It's a fun little thing. Just wiggle it and yeah.
There's a guy downtown in London as well who used to have this, I assume it's a tumor, but I don't know, hanging off the tip of his nose.
Yeah, I
And-
remember that guy.
I remember being told by somebody who spoke to him that he chose to leave it.
It's an odd decision, but I respect it.
Yeah, man. I don't have anything necessarily the wrongest about me, but my body image issues are just far and away insane.
Yeah.
Let alone if there was a baby growing off of my face.
I feel like, yeah, that like if he like shaved a little too close to that, you would lose it, right? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not. I watch a lot of that pimple popper show, and half her job is just snipping those things right off.
I'm never ever gonna watch that.
You probably wouldn't like it.
No, I'd hate it. I can tell you that to your face.
So this old lady, she comes in for a loan adjustment, or
Yeah.
we started disrespecting the elderly immediately.
And then, people with deformities as if they're not actual people.
And they are. I'd like to just
They are.
This podcast stands.
Just trying to be a LGBTQD ally.
Yeah, we're just
D stands for deformity.
we're an ally with everybody who's not a dickhead. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. So she comes in. She's like, "Hey, I'm getting kicked out of my house."
She wants an extension, is what?
Yeah, and first of all, this lady has an eye.
Yeah.
She's got an eye thing.
She's got a couple things.
She's got one of her things is a cloudy eye.
Yeah.
And her first response should have been, "I don't see why not." I spelled IYE, but so she would have had to put some extra, like, "I don't see why not." Wink.
It would really have expedited the time between meeting the woman and being cursed by her.
Yeah.
If she had just been like, nice fucked up eye, lady.
Yeah.
She's got that. She's got, and this is going to be a whole thing because a lot of this old lady and a lot of what happens to, and I'm just going to look up the name. Christine is the name of the main character here.
Okay.
A lot of what happens to Christine is metaphor for an eating disorder, specifically either bulimia or anorexia. There's a lot of things in this movie that are sort of subtle, but indicate that shit.
Okay.
Before she gets to work, there's a part where she's just looking into, I think it's like a bakery or something, and staring at a cake.
Yeah, I did notice that. I thought maybe her dream was to become a baker or something like that. Or like she was like,
Longingly
man,
staring
it'd
at
be cool if I had friends to share that cake with.
So that's like the first example in the movie, and then there are just more and more. All the fucked up things about this old lady, the fact that she has barely any hair and it looks like trash. Let me just say also, her teeth are horrible.
Yeah.
But they're dentures.
Yeah, which is not good because you can just get those.
Yeah, and so she's not taking them out and putting them into the glass at the side of the bed.
Yeah, no, she's taking them out to eat a hard candy, but she's like just putting them on whatever fucking surface.
Doesn't give a shit.
Oh, horrible teeth.
How do you not take care of your dentures? You get to a point. So her fingernail. I'm just gonna move on because I hate dentures so bad.
It's gonna come back up later, but yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Move right onto those dirty fingernails, please.
Yeah, her fingernails are super brittle and discolored. I'm not 100% sure if the eye thing factors into it, but her skin as well. And these are all long-term symptoms of bulimia.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So there's this element of Christine looking at this woman and feeling frightened by her, as if she's looking into like a mirror that shows her future self.
Right. Yeah. And I could see that.
It gets like heavier as time goes on. There's a lot of stuff going into mouths.
Oh my god.
A lot of disgusting stuff going into mouths.
We'll get to that.
Auditory hallucinations.
Hearing this lady's this cough this old lady has is a curse in itself.
Especially in this health climate.
Yeah, that cough is like being dragged to hell. And then you also like feel like a tickle in your throat, like you got something from being around it.
Fuck yeah, you do.
Oh my god.
I speak within 2 feet of this old lady for 10
Your
seconds.
throat's gonna tickle for a week.
Yeah, I'm getting a COVID test later.
Yeah. I think I'm not a doctor, but I think she would probably benefit from some CBD oil. just a drop a day keeps
so many things,
something away.
Probably many things away.
I'm not a doctor, but it's gonna help with something.
Yeah, it'll fix at least one of these problems I'm seeing.
One of these is gonna get better. Let's see which.
You make a great guinea pig.
Oh my god.
I really hate, and this is, we're just gonna hop right into the fucking gentrophobia here, but
yep.
I really hate people, regardless of age, people who carry around a handkerchief that they use often.
Oh, that handkerchief is that's the worst thing.
It's 100% it is.
It's one of the worst parts of this movie is this handkerchief this old lady deposits her goo in. It's a goo depository, and she carries it around.
It never goes anywhere throughout the entire movie. This old lady dies, and the handkerchief lives on as if the bacteria have become sentient.
The worst. Okay, so she does die.
Yeah.
There's a scene with her funeral. Yeah, that handkerchief is on the table. People are eating on.
Yep.
They set a dinner plate for the handkerchief.
And it's like on a glass, too. Guess what? Never drinking out of that glass again.
So we just throw that all in the trash now, or what?
Yeah, the whole table, the entire spread just goes.
God.
I can't, because you know how easy napkins are to find?
Yeah.
Also, how many mouth problems are you having that you just have to have one on deck?
Yeah, can you just excuse yourself to the bathroom and spit? That's what I do.
But 100%.
Swallow it. Fucking swallow it.
Like a man.
Got some gross stuff in the back of your throat? Don't excuse yourself. Just make a gross sound and swallow it.
Yeah.
Be a man.
Or you know what? Even I would accept putting the goo into the handkerchief and then promptly putting it in the garbage.
Yes. There you go. Disposable handkerchiefs.
Yeah, those must exist. You care. You're worried that the saliva is going to be offended by anything but velvety silk.
By the way, that old lady's mouth fluids were an off yellow.
Yeah, there was nothing clear.
They were fucking even her mouth fluids had soured. That's this old lady.
Everything about this old lady is alarming.
She was like, so she wanted this extension. I guess she had made her payments up until the sickness took her eye. Mm-hmm. That's not how it works, lady.
You have two of them for a reason.
Yeah.
Use the other one.
We need payment regardless of eye sickness.
Yeah.
You can't just, oh man, I stubbed my toe. I guess I'm not paying my phone bill 2 months in a row. That's shit. I'm gonna need to recover from that financially.
Also, the sickness took your eye? Which sickness that you have, obviously.
Why didn't you get it treated when it took anything else first?
Yeah. How many sicknesses you got, and we're just using them as excuses not to pay money to people who I owe?
That's irresponsible.
The eye sickness is for the house payment. The car payment, that's because my foot's clubbed. I can't breathe easy, so I just walk into stores and take things now.
Payments are required monthly until balance is paid. Eye or no eye. That's the 2022 response that she should have gave. But when she was begging, because she does beg. This old lady gets pretty upset when obviously this extension. And this is a big part of this podcast right now, is this whole nasty old lady introduction scene.
Yeah.
She grabs the teller's hand and she's like, please. But there's she's like mushing her throat. Her fucking her throat goops into her hand. She's like, please.
Will you accept this as payment?
I can't. Your fucking throat phlegm has no tender value here, lady. Oh my god. It was like a very threatening, take my snot, lady. Please.
This is just the interest. The rest of the payment's coming.
Oh my god. She takes her fucking teeth out and there's just so much slime.
She takes her slimy teeth out and puts them into that handkerchief.
Oh.
I don't know, or onto it at least. And then, that's just sitting there right on the desk.
Yeah.
So, and Christine goes in to ask her boss about this whole extension business and was told that she's going to have to make a tough decision, as if she had a decision to make.
Yeah.
And then later on, they really make it seem like, because she has this whole scene of self-redemption on the train station platform where she's like, I could have given this old lady an extension. Given the way that she had been treated up to that point by her boss and her coworkers, and the way that her boss said, this is a tough decision, but it's your call, and then stared at her like, get that fucking old lady out of here now.
Yeah.
It's not like she had a choice.
No.
She's trying to get promoted. There's this whole, from an analysis standpoint, theory that if she had given the extension, because she wouldn't have been dragged to hell, she wouldn't have been cursed. The idea that women trying to advance in their careers is going to send them to hell.
Oh, yeah.
But fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Fair enough. The lady attacks her because she doesn't give her the extension, which I thought was a bit of an overreaction.
And no, it totally was. And then she gets knocked down completely in self-defense.
Yeah.
Because you've gooed all over me. Get away.
Yeah, you slimed me, lady.
And then you're 80, so you fall over and somehow that's my fault.
Yeah. I feel like this whole curse was a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah. Like I said, she was looking for someone to curse when she walked in. She's like, I'm fucking cursing the first person that I see.
She was hot to curse.
Also, like, she fucking does this whole grabby thing. There's 2 security guards attached to her trying to escort her out of the building.
Yeah.
How did she shake off those 2 security guards when she can't even sit down without coughing?
Satan power.
That's when the Satan kicked in.
But yeah, she's about as frail as that goo
fucking handkerchief.
that goo covered handkerchief. Oh my god. Which, by the way, okay, so let's get that out of the way. I'm gonna get that out of the way first and foremost. I've been drinking a very fizzy drink, which is not good when you're podcasting. I should stick to regular water.
See, I don't have this issue, so I don't know what it's like.
So the lady leaves, and then they go down into the parking garage as she's leaving for work, unescorted, by the way, which would never happen when there's security guards and something like that goes down.
You work at a bank, there's 2 security guards. That's a traumatic experience for everybody who saw it.
At least one of those guards would be escorting at least her to the car, as she was the target.
Yeah.
And then, that old lady's old dumpy car parked there.
That's the same car that was used in Evil Dead.
Is it?
It's Sam Raimi, who's the director's personal vehicle.
I fucking love it.
It's a pretty sick car, and that woman doesn't deserve it.
No. My one qualm with this whole film is in that scene where she's sitting in her car looking at that other car, and then that fucking dirty handkerchief fucking blows out from under the car and wasps its way across.
Delicately.
Have you been underground? There is 0 wind generated at all.
I didn't even think about that.
It's
a supernatural handkerchief at this point.
It had better be.
Yeah.
Because she deposited so much lung butter that
it would be weighed down regardless.
It wouldn't be taking flight.
You'd need a tornado to lift that thing off the ground.
But I'm guessing it's supernatural. Yeah, it wasps in.
Yeah.
And then boom, old lady in the back seat. But I get in that car. I'm gonna be like, what's that asthmatic wheezing in the back seat?
Right. It's so quiet.
Yeah. It's like.
So that's like the longest that old lady went without coughing the entire time.
Yeah,
she was deliberately suppressing it.
I wouldn't be able to pay attention to anything else. I'm like, well, there's obviously a dying something in the back seat.
Did I pick up a raccoon when I came in?
Oopsie poopsie. How are you gonna watch that handkerchief float delicately across and then get spooked when it hits your windshield? Other than it's dirty. Yeah.
I mean, that's gross.
Yeah, it is gross.
It's not gonna frighten me though.
Yeah.
There's nothing inherently frightening about that handkerchief except for the diseases thereon.
Yeah, for sure.
Justin Long's mother, and this is gonna come up later on too, but she's a fucking bitch.
Oh yeah, she is.
I hate her guts, but her idea of being a good parent when you're in a relationship with somebody you love is to tell her son Justin Long that a farm girl whose name used to be the Pork Queen. I just want to make note of that.
First of all, it's not a great success story to be the Pork Queen.
No, it's a terrible name for a competition where you raise a pig.
And it's a terrible name to be given to a young lady.
Yeah, I'm 12 and I'm overweight.
Yeah,
I want to be the Pork Queen.
Yeah, that's not a ribbon you're hanging up. That's not one.
I'm so happy to go to the high school that's in a church.
Yeah,
because this is clearly out in the middle of nowhere. And
America.
That's all they have. Yeah. And just be called the Pork Queen by all of my classmates.
Yes, absolutely.
As if high school kids, teenagers, aren't ruthless enough.
Yeah,
we'll just tee them up.
As if pork hasn't been given 1,800 meanings at this point, other than the meat from a pig.
We only get to see her become the Pork Queen once this whole movie, when her and Justin Long bang each other.
She is the queen of being porked in this movie for sure.
Anyway, her fucking Justin Long's mom is like, yeah, just stop wasting your time with this. Let me just say, dime piece, smoke show of a woman.
I don't remember.
Way out of Justin Long's league in terms of physical attractiveness. Justin Long looks like a frog that ate another frog.
Come on now, he's classically handsome.
Is he? How about his voice?
Well, it's not like a Kermit the Frog voice.
Nah, but it's just as grating. Anyway, his mom's like, I want to set you up with this nice daughter of these people I play tennis with. You can play tennis together. I would never, if I had a kid, try to set. That's the most boring date. First of all, I'm out of shape as fuck, so I'm going to be horrible at it.
Yeah.
My hand-eye coordination is about as good as this old lady's because she only has one eye. Depth of field? Nah, that tennis ball's hitting me in the face.
Absolutely.
Also, what in the fuck would be fun for a first date about tennis?
Maybe getting drunk and just whopping those tennis balls as hard as you can into a field.
Only if you're getting drunk.
Yeah, and then like not going to get them.
The only time sports are fun is when you're loaded.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says.
I only enjoy golf, and I only enjoy the driving range portion of golf, and I only enjoy it after a couple beers.
Exactly. That's the only time it's any good.
I just like drilling those little balls as hard as I can, and then knowing somebody else has got to go out there and get them. It's just like, fucking, let's see how far I can send this one.
See how much job security I can create here.
That's like fucking 20 meters. Somebody's going to go pick that up. All right, so old lady in the back seat, disrespectful mother. This old lady does something in this film.
Yeah, well, she does a couple things that warrant the tone that you're giving it right now.
In this particular scene, she does some upsetting shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of it.
So she's in the back seat, and
waiting patiently.
The pork queen gets this fucking wicked idea to just drive and buckle up and then hit something.
Because the old lady has begun attacking her in the driver's seat of the car.
Yeah. It's important to know she's not just like, Daredevil, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's see if this old lady can fly. No, the old lady's like killing her. So she's like, I'm gonna drive, hit this car, buckle up. Old lady doesn't do. I thought she was gonna go through the windshield and die. Mm-hmm. I thought that's where that was going.
Yeah. When she T-bones a van head on.
Yeah. No.
I also thought windshield for sure.
No. Much worse. So she fucking goes mouth first into the dashboard and busts her teeth all up.
No deployment of airbag whatsoever.
Zero.
And the only cushion that she had were her bad dentures.
And then
those teeth go flying.
Oh, they fly. And then Jay, and then what does that old lady do?
She begins to aggressively gum the pork queen's wide open mouth.
Oh my God.
The most aggressive and liquefied gumming attack.
Oh.
She basically like vomits everything in her body into this girl's mouth.
She's got this girl's lower jaw in her mouth.
Yeah.
And she is just chewing on nothing.
Going to town about it.
So
Yeah, thoroughly gross.
That versus the Nick Cage slime monster kiss in color from space when he kisses his wife.
I would prefer the slimy kiss.
Me too.
And I tell you why. At least it was closed mouth.
Oh yeah.
You got to take me out to dinner before you do that to me.
You got to brush your teeth before you do that to me.
Yeah, let's just pick them up off the floor of the car.
You got to see the dentist before you do that to me. I'm sorry. I'm not about to catch Giardia or some shit from your bacteria mouth.
How is that a good plan of, I'm going to gum you now?
Well, my theory is like she didn't realize her teeth busted out.
How the fuck would you not realize that?
I don't know. Because like then she's like, oh, they're not in. Because I think she was going for the throat. I think she was just going to
I was going to bite your throat out like a zombie?
Yeah. So this
like she basically is?
Yeah. You know how iguanas are poisonous because they just don't brush their teeth? Like
is that true of iguanas? I know it's Komodo dragons.
That's what it is. No, yeah, you're right. It's Komodo dragons.
I could understand it being iguanas. I could understand it being really any animal that doesn't have access to mouthwash.
Yeah, that's what this old lady was like to me. I was just like, oh, if she breaks skin, you're dead.
Yeah, that the toxicity level of your blood the second that saliva gets on it. Give it up. That's an infection. Yeah. That's every infection in the infection book. This old lady has all of them.
And I wrote here in huge capital letters, this is why we need adequate lighting in parking lots at night.
I mean, you're right.
I'm absolutely right.
Dark.
If anything, that should be like a commercial. Light up the night. And this old lady just gumming on this poor lady's face. Light up the night.
Please. for the good of everyone's health.
Yeah. Oh,
we don't need
God.
another global pandemic because this woman can't keep her mouth to herself.
Oof. And then she gets a staple in the eye, which is immediate improvement. Staples that bad eye closed.
I wrote down on the note of that scene, because Christine successfully boots her ass right out of the fucking car.
Oh, she does.
Eventually and locks it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gets real cocky in the car.
Yeah,
She's
does.
like, yeah, bitch, I won. So I wrote here, even if I had locked her out of the vehicle successfully, she still won the fight because of the waterfall of saliva in my throat.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't... That you could have like bashed her head in. She still won the fight.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
because I swallowed that.
Yeah, she got you gooed. She got you gooed. Oh my God. Yeah, and then just like she jams that ruler in her throat and she like ejects it like a shotgun blast. The fuck kind of throat action is that?
She's really, really good at giving head. Probably.
What that
she
throat
just takes
do?
the dentures right out.
Just
exactly.
Kablam!
Christine's the pork queen. This old lady's the head queen.
She did take quite a bit of that ruler. Yeah. Oh fuck. And then she gets cursed. I don't know what being cursed looks like, but in this movie, I think they nailed it.
Yeah.
I think they really nailed the curse.
Just a fucking old lady grabs one of this woman's buttons, whispers her dirty mouth breath onto it in some ancient, I can only assume Romanian language. I can't remember where they're from or if they mention that at all. And that's what the curse is.
And that's like
a breathy whisper on your clothes.
So that's like the first, 20 minutes of the movie we just described in, 45. But like,
it's so much happened.
Yeah, so much happens in the first bit of this movie, and then it's just like 3 days of hell for this lady.
A 3-day curse, by the way, is basically a urinary tract infection that you die from.
Yeah, just have a little. What is it? Cranberry juice.
Yeah,
up in your system.
Just take care of it. That's what this is. Just a PSA for STDs from. You remember the old message from Concerned Children's Advertisers?
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, so she's like not even concerned one little bit about this curse, but I guess she goes to the fortune teller.
Yeah.
And
that motherfucker's in Inception.
Yes, he is. He's in
like, all right.
He's in something else too, and I cannot remember what it is.
I want to see if I wrote it. Keep going.
But yeah, Justin Long has that comment that I think I would make too if I ever walked into a fortune teller. He's like, is this where I buy a monkey head? Or he's like, I'm looking for something that's not a dried monkey head or something like that.
As much as I hate Justin Long's character's elitism because of his job, the way that he handles that fortune teller and the place and having your fortune told and all the like weird haunted tchotchkes in the front, that's exactly what I would. You can't put me in a room with somebody having their palm read. Because I'm just gonna shit on it the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shit all over it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, good. You're gonna come into some money too soon. Yeah, you're gonna find a 20 in an old coat.
Oh shit.
Love's gonna find its way to you. I don't know about that.
Always bring a condom.
Just killing the vibe the whole time. That would be me.
Oh fuck.
Just the most cynical asshole.
Yeah, and then I don't know, what's that guy say? He says something like, he knows what's going on, but he doesn't tell them exactly what's going on or something like that.
He does a couple things that piss me off, this fortune teller.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly the interaction, but I do remember it being off-putting.
There's the whole, like, he gets to a point where the curse is clearly beginning to happen, and he knows exactly how to handle it. Mm-hmm. During this fortune being told, he sees all kinds of demons in a vision while touching her. Given his expertise later on in the movie, I would expect him to know exactly what's going on already.
Yeah.
And then slow rolls her on how to solve the problem, all the way to telling her to kill her own cat.
Yeah, I wasn't cool with that. That lady showed first of all, Justin Long gives you a nice kitten. Mm-hmm. And then you have such a little concern for that cat when it's clearly in distress and there's like a demon shadow roaming around your house.
Yeah. The guy's like, you're going to have to sacrifice an animal. her first thought is, well, my cat's available.
Yeah. I don't think he's got much going on in the next week.
And this is something that I think is important to note if, in the event that we encounter it later. Anytime a pet doesn't have a name in a movie, that pet's going to fucking die at some point.
Except for Pet Sematary. That's the one, because, I mean, it does come back to life.
It comes back to life. Does it have a name?
Yes.
That's why...
Yeah.
If it doesn't have a name, you can bet it dies.
Oh, for sure.
If it's a kitty and they're calling it Kitty, that cat's going to be brutally slaughtered.
That cat's going to be Pity. That's what's about to happen. Yeah. And so, yeah, he definitely, like, drops that, like, yeah, sacrifice a small animal, no big deal, just a lot of blood.
So, yeah, he says that. And then at the end of the movie, he goes, well, you could just give that cursed item to someone else.
Yeah, right?
Lead with that.
See, the first thing is he definitely dropped that hint while he was talking, because it's like, oh,
did he?
He's like, it's coming for the owner of the possession. Why? What? My first thought was like, give it away.
Yeah,
give it to anybody else.
Any. As a matter of fact, I hated him really bad because he was like, well, I don't want blood on my hands about this.
Yeah,
I can tell you to kill your cat about it because I don't have to worry about being an accomplice to that.
Yeah,
but if you give it away and curse somebody else in the process, that's bothersome to me. So I wrote a list of people that I would be willing to give this fucking button to.
Yes, because I was gonna ask you who you would give it to.
The second I find that out, the first person who cuts me off in traffic, they're getting that button thrown into their open window.
See, my answer was like, I'm petty. It would be the first person who, like, upset me.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that's the first person on your list, too.
100%. If you walk too slow in front of me on the sidewalk, hey, you want a button real quick?
I noticed your jacket's missing one of these, buddy. This is a rare one.
Just a reverse pickpocket that shit into their coat.
Yeah, hey, I put a button in your back pocket. I hope you're okay with that. And then you just run away.
Yeah, it's a social experiment. There's a camera right there.
Yeah.
Anyone who has more than 5 substitutions in a Starbucks order, they get the button right away. They get the button in their drink. Anyone who describes a road trip as a good drive. Have you ever been fucking, like, you're talking about traveling to, like, from here, Hamilton or something, and somebody goes, yeah, it's a good drive. That means it's fucking long as fuck. And it's awful.
Yeah.
You're trying to eke out some optimism from this horrible experience. I don't like road trips very much.
Right away button.
Yeah,
button right away.
People who call their pets fur babies. Now, I hate that marginally less than not having a name for your fucking cat at all.
Fair enough.
So, in a way, she kind of deserved the button because that would piss me off. If I go to her place, oh, what's your cat's name? I don't know. I'm going to kill it tomorrow.
Oh, button right away.
Yeah, hey, button, dude.
I got a button for you.
So she kind of deserved to have the button.
I'm totally with you on that. She definitely deserved to have that button. Why she didn't give it right away to, like, her opponent at this bank?
I would give it to fucking Justin Long's mom.
You know what? She had a lot of good people to give this button to.
Judgmental,
oh my God,
bitch woman. I hate.
She should have been like, "Here's a button, thanks, man," and just given it to the psychic.
Yeah, just not. Yeah, I can't pay you yet, but this is collateral. It's a very impressive. It's a very expensive button.
It's a lucky button.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Put it in the fucking window. Give it away to somebody else after. They'll take it.
Oh my God, yeah.
I wrote, how about, and this is what my whole fucking point, because she kills her cat and it doesn't lift the curse.
Yeah. In fact, there's a part where the demon shows up at the end and does like a jaunty. First of all, I have a second qualm with this movie. The music gets very...
You can't have a qualm with what you're about to say.
Okay, the music gets very Disney's Haunted Mansion.
It sure does.
And then the demon starts doing like a jaunty, it's like a little jaunty jig, and he's like, ha, 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 ha. And then he's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's your cat. And just throws up a dead cat.
A riggered cat.
Yeah, he goes from like a nice, like jaunty, like Disney, like skeletons dancing around to just throwing up a dead, riggered cat.
So yeah, that clearly, like, the ritual worked, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Because he had this ghost cat stuck in his esophagus for God knows how long.
Yeah, and he finally coughed that hairball up.
So I wrote, and this is about the psychic, how about you focus group your advice first so that it works instead of making people kill their pets just because?
Boom. Boom.
Give better advice.
Psychicking.
Give better advice than that.
He should have fucking known because he's psychic.
Yeah. You could try killing your cat. By the way, it's not going to work. I already saw it.
Oh my god. That bloody nose she gets. It's like an anime when they see a boob. And it's just so she gets this bloody nose. At first it starts like a little bit,
that shit.
and then it starts spraying.
Oh my god!
Like a lot, and
everywhere. And that's like a hemorrhage amount.
And the boss is so unfazed. He's like, "What's going on? What's up with you?"
All he cared about was, did I get any in my mouth?
Oh my god! Yeah, half this lady's blood left her body through one orifice, and he's like, "Oh, I hope none was in my mouth."
It's fuck this woman who's clearly anemic.
Yeah, she must have saw an
hemophiliac. I think they're called, like when you bleed a lot when you get cut.
Yeah, I think it's like yeah. I don't. Is it I don't know. I think you're right. I honestly
think that's what it is.
And at this point, like, nobody's going to be able to correct us because it's just you and me in this room.
Yeah. So as far as we're concerned, I'm right.
You can send your emails to grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com. I almost said a different email. I almost said my personal email, and I don't want your emails to my personal email.
I don't like you that much.
Yeah. So if you think we're wrong, maybe we'll read your email.
I want to say that's what it is, so I'm pissed.
Yeah. So this whole old lady.
Mm-hmm. More old lady things happen.
Well, no, yeah, they happen. But I noted that this old lady, she's kind of the reason. I used to work for like a cell phone company, answering the phones for a little bit. Yeah. For about a month.
Mm-hmm. Which it's probably a week and a half longer than I would be able to stand it.
Oh yeah, well it was 3 weeks of that was training. So I got paid to sit there and do nothing.
Oh, fantastic!
And then they like send you out there, and they don't tell you that everybody out there is this old lady.
Yeah,
that they're just inconvenienced. So gypsy curse on you.
Yeah,
cussing and
in the
screaming.
form of loud swear words at you for an hour.
Yeah,
and then fix my problem still.
The fact that she just didn't curse these people who were like coming up to her house and like taking her property, and because she said that people were like packing her shit up for her.
Yeah, the repo men, curse them.
Curse every single one of them.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just do that?
I think she was pissed because Christine is so goddamn hot. This old lady's like, wow.
I think it was also because she shamed her in front of everybody at the bank.
She shamed her fucking self.
She really did.
Don't try and insult a bank teller just because they don't tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, I would never. I can't be a bank teller. I would have knocked that other bank teller out in a second. The second he was too nosy, I just would have been bop. Yeah, get out of here.
He gets plugged.
Oh my god.
Speaking of people who, and she has this whole scene where when she finds out that she can gift the curse away, she has like a moral dilemma in a diner and decides that she's going to give it to the coworker who is a dick to her. And then he cries about the fact that he tried to rip her off and essentially ruin her career.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't tell my dad, which doesn't even know her dad. I don't know why that's the first thing that you're afraid of. And so she decides not to because her ethical quandary.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
That guy gets that button.
I've been like, here, man, here's a button. Here's a button for your troubles.
For your troubles. You came all the way down here. Don't worry. Just take this button.
This button's going to make it all better. Just
it
hold
means
on
something
to
me. And then he probably throws the button in the garbage because he's an asshole, which is fine because he has no choice but to be cursed forever.
Oh, yeah, no, for real. We want to talk about this funeral scene. Are we gonna get that out of the way too? First of all, starts with like the granddaughter of this old lady being like, "So I used to be a real fat girl, eh?" Yeah,
just out of nowhere hits you with that.
That's how the scene starts.
I can tell she's got this, and this is how you know that she's the pork queen because she has a picture from when she won this like largest pig competition. If you're that ashamed of the fact that you used to be that fat, throw the picture away.
Yeah, that's not that's what I'm saying. Like, this is not a competition for children. No. Children don't need to be crowned pork anything.
No.
Children are not to be porked.
I'm not even. No, and I don't. Nope. All right.
That's a stance I'm taking, guys.
Well, it's the correct one, so
absolutely.
I have nothing to say about it. Yeah. I thought, and this could be something that I'm mistaken about, but I thought that gypsy funerals were like super exclusive. Like it was, you're part of the family, you're part of the group, or you're not allowed in. So the fact that I feel like it was like a prank being pulled on her in a way that she
Yeah.
was let in during this funeral.
I thought that too, because she knew full well it was a funeral and was like, no, she's just in that room. Go on in, see what's up.
Yeah. But then the old lady and this woman have probably the second worst interaction.
Yeah,
This
you know
dead
what?
old lady.
You know what? Yeah, it's I do believe their interaction in this film, they get off to a bad start,
And
then
there's
they're-
a bad middle.
yeah, their second shoe's got a stone in it, and then the third step is there's a stick and they trip.
Yeah.
It's not a good start to this.
No, this journey.
this friendship these two people have. The relationship therein between these two characters becomes very mouth based.
Yeah, right away it does.
Yeah.
Now, how about you refresh my memory on all the horrible things that happened in this funeral
So,
scene?
from if my memory serves me correctly, she walks in and it's like, oh, there's that nasty fucking hanky. Gross. And she walks over and she sees like the old lady there. I forget how it happens. Something happens, and eventually this old dead corpse ends up on top of her, and whatever fluids had remained they come out.
These
and
are not
they
embalming
then-
fluids.
No, they're not. They're, which is weird because generally these fluids would have been removed via a tube
Yeah.
or a vacuum. Because
A vacuum.
they're not good fluids to have.
No, you
They're-
don't want those to linger around inside a dead body.
Yeah, whatever fluids were left in this old lady from she didn't get cleared out into that hanky before she died. came out
Yeah.
and into Christine's mouth.
Yep.
Yep.
You got dead old lady goo. And which is worse than live old lady goo by a wide margin.
Yeah. The funeral was ruined.
So I was trying to one of the things that really makes this an eating disorder allegory in a way is that you never see Christine eat except when she's binge eating ice cream. It happens twice. It is the only time in the whole movie where you see her eat. She tries cake when she meets Justin Long's parents, and an eyeball pops out of that shit and she stabs it.
Yeah, pulsating cake.
Yeah.
And then a lot of cherry sauce comes out of that cake. Oh,
She coughs up a fly after just trying to barely eat that cake.
Yeah.
So she never fucking eats.
and she
And
throws
food
up
is
some
gross all the time.
Does she throw up maggots too after that fly goes into her mouth or up her nose or something?
What happens is when she's attacked by this dead old lady yet again, maggots get thrown up onto her face and again
and
into her mouth.
her nightmare or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. I wrote maggot vomit and I wasn't sure who was vomiting into who.
Those maggots, by the way, I read this on the trivia page. Pasta.
Rigatoni?
I'm not 100% sure. It looked more like gnocchi to me.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. Maybe it was in some ground beef with some red sauce.
Oh, then I wouldn't mind it going into my mouth.
Oh my god. Yeah, so you can't spell funeral without fun, clearly.
What a blast at this funeral.
How does she knock the casket over or something? Like the old
I
lady
believe what happens is she leans in way too close and asks for forgiveness, and her hair gets caught in the gnarled hand of this old lady.
Right.
And so she pulls away, and then the whole lady comes with her.
The whole lady was first of all, this Kristen must be using some fantastic. That must be Head and Shoulders or Pert Plus to
Right? To be as resilient as all
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
This woman's hair gets pulled in this movie like 6 times.
Oh yeah, this old lady leaves with like a wig's worth.
Yeah.
Like-
Almost every interaction, that's
Yeah.
what happens. When she's pissed.
So yeah, and so the whole lady comes out and the fluids.
Yeah.
And instead of, I don't know, turning her head and closing her mouth, she shouts into the old lady's face, "Someone get this off me."
She screams directly into the
Yeah.
cascade
Yeah.
that's coming at her.
Yeah. Yeah, she shouts when you can hear what she's saying through the mouthfuls of butterscotch pudding. Liquidy butterscotch pudding. Then
Yeah, dude.
sorry,
That was like, it's the film on top when you leave it out for too long.
yeah, it is. I did that to myself. I had a moment there and I apologize. I apologize for saying butterscotch pudding.
That's what you're not necessarily wrong.
Oh my god.
Not to mention, and I didn't quite process it when you said it, but you called it lung butter earlier.
I certainly did.
And that's one of the grossest things. Not the first time I've heard it, but one of the grossest things I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, and
Ew, dude.
yeah, that phrase is meant to upset people.
There is an Aesop Rock. This guy is a rapper. There's a line where he talks about coughing up buttery lung ramen. Ew, dude. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah. None of that for me. None of that for me whatsoever. How about everybody? If you gotta cough something up, let's be discreet about our throat fluids. I don't care what you're spitting up. Just
like you're in the fucking bank doing that.
Yeah, just playing with your throat goo.
I'll say this about that gypsy funeral. When that old lady gets ejected from the casket and gets all of her internal liquids all over the place, the band kind of goes, all right, well, we're going to keep playing music right away. They weren't even remotely shocked.
Nobody was upset about the goo.
No, they seemed to be pretty apathetic about it.
They were like,
wow,
that's the only goo that came out? Wow, okay.
I'm used to way more goo than that.
It's a light day. It's a light day for this corpse.
They were a little bit perturbed that like their dead grandma got defiled by a stranger, but that lasted all of 30 seconds, and then it just went back to the rager that it was when she showed up.
Yeah, it did.
Gypsy funerals must be the most fucking fun.
Yeah,
you'd catch me at one of those.
Absolutely.
Holy fuck!
I intend to attend at least one in my life.
You just get super drunk and play cards. Fine.
I mean, I'm probably gonna leave if I see somebody like scoop the body up and start jigging around with it. But up until that point,
You might see that.
That's the thing. I don't know. I feel like they were one step from doing that before it fell out of the casket.
The point that I was trying to make earlier in pointing out that you never see this woman eat but twice is that it makes sense because she's always full of goo.
Yeah, she's got her. Oh my god, she's got herself a full helping. Just vinaigrette.
Yeah, dude, I'm just
some lung vinaigrette. Yeah. Okay. And then there's a scene. There is a scene where this old lady goes wrist deep.
Yeah.
Wrist deep in her right in her mouth. Taps on her anus from the other side.
I got to give kudos to Justin Long for really, and I wouldn't have stuck around during Christine's whole mental breakdown where she's hearing and seeing shit if I didn't know she could do that. You see that once and you're like, that's a keeper.
Well, she does it then. She does it to the hanky, too.
Yeah.
By the way, the second... Oh, that hanky.
So upset by this hanky, dude.
Oh, my God.
If
she didn't get... Oh, my God. If she didn't get pneumonia from deep-throating that hanky, she got it from, like, fucking around in the mud trying to, like, give the button to the old lady.
Yeah. Another time that her hair gets ripped out. Also, she gets trucked by that tombstone.
Yes, she does.
Holy fuck. That falls and cracks her in the head.
She should have been
so
dead.
Good. Yeah,
She should have died.
100%. I'm going through my text messages because in case you think, you people listening out there, if you think Matt's hamming up his disgust, I want it to be known that as he was watching it, he was texting me in real time.
As I do.
And while I find this, fill the silence because I got to find it.
Well, okay, so during this film, there's a lot of things. No, so towards the end, the old guys, or not the old guys, or the psychic guy, he's like, hey, we could just be giving this to somebody else. And then, like, why wouldn't you just have this idea at the beginning? He's like, well, we could just give it to the dead body. That's still a person. We could give it to that.
Yeah, you just have to ask nicely.
Yeah.
And it's not like she's going to say no.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to give a dead body a button. You won't find me doing it, but given the opportunity, I'll slip a dead body a button.
Listen, if the alternative is that I'm getting dragged to hell, I'm giving that to the first dead body I see.
Absolutely.
Which might take a while, but you're gonna get
it. She digs it up and she does just fine. But so he takes the button. He's like, yeah, you take this and you give it to that old lady, and he puts it in an envelope.
Yeah.
The second the second he put it in that envelope, I was like, well, fuck Justin Long. I guess he's going to hell because earlier in the film, because she's a bank teller, she finds like a rare coin because Justin Long collects coins.
If you couldn't be any dorkier,
yeah,
you collect coins. That's marginally better than collecting stamps.
Right. So she had this coin and she put it in an envelope. And well, there's the switcheroo right there. My OCD would be like, better make sure that's the button.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
guess what? That envelope gets button written right on it.
Yeah, the button. Do not touch.
The worst button in existence.
Yeah, devil button. Do not touch. But no, she doesn't do that. And so immediately I'm like, well, this is why are you giving that dead body a dime? Yeah. You should be giving that dead body a button.
It took me no time at all to be like, well, so they almost hit an old man who, while they're driving away from a seance that they have in order to, and that's where I want it to be known, my favorite part of this fucking movie is when they channel this demon, this Lamia, into a goat.
Yes.
And the goat calls Christine a bitch.
Yes. Oh my God, I love that so fucking much.
That is a real puppet.
I love it.
That was on someone's hand, I can almost promise you. And it's the most vulgar goat puppet. I'll never say no to a puppet.
I laughed so hard. I laughed harder than I should have the second that happened.
It was made even better by the fact that they bring this goat in with the purpose of eventually putting the demon into it. The goat doesn't want to be in the room, almost like it knows what's happening. But then its table manners are amazing.
Oh yeah.
They're all holding hands and they're chanting some fucking weird ass. I don't know why this medium that they chose to do the seance with, that was like when she decided to practice for American Idol. But she's singing and she's just belting it out. And every so often in the background of a shot, this goat, it's just, and it's a real ass goat.
Yeah.
It's just hanging out.
Not one bleat, doesn't try to take a bite out of nothing.
Doesn't give a fuck.
It's very well behaved, and they're just gonna cut its damn head off.
You know how hard it is to get a goat to behave at the dinner table, dude?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this goat beheading cost Justin Long $10,000 of his own money.
Yeah.
That was like the price of the ritual, and he's just like, because he in the movie he takes her to the doctor, and the doctor's just like, well, she's just crazy. She's just crazy. Put her to bed.
But she
she
can swallow a forearm, doc. Do you understand? Like,
you're losing your mind, Justin. And then he's like, oh yeah, the doctor says you're crazy. I'm like, well, here we go. Justin just became like the typical boyfriend who doesn't, just is like, whatever. But then he's like, hey, I just dropped 10,000 on we're gonna cut a goat's head off for you, baby.
Listen, that net game is worth 10,000. That's my point.
Jesus Christ.
This medium is the same medium from the beginning of the movie with the 5-year-old that gets dragged to hell, and she's been waiting her entire life to face this exact same demon. Give me 10 grand though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still want the 10 grand. This is my entire life's ambition and goal, and the reason I've continued living is in order to face this demon again and vanquish it.
Hey, still gotta get paid.
Yeah.
Still gotta get paid.
Hey, my money over everything.
Son of a bitch.
I found the text messages, by the way.
All right.
Matt is texting me in real time as he's watching this movie. He goes, I'm 10 minutes in and I've got half a page of double-lined writing on this old lady. This old lady is nasty. Everything I've got to say so far has been very anti this old lady. Yo, this old lady. Holy shit, 30 minutes alone of this podcast is dedicated to this horrible lady. That was a pretty conservative prediction, Matt.
I know. Oh
anyway,
my God.
They're driving away from the seance that doesn't work for some reason because all they did was channel the demon and then sort of banish it from the seance. And Justin Long almost hits a guy while they're driving. And then for some reason, this guy yells at Christine like she was driving, which fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting here. And not to mention, he drops Christine off at this house that she's never been to before with these people about to channel a demon that he's paid $10,000 to make happen. Then he fucking leaves. Exactly. Why would you leave?
I'd like to see where my money's going.
Holy shit, man.
$10,000. I'll probably watch what's going on here.
Irritating. So when they break suddenly because they almost hit an old man, she drops the envelope on the floor underneath a bunch of papers. My point is, right at that second, I was like, it's not the button anymore when you pick that up.
Absolutely.
It's something else for sure.
Yep.
Open the envelope and make sure it's the fucking button. You work at a bank. You have these all over the place.
Yeah, you know how envelopes work.
Damn. Also, who keeps buttons off of coats? I'm mad about that. The only person who in this whole movie who should be keeping buttons is the old lady who cursed it.
She kept the button because it's like, hey, if you don't, you're gonna go to hell. Either way, you're getting dragged to hell.
How would you know? Like, she kept it for like until she was told by the psychic that it was a cursed object and that she was in possession of it. I wouldn't have kept it that long.
No, yeah.
I thought I could sew it back on. No, you didn't. You're never gonna get around to that. You don't even eat food.
No, I would. The second he was like, it's coming for the possession or the possessor of the button. Button out the window. Going down the freeway. Oh, that car is open. Button in there.
Whatever. Fuck this button. While she's in the diner trying to decide whether or not to give this button away to like people, and they keep becoming wholesome.
Yeah, I like when she's just like, that old man doesn't deserve to live anymore. Yeah. He's just had a rough life with all of his like
this old man with respiratory issues. Clearly.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, fuck that old man.
Yeah,
he deserves it.
And then
he's just sick. Oh, don't worry, he deserved it.
And then his equally old wife comes back with food, and it's, well, I can't do it now. I mean, they'd probably die together. You're still off the hook. Anyway, I wrote down because the waitress comes over and bitches at her, not bitches at her, but is like, "Are you sure you're just gonna sit here and drink coffee the whole time?"
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yup," and then gives her a ton of attitude. And then she's eating ice cream at the counter and asks for another helping. And the waitress is like, seriously? And she gives her attitude.
Yeah.
So I wrote, talking back to service staff is why she's going to hell. Because don't do that shit.
Yeah,
If you're in a Waffle House and you talk to one of the fucking employees there, you get your ass kicked right away.
Oh yeah, that you're at least getting bodily fluids in your food.
Yeah.
That's you gotta be polite to the people who are serving you.
Fucking clearly a huge fan of bodily fluids, given how many
of
them she's had in her.
Yeah, she didn't really seem to be disgusted either with that in that funeral scene with the pudding. Yeah. She just kind of got him and was like brushed it on. Like, oh man,
gross, I guess.
Yeah, tasted all right. I'm not grossed out.
Fuck. I'm so mad about things. I'm 3 pages into my notes and still there were so many fluids on that handkerchief.
Yeah, that handkerchief.
The only curse I'd be worried about is the old bitch's gingivitis. Yeah, man. The scene. So she, in order to get rid of this button after discovering she could just give it to a dead person, which again is something that should have been led with, like you said. The most respect I had for her in the whole movie is when she shoves that envelope into that dead woman's mouth and then kick fucks it shut.
Yeah, she does.
That was the most aggressive kick to the lower jaw of a skeleton that I've ever seen. And I was like, yes.
Fuck yeah. Wait, was she skeletal?
No, but I mean,
okay.
She was in life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not more so yet, but give it time.
Oh yeah, that it was definitely more force than needed to close that mouth.
Yeah, but good.
Just blasted it closed.
Yeah, man.
Shut that mouth forever.
It's like you're trying to lock somebody out of a gate.
Oh my god.
As she's driving to the cemetery to do that, she says, "I'm gonna get some."
Get some.
Yeah, which is what Ash says in Evil Dead. Once,
shit.
I believe around the time that he attaches the shotgun to his arm.
Yeah, he does.
And this movie is kind of littered with Evil Dead references. Sam Raimi writes all of his. There's like a ritual book that in order to perform the sacrifice, the animal sacrifice. The psychic gives her a ritual book. I'm fairly certain he wrote and drew all that himself, the director.
Of course.
As well as the Necronaut, like the Book of the Dead. He wrote and drew all that shit himself for that movie.
Good Lord.
I fucking love him.
He's a very intense man. He likes the spooky wooks.
Yeah, he really enjoys super canted shots when things are supposed to be scary. Like the camera's always on like a weird angle, which is sick to me.
Yeah.
The one thing I hate about this movie, but it was by design, so I'm not allowed to hate it, is that there's so much prolonged eye contact, especially between Christine and other people. There are some very long shots of Christine just staring at the person
I didn't pick up on that.
that's talking to her, and it's because they wanted to put you into her headspace as a character
Okay.
throughout the movie. That was like the person they wanted you to identify with the most.
Okay. Fair enough. I didn't pick up on any of that, but I guess it worked because I was.
For some reason, after she crawls out of that grave after almost dying, that's the first time you see her take a shower in the whole movie. Despite all of these interactions with this old lady.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be like a sick cleansing shower. I'd move into that shower.
Yeah, I'd be a boiling bath right there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't come out till my skin was red and new.
Brand new bloody skin is what I want.
Yeah. I want to come out like a fucking molted lobster.
I don't know why demons are so disrespectful of the bodies they want to possess.
Yeah.
Everybody just gets like picked up and chucked around through the air all the time.
Well, they're dead. Who
With
cares?
these fucking demons and monsters. The Jeepers Creepers guy just hucks that lady.
Oh god, that fucking poor. I'm gonna keep saying it. That poor 13-year-old zombie girl just clotheslined by Thor.
Yeah. It's just so violent.
Oh my god.
Sam Raimi really likes for characters to be invisibly slapped. He's a huge fan of, okay, in this scene, I want you to pretend that you're being slapped really hard.
The invisible disrespect.
Yeah, tons of it, especially in Sam Raimi movies for some reason. He also likes people getting sprayed with fluids. In Evil Dead, Bruce Campbell gets like hit with like just loads of like blood and vomit. That's
the time. That's another very fluid movie.
Yeah. He loves it. Sam Raimi, you know a Sam Raimi movie once the fluids start flying.
Oh my god. You know what? Having not seen this movie, I'm surprised I haven't watched it already. It was a good one.
So was I. I'm a fucking huge fan. One of my favorites. That goat dude.
Yeah.
The rest of the movie could suck ass. That goat, I'd watch it over and over.
I thoroughly enjoyed like the jaunty jig and the fucking cat out the mouth.
You understand, like, you're making a horror movie, and so there's going to be things that are totally scary.
Yeah.
But you don't got to take it so serious all the time.
No. Have a goat say the word bitch.
Yeah.
And have like
whore.
Yeah, he had like a half human face too, which kind of made it funny to me.
He did.
It was like very much like a puppet.
I think it was mostly the eyes.
Yeah.
They were very human looking eyes.
Yeah. Oh my god. So out of 10, what are you giving it?
Drag Me to Hell. Because the only thing that pissed me off about the movie, that being this fucking judgmental Justin Long's mom, who really only lets her guard down once Christine's like, yeah, my dad's a drunk.
Right. Oh. I forgot all about that.
So the mom essentially just waits for Christine to be like, something about my life is garbage.
Yeah.
In order to give a shit about her whatsoever.
Oh my god. Yeah, I totally forgot all about that.
And like, oh, being on a farm, that must be so gross. Oh, you kept geese? Christine goes to all the trouble of making this fucking harvest cake from scratch.
Yeah.
And that's the first, it's made with eggs. Those come from animals. Ugh.
Those come out of animals' cloacas, which is their buttholes and their sex holes.
At the same time.
Yeah, that's the same hole.
But like, okay, you're so rich, because this is the thing. Everybody's got a super nice fucking house in this movie. The medium's house is a mansion.
Yep.
Christine's parents' house is Justin Long's parents' house is a fucking mansion. You're so rich that you don't know how food's made.
Yeah, for real.
I know you're not vegetarian.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's the dream. I'd like to be so rich I don't need to know how my food is made.
Yeah, and I'm disgusted by it. Mm-hmm. You're just you're so rich that I know you're eating expensive caviar.
Yeah, don't tell me where it comes from.
Those are also eggs, man.
Don't tell me where it comes from. I just want to eat it.
You don't even have to. You know.
I'm not here for a tour of the factory. I'm just here to pig out. Let's go.
Anyway, Drag Me to Hell gets a fucking 9 from me.
A 9? Okay.
I'm hitting this with the 9 because I had a thoroughly good time, and I do every time I watch it.
Okay. You're giving it a 9. I'm going to give it an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 is what I expected from you.
8 is good. It wasn't. I could have. The soundtrack, the Disney's Haunted Mansion stuff kind of bummed me out. I was like,
you expected Eddie Murphy to come out from around a corner.
I did, as like a ghost and he's holding his head and he's like, woo, you know.
There's a scene during this seance where they speaking of people coming around corners, while they're trying to channel this specific Lamia, they bring out by mistake, accident almost, a bunch of other ghosts that are listening to a seance that's meant to channel ghosts. And then everybody gets super pissed at these ghosts for showing up. That's like calling someone on the phone and getting mad they picked up the phone.
It really is. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, oh, here's the door. I'm not gonna go through. People might shout at me.
Yeah.
People might shout at me if I go through this door.
Oh, the be brought back to life vicariously through another body phone is ringing. I'm not gonna pick that up though. I'd rather just stay here in limbo.
Yeah. Shadows forever. The delight.
And then you pick up the phone and somebody on the other line like, why would you fucking pick up the phone, asshole?
This phone's not for you.
Yeah. Oh, I just knew that, I guess.
Yeah, definitely an 8. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Could have done without the Disney music. Other than that, I liked it.
All right. This medium dies in the process of this seance.
And he has it coming.
My only critique, and it's not about this movie as much as it is about all movies. People, when somebody is dead, give the most half-assed, ineffective CPR. Everybody gets CPR wrong in movies.
Yeah, did you know you're supposed to break ribs?
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that, but if you do, you're not supposed to stop.
Yeah.
The whole point of CPR is to keep the heart pumping because it can't do it itself until something or someone shows up that can revive this person.
Yeah.
You gotta just keep doing that shit, man.
If you stop, I think you can get in trouble. Like,
yeah,
it's like manslaughter almost.
That's interesting.
It's not manslaughter, but
like involuntary or something.
Yeah.
Something to that degree anyway.
Yeah, you gotta
neglect.
You gotta fucking crack ribs.
Yeah, you gotta hurt yourself giving CPR.
Mm-hmm. Also, it's always funny when they just like take the 2 fingers, just close the eyes.
Because they pop right the fuck back open for a while.
Yeah, they do.
It takes like 6 hours or something for eyes to be able to be shut like that.
Nah, just
bye.
Just two gentle fingers and the eyes close.
If you can't see me, I can't see you.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good movie. I guess it's my turn to pick the next one.
It sure is.
I think for next week, I'd like to watch The Strangers.
Okay. We're going right
different
from ghosts and demons and grab me gotchas and spookables.
Yes.
To, just an asshole family.
Yeah.
Just a family of assholes who are very mean. All right.
I think that's the switch up right there.
We're going to get it.
I'll
watch the It's actually been quite a while since I watched it.
Same.
And I have a feeling it's going to piss me right off for lots of reasons. Good.
I picked it because I know how much you don't like people coming into your house.
Hate it.
Yeah, so I
really want to get under my skin, into my craws, nooks and crannies.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking just talk about home invasion for a bit.
Well, we're gonna be talking about it for at least an hour. That's the Grindhouse guarantee.
It's my worst fucking nightmare. My roommate knows things about me that I wish he didn't because we've been friends for quite some time. If he were ever to be super pissed off at me, and he's told me this, his method of getting back at me would be to go on vacation for several days, come back when he knows I'm out of the house without telling me, go into my room, move things around, and leave again.
Ooh.
Because if I come home and I see things out of place,
that is upsetting.
I'll fucking lose my shit.
That is upsetting.
I'll lose it, and I'll lose it twice. The fucking atmospheric changes in my apartment building sometimes make the front door jiggle.
Mm-hmm.
Hate it.
Yep. It's like somebody down the hall opening a door creates the suction and it's like
hate
yes. I hate that shit too. So next week, get ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the discussion topic. And yeah, you can reach us at grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com.
Real quick, is there anything else to promote?
Well, the website.
Yeah.
darkroastcult.com, where you can go and listen to this podcast, a different podcast, and also browse our wares.
Yep. Of which there are some and will be many shortly.
Yeah. Working on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a work in progress, but hey. What are you going to do? I don't know.
Just wait longer.
Yeah. Do you have any final words?
Fucking strangers. All right.
round of Fortnite this morning.
Just one?
Just one.
I went the first one?
It was.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
I went out undefeated.
Usually I'm just going to play one and see.
Yeah.
It's like winning on one roulette spin when you go to the casino. You're just, all right, I'm done.
Well, the second I won, I was like, well, that's obviously I'm gonna have my win today.
That's the best stopping point.
I'm gonna take that. Yeah, because if I lose my next one, I'm just gonna be mad.
Yeah.
And then that's gonna cause like 3 or 4 more games to happen.
Yeah, and then it's a slippery slope, and then the next thing you know, it's 1 p.m.
Yeah, and you're like knocking at the door, and I'm still here doing this. No.
I don't know, and it's the same for me. I don't know if it's the same for you, but the ones that I win the most often are the first ones I play.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, dang. Well, let's keep this groove train running, and then you just get your ass handed to you.
Either because you're overconfident or you let your guard down. I don't know which.
And it's a game for like 10-year-olds too.
Also that,
so, maybe I mean, like I'm 32. I should be really good at it. You think I'd be winning every game, but it's very rare I find myself having
winning a solo.
Yeah,
it usually comes by surprise.
It does.
I don't much look at the numbers, like the people left alive. So very often, if I do win, it's like, oh, that was the last one. I just been hiding in a bush for 10 minutes.
That's a solid strategy.
Dude, it's amazing.
There's a lot of bushes. You can't. Sometimes I get in a car though, and I aim for bushes.
That's the only time I support edging. Stay at the edge of the circle the whole time and slowly move your way in.
You hear that? Jay's an edger.
Yeah,
he's full on supporting edging.
I'll edge all day.
He's straight edging, baby.
It makes the release more exciting.
If at all. I mean, sometimes you just edge. Sometimes you just want to hang your feet off the edge of the cliff. You don't need to jump in, you know? It's just you just get that thrill from being there.
Yeah.
It's like you put a gun in your face and you're like, ah!
It's Kurt Cobain on those train tracks.
Oh boy. R.I.P. Kurt. R.I.P. Hey, welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club. Hey, how's it going? It's a podcast. You're listening to it.
Right online somewhere.
There we go. Thank
Computer,
God.
phone.
I thought this was going to be all me, the whole thing.
No, just most.
Yeah. It's really early in the morning. So, you know.
It's early in the morning?
We got to get the giggles out.
It's fucking 1:15.
Oh, my God. All right, well, what? Yeah, it is. You're not. All right. I've had a long one this morning.
Yeah.
Fortnite wins. Starbucks.
Dude, you had a full plate.
I did.
Especially, and, you know, it's not going to matter in a day and a half, but the weather right now.
It's frightful.
It's a fucking nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
And it has been for 2 straight days. I don't know why it's got to snow in April.
We're more than halfway through April, too.
Yeah, it feels like a big middle finger to people who like to skateboard.
It really does. I saw my skateboard today. I'm like, oh, that'd be real fun to like zip down to Starbucks. But
nah,
I guess, yeah, I'll use my feet like a sucker.
Yeah. The slowest form of transportation aside from crawling.
Yeah. You know what? Even like pencil rolling, you get going pretty fast. You start that curve, like that natural pencil curve. You ever rolled down a hill like a child?
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is pencil rolling?
That's where you like throw your hands out all the way and your feet out.
Okay.
And then
it's got to be. You can't do that uphill though. That's so much effort.
Oh yeah. No, you would die. You would use every muscle then explode.
Yeah.
But you know, when you like roll and you get that natural like you start like do a weird curve.
So eventually you're straight up and down with the hill.
Yeah. What's that about?
I don't know. One half of you is heavier than the other half. You choose which.
Huh, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Anyway, well, welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club, where we put our fingers into plot holes.
Oh yeah, we do.
That's what we do.
Fuck, do we ever this week?
Yeah. We got a couple. There's some plot holes. There's some fingers.
Yeah.
There's some Matthew Lillard in there too, which was a nice.
There sure is. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo right there.
Yeah. Before we get into anything, thanks to Andrew for that song you heard at the beginning, that little creepy jangle. Mm-hmm. Thanks for doing that. Links in the
killed it with
the show notes.
Jangle.
I'm in the squeakiest chair in the world.
Exactly. So last week I was self-conscious about it because it was I had the rod out to let you go back further, and it was squeaking like way louder.
Yeah. No. I'm in the loud chair. I'm just gonna stay leaned back. I'm just inclined to recline the whole time.
You're inclined to recline.
So thanks, Andrew. Also, go check out darkroastcult.com. That's the website. There's coffee. There's enamel pins. Eventually, there'll be shirts. That's the next. Eventually, we'll see. But hey,
The nebulous deadline.
let's pretend like
up
we're drinking the coffee right now. Let's just.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I take mine iced.
That yeah, me too. That dark roast coffee that I definitely brewed earlier today.
Yeah, that's not from a different store whatsoever.
Oh yeah, it's good sweet cream. It's also homemade sweet cream.
You homemake it. So
yeah.
You like a butter churn downstairs that you just never showed me.
Yeah, well, that's like
You're living in the pilgrim years in like one room in your house.
No, I'm just really into butter.
Oh, you just love butter.
Yeah, I'm. You know how people are like really into stuff, but butter's my thing. I'm a butter aficionado.
Yeah, some people get into like really eclectic Italian cheeses.
I'm into
Sticking with the dairy theme, but it's butter.
yeah, much worse for you.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I'm a connoisseur of of that dangerous lifestyle.
What kind of
Eating too much butter?
yeah?
Yeah, that's me.
Do you dip your toes into margarine ever?
Only when I want to feel something.
Little I can't believe it's not. Just to switch it up.
I can always believe.
Yeah,
So this week we watched 13 Ghosts.
we sure did.
We watched 13 Ghosts. The first remake, I think we've done, maybe.
Remake.
Yeah, did you not know?
From like a 1960 movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could remember all the movies we've done up to this point. I want to say that there was another remake in there somewhere, though.
Maybe. At least there's been. I mean, Cabin Fever had a remake.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then I guess we haven't done Evil Dead yet.
No.
Okay.
But so far, I think that's the first one we've done.
Okay. I brought the not the same book that I usually bring, so I can't like leaf through it and figure out.
And I'm too lazy, and I like, to be honest, me flipping through these pages, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of leafing, and I don't want people to hear that.
Case in point, how many pages of notes did you write for this movie?
I got 7.
Yeah.
I got 7 pages.
I think this is the first one that you've beaten me on number of pages written.
Perhaps.
Because I only got 3, but I also didn't write down like ghost backstories 13 times.
Oh yeah, I had to do that because some of them are interesting and some of them are not so much.
No, some of them just make sense.
Yeah.
Some of them are just, oh, you did a bad thing, that's what happens to you now.
And some of them are Tony Shalhoub.
I don't know what that is.
Monk.
Oh yeah.
He's right in that movie.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
There's a couple weird things about this movie. There's a woman who plays one of the ghosts who this is her only film credit
yeah.
ever.
She decided. Well, I think this and like the young boy ghost. It was like they just like nah.
He didn't
you know
even
what?
have a picture on his IMDb page.
They're just like, you know what? This isn't for me.
Yeah.
This is not for me.
I hadn't seen this movie in quite some time, and I know that was the same for you.
Yeah.
And I realized, and I think we did an episode earlier on, or some iteration of something where we were talking about guilty pleasure movies.
Yes.
And I may have mentioned this one, and I now have a total explanation as to why I would classify it as a guilty pleasure movie.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because you got to turn your brain the fuck off to enjoy it. There's a lot of things wrong. There are so many things that I didn't pay attention to that like I found annoying and wrong.
Yeah. I didn't want to like point too many of those out, but there were a few of those for me, and I was like, I remember why I watched this one time. I do remember why. And like, I thought it was pretty funny. This was like Roger Ebert's is one of like his most hated films.
Really?
Yeah, for like
Hilarious.
2005 or something like that.
Love it.
Yep.
That makes sense. I bet you. I have a book that he wrote called Your Movie Sucks, which I believe is where YMS Adam got the name of his YouTube channel from. But I wonder, I bet you it's in it.
I would like to know if it is.
Because it's just like every bad review that he ever wrote for a movie up to a certain point.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope that this movie is in there because I would like to.
Yeah.
I'd like to actually see, because I feel like we're pretty good movie critics, but I mean, sure. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Him and his his weird jaw cancery face.
Yes. Yeah, he does.
He started to look like like one of those inflatable like bounce clowns that you hit and it comes back up at you, but that somebody poked a hole in the neck of. And then he died.
He certainly did. All true facts that have indeed happened.
Listen, I don't mislead here.
So this movie brings up some points, some important points. I think we should cover. Are ghosts people? Do ghosts have rights?
Do ghosts have? Oh, because they spend the entire movie or most of the movie anyway being locked in cubes.
Yes, yeah. Is that straight up slavery, as somebody in the film suggests, or because like, should ghosts really have rights?
Not if they're going around killing people indiscriminately.
All right.
One of the ghosts in this movie's got a body count of 40. I don't think he should have rights.
Yeah, no. I think he belonged in the cube for sure.
He should have stayed in that cube the whole time.
By the way, these cubes, it's more like a rectangular box. Let's be real. They were not. There's just like, yeah, sure, 6 sides, but come on, a couple of those sides a little longer than the other.
It's like 7 by 12.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's more like a rectangular prism. Doesn't really roll off the tongue in the same way.
Not really, no.
You're trying to capture this ghost in the midst of it killing all of the employees that you've hired with complete disregard for their well-being. And you got to be like, get him into the rectangular prism. Quick.
You could have just called it the prism.
Yeah, that's still
boom.
one extra syllable.
Fine. All right. So, yeah, get him in the cube.
Also, some of these fucking idiots probably don't know what a prism is.
Yeah, you're right.
You got to be like an ex-meth head to accept a job where, hey, we're going to hunt ghosts that might kill you.
You really do.
Until I have several of them.
It's that and roofing.
Yeah, it is.
So you're either hunting ghosts or you're roofing.
There's got to be some transferable skills there.
Yeah,
somewhere.
So this movie starts. Yeah, they're in a junkyard trying to catch this ghost because they need 13 ghosts. That's they need 12 ghosts.
They need 12 and then a fail-safe 13
ghosts.
Yeah.
And so they start by like basically chumming for ghosts.
So that was the first issue I had. Where the fuck they come into this junkyard, right, where this ghost has lived and has killed 40 people by just driving them back to the junkyard and murdering them horribly.
Absolutely.
Hitchhikers, people whose cars break down and shit.
Hey man, it's a good spot to do it.
Pissed me off because how do you get to the number 40 without somebody coming to the junkyard and being like, hey, where's all those bodies at?
We'd like to take a look around.
No, you're telling me 40 people's individual families aren't going to maybe wonder, like, why is the car missing and the people in the car? Oh, maybe it broke down and they took it to the junkyard.
Right? And, like, a big part of... at least I'm pretty sure a big part of junkyards is, like, you get to go in there and, like, if you like, buy parts to cars.
Yeah, you sure can.
So,
and as for this movie, he's got plenty of parts.
Yeah.
There's like 1,000 cars here.
But he's also like, he puts the fold on that one guy and like puts him away neatly in the car radiator. Like how are you not finding a body part amongst all these cars?
There's one where he just puts him in the driver's seat and then blood splatters all over the windshield.
Yup.
What janitor are you hiring to clean up that mess?
Exactly.
And he's walking through this ghost after they bring, and this is what I was gonna say, is where are you getting a tanker truck full of blood from?
Yes.
Without raising a single eyebrow.
Also, how many people are donating that much blood?
How
much blood are they really taking out of you when you donate?
Even if it's animal blood, like you're going to a farm and you're like, hey, I'm looking for some blood. And they go, well, I have pigs in the back. If you're looking for meat or whatever, and he's just like, nah, the blood, just that.
Yeah.
You can keep the husk.
Oh, the husk.
Also, I need enough to fill a truck.
Well,
that's the fastest police phone call ever. What are you using that for?
Oh, yeah. We're chumming for ghosts.
Yeah. And then
mad chumming.
I guess it makes sense because at that point, if somebody told me that, it's like, okay, what can I do to get this person off of my property as fast as possible? Might as well just give them the blood.
And so that not only that, they had this truck full of blood, but it has little misters built into it. In what universe would you need a tanker truck that sprayed the stuff you were trying to transport?
I'm trying to think. Only in the event, and it's not one of these, but the trucks that salt highways in the winter.
Okay.
Because then it's like that thing that spins around off the side, right?
Yeah.
Which would be just as effective at spraying as blood, I imagine.
Yeah, totally.
And subcontractors, they don't ask any fucking questions.
Oh, yeah, no,
I need your truck for a night. I'm going to probably pay you $100,000 for it.
Here's the invoice. It's due by Wednesday.
Is the blood factored into the quote?
Let's see here. It can be. Let me just do the math real quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get this fucking chum ghost, and then he gets folded into the radiator nicely. And
one guy, not yet. They got this fucking cube set up. The guy's name is Cyrus. Who,
of course it is.
Yeah, that's
course.
That's the most I trap ghost for a living name.
Oh yeah, Uncle Cyrus.
Yeah,
he's the fucking weirdo.
Uncle
for sure.
Cyrus, and that was also funny because obviously Matthew Lillard was Shaggy in Scooby-Doo. And I would imagine Uncle Cyrus being a villain in a Scooby-Doo episode. Like that's his name. They pull the fucking mask off. Uncle Cyrus.
He was really Shaggy-like in this one.
Yeah, he was.
He
got rid of this stoner accent. But
he was still like, hey, let's leave. There's ghosts. Let's get out of here. And then at one point he actually shows up in a costume.
Yeah, he does.
And I had to be like, is that Matthew Lillard?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's Matthew Lillard just in a costume.
It's like the flimsiest fucking costume ever.
Yeah.
Like you could just rent orange coveralls
from
like a thrift store and then like print off a name tag. Like, I'm the guy from The Power. And then the lawyer that's there tries to look at it for 5 seconds. He's like, nah, don't look at that too close, please. Like he's trying to get into a bar with a fake ID.
That is, he might as well have a backpack full of red flags right there.
Yeah, and then underneath is like a very nice suit.
Yeah, he pulls it off, and he's suddenly dressed very nicely.
Dapper as fuck.
It's like a silk shirt with like a blazer.
You could go to a wedding party like that.
Oh my god.
Nah, I'm going into Ghost Basement.
I'm
much
changing
to my chagrin.
My entire style. I'm changing to Matthew Lillard in 13 Ghosts.
You should. If you leave the house, you put on the jumpsuit, but at home, nice shirt.
Exactly. So you got Monk there, main character Monk. That's a little beyond everybody's time, but Monking it up.
I didn't even put that together because it's weird. His head's bigger in this movie than it is in Monk.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
Well,
I guess losing your wife in a fire brings a lot of stress fat on you.
Yeah, when you have to downgrade to a small apartment and you're just always tripping over some scooter. Yeah, you're gonna gain that water weight.
So fucking Cyrus has got this cube out and he's like, get the cube in position. Where's in position in this junkyard? Just anywhere. Just put the cube down literally anywhere.
We want the door facing outward. That's all we ask. Don't put it down on the door.
And I just make sure that the blood hallway leads up to it. Mm-hmm. Those are the only criteria for this.
It's a dumb ghost just walking right into a cube like that.
They got first before any of this happens. Also, he shows up in fucking Cruella de Vil's car from like
he
so you
really
got a truck
does.
and you got 2 SUVs and then you got the guy looking to steal 101 junkyard dogs.
Oh my god, yes.
If you told me that's what he was there for, I would have believed you 100% based on the vehicle he drove up in.
2 henchmen just with like weird noses and those like old-timey English caps on.
And he's playing fucking, so he's chumming that junkyard.
He's just chumming hard.
And starts playing like slowed down Latin verses in order to draw this ghost in, which, I mean, what happened to a little bit of Barry White? And so he's standing up on these cars and he's just yelling, "Come!" at this ghost. It's like the worst date ever.
Oh my god. Imagine if that's all Ghostbusters was just like, get over here.
Come!
You fucking ghost. Get in this box.
No wonder that library ghost is so pissed.
Oh,
getting taken advantage of.
Yeah, well, I mean, shh. That's what she said. She said shush. That was the whole thing.
This is the first ghost we see in the whole movie. It's the 12th one in the list. I don't know why they saved the hardest one for last, but it seems like they did. They got this, and they got this giant fucking Ving Rhames with a bunch of nails in them called the Hammer, which I took to calling him Hammerhead Dark.
Whoa! Oh my.
Because that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't have any other good nicknames except for that one.
Okay.
He's Hammerhead Dark forever.
Hammerhead Dark. Okay.
And I don't know why, but Cyrus just put all of his employees in between this ghost called the Juggernaut and the Cube. Like, hey, kill everybody I've hired, please.
Well, maybe that was his plan though. Like, hey, here's the bait. I know how you like to put away your folded laundry. Well, do that to my employees.
Save that for later.
Come get in this box.
Fucking no dryer sheets in sight. It's gonna be staticky as fuck when you pull that body out of there.
Oh my god, that's probably my favorite kill of the whole movie. Is just it's that
the guy gets folded in.
Yeah,
nicely.
Yeah, that or like when they put the bend on Shaggy.
They do put it. It's the same guy too.
Yeah.
It's the same ghost.
He's got a thing. He likes to bend.
He does. He really likes to bend and rip. There's a scene as this Juggernaut's going toward the cube where he picks up a guy and throws him, and one of his colleagues, as he's being thrown through the air, just like gingerly pushes his body out of his way so that he can keep running away. Like the most selfish shit.
I would do that though. That's something I would do.
They all got the glasses on, the special glasses that let you see ghosts. The second I see that thing, I'm like, bye.
Yeah,
I quit.
Yeah, I don't even want to wear the glasses because I
this fucking
yeah. I feel like the glasses are going to show me more ghosts I don't want to see.
Let me just not see it coming.
Yeah, for real. And that's like that's the intro to the movie.
Yeah, and then you're treated to one of the most depressing audio-visual montages in any movie I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, because you hear a lady burning to death.
Yeah, and then her family being incredibly upset by it. And then just we pan over to fucking Monk, whose name in this movie is Arthur.
Yeah.
Which he's a math teacher. Of fucking course he is with that name.
Yep. Well, he looks like a math teacher. He's got the math teacher look.
He does. But I expected him to be wearing tweed the whole time.
Before we go any further, do you want to spoil the whole movie in less than a sentence or two? You got a good one?
Yeah. Hang on. It's fucking. I call attention to the fact that it's Shaggy from Scooby-Doo right in there. Shaggy and the gang spend a night wishing a baker's dozen worth of ghosts were just groundskeepers in Loch Ness Monster costumes.
I like it. I didn't write mine down, but mine was something along the lines of Monk finds out that inheritance ain't worth the squeeze.
They go into the room and he's like, I have nothing. I'm a shitty math teacher. And you know how much teachers get paid in the United States, about the same as a postal worker, which I guess probably less than, as a matter of fact. And so I can't afford this house that's being given to me by my old creepy uncle's estate.
Yeah, but you know what? I got this live-in maid I'm going to continue to support. Let's live in the tiny apartment.
With 4 people in that horribly small apartment.
Why is he complaining about how little he has?
You don't even need to hire a maid for an apartment that small. That's 30 minutes of cleaning.
Fire the maid. You're going to save so much money.
Crazy money.
Hey, sorry, times are tough. You get it, right? You've seen my underwear. Times are tough.
You've seen my underwear and the fact that I'm constantly sweating from stress.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And then the lawyer's like, "Don't worry, everything's paid for."
I don't.
Maybe financially.
Yeah.
Not spiritually.
No.
You're going to pay a heftier price.
Traumatically.
Than the property tax on this building.
Yeah. It's going to be a whole mess. So his son's, I don't know, he's like recording like either a news show, but I think he's like, it's just a death count. He reads the obituaries and the news, and he just records himself reading these horrible things.
He looks for like murders and mutilations in the newspaper.
Yeah.
And so he just, and then into a tape recorder so he could play it back at midnight or something.
Yeah.
Like a creepy kid.
Of course. Well, look at him. The kid's creepy looking.
And such a good nanny too. Like, make sure that this child, who's probably like 6 or 7, knows exactly what the word decapitated means.
Yeah. There was like a weird part where she was trying to teach him to spell suffocate as well.
Yep, she sure was. And it was like a trivia game because he was like, I won!
Yay, suffocation! Yeah. No breathing! Oh, Jesus. My favorite line out of the movie, I think...
First of all...
there's a good couple, but...
Matthew Lillard has all the best lines in the movie except for one.
Except for one.
And that's Maggie's.
Okay, are you sure? Because I thought the young child being like, hey, tell her that keeping a record of death is healthy, because she's being a slut about it. Yeah. I thought that was... He just...
That was one of the good ones for sure.
Just drops that hard, like, hey, she's being a slut about this. She's being a real fucking slut.
Real slut, my sister, who is a fucking adult. Clean the house yourself.
Yeah. Literally, she is a year younger than the person who's supposed to be her nanny.
She's within... Yeah, she fucking is. It's like the fucking second oldest person in this whole movie. All like you get to see her having fun with the son's names. So this is Kathy and Bobby now. Outside in the backyard for like 10 seconds, swinging them around like a flail. And then she's just a bitch until she learns that she's going to inherit money.
Yeah.
She's super mean and fucking... Yeah, there's a part where the dad trips over Bobby's scooter.
Oh my God.
And then she goes, well, maybe if we had a bigger house, this wouldn't be a problem.
This is a fine apartment. Why are you complaining?
And your mom just died.
Yeah.
And look at all these bills I have that are past due.
Yeah.
Don't bring up the fact that the house is small to me.
You were there. The old one burned down.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, like, get a job. How old are you?
Yeah, get a job.
Oh my God. But he trips over that fucking scooter and he's like, this is the third time this week. Pick it up. It's your fault at that point. If you keep tripping over the same scooter.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the big extreme sports fucking apparatus.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And it takes up like 10% of the floor. It's not invisible.
Well, maybe if they didn't put their kitchen table so close to the wall. I don't know. I'm not here to design the chi of their house, but their chi is cha for sure. It's all cha.
First thing to go back a little bit that I noticed about this movie that pissed me off. Matthew Lillard, our introduction to him is that he's a ghost psychic who touches a surface. Doesn't have to be a person. He just has to touch anything in the environment if there's a ghost nearby, and he gets to see their entire like history of how they were killed, how many people they've killed since then.
Must be nice.
And then, so like there's a part where he takes a glove off to do that at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the movie, people touch him through all of his clothes, and it works just fine. So it's not like that fabric stops him from having a fucking seizure flashback.
Yeah, no.
The rules about his like being touched and touching things are super nebulous.
I feel like he was just being like, hey, I got the hand right here.
Yeah.
Like hand models, like when they and like I'm probably dating myself here, but was it Of Mice and Men where the dude always had his hand in a Vaseline glove?
Yeah. He's trying to keep that hand okay.
I feel like that's what I feel like that's what's going on here.
Well, that makes sense.
Oh my God. And yeah, so he's you know, he wants to be the only ghost guy. So yeah, of course he's got the special glove on his hand.
He's got to have the best ghost hands.
He's like the Zach, what's his name? The ghost hunter, how he just dresses up like, yeah. You know how he dresses up like a goth? And he goes and looks for ghosts.
You gotta play the part.
Yeah,
you
it's
gotta
like
play
that.
your role.
It's like that. He's like, I got the magic touch right here, golden glove. But then he just forgot it for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, he just stopped wearing them.
Yeah.
I'd be in a bubble is my point.
Yeah.
I'd be in a fucking bubble constantly. Just stay away from me in the bubble. I'm not touching nothing.
I thoroughly enjoyed the part where the dad was trying to Tony Shalhoub, Monk, was trying to help him up. And he's just like having flashbacks. He's like, stop touching me. But he does. He just keeps trying to get him.
Are you okay? Hey, are you all right?
Let me rub that back. Let me rub it.
You didn't start having these seizures till I touched you. I'm going to keep doing it. Am I helping?
Oh my God. I forgot in the little montage where you hear like his wife burning to death. Like her name is Jean.
Yeah.
But it sounds very much like he's shouting, "Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Jeez.
My wife.
Ah, jeez.
Darn it."
Yeah. Oh my God.
Half her face. Come on.
And do you think Dunkin' Donuts paid for the plug?
Quick one.
They're like, hey, they found a decapitated body behind that Dunkin' Donuts.
Mm-hmm. And then he goes, "I love Dunkin' Donuts."
Yeah, great.
That's what I think of when I hear about a decapitation. Eclairs?
America runs on that shit. Eclairs and decapitation.
What's that filling? That jelly filling?
Sex, drugs, and donuts.
Well, it's one kind of white powder.
So yeah, I mean, like that's a pretty good plug. Made me want some donuts.
Yeah. This lawyer shows up at their fucking place.
Looks a lot like David Bowie.
Yes, he does. I didn't put that together, but yeah.
Is that David Bowie? How old's this movie?
There's no way David Bowie would play a lawyer in a movie.
This is like 80s David Bowie. What the fuck?
Their mouths are different. I think that's the main difference between the two.
Yeah, and the eyes, but it was. I feel like I've seen this guy in other movies, but I'm too lazy to go and look on the IMDb page.
I think he's some kind of also a lawyer or representative of some kind of some TV shows as well.
Why not?
Like I could see him in fucking Law and Order or something like that.
I could see him being with the blonde hair and the blue eyes and all. Wait, did he have blue eyes?
I don't remember.
I was just thinking like he just looked Aryan.
Yeah, he did. I was far too concerned with looking at the inside of his head once he got split in half by a door.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful.
And that is where my favorite line, or one of the only good lines that's not Matthew Lillard's in the movie, came from, is that after he gets cut in half by doors shutting, when the house starts to shut himself down, later on Maggie goes, because he's not around anymore, did the lawyer split?
I didn't catch that.
Yep.
I didn't catch that at all, but that, love it.
Yeah, dude. I told you catfights are happening behind us here. He pulls up a video of Cyrus talking about, a post-mortem video of Cyrus talking about this family's inheriting the house here.
And first of all, Uncle Cyrus, totally a guy who would make a fucking video will.
Yeah.
And
with a cigar and his cane visible.
And yes, Cat.
Cats are ornery today.
Yeah, he would, and he would totally make his video will interactive too.
Yeah,
he would totally wait for like a pause and like try and guess what they're gonna say.
I hated that.
Big Uncle Cyrus move.
Fucking, he's just describing a thing. Tells the lawyer to give them the key to the house through the screen, even though he's dead.
Yeah,
and then they're like, "What's this key for?" And then he goes, "It's the key to the house." Like, I knew the exact amount of time it would take for them to get confused about this item.
Oh, yeah. He's like, hey, lawyer, how many beats does it take you to pull a key out of your pocket? 1, 2, 3. It's the key to the house.
And then this is not how computers work, especially not in 2001, where, as he's talking, other pop-ups on the computer with just more information.
Love it.
And then, I don't know if you noticed, but it's the lawyer's fucking laptop. And his desktop background just has pictures of people's faces screaming.
I did not notice that, and I wish that I had gone back and looked at it.
If I had fucking seen that on the lawyer's computer that's supposed to be talking about my fucking dead uncle, I'm like, hey, get out.
I don't think you're a legitimate lawyer.
No.
1 second.
And he does such a shit job of being a legitimate lawyer, too. He waits for the first second that he gets to go and try and steal money that's hidden in the house, and he knows exactly where it is.
Oh my god! All right, so I don't know if you picked up on this. So he goes down into that basement to steal that money because he's a good lawyer.
Yeah,
that's what lawyers do.
Well, in a way, they very much do steal money.
And like, I don't know if he's either in on the fact that this house is full of ghosts, or he's very much just a dummy because he's down there like, hey, what's up, kid? How's it going, ghost?
Yeah.
Like,
shitting on these fucking...
Yeah,
so he definitely knows that the ghosts are things.
That, or he's just like, he's got the glasses on, so he's just seeing people in the basement.
If that's the case, then this is the most steeled person on the face of the planet.
I don't know. He seemed very casual, but the way he's like, oh, what's
exactly
people down here? Well, what's up?
Oh, it ain't people though. I can take one look at any of these things and know that it's not living.
Yeah, see, I didn't think he took like a good enough look, but then he's like, hey, nice tits.
He definitely stopped to...
He said that to a dead person.
And then... Yeah, and she's all sliced up, and she's obviously dead, and he goes, what's the matter? Bad representation? If I was a ghost, right, with unfinished business, who died horrifically...
Oh, yeah.
I'm going after that person first.
Yeah, and that's exactly what... So he says nice tits, and then immediately sets off a booby trap.
Yeah, like a fucking idiot. Two of them in a way. One of them gets him. But yeah, he must not have known. So that was the thing that I... sort of figured as like a mental leap in a way.
Yeah.
He picks up that briefcase that's clearly on a pedal.
Yep.
And it activates everything.
Absolutely.
He must not have noticed because the greed was blinding him. He's like, oh, this briefcase definitely has money in it. I don't care what I'm moving around in here.
Yeah.
Weirdly. But I definitely would have been like, why is that weighing that down? I'm putting that back.
Yeah, the second I saw things go and click back up, I'm like, no.
It's a fucking trap from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh my god, yeah, it is.
He should have brought a sandbag.
He should have just took a couple of the monies.
Yeah, these wads of thousands probably.
But clearly, I don't know why the bag of money was down there. If it was meant to be like they were supposed to be in the house and then find the bag of money, or
Here's
they were
what
like,
it is, right?
money's in the basement, buddy.
2 people in this house care about money. Matthew Lillard, whose name is Dennis.
Yes.
And the lawyer, who I don't fucking
William.
know. William, okay. Both of those people, Cyrus must not like terribly much.
Well,
Because this whole thing has been orchestrated and planned in a certain way, as you find out near the end, when the chick who comes to free all the ghosts and Cyrus meet up, and it turns out they're in cahoots with each other. My assumption there is that he expected one of those 2 people to pick that bag up first.
fair enough. Okay.
Either way, I'm bringing these people to the house with the lawyer. Somebody's going to know that there's money. I'm going to leave it here to be picked up.
Okay.
So I don't have to be there to activate the shit.
Okay. I figured the lawyer was sort of in on it and he was there to like point them in the right direction and then GTFO.
Yeah, my problem with that is he didn't GTFO fast enough, clearly.
No, I don't think he fully understood the plan. He heard money and then he's like,
Yeah, money in a bag? Cool.
Hallway of Nightmares? All I gotta do is look. Let's go.
Yep, no worries.
This house, by the way, when they roll up on this house, because like they show a lot of the video will shows like all the pictures of the inside and like it looks all nice.
Yeah.
And they roll up on this like glass box that looks like a puzzle, wherein there's literally zero privacy because you can look from one side of the house and see the backyard.
You know, it's fucking funny.
It's just glass walls.
The only place that has a mild amount of privacy is the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because it's got those like glass cube things
Those
that are
90s dentist office partitions. Glass, fogged, weird, distorted cubes.
But that's not good enough.
No, not for me.
I'm not showering in there.
I don't want to see forms of people wandering around while I'm trying to shit because I know they're right on the other side of the glass.
And also, it's easy enough to look from a certain angle and just see dick if someone's in there.
Yeah, oh yeah, you get close enough and it's like a magnifying glass.
The one thing I will say about this house, as per my comment during The Strangers about home invasion, if I were to live there, at least I would feel better about the fact I could see a burglar from the yard.
Fair. There you go.
I'm fucking in the library reading a book and I just look up and, oh, what's that, a burglar? Cool. Good thing I can see you 200 feet away.
Yeah. I guess I'll be calling the police before you get here.
Yeah. Before
That's efficient. I'm gonna be robbed in like 5 minutes. Yeah, he's in the driveway. I see him coming.
Like, he's running, but he's got a ways.
Can I shoot him?
Yeah.
Shoot. I'm gonna shoot him.
Yeah, it's all good.
You come get him.
Guess what? Here's what we'll do, right? We'll time your response here. If the burglar gets to my house before you guys roll up, he'll be dead when you get here.
That you're making their job easy. Oh my god. This house is not a home. It is very much just a house. It just doesn't look cozy. It looks like it's gonna cut you.
It does.
If you settle into it, like
which it does do.
There's like a sharp edge everywhere.
Don't get too close to the walls. Speaking of rocking up to this house at first and the look of it, I know exactly what's going on right away.
Yeah.
And I go, hey man, maybe I don't want this house.
Yeah.
Not just because of the privacy thing, but who's writing Latin all over the walls?
Right.
If they're not trying to either keep something in or out.
Never read Latin. There's no need for it.
Everybody who reads Latin ever gets fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a dead language for a reason because it's full of dead people.
Yeah. My first thought was I thought he just had like a beautiful mind room where it's just like his written on the glass. I'm like, of course Uncle Cyrus is the type to have a goddamn beautiful mind room.
Of course Uncle Cyrus has paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. Of course, anybody named Cyrus immediately is a weirdo. That's just
yeah, it's true. You own like a shocking number of motorcycles.
So yeah. Then Matthew Lillard rolls up as the
fucking power guy.
But like, I honestly, there was a second I was like, is that?
Yeah.
Because like he was in the movie earlier. Am I supposed to believe this is a different person? And
I don't know where he got like a fully decked out electrician's truck from.
Yeah.
But he just knew what he was doing as protect. He put more effort into getting that truck than he did into dressing up as the power guy.
He really did. And then he shows up and he's like, he sees all the glass walls. He's like, What? You guys couldn't afford any walls? But the whole house is walls.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Look at the walls.
They're just made of a very specific material. That was him being in character.
I imagine.
Obviously, because he knew.
Yeah. But
he also he's got the best acting of any person in this whole movie.
He has a little bit of a Shaggy yelp at one point. You hear the voice crack and you're just like, ah.
Well, he's stressing. There's ghosts.
This was filmed before Scooby-Doo was, by the way. This came out before Scooby-Doo.
That's very interesting.
So
they're like, well, you did one ghost movie.
Yeah.
How about 4 more that are hilarious?
All right. Here's another fun fact. So what is it? Dark Castle Films.
Yeah.
Their first movie was the 1985 The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Dark Castle Films, named after fucking Stephen King. It's not. It's Dark Tower.
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard, when describing why he's there in the first place, is talking about how the house has knocked out power to everywhere, but he calls it every house in the tri-quad area.
Jesus.
Hey, that's nothing.
You sure?
That's nothing.
That sounds very important to me. It sounds legitimate and important.
I looked it right up. And there's a thing called tri-state area. There's a thing called quad-state area. It's just a collection of cities in a location.
Okay.
Across a couple of states.
Okay.
But tri-quad area is 3 and 4 at the same time. That ain't shit.
Well,
work on the script.
Look, fooled me. Fooled everybody else.
I'm the only one that was like, I don't know about geography on this one.
I always thought a tri-state area was like wherever 3 states meet, and like you could stand in all 3 states at the one.
That's what I thought it was, and before I brought that over here for the podcast, I wanted to look it up and make sure I wasn't wrong.
Hey man, well, I appreciate you doing the legwork, the due diligence.
Yeah, they fucking shove that key into the house. And everything opens, and then they just go right in.
Yeah, the second that key gets enveloped by the house, nah.
Because of the way it opens up?
Yeah.
Oh, this is all on gears, levers, and pulleys that are invisible to me right now? I could see myself getting stuck in here right away.
Yeah. By the way, how am I supposed to get a good night's sleep when all I hear is mechanisms ticking and clicking away in the house?
You're just living inside of fucking Big Ben.
Yeah, the house is constantly winding. And it's like,
it
all
winds
right,
all the time.
Can the clock not tick for 6 hours?
I don't know how, like, I'm hearing levers, like, just chunk. What's fucked up?
Oh, boy.
3 a.m., nothing should be moving.
I just heard three walls adjust. What's going on down there?
Somebody's adjusting the walls.
These walls don't need adjusting.
So, like, this is a fucking... And to skip ahead a bit, fucking... You know what? I'm not even gonna. I get pissed right away.
Okay.
Because, hey, Arthur, we've got some papers to sign in order to sign this house over to you. And then Arthur's like, all right, my family, stay right here. Because you just watched those doors open automatically. And don't move, because they might close elsewhere. That's a good enough reason for me to sit still.
Yeah, it's called respecting your elders.
Yeah, and so, like, Arthur spends his whole movie being neurotic as fuck, and I immediately understood why nobody in his family listens to him through this whole fucking movie.
Well, yeah.
They don't ever, until they either get kidnapped or almost killed.
Half this movie is him being like, well, where are my kids? By the way, how do you lose kids in a house where you can look and go,
there's every person.
yeah, I can see through every wall, and I can see silhouettes shitting. Like, how do you lose kids in this house? How big is this house? It must be huge.
The best nanny in the world can't keep track of a 9-year-old for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know who called her the best nanny in the world. You just might be thinking that.
No, guess what? You're fired.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
She quits at the end of the movie. Nah, on the spot.
Yeah.
When they're fucking in the bathroom and she goes, he used to be with me. Guess what? Terminated.
Yeah, you lost my child in the Latin house?
In the
Latin fun house of horror?
Yeah. And it's so much is that, like, immediately I was like, if I'm walking through this house, I'm walking into walls.
Oh yeah,
imagine
for sure.
Imagine being drunk in that house and trying to find the bedroom.
Oh my god, a big bonk.
Yeah.
Bonk. Where's the door?
And then eventually you just go to sleep on the floor.
And eventually the house shifts and...
Yeah, it's...
By the way, I mean,
I'm stuck in the study for a weekend.
I like the way we did Cube, a movie about a building that shifts.
Mm-hmm.
Another building that shifts.
Yeah.
Keeping it light, keeping it shifty.
The other movie that I had recommended last week for this week's was House on Haunted Hill, which is also a building that shifts.
Oh my God.
And they're both movies, and it's fucked up actually because I was looking it up. These two movies, and I didn't know any of this when I put them both as options, they are extremely similar. In a lot of ways.
Okay.
Yeah. They're both based on books written by the same person.
Yes, they are.
Didn't know that. They both trap the people inside until the ghosts get them. There's ulterior motives from both main characters who orchestrate bringing the people in the first place.
I think they were both done by the same company as well.
I
Dark
believe
Castle.
so, yeah. So it's just fucked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, that, yeah.
And a lot of similarities in the story, too. Like, there's a Matthew Lillard character in House on Haunted Hill as well.
Is it actually Matthew Lillard?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
I know he's in other things, but I can't place him in anything else. It's like old ass TV show or music video or something, but equally neurotic guy who shows up to let people in and wants to get the fuck out of there right away.
Fair enough.
Like it's the same personality type.
Okay.
And he's also got all the answers. He's the only one who knows about the ghost beforehand.
Son of a bitch.
Like, so he's the only one who can explain the situation to the characters who are oblivious.
Okay.
It's kind of funny in a way.
Yeah, I didn't think you did that on purpose.
No.
If I knew any better, I would be accusing you of doing that on purpose.
Fucking yeah. And this is essentially a giant puzzle box.
Yeah.
That moves around.
With ghosts in it.
Yeah. I don't think there's any ghosts in the cube and cube.
No, there's just traps.
Yeah.
But if you replace traps with ghosts, you've got the same movie.
There's also traps in 13 Ghosts. One chick gets crushed to death in between two walls.
Yeah, that was a good one. Apparently that scene was a lot more gory, but they cut it. And I don't see why they did that.
No, and it's really like getting squished is probably the most painful way to go ever.
Oh my God, yes.
You just got to feel everything break into you. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to think about it while it's happening. So yeah, in this movie, you need special glasses to see the ghosts.
Yes.
They've got these glasses that they've invented. They let you see the ghosts. In the original movie, when you went in to see it in theaters, you could only see the ghosts in the movie if you wore glasses.
That's fucking sick.
I don't know how they did that, or if I misread that, but that seems like it was like a 3D glasses situation, and you could only see the ghosts while you were wearing them.
There is a movie, I can't remember the name of it, but in it there is a witch who transforms from a regular looking human being into a horrible witch.
Okay.
And they didn't have CGI back then, obviously. So they had to figure out a way to get that to happen while they were filming in fucking 32 millimeter black and white. So what they did was they changed a light filter on the actual physical lights from red to blue. And so the blue light on the camera picked up her witch makeup. And the red light just picked up her human makeup.
Oh, that's cool.
So maybe they were like 3D glasses and they had the scenes with the ghosts or the ghosts painted and made up in a certain way where it was only visible in one lens.
That could be.
Bam.
That's some wild stuff.
Dude, people from the past had to be geniuses to get good things done.
Yeah, they did. I just would have been like, we're not making this film then.
We're just going to cut away and cut back. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't do this, it's just done. We're done.
Yeah, fuck this film.
Everybody go home.
Buster Keaton is a national treasure because he was the only one willing to jump in front of a train, literally.
Yeah, oh my God. Oh, times were different. Now we just CGI everything. No man, no train tracks.
Yeah, nothing.
Just desert.
Yeah, just wetness.
Everything
shiny wetness.
Everything is a shot of the desert, and then all the shiny wetness is added in later. That's every movie.
Everything in the future is apparently moist.
So the lawyer goes down and he insults all these ghosts, and he's like, "Hey, yeah, nice tits," and then he comes back out, and the ghost is out, and he's like, "Oh, hey." It was just lawyer humor. Saying tits is probably the most hilarious thing you could do in like as a lawyer,
like
or
in court.
Yeah, just like, hey, what's up, tits? And then like the lawyer's like,
may it please the court, Tits.
Yeah. Yo, you must see that evidence. Titties.
If the glove don't tit, you must have quit.
If the tit don't tit, you must have tit.
That woman's poor tits were so mangled too.
Oh my God. Oh, and then so the glass door slices him in half.
Yeah, it does.
And then like it looks very much just like an IRL CT scan.
Yeah, it does.
You see like his eyes and everything.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you read into the trivia page.
I read some things. Yeah.
Did you read probably the best fact about that whole thing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, here.
I didn't write it down anyway.
Let me lay it down on you. That the lady, the angry princess, as she's called.
Yeah.
Played by an actress named Shauna Lawyer.
This fact. Yeah. This is the best fact.
And then she like causes this lawyer to back up into the door that like slices him closed.
Yeah.
And then she's Shauna Lawyer. She's shorn a lawyer.
Oh my God. That's not the one I thought.
Oh, that's not it?
No. It's a similar fact about that angry princess, though.
Okay.
The woman who plays that angry princess only has one acting credit.
Mm-hmm. Shauna Lawyer.
Yeah. She's shorn a lawyer. Oh my God. There's a couple funny things like that. Coincidences that were like written into the script. She routinely gets confused in her performance with a porn actress.
Yes.
So there was, and that had to be debunked. And the way they debunked it was being like, nah, that actress you're confusing her with was in the porn parody of this movie.
Yes.
Called 13 Erotic Ghosts.
They weren't really swinging for the fences with that name.
No, and they routinely don't, which I've found. I don't know what it is with like porno parody titles. And it's like, we're just not going to try.
No, well,
you know what this is.
Yeah, you're not even, you're just looking at the pictures on the cover.
Yeah. You're like one false move short of just having fucks a lot in it. Just right in the title. So I wrote down the actual plot synopsis.
To the porno parody.
To 13 Erotic Ghosts.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to hear that.
Because I almost pissed my pants. Investigators arrive in a burned down girls' school to check if the rumors of ghost appearances are true. With their special goggles, they can see that the ghosts are constantly engaging in lesbian sex, which makes everyone horny. Right there on the IMDb.
Oh my God.
That's the official plot synopsis for 13 Erotic Ghosts.
So that probably took like 30 minutes to write. They probably finished this movie. Hey, wait a minute. Let's put some boners in there.
Yeah. Went to my special goggles. I like which makes everyone horny. Just matter of factly.
I feel
you
like
put the goggles on. Well, I'm horny.
I feel this change about me. My horny levels increasing. I can't control my hardness.
This is Dragon Ball Z version?
Yeah. It sounds like something Adam Skinner would write.
I had that literal thought.
And I'm going to ask.
That's a summary to a book he writes.
That for sure. For sure.
Fuck's sake. Maybe you don't know, maybe he wrote that. Maybe he's the one who wrote and directed that.
Yeah, maybe he's living the secret undercover life.
The fucking the Kathy chick in this, her name is Shannon Elizabeth.
Yep.
And she has one of the best lines. She's also in a Scary Movie.
Okay.
And she has one of the best lines in that movie. And I cannot remember it now.
Oh.
And I need to.
Okay.
Oh yes. So in that movie, her for anybody who hasn't seen Scream, there's a sheriff deputy who's like a bumbling idiot.
Yeah.
So in Scary Movie, they just made him somebody with a mental handicap.
Doofy.
So there's a scene where Shannon Elizabeth and Anna Faris are having a sleepover, and Doofy comes into the room and says something to the tune of, I told you not to disturb me while I'm cleaning my room.
Yes.
And then Shannon Elizabeth says, yeah, and Mom also said never to stick your dick in the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Which that's what he's doing every time he brings a vacuum cleaner out in that movie.
Oh my God, that's the only part of that movie I can ever remember. Holy shit. Oh my God.
She also has the best death in that movie because she's just a sarcastic bitch the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like chirping Ghostface like he's useless.
Yeah.
While she's getting dismembered.
Yeah, it's just stabbing her.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, we get the lawyer death. But then, like, okay. If you were to encounter some stairs in a home that go into the basement, and what you hear is like, hey, what's up? Come on down here. What's up, bud? Come on down.
My 9-year-old ass is running so fast and so far away from that ginger whisper.
Yeah, if I can't see what's beckoning me into the basement, no, I'm not going in. No.
Here's another thing. They sort of subtly hint that the only reason he can hear that is because he's got the tape recorder.
Okay, yes.
But then at the end of the movie, the whole family gets to hear dead mom.
Yeah.
And I don't think they have the tape recorder anymore at that point.
Well,
but throughout the rest of the movie, that's the only time that you hear any of the ghosts speak.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
It does.
Until the last part. But
I didn't really
power of love shit probably.
I didn't really think about that, but I kind of put that together because he bumps into something and he drops the tape recorder.
This is what I was gonna. So that's me in this house every day. I don't even have to be scared and running away from a bound woman in order to run into walls.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm running into every one of those walls.
That's what happens. That's what you get when you have glass walls.
My nose is broken constantly in this house.
Yeah, you're it's not even sleep apnea anymore. It's just your nose is so deformed
so
that
fucking mangled. I can't breathe when I
there's
sleep.
just like a kazoo up there constantly. But yeah, so this kid,
this kid's an idiot.
Despite hearing his mother's voice being like, "Don't come down here,"
which how are you not going to know what your mom sounds like?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, and as soon as I heard like, hey, because she calls him by name, I'm like, oh, that's the mom. Here we go. Did they burn down the house and kill the mom? Is that how that went down?
Oh,
because they needed the withered mother or whatever.
Lover.
Yeah, they needed that. So were they like, you know what? Let's burn that house down.
They don't talk about how the house burned down.
No.
I realize. Interesting.
But they also like at the beginning, Cyrus dies while they are trapping the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
And they show him like with his throat cut with like something like right here.
Yeah, it's like a piece of a car.
Yeah.
Has almost cut his whole head off.
And then it's like right to decapitated body found behind Dunkin' Donuts. So I was like, oh, did they just like chuck his body there? Is that the respect they gave Cyrus? Just fucking dump him.
Well, no, but
yeah,
I can understand why you had that thought at the time.
Yeah, like I wrote that down. Like, oh my god, Jesus. But yeah, so like, did they burn down the house in order to create that ghost?
That's a great question.
Or do you think it was just like happenstance? They like read in the news like, oh, somebody perished in a fire.
Well, at one point in the movie, Cyrus says greatness requires sacrifice.
Yeah.
So, and also like you could just burn down any house.
That's fair. You really could.
Why would you choose that one? So, and like they're related. That's his uncle, right? So if he hears, oh, your wife got torched in a fire and you don't have anything bad going on in your life as far as your family, oh, this works for me.
Yeah.
Let's go get that dead wife.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe that is...
But like Matthew Lillard said that he didn't know that it was them.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you not know that? You just go to the charred remains when they're not around, I guess.
I guess so.
This is a burnt down house that I know about somehow. Don't ask much.
Yeah. He just doesn't ask a lot of questions.
No.
That's why I like him.
Yeah, and you're motivated by money, and obviously you don't get along with regular people because you can't ever shake anybody's fucking hand.
Yeah. Another really good line in this movie is just the kid explaining to the lawyer that his mom's all burnt up and dead. I forget how he says it, but he says it really...
That's basically what he fucking said.
Yeah, he's just like, nah, my mom's fucking crispy.
Yeah, he says something like, my mom burned to death in a fire.
Hey, welcome to my house. Yeah, my mom...
right away.
Dead in a fire. Let's go.
Oh,
want to know more about me? I shit the bed.
I don't know how to put on my toys.
See, and they're in the... What do they go all go to the basement. There's so many ghosts. There's
fucking ghosts.
There's a chopped up body ghost, and there's that
motherfucker's just on the wrong side of the mafia. It's like,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah, he played by a double amputee.
Yeah, awesome.
They just digitally removed his head.
Another good movie that has a double amputee in it. Dawn of the Dead. the Zack Snyder version.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good crawler.
There's actually, it's a guy, they're in the parking garage, and he fucking monkey bars across the fucking trusses up top and jumps on someone's shoulders with no legs.
Shit. Yeah. All right. Okay. Then we're gonna have to watch that at some point. I don't remember that at all.
There's actually a couple of amputees in that movie. There's another guy who had no arm. But they make good zombies.
Yeah, they do. There's less digital work to be done. And you're creating jobs for people.
And you can do such a bad job with CG. Like, I don't know if you saw the Batman Superman.
I did.
But Henry Cavill's mustache was CG'd out afterward.
Yeah, it was.
And it makes his lip look like dough that needs to be kneaded.
It's really bad.
It's for some reason so fucking soft and smooth, and there's not a pore to be found.
Oh my god, it's so weird. I remember that now that you mention it.
I refuse to watch it because I wouldn't be able to do anything but look at that.
Yeah, no. Ugh. So they're in the basement, and like Matthew Lillard's like explaining to somebody finally who's half listening that there's ghosts. Like, I think they're looking for the kid. They go down to the basement to find the boy.
And he goes down with Maggie at first.
Yeah.
And I believe it's just them. Actually, no, he goes down by himself, realizes that the ghosts are down there.
Yeah.
And then comes up upset about it.
Yeah, but then...
Which, yes, be. And yeah, that's when he fucking Monk's trying to sign the papers, and he comes in a tizzy.
Yeah.
And then starts saying this shit. And let me tell you, if somebody comes up from the basement of a house like that, looking like they just were attacked by a bear, and starts talking about, I'm a fucking spirit hunter with your weird uncle, look around at all the shit he's collected, he's the weirdest guy on earth.
Oh yeah.
And we got ghosts. Guess what? I believe you 100% right away.
Yeah, the second the lawyer's like, oh yeah, your uncle collected a lot of stuff. I'm like,
I'm so many fucking
not interested in it. Where is it? Get it out of the house.
He collected a lot of things. And just in the tone of your voice when you say that sounds like there's some things I don't want to know about.
And then, Matthew Lillard comes up. I used to hunt ghosts with your uncle. And he's like, goats? Goats? What, are there goats in the basement? Delightful. No.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, he comes up and he's screaming about the ghosts.
Monk doesn't take him seriously until the house starts to close up around him.
Nobody takes him serious. Every movie there's a scientist and he's like, hey, come on now. We shouldn't.
These glasses that are weird, I know exactly how they work. Oh, you're instantly credible now.
Yeah, no, there's like, what are you, a scientist? Get out of here. I don't believe in no ghosts.
I know absolutely nothing, and it's weird, but I'm not going to take the most educated opinion here, obviously, for serious.
Yeah, the second I would have heard him clarify ghosts and not goats, out.
Bye.
Okay, well, they're in the basement. I don't want to be in the house.
And then he's such a dick about it, too. He's like, boo, ghosts.
Well, he had to clarify.
He says wraiths first.
Yeah, he does.
It's like,
he says something
knows what
else. Oh, what does he say? He says wraiths. I think he says
PK energy, which is such a Ghostbusters fucking reference.
Oh my god. He said there was another one.
He goes through a couple.
Yeah, it just reminded me of Phasmophobia. I was like, I know what that is. Phasmophobia. And then they go back in the basement to look for this kid. At this point, have another kid.
Yeah.
The house is shifting and there's horrible things.
Yeah.
Have another kid.
Matthew Lillard is shitting at the top of those stairs.
Yeah.
Please come down and help me look for my kid, though.
Yeah.
Nah.
And like, again, how do you lose a kid in the basement? Look down. Look, do you see him? He should be down. The floors are glass. Look down.
It's directly below the house.
Yeah, like, first of all, like the second you walk in the house, you look down and you see glass floors and you see containment areas that look like prisons.
So just stick the glasses on and just look down from the main floor.
Yeah.
What's that, a ghost right there, obviously?
Oh, seems like monsters and boogity woogities. I'm out. So they go down to the basement, and Matthew Lillard's explaining to, I forget who, somebody.
Really, all three of them.
Yeah, and he's like, look, these are ghosts.
But they don't make themselves known yet to anybody except for Matthew Lillard and the lawyer who's dead.
Yeah, but Matthew Lillard makes a point of noting that they all of them, they all do this thing where they wait for you to get real close to the glass.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that they all have a thing like, we'll just wait for him to boom,
yeah.
boom.
Yeah. I want to scare the shit out of these living. I'm so vengeful.
Yeah. They're just doing whatever they can't touch it through the glass. But they're gonna spook you.
So that's when he is alone with Maggie after fucking Arthur suggests that they split up like the Fred Jones of the gang.
Yeah.
And he goes, now we shouldn't, just like Scooby-Doo.
Oh my God.
You know who never wants to fucking split up in Scooby-Doo?
Very Scooby-like.
Shaggy right there.
Yep.
Nah, thanks.
And then he's just leaning up on this glass wall, knowing full well that doors open and close.
Yeah.
And this the hammer guy's behind him, just being a big old hammer guy.
Already
he's just
upset
like
that the doors are opening.
Casually just leaning like, these are ghosts, but you ever seen a hammer guy? Look at this. But like,
so eager to be like, here, check this shit out.
Yeah, like
this thing that'll scar you forever.
Oh, he's got all his weight on this glass that could just shift at any moment.
It could.
Oh my God, that whole time I was just like, he's just leaning there like he's not gonna get ripped up in a sec.
Yeah, there's a couple things like people aren't quick enough to put glasses on when they're in danger sometimes in this movie, and it's like I wouldn't be taking them off until I'm out of there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sharing them either.
No.
Oh,
just trust me when I say there's a ghost right there.
Yeah,
I need to see it because it's 2 feet from me.
Yeah, I'm gonna put myself behind anybody who's got those glasses. That's
fuck yeah.
Oh my God. But yeah, you don't see much of that chopped up body ghost, and I was kind of hoping you'd see more of that because that one's like there was a couple ghosts that were a lot more upsetting than the other ghosts. We could go through the ghosts.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
There's 12.
There's 12. That's a lot.
You don't get to have the 13th one.
No.
In a scene that pisses me right off. We'll get to that.
Yeah. So you got the firstborn. It's a kid. He's got an arrow through his head.
Makes me mad. I'll tell you why.
What's up?
In the lore. So each one of these ghosts has fucking lore behind them. How they died. And it's all voiced in the DVD extras. They were like little 1-minute clips that tell the whole story of like the reasons surrounding their death, what kind of person they were while they were alive, all voiced by Cyrus, which is hilarious.
Okay.
My problem with the firstborn son is that he died playing cowboys and Indians when he got an arrow through his head.
Yeah.
He was a cowboy. In this movie, he's dressed like an Indian.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got the headband and a feather.
I didn't notice that. I was more looking at the jutting arrow coming out of his head.
So he's got what looks to be maybe a cowboy outfit on from the neck down, but I didn't understand the reason for the headband.
Yeah,
it should have been a cowboy hat with the arrow going through both.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just like too silly.
So something I thought you were gonna say there that you did. So the arrow, the whole thing is that he was challenged to a duel and he brought a toy gun to an actual arrow fight.
Yeah.
But the arrow's coming through the back of his head and sticking out the front.
That's not a duel.
So, yeah, that ain't a duel.
Unless he had the wherewithal to turn and run. But then what an asshole kid.
Right? That's an execution right there. That's what that is.
It really is. Also, how good is this kid's aim?
Oh, right.
Having found a bow and arrow randomly in his shed.
Yeah, right in the back of the head, too.
Terribly lucky shot.
Number 2 is the torso. There's a guy who lost a gambling bet and got all chopped up.
Yeah,
and he's just like a torso that walks around while there's like a head screaming, like saran wrapped behind him. Yeah. That's the best part.
How do you? So like when you're ghosting it up, right? Obviously you have to travel from one place to another, which is the thing. Like these ghosts can like disappear and reappear closer or further away sometimes. Yeah, and like on walls and ceilings and shit. And there are a couple times where it doesn't make any fucking sense that people didn't got. Yeah. There's a ghost right there, and like you squeeze your way up through a fucking like an access panel for like an elevator wire or something. But I didn't get you that time. We'll try again in a few minutes.
Well, even at the beginning when the I don't know, the kid. What's his name?
The kid, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby. Bobby's psyche's Bobby's scootering around down there, and then the bound woman like comes out and jiggles herself at him, and then he's like, oh, and he scoots away like you didn't get him then either.
No, it's just creeper shit. They feed off fear. Also, he blasts himself into the glass and he like fucking knocks himself out. Yeah, he's not gonna get got by ghosts while he's sleeping.
That would have been just like taking life from a child right there.
Either way, it is.
So you got the torso. Mob cut him up. Bound woman was like a cheerleader who was caught cheating by her boyfriend, and he did his thing.
Boyfriend turns out to be a fucking psychopath, apparently.
Yes, indeed. Number 4 is the withered lover. is the burnt up wife.
Yeah.
Who
Special power of love right there.
walks around with her IV.
Yeah, she's got like 3 bags and the whole fucking wheelie deal.
Roman numerals for 4, IV.
Nice. Oh my god. See, like all these weird little
Yeah, it worked. I read that in the trivia. I didn't come up with that one on my own.
very interesting.
The Torn Prince is like a baseball star from like the 50s who got in a car accident while he was racing a greaser. You know, because it was the 50s and everybody was a greaser.
Everybody either was a greaser or the one who raced him.
If you ain't greasing, you got greased.
Yeah.
That's the 50s right there. And then you got the angry princess who was like trying to do a lot of plastic surgery.
And she got all fucked up.
Yeah, she tried to do some plastic surgery on herself, blinded herself in the eye, so she just killed herself. You know how you do.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
You killed yourself in like the dumbest way. Just death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
Like that. Just put the knife in your throat.
Yeah, that's like...
Don't lay in the bathtub and open yourself up a bunch of times
At some point, you got to go like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have. Like, that thought had to have crossed your mind.
You know, people jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and they have that thought halfway down.
That's where they poof the umbrella out and land safely.
But yeah, it's like, so you got 40 cuts on you. You think by like 50 or 20, you're like, man, this might have been a bad idea.
Yeah, whoops. And yeah, so she does that to herself. You got the number 7 is the Pilgrimess. She was accused of being a witch in like the 1800s.
Of course.
Or whenever pilgrims were.
Like whenever every woman was accused of being a witch for about 10 years.
Yeah. Number 8 is, first of all, 8 and 9 together. I wanted to see much more of these guys.
Yes. That's what I was going to say.
Show me that baby and mother.
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
Yeah. The baby's just perpetually, first of all, it's not a baby.
No.
The mother is the baby.
And the baby is a full grown man.
Yeah. More than fully grown. Excessively grown man.
Yeah. So circus folk.
Yeah.
That's like the main headline there. Circus stuff happens behind the circus scenes.
Yeah.
Circus stuff being horrible circus things.
I don't know what it is with like freak show, sideshow circus people and not being able to eat food properly. Like this guy's just got food all over his fat fucking chest.
Well, his mom's like feeding him with a spoon.
Yeah, open your mouth wider and then close it.
Yeah, you are an adult. But I guess the story is somebody took his mom as a joke and she died in the interim. So he went and hacked them all up with an axe.
Oh, good. He's just a boomer. That's why he's got vomit all over.
Yeah, that was my first thought too. Number 10, you got the Hammer. It's a blacksmith in the 1800s.
My second favorite ghost in this whole movie, there.
Noted down racisms.
Yeah,
because I didn't want to jot down the whole story.
This isn't the only racist thing that happens in the movie. The fact that the hammer exists. Yeah, tons of racism got him hammered up with his own nails.
Yeah, so yeah, he chained to a tree and hammered up there.
Which I'd be pissed at any white person. Of which it's 90% in this house.
Oh God, the jackal was somebody who was born to a prostitute and again in the 1800s.
This is my favorite one.
You got the story?
I do have the story.
All right.
I don't know. I don't remember what exactly happened in the interim, but at one point, because he realized that he had extreme mental problems, committed himself to an asylum.
Good on him. You know.
As he was in this asylum, he slowly went more and more insane. To the point where he began scratching at walls until his fingernails came off, chewed off his own lips, which is why you can see his teeth the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Also, interestingly enough, with the hammer, you can see that his front 2 teeth are busted inward. Which is that's just common beat up stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that makes my teeth hurt thinking about that. Oh.
So they put him in a straitjacket, which he gnawed through with his lipless teeth.
Well, at that point.
And then the asylum burned down after they put a cage on his head.
Yeah.
And he chose to stay and die.
Yeah, well.
If you look like that,
you might as well.
Yep, get it.
Get it. And then, of course, number 12, the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
He's a serial killer.
Better Juggernaut than the X-Men Juggernaut.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Don't care.
Well, did you see Deadpool? Because like,
I don't even know if I like that one.
Oh, dude, it's good. Juggernaut and like the Rhino are my 2 favorite.
Oh, you like the Rhino so much. I understand. There was.
I mean, did you see X-Men 3? What are these walls? Pardon me. Right through them all. Oh no, or was that Juggernaut?
Juggernaut in First Class, I think.
Maybe
It might have been it was either 2 or First Class.
No, yeah, because the Rhino guy's Spider-Man. I think I've got this mixed up.
The Rhino guy there's a couple iterations, but the stupidest one is in Spider-Man 2, where Jamie Foxx is a ball of electricity.
Yes.
And you only see the Rhino for 10 seconds at the fucking end. And it's Paul Giamatti and a giant rhinoceros.
I love it.
It's a giant metal rhinoceros, and that's it.
Well, I like Paul Giamatti, so.
Yeah, well, you should. But it pissed me right off. I didn't even watch the movie, but I was mad because there wasn't enough Rhino in it.
That's fair. I'm hoping for a Rhino movie. I want more Rhino.
Yeah.
So yeah,
the way that the Hammer attacks people is by ripping nails out of his body.
Yeah,
and trying to use them on you,
which is really ineffective if the person's moving. You ever try to hammer a nail into something that's on the move?
You're gonna get one shot.
You really got to hold that down.
Yeah,
that's got to be an inanimate object.
Unless you're fine with hitting your fingers.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna happen. Bound to happen. Yeah. So now everybody knows. Now you know when we mention a ghost who we're talking about.
So a few ghosts in this have like attack gimmicks.
Yeah.
Right? The Torn Prince, I think it is. He's got a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Because he's Jock.
Yeah.
Fucking the Jackal uses his nails to scratch the shit out of you, or his nailless fingers anyway to
does
scratch
he
the
ever?
Shit out of you.
By the way, there's a scene where he's attacking the oldest daughter, and he tears through her bra without ripping her shirt.
He wants to get those titties out so bad.
He surpasses the shirt and goes right for the bra.
That's all he cares about. It's like, well, you know, if I'm gonna be a ghost, I might as well see some rockin' tits. I get it.
I mean, ghost
what do you have to lose at that point?
Just ghosty things. Just ghosty things.
And then so, like, what else? I think that was the other thing, too, is that the firstborn son had a bow and arrow as well, which I assume if given the chance he would use to try and kill somebody. You don't really get to see a lot of these ghosts try and kill people.
No,
Just the scariest ones, really.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that torso try and work somebody over by
how
like...
do you do that?
Yeah.
Just throw the head... Throw your own head at them.
Definitely one where they were like, this is going to be creepy.
Yeah.
People aren't going to like this. Let's give this a little part.
But so like, and then some of them just don't have fuck all. What's the bound woman going to do to you? Shake really close to your body and make you uncomfortable?
That's all she did.
Yeah.
She like puppeted out from behind a wall. Like,
yeah.
And then the boy's like, oh no.
This is just Michael J. Fox. And then what was the pilgrimess there? She's in the under lock and key in that thing that I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, exactly.
From that time when it binds your fucking
stocks.
Yeah, she's in the stock. Wait, she can't grab nothing.
Nope.
She's gonna kick you real hard.
That's the whole point of the stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of ghosts that were more probably for show.
Yeah.
Like the baby and the mama. Like, what are they gonna? Well, they pick him up
it's the baby that's the problem.
Yeah, the baby is the problem.
That mom, unless, he just picks her up and chucks her at you.
Oh my God, like in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
God damn it. So this house keeps shifting. Ghosts are like letting out. The whole thing is like the ghosts come out one by one. And eventually just somebody shows up and she's like, hey,
here we go.
This is a machine built that was designed by the devil and is powered by ghosts.
For 20 minutes, this house has been on lockdown. Nobody can get in or out.
Yeah.
All the doors are closed. Where the fuck did she come from?
She came from the most convenient plot hole in the entire movie.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Cyrus is also in the house.
Yes.
And the problem with this is that there's a gear up scene with this woman. What's her fucking dumb name? Did I not write it down? I didn't write it down because I didn't care.
It's Kalina.
Kalina, yeah. Kathy and Kalina, that's why. There's a gear up scene where she's like getting ready to go to the house with the incantations on a record.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. It looks like a film reel more than a record, but that's fine. And she's like packing up a backpack with dynamite and shit. So I can understand somebody hiding out and waiting, but like, what's the timeline here?
Yeah.
Was she just like crouched in one corner of the basement of that house, surrounded by glass with barrier spells on it? Like, oh, I hope they don't see me.
Yeah, she must have just been like under a table or something.
Yeah.
Like,
So she shows up and she fucking saves lives temporarily with flares.
Yeah, that's her whole thing. Is she's got these flares that ghosts are like, oh, a flare. Ah,
They can't stand them.
they hate these flares. Flares. So if you're ever in a ghost situation, road flares.
And this is the you just crack them. And you hold
Chuck,
them up in front of you.
and they throw them at the ghost, and they're like, they just get that flare out of here, and they disappear.
I gotta go back home and regroup because of all that light I just experienced.
But when I come back, I'm gonna be twice as spooky.
Yeah. This is the second character that Arthur doesn't believe right off the bat about the ghosts.
Yeah.
Especially after what has happened up to this point to him.
Yeah, ghosts are attacking his daughter, ripping her up into bits.
His daughter's fucked up.
Yeah, and this is a fun special effect. Are you guys in on this?
Is this a haunted Cyrus?
Yeah, so she shows up and she has the exact thing that spooks the ghost off, and he's like, I still don't believe.
Yeah. I don't care enough about this to listen to you. Which is a bad mentality to have while you're stuck in the house.
Yeah, especially a house you're completely new to, and this person seems to have the run of it.
Knew how to get down here.
Yeah. But she gets into the house through an opening that, as the house was shifting, became open for her and will never open again. So says her.
Okay.
I would be like, show me where that is. I'm going to stand there and wait.
I missed that line.
Yeah, she's like, I came in through an opening as the walls were shifting. And they're like, well, let's just go. Like, it's not going to, it's not going to open again.
What? Given what happens later on, why would you even bother explaining it?
Yeah.
Never mind that. Let's go.
Yeah, right? Like, God, there is a ghost. There's more important things. We can figure this out later. But yeah, so this house is not a house. It's this machine that opens like a portal to hell.
Yeah.
Or like the eye of hell. Or,
yeah. It's the fucking eye of Sauron is what it is.
Essentially.
It sees everything in hell.
Yeah, and so when whoever controls the eye, is powerful, I guess. And so
whatever the name of that fucking guy from Lord of the Rings who lives in the volcano. Is it just Sauron? Is that why?
Yeah.
So that's who you become. You control the eye and you're that now.
Well, I mean, that's I can see why he would want all these ghosts then.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty decent gig. You fire the house up and
you just got ghosts at your beck and call?
Yeah.
Who hate your guts. You better hope one of these gears doesn't get a little seized up.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
This machine is run on rusty metal.
Yeah. It's run on rusty metal and ghost power.
Yeah, the maintenance costs alone just to keep everything like greased up and smooth.
I think that the whole point is you just want to run it one time and get that eye open, and then
the eye just stays open. Fuck the machine.
I would hope so, because eventually ghosts are going to run out of power.
Yeah,
they're gonna want to take a nap. I don't know how ghosts work.
Well, Matthew Lillard does say there's different rules for them.
Yeah,
in the supernatural world.
Yeah, maybe no sleep ghosts.
The house maybe shifts in a way and gets one stuck somewhere, and it's like I can't get to the machine to power it. We're fucked.
Yeah. What if? What? Because they have all these incantations on the wall to keep the ghosts orderly, I guess, from just slooping out the back door. And yes,
but the angry princess could take a bath, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. I liked the shot where the daughter she finally finds these bathrooms she's so excited about, because apparently
tries on someone else's perfume with no knowledge of anything.
Yeah, apparently that apartment building they live in had 0 bathrooms, because she's like, oh my God, a bathroom.
She was like, we each get our own, is what she was excited about.
Oh, okay.
I heard that line and I was like, please tell me there's more context than just I'm excited for a bathroom.
Yeah. So like the camera kind of goes through the glasses, so you see that she's not alone in this room.
And it's just drenched in blood, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the ghost gets into the tub and has this bath. And there's this weird scene where the daughter's like interrupting this bath very weirdly without noticing. She's like washing her face.
Well, there's no glasses on her.
Yeah. And the ghost just like,
she keeps looking in the water, like at the tap where she's grabbing water from and looking up at her like, a bitch.
Yeah. You run in the cold?
I'm in here.
Yeah. Oh my God. And then, there's an interruption before she gets stabbed to death.
Yeah. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because it's not like the ghosts are going to stop stabbing just because somebody banged on the window pane.
Yeah, the jackal certainly didn't.
No.
By the way, another downside to glass houses is just like, hey, I see you in there. Bam, 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 bam. What are you doing in there?
People and ghosts do this.
0 privacy.
The fucking hammer's down here like, man, I wish I could fucking this glass would move. I can see you so well through this.
Yeah.
The whole time. Okay, you're not hiding from these ghosts anywhere.
No, there's zero hiding except if you get in between them and an incantation.
Yeah.
Or on the other
not
side
even
of
hiding though.
Yeah, no,
It's just I can't get to you, but I see you real well.
Yeah, good God. Yeah, I seriously, every time they're like, I don't understand where something is, like, did you look through the glass?
Yeah.
That's the whole time I was just like, it's
Just
a glass
mad about
house.
that.
Look around.
I understand getting upset about that. They don't even call attention, like, or try to explain it away or anything.
Yeah,
It's just
no.
Everybody was in the wrong place at the wrong time when looking for these kids, I guess.
How
are you kidnapping these kids and taking them to the fucking machine room with nobody seeing you carrying bodies around?
Yeah, those kids went real willingly to like this spot and like, okay, sit on this platform and don't move. Listened to that lady.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't listen to their father when he said, "Hey, don't move." And that would have nothing. This whole thing wouldn't have went down if those kids wouldn't have moved.
If they listened to dad instead of a stranger.
The second the dad went, nah, I can't afford this, and just grabbed their hands like, we got to go, kids.
Yeah, we're out.
That lawyer could have got the money. Hell could have had its whole thing.
How about this as well? Well, they needed Arthur to be the 13th ghost. As
Fair
proven,
enough.
So they have to have a reason to keep him in. A lot of that is really just by chance because his family sucks.
Yeah.
But even just like Matt Dennis comes up from the basement in a panic, and I'll turn to the lawyer and be like, "Hey man, what's the statute of limitation on this paperwork? Let's come back during the day."
Yeah.
They get there at fucking nighttime.
Yeah, for real. Check into a hotel. See it in the morning.
And uncomfortable things start happening right away.
Yeah.
Let's wait till sun up.
For real.
At least I'll be able to see better in this house.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine wanting to go into a strange house that looks the way it does.
In the dead of night.
Yeah.
With a lawyer I've met for the first time.
Oh my God. But yeah, so this uncle shows up at some point and nobody is like, is this a ghost? Is this not a ghost? And his throat is like slit and blood all over his shirt. At no point, I don't know if that was supposed to be makeup to fool people.
That's what it was.
And he didn't go, get that off of me.
And I had that exact thought. Thank you so much for bringing that up.
Like, it's been at least...
I'm going to explain it.
At least 24 hours, and you didn't wipe the blood away.
I'm going to explain exactly why he didn't later on. A bit of a plot hole still, because it means Colleen is a fucking idiot.
Okay.
An idiot. So, one thing that she says that made me mad. Where is it? Oh, it's in here somewhere. I don't like that they use a fucking pane of glass as like protection when they're going out to try and find their fucking son and daughter. It's like, okay, yeah, you're protected from one direction.
Yeah, I mean, it was clever, but...
What if they come from the sides or back?
Yeah, what you need is a cube.
Their whole thing is being surprising. Yeah, just get a cube on wheels. I can't find it. Keep talking. I gotta go through these notes and find it because it's a fucking good point that I made and had.
Right, well, so the uncle shows up and they're like, they finally explain that this dude's got to be the 13th ghost. We got to get Arthur to kill himself.
Right.
And
because the 13th ghost is and this is why she's an idiot. Don't explain that to him if he's got to be the one.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, this has to happen. Like, you got to die via an act of love by saving your family.
Fair. Okay, so it had to be an act of love?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking, like, the ghosts team up and just chuck the uncle in there.
Yeah.
And how was that not the 13th ghost?
Because it was a very aggressive murder.
Yeah, it was. By the way, having your uncle diced to bits just 2 feet over your head.
Yeah.
Like, how
Not
is that
phased?
How is that not therapy for life?
It is, let alone the kids in the center who obviously watched a body be thrown at them.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, just like not even spattered blood on them. Very clean
they
cuts.
came out super clean on that one.
Oh my God.
I was very confused by that.
So yeah, they at one point the nanny who you don't see for a very long time.
Yeah.
She finally makes it to the gear room and starts pulling on all these knobs and mucking everything up, and
The
machine has some issues.
the scene in which this happens, okay, this is after we find out that Cyrus is still alive. And I believe the point was in order to incentivize, not Arthur, Cyrus, in order to incentivize Arthur to commit suicide by jumping into the machine. I'm going to walk around with my throat cut still so that you're going to see a ghost of me.
All right.
And this is what you have to do because it has to be him.
What a dickhead.
This is why it's fucked up and stupid that Kalina even explained this in the first place. Because then what does Arthur do? He goes right over and counts the number of fucking ghosts and goes, this doesn't make sense. You must be alive still.
Yeah.
And then he takes the glasses off and is like, hey, it's me.
Well, the thing is like, not everybody even had them glasses on.
That's true.
And
some people are going to see fucking Cyrus just kicking around.
Yeah, like, there weren't enough glasses to go around. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
So some people are seeing him without the glasses and not clicking in.
They're not thinking about that at all. He's just really good at hiding in a place you can't hide anywhere in.
I guess so. It must be.
Because that was my thing. Like, he must have been traipsing around that house, making things happen.
Just tiptoe gingerly through the tulips.
Bobby gets fucking grabbed. He gets picked up off of his feet. It's not a ghost that does it because he'd be dead.
That's fair, yeah.
So it's either Cyrus or that bitch Kalina. And then at what point do you go, okay, I guess I'm safe in your arms?
Yeah.
Because your options are somebody you've never met before and a guy whose throat is bleeding still.
Yeah, for real.
The scene that you referred to in which Maggie disrupts the machine, it's important to note that the same slowed down Latin is being played. And in a stellar display of racism, they make the black woman fuck it up by using the turntables.
So like I saw that happen.
She's scratching up a storm like DJ Premier.
Yeah, I heard that, and I had a thought similar to that, and I said, I'm not gonna write that thought down. And I secretly hoped that you did. Because I definitely was like, because like all of a sudden it's just like, who's scratching the turntables?
Who's doing the remix here?
Who's remixing these Latin incantations? That's a dope.
I didn't know you guys hired Skrillex for this.
Fire remix.
And not it's just her fucking around with a soundboard.
Yeah.
Like goddamn Dr. Dre.
Yeah, and so she's like pulling knobs as well, like much like Dr. Dre would.
He probably pulls a ton of knobs.
Yeah.
Fucks around with the mix. That makes him sound gay, doesn't it? I didn't even put that together before I said it.
It does sound like a very homoerotic activity. I'm not gonna lie.
Pulls the fuck out of knobs.
But yeah, so the machine shuts down and the ghosts get wise to like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be powering this hell eye. I don't know, man. I don't know.
In order for them to be drawn to the hell eye, the machine has to be functioning properly and the sounds have to be playing.
Yeah.
A little bit stupid that in order to be drawn to the machine, they have to play the same thing that they played for the Juggernaut to get him to come into the cube.
Yeah.
But the ghosts as they're being drawn to the machine don't have a fucking choice. They get abducted hauntingly to the machine, and then they're stuck there in a circle around it.
Yeah. So maybe it was a slightly different incantation, or it was just like a more upbeat one that had them jaunting.
If that's the case,
had them skipping to their loo.
Use that one when you're catching the ghosts. That way you don't need a blood truck and 15 casualties.
But then what are we gonna? The truck's already got the blood. What are we gonna do? Drop that off at the Red Cross? It's all mixed in there.
Not even fucking ABO, all of it in there.
Oh Jesus. Oh yeah. So in order to encourage Arthur to jump into the machine, they put these kids into the inner workings of this like weird blade system,
which starts with one ring spinning impossibly, and then over time all the rings spin.
That's just bad uncling right there.
That's terrible uncling.
Putting any of your family in danger. That's just bad uncling.
He clearly doesn't give a shit about this family at all.
Oh, he's on the uncle scale of badness. He's a bad uncle.
Yeah,
worst uncle.
Not one you'd want to invite to Thanksgiving. It seems like he doesn't have much of a sense of humor.
No, but he definitely has a blade in his cane, which of course Cyrus would have a knife in his cane.
Yeah,
Cyrus would have
got a blade in the cane. He's got one in the umbrella if it's rainy.
Oh yeah, he's got a blade for every occasion. Yeah. He's got
probably all hidden in things that you hold.
He's got like an old walking stick. It's like a big tree branch you just snap apart, and it's a katana. And then because so they put the bend on Dennis at some point. Shaggy dies,
and he gets tanked
And then he shows up at the end, much like in Star Wars, when like who is like Obi-Wan Kenobi, like kind of as a
The
ghost. He's like
spirit in like the swamp or whatever.
yeah, he's like, hey, what's up? Nice.
Good job using your Jedi powers.
And even Shaggy's like, hey, jump in that machine. You gotta kill yourself, buddy.
You got one chance to save your family.
Kill yourself.
Here's the thing. I don't think that's what he was suggesting.
Because it came very much off like he did.
Yeah. Here's the problem with what he suggested, though. It wasn't. So he's a ghost, right?
Yeah.
In order to save his children, Arthur decides he's got to get to the middle of that machine with the spinning blades, these oscillating blades constantly. What's your end goal?
Hold him tight.
We all die.
Yep.
At
Hold
least
him
we're
tight.
together.
That's gotta be. Well, even at the end, she's like, well, how did you know we would make it? And he's like, I didn't.
Exactly.
You could have said anything. I had a feeling.
You could have been reassuring at all, Dad.
My gut told me.
So
Anything you could have said.
Matthew Lillard is super irresponsible in that suggestion.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not there was a way to survive.
Yeah.
The only reason why he survived is because he's a math teacher and he was counting out the fucking oscillations. Fuck you. That
Was
thing
he?
is going at the speed of sound.
Okay.
It wasn't just by chance.
Yeah.
He noticed a pattern with when they all stopped spinning at once, and that's when he jumped.
Well, he's Monk, the autistic detective.
Fair
Of course, he
enough.
would see that kind of
He's
thing.
just got numbers always.
Boom.
So Matthew Lillard, Dennis, is a ghost, which means he can move around this house all he fucking wants because he's not part of the 12.
Yeah.
He doesn't see Maggie about to go into the room and break the machine and go, oh, you don't have to do anything. Just give it like 10 seconds.
Right. Nah. No. I mean, he does what he can. He does what he wants to.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. So, Maggie's in there breaking the machine. The machine explodes in spectacular fashion.
Oh yeah.
She's fine.
Yeah, she comes.
The entire house explodes.
It's on fire, broken. First of all, the house is glass.
Yeah.
It explodes. There are shards everywhere.
Anyone who wasn't dead is now.
Yeah, that's worse than a regular house exploding.
Have you ever seen somebody jump through like a window pane and they come out the other side and they're bleeding from everywhere?
Yeah. That would be the next 10 seconds of your life.
Yeah, and the last as well.
Yeah. But the whole thing, like, so the glass wasn't supposed to shatter. Was it explosion proof or was it just bulletproof?
I think it was just explosion proof. He does say bulletproof though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he says he makes a point of being like, this glass ain't ever gonna break.
No,
that glass breaks.
He says shatterproof, and I believe he says bulletproof.
Okay.
He calls it some fucking, this is ectoplasmic carnia glass.
Yeah.
Some shit that doesn't exist.
It's been blessed by a priest. I don't know. I did the cross thing, and
Yeah.
I was hoping that was gonna be the end.
A Latin priest.
Yeah. But then
okay, so this is the thing that pissed me off.
okay, let's hear it.
About what's her fucking name? Kalima,
Yeah.
Kalima, which is fucking Indiana Jones. Right again. I think it's Indiana Jones anyway.
It's that Indian thriller. Right at the beginning, it's like Kalima.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was fucking Indiana Jones.
I mean, that you're thinking of it's kind of is where he like pulls out the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what does he says? It's like I think he does say like Kalima.
Okay, good. So her whole purpose, as explained, is to set these tortured ghosts free.
Yep.
Yeah, you really want to do that? One of them killed 40 people in a junkyard after he died.
Yeah, but it's cruel.
We're just gonna let him back out into the world.
It's cruel to have these ghosts in boxes. These things that you can't hear or see. It's cruel to have these boxes of air.
Right back to your question about ghost rights. There's like 2 ghosts who would deserve rights in this whole house.
Yeah.
And the rest of them are fucking monsters.
Yeah, they are. They're disgusting. But at the end, they all just kind of like get out and it's just like, oh, we're cool with them just wandering off into the woods.
Exactly. Oh, it's all good.
Great.
Groups of murderous ghosts in the woods now.
Yes, perfect. You took them out of the buildings where they were contained.
Yeah.
And now they're roaming through the trees like the wind.
And she's like, I'm here to save you. Yeah?
Well, you just made it worse for the area.
At
Thanks.
least. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nobody's moving out into rural wherever the fuck this is now.
No, I mean, I'm never. British Columbia is where it's filmed.
It's filmed in BC. Didn't know that.
If you are in BC, run. There's ghosts in the trees.
You're never gonna see them because I don't think they make these glasses anymore.
No, they put a recall on those glasses. It's all the ghosts people are seeing.
Yeah, that's worse than mercury and like lead in the fish.
Fun fact about this movie that it goes back to 28 Days Later. Filmed part of it on 9/11.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they did.
Oh,
it was a reshoot day, and the director said it was a weird feeling. They had a moment of silence and went right back to filming.
Oh, Jesus, towers. All right, hang on. Okay, Jackal, take 5.
Yeah. Mama, you want to feed that goop to the baby. Let's go. All right, towers are down. Let's get that goop in the baby.
Can somebody get the nail to attach to this fucking guy's head for a second a little better? There is a scene where when it's fucking Dennis and Maggie in the basement and the hammer's looking around, and you can see one of the fucking prosthetic nails jiggle a little bit.
Oh, that feels... I feel like that would feel horrible, just loosen your skull like that.
Yeah. Just loosey-goosey nail right there.
Oh
well, he is
God.
taking him out and putting him back in all the time, so I guess that makes sense.
It's kind of like when people stretch their earlobes. They're always putting things in and out of there. Another fun fact, one of the swords in what's-his-face's collection there, Cyrus.
In the library or study or whatever it is?
It's the sword from Highlander.
Oh, shit.
And there can only be one.
And do you know how you become a Highlander?
Well, you throw yourself off the cliff.
Or by cutting off the head of another Highlander.
Okay. I am immortal!
People get decapitated in this movie.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
Well, Cyrus does anyway.
Well, yeah.
He's got a Highlander sword, and I guess he doesn't become one. I guess controlling the eye to hell is somewhat like being a Highlander in that you're extremely powerful.
Well, what if he decapitated the guy behind Dunkin' Donuts before this went down to ensure his immortality?
That'd be good. That would make sense. Also, I guess he'd be in the area.
He just had a Highlander on lock. Like, hey, we need this Highlander. Bring him in.
What's his name? Fucking Chris Roberts or something like that? Anyway.
I could not tell you. That movie's...
Oh, it's like, it's like Chris Lambert. He's got... some fucking Christopher Lambert or some fucking name.
That show and movie are too old for me to care about.
I only know it because my grandfather used to watch the shit out of it.
Oh, yeah.
And there's an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force where they meet and they take turns killing each other.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And he's just fucking... He keeps getting, like, shredded by, like, a wood chipper and stuff, and he comes out the other side and he's like, boring. I'm bored of this.
Isn't there's one where it's David Cross and he's the doll and they like chuck him off the cliff.
Well, you think you're the expert? Let's see how much your ass knows about flying.
And he's like, I am immortal. And
I am forever.
Oh my God. All right.
The branch will hold. It's not holding.
That's like the movie. Yeah, it ends with ghosts wandering into the woods, right?
It ends with Maggie saying she quit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she wanders out of the burnt up house. Like everybody's gone. And she's like, all right, I'm done with this.
Fuck this. She's also... when they fucking when they first go to the house, she's like, just so you guys know, Aunt Maggie doesn't do windows.
I would also make that point, though.
100%. That's the first thing I say as a nanny.
Greasy-fingered kids touching all this? Nah. I do the windows from here up for where you kids can't reach.
Bring baby wipes. Always.
Absolutely. You be washing your hands if you're touching this glass.
Yeah. Washing your hands every fucking hour in this house.
So...
Death?
Death. 13 ghosts.
Oh, you were dying there.
Yeah, I was dying.
How is that for you?
Not good. What do you give it out of 10?
13 Ghosts originally was going to get a much higher score than this. But after watching it now, I mean, it's still an entertaining movie if you just shut the fuck up about it. Unfortunately, at this point, especially like for the purpose of this podcast, I'm incapable of doing that.
Hey, that's I got 7 pages right here, and we didn't even touch on like half of it. So,
Well,
no, like
anything good in there?
I don't know because I write really fast. Like there's bad uncling right there. I made sure I wrote the word uncling down like it was a real word more than one time.
It's a lot of you describing these ghosts.
Yeah, it's just me being like, oh, that was an upsetting scene.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Well, that's just fine. We got through all of mine.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure. So this movie for me, because the entertainment factor and because Matthew Lillard, and it's not out of irony that I say that he's the best actor in this movie, because it's a very convincing performance for the most part. As like a panicky, neurotic guy who has no friends and
he does good,
just terrified. Plus, I like him a lot.
He's got a good look for that though.
Yeah, he does. I don't know. It's his brow line.
It's the fact that he's like a stick as well.
He's got no weight to throw around, so it's not like he's got any confidence anyway.
Yeah.
13 Ghosts gets a 6.5 from me.
6.5?
Yeah.
Okay. I honestly thought you were coming at this with a much higher score.
Yeah, and like from memory I was going to.
Okay.
But that's what it gets. Not enough of the ghosts I wanted to see the most of.
Exactly. Yeah, I had a list of ghosts I wanted to see more of.
Funnily enough, Maggie in this movie, her name in real life is Raw Digga.
Oh.
As in, not the N-word.
Oh, well, no.
But a gold digger.
I love it.
And she has a rap career.
I love it.
Of course she's on the turntables.
Absolutely. That's you know what? It comes full circle.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Bobby and Kathy's acting they were both terrible. I didn't enjoy. The only good acting Kathy has is when she's being torn up by the jackal and screaming for her life.
And I mean, like, how do you not just scream?
Yeah, and subsequently her PTSD afterward was convincing. But aside from that, I don't. Her whole job was to smile real wide and go, yeah, for like the first half of the fucking movie.
Fair enough.
And kid actors always suck, so I'm happy Bobby wasn't in this much.
Yeah. He wasn't in.
Also, not enough people die.
No, there was. Well, I mean, aside from the beginning where literally everybody but Shaggy dies. There could have been, for a horror movie, very few deaths,
like
but
3.
There were a lot of boogity woogities and spookawoos. A couple ghosts in there as well.
All 3?
All 3. But yeah, no, for a horror movie, they had a lot of blood. It just wasn't where you expected it to be because it was in a tanker truck.
Yeah.
And not being sprayed with like a blade or anything.
Not a very bloody movie either, despite the fact, like we said, a guy gets thrown into essentially a giant fan blade.
Yeah.
Not too much blood.
No.
It's mostly like head blood from people getting smacked around.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Also, there's like one fuck, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the movie is... Oh, it's an R-rated movie somehow. Impossibly.
Yeah. I feel like they...
This is 14A at
best. They made it less gory so that it wouldn't be...
Yeah.
All
so
right.
I need to see the extended version. If there's a director's cut with more guts...
I want to see that head pop when the walls compress. The lady who comes in to save him, and she's like... The guy's like, you know what? You're nah.
He says like the rudest thing too.
I forget what he says exactly.
Like,
Cyrus is just like, I don't give a shit.
Fucking flips the switch that activates the 2 walls that close in. He goes, "You just can't teach some people."
Oh my god!
Like you should know by now. I'm a fucking asshole.
Yeah, for real. he does that the whole movie. He isn't not once an asshole.
No, he's an asshole the entire time.
So the fact that she thought something else was going to come out of that.
Which, I don't know if we mentioned this, but she's essentially his servant in a twist.
Yeah.
She acts under the guise of just to keep the fucking family in the house so that they can die.
Yeah.
Like, she's being helpful. And then it turns out her and Cyrus are working on it together for a reason I don't think is explained.
And then he turns her into a crepe.
Yeah.
He turns her into a person crepe.
Mm-hmm. And doesn't bother rolling it up either.
No.
It's just the flat pastry.
No Nutella, just strawberry jam. Yeah, see, I thought you were going to give it a much higher score. I thought it was going to have a nostalgia rating for you.
It did, but it was overshadowed by how much attention I was paying. So, like, if I were to this is a good movie where if I want to, like, get drunk, I'll watch it and love it.
Okay. All right. I think out of 10... I would give it, like, because it was in that weird, like, the early 2000s where they were still coming up with new things.
Yeah, and a lot of it did at the beginning when, like, they're fucking trying to channel the Juggernaut in. It's like an Evil Dead camera zoom through the junkyard. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, right. There was still, like, some creative stuff going down. So I'm going to give it, like, a 7.5.
Oh, shit, okay.
You know what? No. I'm with you. I'm going to give it a 6.
You're going all the way down from 7.5 to 6.
You know what? I think sometimes I realize that like 7's pretty high. That's almost 10.
It's relative. Yeah, it's 70%. That's a pass.
Yeah. And I mean, this movie does pass.
That's a B.
I got a couple scares out of it. A couple times when they jumped up against the glass and I was like, oh
yeah,
woo.
something in this. I think it was like Dennis's first like psychic flash.
Yeah.
It got me.
Okay. Yeah.
Full
it was
on jump.
pretty startling. All right. Well, yeah, 6, and you give a 6.5.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, it's my turn to choose.
It sure is, and I believe you told me that we're keeping with a routine of theme.
Yeah. See, I liked what you did, where you had 2 movies in mind, both
that were extremely similar, as it turns out.
They're both similar to the movie we watched. I'm going to try and do the same thing and let you choose based on a rough description.
I think I know what one is already, but
okay. So we can either watch a movie about a house full of ghosts, or we can watch a movie about, it's more so horror science, sci-fi, in the way where it was like, oh look, we got these ghosts trapped in these ghost boxes. It's like a horror sci-fi kind of movie.
Okay. Does it take place in space?
It does not.
Then I'm gonna go with the horror sci-fi. What is it?
Ooh, we are gonna watch From Beyond.
I've never seen it.
You're gonna love it.
Am I?
It's practical effects all day.
Okay.
And if you liked, because it's from
Get it out. I believe in you.
Color Out of Space was by the guy.
Okay.
So it's one of his stories.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either.
Yeah, it's been a long
Several weeks. Yeah, also that.
Yeah. So same guy. I can't remember.
From Beyond. Now I believe I've heard of it, but I have not seen it.
Oh my God. When I first got Netflix, I was just like flipping through and I was like, oh, this is an interesting cover. And I watched it and then I promptly forgot what it was called. And for a long time, I'm like, I imagined this movie. There's no way.
It's the fetus thing all
it
over
is.
again.
And like I tried to explain it to people and they're like, I've never heard of this movie, but you're gonna love it.
All right.
So From Beyond, it's from the 80s. It
sounds like it takes place in outer space.
It does not. It takes place in an attic.
Okay. That's a very small set.
And I'm still trying to remember the dude's name who wrote it, and it's eluding me. And like he wrote Cthulhu. It's that whole thing.
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft.
There you go. It's a Lovecraft story.
I thought you meant the director of Color Out of Space.
No. This is a Lovecraft story.
All right. Just keeping it real with the Lovecraft, eh?
It turns out great films.
All right.
His stories make great films. I don't know about the stories. I'm not going to read them.
I imagine, well, they're quite long, but I imagine they're good. I have a couple of his books.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to summarize them for me, I'll listen.
There are some short stories as well. Well, it's mostly about creeping dread, the fear of going insane, and monsters in the ocean. I don't know why he's so fucking afraid of monsters in the ocean, but boy howdy.
Yeah, he does have a fear of the ocean. I remember reading that.
Who else does is Shane.
I'm going to bring Shane out on a boat.
Oh, he hates it.
Well, I'm not going to tell him we're going on a boat. We'll have to trick him.
There's a name for it, too, that I just found out about, and I fucking can't remember it, but it's like having this specific phobia that there are giant sea creatures somewhere underwater, in deep water. Yeah, there's that. There's also, like, just the fact that there's an underwater. Like, people don't even, like, dipping their head, like with that camera shot where it's like it goes under the water and you see. That would freak somebody out. Yeah, I don't know. I forget what that one's called too, but if you know, grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com is a place to email. Also throw your suggestions at us for stuff you want to see, because it might make it easier for us to just like pick 2 of them that are similar to movies that we're already watching. I don't mind doing that at all. Yeah, suggestions are definitely good because I'm not always going to be able to come up with ideas. The only thing with that is I don't necessarily want to be limited sometimes. Oh, no. So it doesn't have to be a hard, fast rule. No. Definitely if I can't think of another movie, I'm going to check what people are suggesting. So fucking horror lists on IMDb. Like, oh, what do we got? Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Well, I mean, that's a good way to do it. What are you looking at, Kat? So go to darkroastcult.com, listen to full episodes or wherever you want to listen to podcasts. I think we're everywhere. Are we finally everywhere for the love of Christ? I think so. Pretty sure. Sick. Anywhere where you listen to podcasts. Yeah. Grindhouse Movie Club. And if you've been listening to this chair squeak the entire podcast,
I'm sorry. I blame the chair.
You've been hearing chairs squeak and cats meow.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. We're in the catatorium.
We try to keep an audibly dynamic environment here.
Yeah.
One thing I learned about this movie is that a lot of audience members considered it physically painful to sit through because of the way that the sound was mixed.
I'm glad I didn't. I just was like, wow, it's loud. I had to turn it down.
Imagine seeing that shit in the theater, though. Just like all these fucking flash, bang.
Oh, my God.
Like scratches and shit constantly.
Oh, that would be enough for me to get up and leave.
I do appreciate that in a way just because immersion.
Yeah.
Like, it must have been a deliberate choice. Like, we're going to fuck with people's ears on this one.
You might as well. If you're making a movie, you might as well get people right in there.
Yeah.
If you don't get people in there, you've made a bad movie. That's how that works.
Exactly how that works.
All right. You have anything you want to end the podcast with?
I always do it. Your turn.
That's my.
Matt doesn't like the word creamy when describing mouth noises into a microphone.
Yeah. Well, no, you gotta. I'm trying to stay hydrated for everybody's benefit.
Yeah, dude. Because it's like listening to wet Velcro being opened otherwise.
Oh yeah. And there is no filter on the planet Earth that there probably is. Honestly, I use. We're using cavemen technology to record this podcast, by the way.
That's what you'd consider this to be? Cavemen technology? 2 solid microphones and a soundboard.
Yeah.
This is more technology than I have in my whole apartment.
But you should see, like, sometimes you see like a Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, we can't all be Joe Rogan, though.
And there's like an electronic spider that's like gripped into the back of his head, pumping whatever terrible thoughts he's trying to get out there. And
it auto highlights based on what's going on in his mind.
Exactly. Hey, welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club.
What's up, folks?
It's a podcast. We're gonna ruin a movie for you today.
Yeah.
So get excited for that.
And again and again and again until one of us dies, probably.
Yeah. There's or until I don't know, we get removed from SoundCloud.
Yeah. It doesn't matter because what other platforms is this podcast available on now?
But okay, so we are on some other platforms, but all of those platforms are dependent on SoundCloud.
Because that's where you get the feed from.
Yeah. Look, you guys just figured out our whole trick. That's the whole gimmick. You just figured out how to have a podcast.
SoundCloud is the main hub, and then you branch out like a gnarled tree into other people's available ears, much to their chagrin.
Which is our fancy way of saying search Grindhaus Movie Club wherever you like to listen to podcasts, because I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Some people fucking hate SoundCloud for some reason.
Well,
I kind of get it.
I do get it. It's the fact that they charge you monthly for a service that YouTube doesn't,
YouTube, of all places, has less charges.
Yeah. So, that's not boding well.
Eventually, Spotify does podcasts too, and apparently once your runtime gets to be a certain length, it just injects ads into it against your will.
Oh.
So, not the best, but that was sort of what reminded me, like, I imagine YouTube would have done the same if you had your shit.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm hoping we counteract that with this whole...
Nobody on Earth would ever want to advertise in this space.
Well, I mean, first of all, I want to advertise in this space.
You're the only one who's allowed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if you're hearing other ads, well... We've sold out.
Yeah.
That's simply the case.
That's it. Again, money over everything.
So go to darkroastcult.com, pick up some enamel pins.
I got one on my hat. So does Matt.
Yeah. I mean, so far that's been the best place to put them for me. Sometimes I see them on lanyards, but I'm not a lanyard guy.
No.
I don't like things around my neck.
Unless you're trying to get into a rave.
Yeah.
I don't really see the utility of a lanyard in everyday life.
No. So we don't sell lanyards. That's one thing. But you could put some enamel pins on yours. If you're look, I don't want to discourage you from having a lanyard, but
if you're planning on taking pictures of celebrities at a red carpet event, slap a pin on there.
There you go.
I want Brad Pitt asking what the fuck Dark Roast Cult is.
Yeah, I want that clip, and that'll be the intro to every podcast. Hi, I'm Brad Pitt, and what the fuck is this? Anyway, so go to darkroastcult.com. I swear to God, coffee's coming soon.
Yeah, man.
I'm really dragging my feet on this, and it's because I'm working on other things, but I swear to God, it's coming soon. It's delicious. It's dark roast, and we don't have any of it here to drink, so that's why. That's why we're drinking water and Starbucks. Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. Jeez, I hate deliciousness.
yeah. No. Thanks for bringing Starbucks, Jay.
Yeah, no worries. I suffered through the ordeal that is at any line at any Starbucks in the middle of any day of the week.
You don't do the mobile order through the app?
No, because I don't know if you know this, but technology frightens me.
You know what? I get that sense about you.
I'm
do
not a
get that
fan.
sense.
First of all, I don't have data, so there's no way.
Yeah.
I'm the only person left in the developed Western world who doesn't have data. So there's no way to scan a mobile app in from the car.
It's true. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. All right, I get. You can order from your house, and then you can still go. You just walk right in there. You go, I'm fucking Jay, and they go, oh, sir, right this way.
Yeah, I get treated like royalty, just like that.
Yeah, like
For being the guy.
By the time you get there, your stuff should be made, and you just walk in and like, I am Jay, and they're like, oh, we've been expecting you, sir.
Do I have to actually walk in?
You could go through the drive-thru.
Okay.
I think you can and be like, I am Jay.
Well, I would hope that's the case, and it doesn't confuse the shit out of the woman at the one that I went to this morning was sing-talking.
None of that for me and mine,
The whole
thank
time.
you.
First of all, she thought it was morning, so she almost said good morning, and then she caught herself. But then she was like, I almost forgot what time day it was. And then that just like went on for the whole experience. And like good on her for being
She probably got written up.
upbeat and happy. I don't know what that's like.
I'd have been like, I want to talk to your manager. Who's in charge here?
I don't like you doing an X Factor audition in front of me here.
Yeah, this isn't Coffee's Got Talent. This is Make My Coffee so I can have a bowel movement later. Which brings me to my next, the whole point was go to darkroastcult.com.
Yeah.
Have your bowel movement.
It's good. Yep. Anything that could promote regularity as you age. We're in our 30s over here, so
Yeah.
it becomes a couple things start happening. You have to plan for regularity,
You certainly do.
and you gotta eventually go to a doctor and get a finger. But we'll see about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that time is, but I'm definitely like, I'm not in a hurry to go get that finger.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting till like somebody's like, oh, you're that old? You should do that. Like, all right.
You should have been getting this finger for years now. Patrice O'Neill has a joke about that. It's something like, my colon would have to fall out of my asshole first. And I agree.
Oh boy, you are not.
I want to
that's
feel something slip out while I'm waiting for the bus, and then I'll go to the doctor.
That is a poor way to go about living. I'm not gonna lie. That's a poor way to do your health.
Coming from the guy who broke his finger, basically slamming it against his ceiling in VR.
Well, what do you do when you
And doing nothing but looking at it and seeing if it changes.
Well, yeah. Look, it's still the same. That's the best part. Like it hasn't changed.
It's still the finger. It's still
I got like a gnarled witch's knuckle right there. When you look at it on a certain angle, it's like there's definitely like a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
But like, what else? It's the tip of my finger. What do you do? There's nothing you can do. That's that.
It's like breaking a toe. They don't even put a splint on that shit. They're like, nah, you just walk carefully for like 2 weeks.
This is why, look, I moved into this place and slanted ceilings is all I got to say. I got slanted ceilings. I'm in a loft.
Yeah, and it reminds me of like having a bunk bed.
It really, yeah. But, I mean, it's like it's the adult version of a bunk bed. It's slanted ceilings.
Yeah, you're always sleeping on the top bunk and in danger of just slapping your head against something heavy and hard.
Yeah. So I was throwing a grenade, and of course.
Yeah. Well, you have to do it with feeling.
There was actually I was heaving. I was trying to get that grenade as far as I could.
Yeah.
But no, there was a slanted ceiling in my way, and I felt like my finger touched my knuckle. The tip of my finger like flipped around like like an old cell phone.
Yeah.
And then
it did the same thing my ankle did when I broke it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just totally sideways, and you're like, oh well. The side of my foot isn't really supposed to be where my shin is.
Well, it snapped back. That was like I didn't.
Mine didn't.
Yeah, no. So the fact that it snapped back and like, I mean, I don't need for my finger to close the whole way.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you got 4 other ones on there.
If like that's a trigger finger, but I can still pull the trigger.
Yeah, you're not. It's not the world's tiniest trigger where you got to snap it all the way shut.
I figure like
I can't think of a thing that you would need that for.
Yeah, see.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if I go to the doctor, they're just gonna hit it with a hammer and tape it to a popsicle stick. So
okay, fixed.
All right, what movie did we do this week?
This week we did The Strangers. Did you write a synopsis for this? I don't have a date on this one either, but
I don't have a date on it either.
2000 something.
You look it up because I got the synopsis in under 3 sentences. All right.
Okay, I have one in 1.
Okay,
but I want to hear yours.
All right. Trouble in Paradise is ruined.
As if it couldn't be already more
by worse Trouble in Paradise.
Exactly.
Or Bag Man ruins honeymoon. Or
it's not a honeymoon. Well, I wish it was. I bet they also wish it was.
Well, yeah, it would have been better if it was.
Yeah,
really.
for everyone involved.
Yeah.
2008.
2008.
By the way. And you'll notice, the only famous name in this entire movie is Liv Tyler. She acts alongside a guy named Scott Speedman.
Well, that's a guy who also does porn too, for sure.
Yeah, but it's like really short because like 30-second clips. Done. I'm Scott Speedman, and I'm disappointing another woman in the back of this taxi this week.
Thanks for watching my clip. I'll see you guys next time. Don't forget to smash that like button.
And in keeping with that, they're the only 2 famous people in this movie.
That's not true.
That's okay. It is within the scope of their fame.
Well, I mean, okay,
who else you got?
At the time, they were the most famous people. Now, they're not the most famous people.
Oh, there's a different... What happened?
You got fucking Dennis right in that movie.
Oh, yeah, Dennis is in the movie. I forgot. Fuck.
I mean, back then you would have been like, who's this guy? But now you're like, well, Dennis is looking for satisfaction.
So, he doesn't find it. He finds the exact opposite of satisfaction.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so I've seen this movie a few times, but it had been a while. And the last time I saw it, I didn't know who Glenn Howerton was.
Neither did I.
So when he pulls up in a Jeep, which is strangely similar to the Range Rover he loves so much in Always Sunny.
Yes, it is.
I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, fucking, that's Dennis, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
I thought it was one of the guys from the OC at first, and then you got a close-up of his face, and I was like, And then he goes straight into being Dennis, too.
Oh, yeah,
over the phone. He's just talking, just like waiting on your hand and fucking foot.
So what's your synopsis?
A couple gets murdered by trick-or-treaters with half-assed costumes for having too nice of a house and no candy even though it's Halloween.
It's a run-on sentence, but I'll accept it.
You know what? It only has 1 "and" in it, so it's not a run-on sentence.
Okay.
So you can suck on syntax all day. It's not Halloween in this movie, but I can't think of another reason why you would wear such a visibility-lowering burlap sack on your head.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, other than just to give somebody the heebie-jeebies. Because, like, what? That's just like that's Friday the 13th part 1? No, it's part 2.
Part 2, yeah.
Part 2 is the sack, and then part 3 is the hockey mask.
Mm-hmm.
Part 1 is the mother.
Yeah, which, let me tell you, and this is the same as trying to do Halloween with a Jamie Lee Curtis that's 68 years old. I would beat the shit out of that mother.
Thing is, but she had like bow and arrows. There was a lot of bow and arrow stuff.
Oh, so she's very far. Yeah, but she gets right up close at the end.
Oh yeah, she does. Well, she gets fucking decapitated at the end. So I mean, yeah, no, you're
I guess
not
my
wrong.
point's proven.
Yeah. So for the first little bit, people are like, well, who's doing the murder? And this delightful old lady's like, first of all, we're discussing the wrong movie. This is
yeah. Well, it needed to be said because
all right.
Old people in movies.
Bag Man ruins evening. Okay,
yeah.
We got that. All right.
With his family of kooky misfits.
Kooky misfits.
One of whom is, and this is why I was saying that fucking Liv Tyler and Scott Speedman are the only 2 famous people in the whole movie, because it's 3 killers, and they all have less than 20 credits on IMDb, and they're all like bit parts in the background of shows I've never heard of.
That's a bummer.
With the exception of the youngest of this weird Manson family, who was a mermaid in the worst Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Okay.
And I figured that's why they wanted to kill Liv Tyler so bad, because they were just super jealous.
Absolutely. Was Liv Tyler not in The Lord of the Rings as well?
Yeah, she was a fucking elf.
That's what I thought. I recognized her from that.
Yeah, and she's also in Armageddon. She's Bruce Willis's daughter.
Oh, nice.
And she fucks the shit out of Ben Affleck back before he was too fat to be hot.
Well, you know, that meteor's coming. You gotta fuck
Dude,
something.
Yeah, you gotta get it in somewhere.
So the intro to this movie is probably the worst day to be a Mormon.
Yeah. Also, I'm happy that these two Mormon kids show up at this house and it's just a massacre. I was happy that they had to experience that, because it might teach them to mind their own fucking business as Mormons.
That's very fair.
I don't know how much I want to go door to door on a bike anymore when I peer into a house with the intention of saving a soul and just see...
The souls are gone.
Yeah, unsavable ones.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, there's like some stats. There's like, there's people breaking into your homes. 1,400 home invasions every year in America. But like, how many of those are like Mormon kids just discovering dead bodies?
Yeah, that technically is a home invasion. They weren't allowed in. And this is what I was saying. At least vampires are polite about it and wait for you to invite them.
Absolutely.
Most people in horror movies seem to be worse than vampires.
And anybody who doesn't just come right in, I assume you're a vampire.
Yeah.
Where I have to verbally tell you, come right in?
Yeah.
No, you're a vampire.
You must be. Otherwise, you'd just be coming in right now. Everybody else fucking does, apparently.
This is supposed to be based on a true story. Did you look up the true story? Because I was going to, and then I forgot to.
Oh my God. Let me tell you fucking another true story, okay?
Well, I mean, as long as we get to this true story, Jay.
Yeah. Well,
How many true stories you got, buddy?
Turns out, not that many, because this isn't one.
Okay.
I have a very big problem with, and this is a lot of movies, especially horror movies. If you can say, literally, inspired by true events means nothing at all. You know what's inspired by true events? Literally everything that's ever been made in the history of human existence.
Fair enough.
This was inspired by true events in the way that the director had his house broken into when he was a kid. That's it.
Okay.
That's all.
You know what?
Tried to tie it to like some other like serial killer experience from like the 1960s or something, but there's no real. First of all, let me just tell you, that food trap on the top of your lip doesn't handle liquid very well.
No,
at all.
it does not. I know.
I'm watching you drink, and it's just water.
I'm saving it for later.
Yeah, it's gonna dry out.
It's like a camel's hump.
So,
but for coffee and water. We're talking about my mustache and not like a weird bucket that I've had installed on my face, by the way.
It's a hairy trough. Oh my God. Anyway, I hate it because it makes exactly you think that there's some kind of legitimate story behind this.
Yeah.
I
thought that might be the case, but I was like, maybe I'll Google it because maybe one time 3 people wearing funny masks busted in and stabbed the bejesus out of some people.
I'm sure that's happened somewhere at some point, but this guy didn't know about it. I could literally, I walk outside right now and then I'll write a movie about Godzilla, and it was based on true events and the fact that I was outside once. I
saw a lizard one day.
Yeah, when it was bigger than I thought it would be.
Fair enough. So, all right.
Yeah, fuck you. For if you have that in your movie, there better be like an actual like murder that happened that you can be like, I watched this and I decided I want to make a movie similar or something.
Kind of like in the way Texas Chainsaw Massacre was like Ed Gein, I suppose.
Yeah.
They included like a featurette documentary in the DVD.
Which, fine. All right. And you could take creative liberties, but that's different than, at least there's something that actually happened, as opposed to just, this is based on true events in the same way that I breathed air yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Do not do. Anyway, yeah. So this couple comes home from like, I don't know.
It's a wedding dinner party.
Yeah. And then he thought,
what a good time to steal the thunder from the 2 people who actually just got married.
Exactly.
And propose to my girlfriend who doesn't want it at all.
Yeah.
This is a problem that I have as well. Don't surprise people with proposals. Now, he had the common decency to go outside to the car when they were alone to pull the ring out.
Oh, yeah.
But that's still a conversation. And it should be an ongoing one. Don't, hey, we've been together for a month and a half. Let's just get fucking married.
Hey, I know we're at this wedding, but I bought this ring 2 weeks ago. You want to put that on there and just do this? Let's just do this.
As somebody who fears rejection, I would never be dropping the "Will you marry me" right before a road trip that I had planned.
Oh, yeah, no, because then...
Way too many opportunities for all of my planning and probably money I spent to be just completely thrown out the window.
Point in case, the whole first 5 minutes of this, they come home to this house and...
He's done all this shit.
Yeah, you should... First of all, if you're going to do a Trail of Roses, hold off.
Yeah.
Do it after.
Or... propose after. This guy goes to all the trouble of essentially depriving half of the world of roses, given how many fucking petals he used.
Yeah.
He's the sole reason for the rose shortage in the United States.
Absolutely.
Because they're all over the floor, on the table, on the bed, in the bathtub.
I thought it was weird that the Trail of Roses led to the bathtub, because it's like, hey, fucking take a bath.
Yeah, I want you, don't be so filthy all the time.
Take a bath, you whore. I like to watch. I'm James.
Yeah, James and Kristen are the names of the main characters in this movie.
I actually wrote it down. James and Jimmy.
I'm gonna make a James and Jimmy. I'm gonna make a point of trying really hard to do that so that I don't just go a pig face and her friend,
the main character with the head,
and the hair on it. Don't put roses in the bathtub. First of all, that's going to wreck your plumbing. Yeah. Those don't drain. They're going to clog the whole shit up because there's it's a grid in there and they're not going to fit. So then it's not so romantic to get out of the bathtub. First of all, be covered in rose petals when you're out of the bathtub.
You got to take another shower.
And and then you got to bend down over the drain and just shove your finger into it in order to force those petals down.
By the way, if you're putting your finger down that hole, it's not coming back clean.
No, it's going to be even dirtier than when you started. And you're just creating mess for yourself to have to clean up later.
Absolutely you are. Absolutely you are. Ugh.
So all I'm saying, man, is you went to all that trouble. Wait until after the legs get spread to pull out the ring. That's a maybe at best.
Or even bleed her down that Trail of Roses and then have the ring there.
Yeah.
Because then at least it's hey, look, I have all these roses. Maybe the roses will...
They might, sway her in one direction.
Boom. Boom. It's not just we're in a dirty parking lot next to the car where somebody might have peed earlier.
I'm clearly trying to take advantage of the fact that you want to be a wife as bad as the one that we just saw.
Oh.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride by choice. Ooh. Apparently.
The
first thing I wrote down here is Liv Tyler probably gives a sick mouth beezy.
No.
With her puffy lips and mouth.
Jesus Christ.
That's somebody's daughter.
That not just somebody. Is that not the guy from Aerosmith's daughter?
It sure is. Is Steven Tyler going to come to my house and hit me with the line of cocaine?
Well, he lives next door to Charlie Sheen on 2.5 Men, so...
He probably lives next door to Charlie Sheen in real life.
He probably knows where to get it.
Yeah. From Charlie.
Exactly. So this James guy, he does everything in his power to make hey, we just broke up, we better have this talk. But he makes that so uncomfortable. Everything in his power.
Yeah.
He fucking plays the slow music.
And by himself over there.
Yeah, he pulls the ring out and is hey, I can't keep it. I can't take it back. Pawn shop.
Yeah, any.
Why not pawn it?
But his feelings.
But $1,000 maybe.
Oh, probably more than that. Did you see the size of their fucking house? That's like a $10,000 ring.
I think that's an Airbnb. Or it's their parents' house or something, because they have
It's his dad's house.
Yeah.
But he comes from that money.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got plenty of it. This fucking house is beautiful, and I'm furious about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't listen to any of the relationship stuff. Too long, did not read.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had the roses all laid out, and then he says, you were my girl. And then he just fucks her on the counter.
Yeah.
He just fucks her right on where they make the sandwiches in the morning counter.
As if their relationship didn't dissolve painfully just now for the both of them.
You were my girl.
Let's just
get panties off.
Let's get. Ew. I never want to hear anybody say that.
Okay. All right.
Oh God. Yeah. I don't know if I'd be in the mood. I don't know if I'm getting up after my proposal gets rejected.
That's what I'm saying. Like, did his sadness get her wet, or like where did that boner come from, dude? Where did you get that boner from? Are you just because you're hugging? Ew.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
Hang on. Also, this chick, Kristen. It's either Kristen or Christina. I'm going to say Kristen either way. Gave him the best out ever, which he chose not to take, which is I need cigarettes.
Dude, he was so eager. He was like, I'll go get those.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
Let me just get him. I want to drive anyway. Yeah. Half expected him to just never come back.
That's the whole thing. Is like, he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Why?
And then after he leaves, she puts the ring on. And first of all, you can tell it's too small for her fucking finger.
Yep.
And then she can't get it off.
Mm-hmm.
So you waited until all that emotional turmoil from him. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Let's just see how it looks on my finger, though.
Well, here's my qualm, right? Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'll go get those cigarettes. But that's like after that girl comes and like unscrews the light bulb and like knocks on the door. Oh, yeah, sure. Let me leave my wife alone where there's a stranger roaming the streets.
At least one. Now, he had to screw that light bulb back in, which means that he knows it was unscrewed, which should have been red flag number one because they came home.
Yeah.
And the light was working just fine.
That is one of the creepiest things to think about, by the way. Like, just unscrew this light bulb so they can't see me.
Yeah, my face is now obscured.
Yeah, that's so
Great.
fucking... It's a good idea if you're home invasioning, but it's so creepy to think about.
That's the first thing that is going to go through my head. Oh, this person wants in bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, chick knocks on the door. This is one of the three strangers. After a very bizarre interaction where she's like, is Tamara home? Which is her name in another movie that I don't remember. And they're like, nope, you got the wrong house. And she's like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. If I wasn't before, I fucking am now.
Oh, my God.
And then he closes the door and he doesn't lock it.
No, he does not.
Liv Tyler's got to lock the door later.
Or does she unlock it? I don't know.
I think she locks it.
I hope she locks it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. Did that door have a screen door? I don't remember.
It did not.
Oh my God! What?
Because it gets axed through. You're right inviting. Away.
Not only that, it gets axed through, and then the dude like, that hole's not big. Let me widen that up with a big shotgun blast. Come on in, friends.
Let me just help you with what you're trying to do to me here.
Yeah. But like, yeah, why? Oh, you need a screen door. I'm sorry.
I would agree.
If you don't have a screen door, you're inviting people to get too close to your house.
Also, like, you have the door open for just a little bit too long. A crack. Hey, bugs, come on in.
Yep.
Also, you live out in the middle of nowhere clearly because there's nobody around. I would say just have a screen door in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. You know
there's
what?
Trees.
You crack that door for a second. Not only bugs, stranger's foot. Right in the door.
Directly in.
Boom. Now strangers in your house.
No barrier between you and the nightmares that you're trying to avoid by having a home in the first place.
If they would have had a screen door, none of this would have happened.
Probably.
Actually, at the end of the movie, they're like, well, why are you doing this? Because you're home.
Yeah.
That's why you don't answer the door.
At 4 a.m. Let's stop for a second. It's 4 a.m. It's established in the movie that it's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And somebody knocks on the door. You know what they're not going to get? Anywhere near me because I'm not opening it.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm not home at 4 a.m. even if I am.
Yeah, for real. Lights are out. What do you? I'm out. I'm
Why
gone.
are the porch lights on when you're both inside and it's 4 a.m?
Who are you expecting but strangers?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. My word.
Bad. This is the second movie where somebody turns to a tub of ice cream in a moment of emotional stress.
And it's Blue Bell ice cream too. I think that's an actual brand of ice cream.
I wouldn't know.
I feel like it's a real brand in like certain states, and it's like
interesting,
tasty as fuck.
It's real. It's like Haagen-Dazs.
Oh, it's like it's the Haagen-Dazs of Haagen-Dazs.
It's B&J's. Which, I mean, if Liv Tyler would have given more of those, maybe he would have been a little bit more patient with her denial of the proposal. Yeah, so he gets out the ice cream. He gets out the champagne. Great combination, I'll say.
Nothing like curdled ice cream in a champagne gut.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I love being bloated, drunk, and also full of dairy.
Yeah. So that's the trifecta of horribleness right there.
Oh, God. If we could just carbonate a White Russian, we'd be in business.
Would you just pour some bubbly into that shit? That sounds so disgusting, man.
Does.
Oh, my God.
It really does.
One time, I had a wine and a beer. And so I think that's what it was. Was that?
One time you had a wine and a
No,
beer.
you know what it was? It was White Russian leftovers, which is very appropriate given what you just said.
Yeah.
And I had a bottle of wine, so it was Bailey's. And I was like,
Ew.
okay, I'm going to finish this Bailey's and then I'll drink the wine. Made the mistake of putting them both in my mouth at the same time, and the Bailey's curdled immediately. And I've never been that close to throwing up in my life without throwing up. If I threw up, it wouldn't have been a surprise.
Oh, my God.
Damn. That's the fastest toothbrush on record. I should be in the Guinness Book for that shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Ew.
No, it sucked. It was a big mistake. I didn't think that was going to happen. It was a huge mistake. So, yeah. When he goes to get cigarettes, it's still like a 3/4 full bottle of champagne. He just chucks that on the lawn and leaves Liv Tyler to drink Corona beers.
Yeah. Wow.
What a dick move. Just leave the champagne for her.
No wonder she said no.
Yeah, this guy's selfish the whole movie. He's inconsiderate, by the way. The whole time he's just like, "No, fucking get back in the house."
Yeah.
Don't look at the dead body that I just created with the shotgun.
Yeah. Look at what they did to him after I shot him.
And then wonders, why she's so fucking trepidatious
God.
about spending the rest of her life with the guy. He won't even let her like fucking breathe for 5 seconds half the time. It's great. On the note of that tub of ice cream, if that's your response to getting hard node at your ring, by that logic, my roommate proposes to a woman 3 times a week. I see him with the tub of ice cream at his computer more often than I see him with anything else.
That man's living the dream.
He really is, dude. I'm jealous.
I wish.
It's always that Cherry Garcia.
Oh.
Or
yeah, it is.
Or Moose Tracks.
Okay.
Or this other one that I can't remember. It's something like double chocolate fudge indulgence. Which sounds like cardiac arrest to me.
And which diabetes is he in right now?
Oh, he's working on both. 1 and 2, probably.
Jesus, type 3.
Yeah. it's both of them added together, yeah.
Every time these strangers knock on that door, Liv Tyler flexes every muscle in her neck. I didn't know you had that many muscles in your neck to flex. It looks like they had her hooked up to like a tens machine and they just cranked it to 10.
They just hit her with it.
Yeah, and
they add the door knock later in post. It's just somebody poking her with a pin in the back of her neck.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Fuck. So I read on the IMDb page that the reason why that happens is because she was legitimately scared every time they bang on the door, because the director would tell her that a sound was coming from one direction and then have it come from a completely different direction.
Okay, I see why. I was gonna say
it's
like
a legitimate fear response.
I was gonna say you're in a movie about knocking on a door. How are you afraid of it?
Yeah.
But that makes sense then. All right.
And like, so if that's her reaction though, she's got Corey Taylor's neck from Slipknot. She's got the strongest, most muscular neck on earth.
Yeah.
If she's flexing it like that all the time.
People are bending steel around that neck.
And she does a really good job of being scared constantly by everything throughout this whole movie. So that must be just her personality.
Oh, absolutely. That house has too many wall-length curtains. Like, those strangers, first of all, picked the best house.
They sure did.
Because those curtains go from ceiling to floor. You'd never see feet poking out underneath.
No, you wouldn't.
That's the place to hide.
So many good hide-and-seek winter spots in this house.
Oh, yeah.
And they take full advantage of them, let me tell you.
They really do.
Those fucking strangers. And now, I don't know. This is kind of annoying to me. These are just murderers. These are just 3 roving murderers who decide to kill people just by virtue of their existence.
Yes.
They're not ghosts.
No, they're not.
So during scenes like when James comes back from getting cigarettes, by the way, Liv Tyler says, "I'll be fine," as he's leaving, which, I mean, that means you're dead.
Yeah.
Even if I hadn't seen this movie before, I'd know the ending because you said I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll be right back. Let's split up, which is something that James wants to do so bad. But I'll get into that in a second. So when he comes back from getting cigarettes, the strangers are kicking it into high gear with getting in the house and trying to scare the shit out of this poor woman who's having a mental crisis. He goes back outside to see if his car works or something, and it's all smashed up. First of all, guess what? I'm going right the fuck back inside if I see that. I'm not checking out the car anymore if the windows are busted in. Nah, there's probably somebody still in there. Anyway, one of these strangers here pokes him on the back of the neck while he's bent over in the car, and he turns around and they're gone.
Yeah.
What, did he crawl under the fucking car? Nobody runs that fast, all right? There's a couple scenes in this where they're being chased by these strangers, whether they know it or not, and they look behind themselves and they're gone.
Yeah.
There might be some trees around, but it's a wide open fucking area.
Yeah, there's one scene, I think it's right after she like trips and cracks her leg or whatever.
Which, let me tell you, wear shoes when you're going outside into the woods, man.
Fair enough.
How the fuck hard is that?
You're not wrong.
She wrecks her foot because she's running around barefoot and she doesn't know the terrain enough to see a ravine. All right, you kind of deserve it.
I will note too, that dude went up to get her cigarettes. She fucking lights one up while he's gone.
Well, she had one in the ashtray.
Okay.
That was the saver.
All right.
As a smoker, I'll tell you, you don't wait till the pack's done to get more.
Fair enough.
Because that's a shaky time for about half an hour. Probably an hour given how far away from the fucking house this cigarette store is.
This was such a weird area because it's out in the middle of nowhere, but there were streetlights.
There were streetlights and like nicely paved roads and lawns and shit.
Yeah, but they're in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know where they must have been like the edge of town.
I'm going to throw Colorado out there. Okay. I imagine that's the kind of place where you would see something like that. It's not necessarily I have to drive into town, but I have to at least go to like the closest gas station.
So fucking sorry, I was reading my note here.
No, it's fine.
There was like a scene, I guess, where she's like changing because she's in the thing that they were fucking in, and she's like, well, I gotta put clothes on now.
Yeah, she puts clothes on because they keep banging on the door and she doesn't want to be caught naked when she's being murdered, which I understand.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want to be caught naked, but yeah, she still steps out mid changing in her underwear being like, hello, anybody here? Anybody here? Anybody here?
Doesn't care that much about it.
If I think people are outside, the first thing I do is put pants on.
Pants are going right on me.
There's no way I'm confronting anybody without pants on.
I have a hard time going to sleep without pants on.
Right? And then James comes... Well, she thinks James comes home. The door slams or whatever. She's like, oh, James? Like, James isn't going to come home and be like, I'm here with the cigarettes.
Now, I
Hates
100%, if that was me, or you, I assume... We're going to announce ourselves when we come back in.
Yeah, somebody's been banging on the door like a mad person.
The chick who I'm in a relationship with begrudgingly now at this point is scared. I'm going to try and assuage that fright by being like, it's me, James.
Yep. I'm here with the thing you asked me to get.
But given his shitty attitude, I don't know if he cared that much.
You know what? He did become sort of just like a shitty guy.
Yeah.
Throughout that whole film. He was like he's like the boyfriend who didn't believe anything. Like, he's like, there's nobody here. They didn't come in.
Yeah.
I see your cell phone's in the fire melting, but you must have done that.
So that was for the viewer. Neither of them actually saw that phone in the fire.
Okay.
However, what incentive would Liv Tyler have to lie about any of that?
Right?
Who are you helping? Hey, I'm going to get back at you for proposing to me by just acting like your house is being broken into. I'm just kidding. Wasn't that funny?
But no.
Do you want to marry me now?
He doesn't believe a fucking thing she says until he's like, "Where's my phone battery?"
Yeah,
it was in my old timey flip phone.
Liv. Have I been calling her Liv Taylor?
I don't know.
Liv Tyler has zero spatial awareness. There is a scene where while the bangings happen and she puts on some music, I believe. I don't know if she puts on music then or it happens later. Either way, she gets a glass of water because I guess the Corona wasn't doing it for her. She took like 2 drinks out of that fucking thing. If there's somebody trying to break into my house, I'm drinking everything in the house. Because if I'm going to die, I might as well be wasted.
Well, yeah, well, also you need broken bottles to fight back with.
That's true. So. That would be utilitous. Why not do that? Anyway, she's getting water at the fucking kitchen counter, and there's just a stranger in the house. He just pokes his bagged head around the corner.
So many scenes where they're just like,
I'm in your house.
I'm doing the face right now.
Yeah. It's a face. It looks quizzical, but at the same time threatening.
There you go.
I could be in downtown Toronto during rush hour, and I'll know if there's somebody watching me 8 blocks away, and I will hear them walk around.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Let alone
Spidey
this.
sense.
Yeah, this guy's 25 feet from her, and she's got no idea.
Yeah.
Especially in a 4 a.m. house, and I'm the only one in there. I'll know if like a feather drops out of a pillow in a bedroom all the way across the other side of the house.
Yeah. It seemed like it was the thing they were trying to establish, or just like this is our thing.
Yeah.
It's walking him quietly behind people because they do it a bunch.
This guy,
they're just like in the room and nobody knows they're there.
this dude has the fluffiest moccasins ever.
Oh yeah, he's walking on clouds.
Yeah, he doesn't make a sound. And he's not small either. He's thumping around that place.
Yeah. He's a big stocky man.
Yeah.
Until I realized that there were only 3 of them, I was like, why isn't anybody just putting a bag on their head to blend in?
No, I'm one of you. It's all good.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was
Let's kill this family, right?
Yeah. What's up, guys? I didn't realize. Oh, there's 2 bag heads. My bad. I think I'm next door, actually.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh, yeah. I got the wrong. This was your house. Yeah. My bad. I'll see you.
So I'll see you at the company picnic.
I'm pretty sure he switches bags about 2/3 of the way through the movie as well. When he after he catches James by kicking him square in the face so hard.
Is that when you're not sure if it's a kick in the face or if he's shotgun blasting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. But the bag is like much cleaner and whiter when he comes back in. I don't know. He was just that in that truck that they drive around, which they mangled, by the way, crashing into the car when they're trying to leave. And you're still gonna just drive that? That's a pullover immediately.
Yeah.
Hey, what's this bloody everything in the truck now?
Absolutely.
Oh, whoops.
You can't drive like a car like this. Speaking of, like, when he went out there to look at that smashed up vehicle. So yeah, your thought was like, yeah, there might be somebody in the back. My thought was like, go, just get in, go.
That was
they're flats. You can still go.
I had that one as well, and that's sort of what I mean when, like, if he were a nicer guy to his girlfriend, it wouldn't be stay in the house. I'm gonna go out here by myself.
Yeah,
it's worked so well for us so far. And they would have both been together in the car, would have noticed that the car turns on and gotten the fuck out of there right away.
Right.
This shady shit starts happening in my weird forest house. I mean, he was planning to leave anyway with Glenn Howerton, who he asked to come pick him up.
Right.
At, again, 4 a.m. super dick move.
Yeah.
Because, well, it got him killed as well. I guess murdering him is also a dick move, even if it is by mistake. Yeah, you can drive on, take it from me, somebody who just did this for about a month, you can drive on a flat tire for a long time. I only inflated that thing maybe twice over the 3 weeks that it was flat. And yeah, no, it works.
Hey, if it works, it works.
It might fuck your tire up, but just slap the summers on. Also, least of my concerns, right? Oh, I don't know, the hubcap's going to scrape. So's your head against the floor when you get killed, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
absolutely.
stick around.
Shit. What's I got a cat on me.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to go?
Looking for the source of a noise when you hear one is a white people mistake.
It is.
No. Liv Tyler's sitting down on the ground and she's frightened because there's noises in the house. And then she hears one and she goes and looks. And guess what? Baghead right on the other side of the window. Surprise.
Yeah, that's probably by the way, if I open a curtain, that's the last thing I do want to see is a bag-headed man on the other side of a window.
It makes me not want to open curtains in my regular everyday life.
Yeah. And you live like way high up. Your floor is in the air. That
would be infinitely worse if I opened a curtain and saw a baghead 8 floors up.
Now, what would be worse if he had super long legs or if he had climbed up? Because I think the long legs would be infinitely worse.
The long legs. That's a cryptid. You can just be Spider-Man if you're regularly proportioned and you're at my window. But if you're just standing on the ground and looking in, I got bigger problems.
I do appreciate the responsible gun ownership in this movie. Having having like the bullets and the guns stored separately is always good.
Stored in a pink box that nobody would ever look in for bullets.
Yeah,
And then also having the gun dismantled and put up high.
Yeah, but see, that's the part I don't agree with, because when you need a shotgun, you don't really want to put it together.
That's true.
When you need a shotgun, there is never really time to assemble a shotgun.
No, there's not time for much when you need a shotgun in your house.
Shotguns are as soon as possible tools.
Yeah. So yeah, no, you're right. I did enjoy that. For once, it's not just like sitting on a table or under the bed somewhere for a kid to get to.
Right. That's me slapping the cat's belly. if anybody could hear that.
This movie is 100% why I never want to own a big house.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Too many places for strangers to silently walk behind me in.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I mean, we're up in the loft right now. I don't know what's going on downstairs.
Yeah.
I can't see downstairs. That's upsetting.
And honestly, this house ain't even that bad because you can, on any floor, stand just about anywhere and see all of it. That's what I want. I got a nice 2-bedroom apartment. I don't want it to get much bigger than that. There's already too many corners.
Fair enough. Yeah. You need like a mirror on a stick walking around.
I sure fucking do.
So at the beginning of the movie, this dude like calls Glenn. He's like, "Hey, come get me, Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Things didn't go as planned."
Yeah, and
which means he ran this proposal by his friends.
Yeah,
and they were like, "Yeah, go for it at the wedding." Not the best friends you thought you had.
Yeah, no. He ends up coming early, and it's surprise, it's fucking Dennis, and and as he's sitting there calling the guy, whatever, it was like something smashes his window.
Yeah.
And Dennis is looking for satisfaction after
that. Yeah, he is.
He
demands it.
But like he strolls in and sees the cars all smashed up. He's like, well, if I saw that, I probably would have called 911.
Oh, right away with my phone that works and is not in a fire?
I would have walked away and called 911 and be like, hey, cops, I got something for you.
Nah, I'm going to solve this problem myself with a metal bar. And I'll tell you, Glenn gets shot in the face pretty good.
Oh, he does. And you don't see it coming?
No. It was a very effective one because he only got half a hello out.
Yes, it was.
So I was like, I know he's going to die, but when?
And the whole time you're like, the little lady's creeping up on him or whatever in the mask. And you're like, oh, here it comes. Here it comes with the axe. Like they even have the axe in the hand.
Yeah. They didn't even need to. You're really just solving problems for the murderers at this point, making their jobs much easier.
Right.
Taking food out of their murder mouths.
Yeah. Shit. I was at that point. Was the record skipping?
The record,
because I remember it plays some like it plays like they put on country music.
The record is skipping before James gets back with the cigarettes.
Okay, I was gonna say if I walk in a place and I hear a skipping record that nobody's fixed,
that's not a place I want to be.
Yeah, there's obviously something that's like the most annoying thing. Besides the shower curtain in this movie.
Was it pitch black? Is that why?
No, it's just the loudest crack.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It just screams as she pulls its clothes. That and like a skipping record, most annoying things in the world.
Yeah. No, and like you try to establish creepiness, but I'm just irritated at this point. Like I might risk my life just to pull that needle off. I don't... Why would you do... I understand. Nope, never mind. Lost the thought.
It's all good. After James blasts his fucking friend in the face with a shotgun.
That's what it was. He went to... The motherfucker announces himself before even getting in the house. A lot of hellos outside. Not a single one once he got in. Which probably would have saved him from getting shot in the fucking head.
Yup.
Whoops.
Yeah, if he would have gave a little whistle. Well, maybe not a whistle.
Hey, James, your ride's here.
Yeah. James,
Uber's pulled up.
I'm here. What have you done to my house? Yeah, no, whoopsie poopsie, Jimmy's dead. But after he blasts him in the face, he then takes the shotgun. He's like, no, you stay here. I got this.
Yeah.
After he proved that he shouldn't be holding the shotgun.
He's not a responsible gun handler.
No, he just tries to be the hero after proving that maybe you should be using a melee weapon.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't need
with
that
your
shotgun.
hair trigger.
Yeah, and so I assumed like when that dude ran up on him and kicked him in the face, he just shot himself. Because you don't see him for a very long time after.
You figure he just
whoop, fuck, just stumbled and just ends up under his chin and whoopsie poopsie.
I would have definitely also, because that guy runs up from probably a solid. There's a 25-foot rule. I don't know if you know about this. You probably do, but in a fight between a gun and a knife, if your assailant has a knife and you have the gun and they're within 25 feet of you, chances are they can get to you before you can aim and fire that weapon.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
However, I believe that if I heard somebody running up behind me in this situation, I would get at least one blind shot off in the direction of behind me.
Especially if you
just for safety.
If you have the shotgun in your hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the second I hear footsteps running, I'm
bang.
I'm gonna make sure it's not Liv Tyler coming up, and I'm just gonna give it.
I think Liv Tyler probably would have been like, James, if it was her. So it's her own damn fault if, once again, announce your presence. Yeah. Otherwise, you get shot.
Absolutely.
Especially after he just killed his best friend. He doesn't give a fuck anymore. I wouldn't. I'm just firing off into the night at that point.
Oh, my God.
The most effective way to console someone who's panicking is to tell them to stop.
You know what? That's the same way of like being like, oh, you're grumpy. Somebody's being grumpy.
Are you on your period?
It's the same effect. Same effect. You're just throwing liquor onto the fire.
Yeah. Liv Tyler's being nearly assaulted by 3 people at once. And so she starts to have a bit of a panic attack and he goes, stop it.
Yeah. Stop. You're being crazy.
Thanks, James.
I'm a horror movie boyfriend and you're just I don't believe a fucking word out of your mouth because I'm a dingaling. Oh my God. Yeah. So I mean, I'm surprised that nobody put just one. They could have put a pillowcase on their head, and they would have fooled at least 2 people. 2, and then that's enough to get out of there.
Yeah, it is. Even just to make them second guess. Is that my dad? And then bye. I'm gone already.
Fuck. And yeah, I guess there was that, and then it just cuts to like daytime. I don't remember.
So
oh no, she tries to use that as like some ham radio.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? Like, cool, you have a ham radio. Who has their ham radio on at 4 a.m. and is just like, who's out there looking to chat? That person's not going to help you.
That entire scene, first of all, they go to these killers, these strangers.
Strange people.
They burn Kristen's phone. Mm-hmm. They take the battery out of James's phone, which was, I thought, a weird choice. Just throw that one in the fire, too. You're already there.
Yeah.
But the only reason why that ham radio wasn't destroyed is exactly because nobody the fuck has one.
Right.
None of these strangers were like, well, there's probably a radio in the garage, too. That whole scene pisses me right off. She gets all the way after busting her foot so bad.
How hard did you relate to that, by the way?
Pretty well. I recognized the shock and pain immediately after having broken my own leg in a very similar way.
You have ghost phantom pains.
Yeah.
Sympathy limps.
Limpathies. So she manages to get all the way to that garage, looks and notices that the axe is missing, which was used by Baghead there to shining his way into the house in the first place, which, first of all, there's no way the door splinters like that. I don't care how heavily you're throwing that axe around. It's going to take a couple more hits than that.
Yeah, definitely.
To make a head-size hole in that shit.
It's a thick wood door.
Yeah, that's a strong-ass old door.
It's sort of like the point of doors. That's
to be nigh impenetrable. That's, yeah.
But like, it doesn't, I don't understand, like, the paper walls. Mm-hmm. Because somebody runs fast enough, they can like juggernaut their way through that.
You sure can.
Just like in X-Men 3, the Rhino guy.
Yeah.
What are these cement walls? No.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
Bam Margera and Jackass 3 dropping into that drywall.
Yeah. It's literally that. That's the scene.
She's just trying to contact people over the ham radio. Speak louder. It's a ham radio. Not a direct link into your cranium.
The sweaty 48-year-old man who's alone in his basement cannot pick up what you're trying to say.
If you're whispering into a ham radio, which is half static anyway.
Yeah. But there's a response. There's one response out of that radio, and it's just some guy going, "Where are you?"
And it was crystal clear as well. For fuck's sake, triangulate that signal. There's this whole wall of shed tools and gardening implements, and the axe is missing. You don't think to pick up a sickle It's fucking
anything.
hanging. Any item in that shed could probably be used as a weapon.
That's the whole thing about sheds. That's where you put the pointy objects that you don't want to hurt yourself on.
Yeah.
Shovels,
Lawnmower blade.
anything.
Yeah.
Sling blade.
You're in danger. Grab something. And then a mom stranger. I'm just going with it's like a family dynamic because you got a Baghdad and you got Baghdad.
Yeah.
Well, that's different than what I meant for it to be, but then you got porcelain doll mom and you got porcelain doll daughter.
Sure thing.
Who this apparently is her first murder, according to the end of the movie, where the mom says it'll get easier next time.
Yeah.
She seems to really know what she's doing. She's a natural at this.
So they kind of set themselves up for a prequel there.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Where there's like a human interest angle to this band of ragtag killers.
There you go.
It's like a buddy cop drama after that. Mom comes in and smashes the fucking radio. And then what? Let's live Tyler crawl out slowly.
Yeah.
Because she gets like 50 feet away from that shed before anybody notices that she's crawling on the wide open lawn, well lit by the house lights.
And she's not like, it's not like she's going like 100 miles a minute.
No. She's barely moving at all.
Yeah, it's very much a snail's pace.
And so, like, I don't care. They're all around her the whole time. There's no way they don't see her there.
I think I wanna think that they're like, let's let her think she's going somewhere.
They're just drumming up fear like the creeper.
Yeah.
Like the Jeepers Creepers creeper.
Exactly.
He needs them to be scared, otherwise he can't smell how good their nose tastes.
I feel like they don't need her to be scared, but they do prefer her to be scared.
Do they like that better? All right. And so I was thinking, okay, if that's the case, that's acceptable. But then also I was like, man, sometimes the brain will go to some pretty insane leaps just to make something make sense when it doesn't. Okay, fine. Why are these people like disappearing like specters every time somebody turns around? Like a fucking electron. Once they're observed, they change states.
Yeah, for real. Like, not every killer needs to have like supernatural things about them. People make footsteps.
They sure, especially in the woods, in the yard woods. You're crackling every twig. Yeah, especially when you're running. I don't care.
Yeah, you're telling me you've got that many trees on your front lawn. And your groundskeeper that you clearly have because that's such a big fucking lawn picks up every stick.
Every single one.
I used to do that for my great grandma. It takes hours.
Well, otherwise he loses his work visa.
Well, you know what happens? You get all those sticks picked up, a gust comes along, makes 100 more sticks.
Right away.
Trees they're just dropping sticks. They're just big sticks that make little sticks.
Yep. That's a perfect description of what trees are.
Yep.
And they're real assholes when you want to clear lawn.
They really are. So little home invasion tip here. Look, if people are trying to break into your house and they don't care that you're home, you fucked. And if people are trying to break into your home and they're wearing masks and then they take those masks off, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, because you know right then.
Yeah, if they're like, yeah, look at my face.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you're going to be able to do once I'm done here that's going to change the fact that you saw my face.
Yeah. You pretty much should just roll over and let them stab you because that's
I'm a witness. So
yeah.
You know, rule number 1 of home invasion is eliminate all witnesses.
Boom. Yeah.
Right there.
Or just do it when people aren't home, because you always get like that, oh, this isn't my home. Whoops, my bad. Sorry, I thought this was my friend's house. And you're like, nah, you were trying to break in here.
Yeah, you sure were. That's why you came back and asked about the same person I just said wasn't here.
Yeah.
Hey, man, now I know all your motives. I know them all.
And then like she was just out in the street and she's like, she's out there watching. And that didn't like creep out the boyfriend at all.
No. Let's go talk to them.
Yeah.
He goes, I'm going to go out there and talk to them.
Absolutely. She's wearing a mask. Let's have only look.
I wouldn't go outside and talk to somebody standing in the street without a mask on.
Yeah, the most sensible people come out at night wearing masks in the country.
Those are people willing to listen to reason.
Those not only reason, logic.
Yeah, both.
Those people are the most polite and well-to-do folks out just trying to help. Yeah. Absolutely.
They saw your car and figured you were in distress, and they let me put on my helping mask.
Absolutely. I don't want to get helping blood on my face.
Yeah.
You know what I would have done was take that shotgun right out there and I'd be like, hey, how's it going? Done. Look at that. Look what I did to you. Where's your friends?
How's that for you?
Maybe you should get off my property. This is America.
It sure is. I'm not violating stand your ground laws right now at all.
Yeah.
You tried to come in.
You tried to come in, access was denied, and now you got no kneecap.
During the time when Glenn Howerton gets his fucking cap peeled back.
He peeled way back.
Yeah. They have this setup where they're hiding in the corner of a room with only one door in and out and seemingly no window. And they've chosen now to hide behind cardboard boxes, which is not the best option, but work with what you got.
Yeah.
I don't care how many best friends I shoot in this situation. I'm not going to see. I'm staying right where I am. This is, I have a shotgun trained at the only place somebody can come in and kill me. I'm here all night.
Yeah, they immediately broke rule number 1 of making a fort, and that's leaving the fort.
Yeah. It's a fucking, they forgot to write the no girls allowed on it. That's the problem. So
yes.
girls were allowed in, and so at least 2 of these killers are women. They were going to come in
Boom.
anyway.
Yeah. You got to make it known. No girls. You can have 1, though.
Anyway, that's a fucking sick setup for defending yourself against murderers. I wouldn't leave that for anything.
It is. And like, if there's only 3 of them, if you're good, you only need 3 bullets.
Yeah.
You won't be there for that long.
And he's got pockets full. Liv Tyler made sure of that. Fucking jamming shotgun rounds into his pockets because he didn't think to do so.
And you know what you could always do if they're out in the hallway and they're like, we're out in the hallway, you shoot through the wall.
Yep.
Yep.
You hear the footsteps that he's inevitably making.
Yeah.
That shotgun blast can go right through a wall.
Yeah. You think they're being tricky. They just got tricked.
I did actually have that thought as well.
You could just get tricked right in the head.
There were a couple opportunities where you could have shot through walls. I don't give a fuck. What are you worried about? Your electrical?
Yeah. By the way, I mounted a TV, and I was like, we had a stud finder, and it kept being like, boop, there's electrical stuff here. I'm like, how the fuck is there electrical stuff here? There's nothing there. Drilled right in there. And then I looked around the other side of the wall. I'm like, oh, there's an outlet on the other side of the wall. So I didn't die.
So you almost electrocuted yourself is what you're saying to me.
I didn't die, but I got that TV hung up.
Yeah. I've had at work people cut through wires and stuff in the midst of constructing. And thankfully, you don't die. It creates a very loud bang, though.
Oh, Jesus.
Which, I mean, if you have a shotgun and you're blowing it through, it's going to be a louder bang anyway, so who fucking cares?
Yeah,
at some point in this movie, I guess Father Baghead gets tired and he just has a seat at the fucking dinner table.
He's just like, what is this all about?
Man, this is a night, huh?
We're really losing sight of what this has been about.
Jeez Louise.
He fucking just like shakes his head and just sits down and like breathes real heavily.
Yeah. Liv Tyler's hiding in the pantry and can see this happen.
By the way, those slats in the pantry,
strongest fucking slats ever, #1, but
horizontal as hell.
Yeah, they are.
If you can see him, he can see you.
100%, especially there's light shining on her face.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's very visible.
She might as well be hiding behind Venetian blinds and have them set to all the way up.
I bet he knew all about that. He looked at the pantry twice. All I'm saying, you got all those preserves in there. Hit him with a canned good.
Yeah.
Have you ever been hit in the head with a fucking can of tomato sauce? That shit'll take you right out.
I haven't, but like I can imagine that it's a solid rock, right?
You could, in the time it takes to grab a tomato sauce and crank open that pantry door, you could get 1 good shot off.
Oh yeah.
Just make it count.
And she's an elf, so she's got that magic.
She's got, they're supposed to be immortal. That explains why she lives at the end.
Oh yeah, she does live.
She lives long enough to scare the shit out of a poor Mormon child.
Oh,
by screaming in his face, traumatizing him for the rest of his waking life.
If I ever get stabbed and I know that I'm like, oh, this is all right. I am totally laying there until somebody comes to help me, and then I'm like, ah,
yeah, it might be your last chance to ruin somebody's whole existence forever.
I think we should probably these children. Full on just wander into a house where a murder has clearly taken place, and they're just like, these fucking bodies.
Let me just step over those.
Yeah, just looking at them like, oh boy, look at that. I ain't never seen no dead bodies before. I'm gonna go get me the book of Jesus and
get bro his poking stick. the first thing they see when walking in is like a knife covered in blood.
Yeah.
That's the fastest 180 you'd ever see me make.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First of all, I'm not going in there because there could be another knife in somebody's hand waiting for my guts.
The door is wide open and there's a huge axe hole in it. Let's hop on our bikes and ride.
My other thought is like, hey, I don't want to be tied to this. I'm not going to go in there and get my DNA anywhere.
I don't want these podunk sheriffs thinking that I had like a mental breakdown because somebody in 5th grade wouldn't show me their tits for the first time.
Yeah, like I don't want to, generalize, but small town American sheriffs aren't always looking for the most correct answer.
No,
I feel
they're
like
just looking for the easiest one so they can go back to the desk.
They want to get that bottle of XXX liquor that they got and
that moonshine.
And they want to just fall asleep while their like huge key ring of 3 keys just hangs delicately out of their pocket.
Those keys open every door to every house in the county.
God. Oh, they do.
That's the secret. One of them's a skeleton key. Liv Tyler, after James gets picked up and thrown into the house in order to become murdered, in a moment of silence, leaves her hiding spot and walks out of the doorway into the hallway where she knows murderers are without looking left or right. And she gets thrown into a painting subsequently.
Yep.
She fucking deserved that.
Yep.
Look left or right.
There are...
Poke your head out. Throw something.
Again.
Damn. She's got no spatial awareness the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
She has no idea what's around her, seemingly by choice.
Yeah, there's no logic. There's no logic to that.
No.
I do that and anyways.
When you know you're home alone.
Yeah, I leave the bedroom left, right. Nobody. All right, we're good. I could continue about my way. If there's somebody, I have a machete by my bed.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to pull it out.
I'm going to try to use it.
I am going to brandish it and hope that the length scares people, which is what I, dick, penis.
Okay.
Look.
Machete in one hand, dick in the other. Which one you want?
I was thinking more, I would just, this is the same way I brandish something else, but like this is a high class podcast. We don't.
Right.
We're not talking about our genitalia.
We don't work blue here.
No. Unless we're doing like the Smurfs movie, but
I don't know. That's a horror movie, maybe only in how bad it is.
Look, David Cross is in it. I'm gonna.
Oh, is he?
He's the bad guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know there was a Smurfs movie, let alone that David Cross was in it.
Yeah, I think he's like Gargamel or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
And I only know that from Family Guy.
Yeah.
I only know Smurfs from Family Guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the Smurfs live. Smurfs. I don't know. It was.
Is that the plural? It's a VES. It's like leaf.
Peter's like drunk, and she's like, and Lois is like rolling him over. Like, what are these mushrooms in the bed? I'm choking on air real quick.
Oh. That's where Smurfs is. Yeah.
Smurfs.
I remember. So the moral of this story, I think, pay more attention to your surroundings just all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Liv Tyler must have said no to this proposal in the parking lot. Hence why the drive back to the house was so cripplingly uncomfortable. Guess what? I'm not going home then.
Yeah.
You're still at this fucking dinner party. Glenn's at the fucking dinner party. Go home with him. Liv, you can find your own fucking way home.
Yeah.
Guess what? And given his attitude toward her throughout most of the movie, it wouldn't even be that big of a surprise for him to say that.
Yeah, for real. He was a real dickhead the whole time.
And also, fuck her for being like they get tied up at the end. They're about to be stabbed to death and they know it.
Mm-hmm.
I put the ring on, James. Let's look at the ring.
Yeah, look at
Oh, great. Now that I'm never